Okay, I don't know how long this is going to be, but I'm going to try to get at least one post for Volume 20 out. Prologue. This is Norbert. I have just returned. The Archducal couple will be here soon. Melchior listened eagerly to the announcement from his father's head attendant, unable to keep his blue eyes, which he had gotten from his mother, from sparkling with excitement. His older brother and sisters were at the Royal Academy over the winter, and his parents were busy socializing, so no one came to visit him in his room. He barely met with anyone except his retainers, and was feeling rather lonely as a result. Lord Melchior, Sergeant, said with a smile, the Archducal couple is due to relax here while their luggage from the Royal Academy is put away. Recall what you have recently learned and welcome them as guests. He was Florencia's retainer at the moment, but he was also Melchior's tutor and planned to become his head attendant following the young boy's baptism. It seemed that Melchior would need to practice his socializing now. I'll do my best, Melchior replied with a nod, trying his very best to remember everything he had been taught. Melchior, we're back, Sylvester said. Father, Mother, welcome home. Allow me to take you to your seats, Melchior replied, greeting them with a half-excited, half-anxious smile. He hadn't seen his parents in days, so it was with a tense feeling in his chest that he guided them to where the tea was being prepared. I want to hear about the Royal Academy. How are my brother and sisters doing? Melchior quickly surrendered control of the conversation to his guests, as his tutor had taught him was proper. His parents returned warm smiles filled with love. It seemed they could sense his growth through the way he was tracing the steps of standard socializing. Well, how should we begin? Sylvester wondered aloud. There's just so much to talk about. Before you left, Ehrenfest, you were greatly concerned about socializing at the Interduchy tournament. Lord Melchior has shared in your worry ever since, Sergeant said while he poured some tea. His addition to the conversation was a deliberate effort to assist the young boy, who had subsequently realized he had spoken too vaguely. He had thus far been told to ask broad questions that were easier to answer, but the subtle look he was now receiving from his tutor made him realize that some direction was still needed. I see, Sylvester replied. We'll talk about our socializing at the Interduchy tournament then. Melchior's parents began talking about the events of the Interduchy tournament and graduation ceremony. Ehrenfest had received so many guests that the Archducal family had needed to divide themselves into teams to handle them, but even then the abundance of visitors from top-ranking duchies had made things a struggle. They also mentioned Ferdinand played Ditter against a knight from Dunkelfelger over Rosamund's manuscript, and the subsequent unexpected appearance of an unfamiliar Fabius, during which the apprentice knights were said to have acted with extraordinary coordination. Melchior listened intently, all the while his imagination racing from the tales of the wondrous place he had never visited. Wolfred and Charlotte handled the visitors from lower-ranking duchies, Sylvester continued. We even had the Archducal couple from Frembeltag as guests. Frembeltag is next to Ehrenfest, and this is where you and Sargerecht were born, right, Mother? Melchior asked, trying to picture the map in his head. The two of them smiled and nodded in response. Indeed, Florencia said, my elder brother and Sylvester's elder sister visited, it seems. This year, this graduation ceremony was apparently quite emotional for them, as your cousin, Rudiger, was among the graduating students. My cousin? You shall find out more about your family and other duchies after your baptism, but this is a good opportunity to get a head start, Florencia noted. She explained that they had family in both Frembeltag and Ahrensbach, and although the names were all still new to him, simply knowing that they shared his blood made him feel closer to them than he did to any of the nobles he had learned about for his baptism ceremony. Mother, why can I only learn about my family and other duchies after my baptism? Because you will not have any opportunities to meet them before then, Florencia explained. Melchior realized then just how small his world really was. He glanced at the door to his room, and it immediately occurred to him just how little he knew about everything beyond it. There was so much out of them for him to see and to learn from. Lady Florencia, how is Frembeltag? Have things calmed down somewhat? Sargerecht asked, sounding rather hesitant. He was one of the nobles who had fled to Ehrenfest when it became clear that Frembeltag was going to be on the losing side of the Civil War. But he still wanted to know about his birthplace. Melchior remembered him once saying that he wanted to tell those from Frembeltag that Ehrenfest was increasing its harvest by having Archduke candidates perform religious ceremonies. Wolfred and Charlotte spoke to them in our place, but according to their report, Rudiger traveled across their duchy performing spring prayer. Florencia continued. Their harvest improved as a result, and they have said that henceforth their archducal family will always take action to lead religious ceremonies. For young Lord Rudiger to be doing such a thing, children truly do grow shockingly fast, don't they? Sargerecht asked with a relieved sigh and a sentimental smile. Yep, they sure do, Sylvester replied with a chuckle. He then looked over at Melchior. How about you tell us how much you've grown? How have you been passing the time, Florencia added. Has your baptismal studies been going well? Melchior faltered. He was pretty sure he had finished everything he needed to do before his baptism ceremony, but he looked to Sargerecht for confirmation nonetheless. They have, Sarge Recker said with a nod and a smile. Yesterday, Lord Melkor studied the general flow of the ceremony and the proper way to walk through the Grand Hall. He already knows the names of all the important nobles who will greet him, and the other day he began studying geography so that he may assist with the religious ceremonies. Then I have a gift for our little hard worker, Sylvester said as he opened up a small box. Practice returning blessings before the baptism. This is your ring. You'll need some practice before you can shoot mana from it. I'll need you to need to take it back as that I can formally present it to you on the day but for now, hold out your hand. Such rings served as proof that one was a noble, and children received them from their parents after being baptized. Melkor observed that the face stone was green, matching the divine color of his birth, and after climbing down from his chair, he readily held out his hand. Sylvester slid the ring on his son's finger, and the band shrunk until it was a perfect fit. Melkor stroked it, feeling the bliss of having been accepted as a noble. Melkor, why not practice giving a return blessing, Florencia suggested. It is the same blessing as the one given when greeting someone of a higher status for the first time. All nobles must learn it. Focus energy in your left hand so as to guide the man to your ring. She proceeded to demonstrate, and a red light emerged from her ring. Melkor tensed his left hand, trying to imitate his mother, but his mana refused to move as he willed it, and the face stone in his ring shone only a small amount. The tool used to investigate mana capacities worked without issue, since it automatically drew from one's latent mana, but return blessings didn't seem so simple. I may not manage this before my baptism ceremony, Melkor mumbled nervously. Without thinking, Florencia gave a gentle smile and took Melkor's left hand in hers. I am fully certain you will master this. All you need is a little practice. Thankfully, this can very easily be done with another of the same blood, so allow me to take this opportunity. All of a sudden, Melkor felt an odd power seep from his mother's hand into his. It wasn't a vile sensation by any means, but it was rather uncomfortable, so he instinctively pushed the mana out again, and in that instant, a soft green light appeared from his ring. Ah, Melkor exclaimed. Do you now understand the feeling of mana moving through you? Florencia asked. A bit. Melkor looked down at his hand. He still found it strange that he could move something within his body by his own will, and he wasn't yet confident that it was something he could manage on his own. It was true that he had transported some of the mana in his palm to the ring, but only with a great deal of assistance from his mother, who had made it so he only had to reactively push at her mana. Wolfrid said that my sister Rosemine gave a blessing that filled the entire hall at her baptism ceremony, Melkor said. How much mana do I need to move to be able to do that? Charlotte told me that I should see Rosemine as a role model. Oh, no. Sylvester looked somewhat bemused for a moment, then waved a hand dismissively. Don't try to match Rosemine, after she's a special case. The thing is, she was giving blessings and helping with religious ceremonies in the temple as an apprentice shrine maiden before her baptism. Don't try to match her. But Charlotte said, listen to what your father says. Charlotte doesn't realize that you don't have the mana capacity like Rosemine does. Oh dear lord, hers is freaking out of this world. Melkor had received 2 pieces of conflicting advice. Perhaps this was his father's way of saying that he simply wasn't good enough? A wave of confusion washed over him, but it soon faded when he felt his mother's hand calmly stroke his hand. Sylvester does not mean to say that it is wrong to have Rosemine as a role model, Florencia said. He is simply concerned that you might overexert yourself when trying to control mana for the first time. It puts a great burden on your body when you cannot earn used to it. He then went on to explain that Wilfred and Charlotte had overdone it with their mana practice during Rosemine's 2-year slumber, hoping to fill the void that her unexpected absence had created. Melkor had already heard them both explain how amazing Rosemine was, and that they had worked so hard to catch up to her. But he had never heard about them making mistakes. It was new and very interesting information. So Wilfred and Charlotte mess up sometimes too. You need only to practice within your limits, Florencia concluded, and slowly increase your range of abilities from there. Yes, Mother. Melkor. Sylvester interjected, sounding curious. You've never met Rosemine before, but you sure seem to respect her, don't you? Melkor gazed up at his father quizzically. Charlotte comes to play with me the most, and she always tells me how incredible Rosemine is, and when Wolfried comes, he always brings toys and picture books that Rosemine made. You and Mother talk about her sweets and recipes too, don't you? She also saved Frembeltag, which Sardrek was so worried about. In short, everyone praised Rosemine on such a regular basis that Melkor thought it was obvious that he should respect and idolize her. Also, I'm going to be supporting her and my brother, right? Melkor continued. He's the future Ab, and she's going to be his first wife. I want to be strong enough to protect them both. He would one day be playing a supporting role to the Archducal couple, filling in for them while they were absent, keeping an eye on duchy matters, and ensuring the nobles were organized. Essentially what Bonifacius was doing now. Your enthusiasm is wonderful, Melkor, but Rosemine's protection is best left to her guard knights, Florencia said. Sylvester nodded in agreement. The Archducal couple will have guard knights to keep them safe, but the same can't be said for other nobles. Wouldn't you find it cooler and manlier to protect a bunch of people at once? A bunch of people, Melkor repeated. He was unsure what his father meant and could only look at him in confusion. Father's being weird again. Right, Sylvester said. There was an attack during this year's award ceremony, but Rosamund was able to protect our duchy students with Shitsaria's shield. During this attack, unfamiliar fey beasts had appeared that could only be killed with black weapons. The arena had promptly been thrown into chaos, and it was only because of Rosamund that Ehrenfest had managed to come out unscathed. The divine instruments that Melkor had thought existed only in books were real, and she had effortlessly used them to protect the students. It was like a legendary story from the Bible, and just hearing it made him excited. Melkor rushed to grab his own picture book, Bible, opened it up to the page with the Goddess of Wind, and pointed to her shield. Father, is this the shield that Rosamund used? Sylvester shook his head and explained that Rosamund had made one that was even bigger, big enough to protect all the students. It had apparently been an amber hemisphere with a magic circle on it, and anyone who attacked it or had malicious intent was thrown back by an enormous gust of wind. Again, it was like a legend come to life, and Melkor's idolization of Rosamund only grew stronger. Father, can anyone make Shitsaria's shield? Nah, I reckon Rosamund and Ferdinand are the only ones. Ferdinand is more used to the Getult he was taught in the Royal Academy before entering the temple, but I've heard that he can make Shitsaria's shield when he focuses. So only Rosamund and Ferdinand, the High Bishop and the High Priest, respectfully, can make the shield. Melkor immediately drew a connection between working at the temple and receiving the divine instruments for the gods. The temple sure is amazing. Oh, he's getting a good opinion of the temple. Good. Father, I want to go to the temple too, Melkor announced. I want to learn to make the divine instruments. Lord Melkor, what are you saying? His attendant cried. Please calm down. Melkor reflected on his choice of words. Maybe he had spoken too crudely. He looked at his parents. Florencia was giving him a concerned smile, while Sylvester had an eyebrow raised in amusement. Father, Mother, can I have permission to go to the temple? Sure, Sylvester replied at once. You'll learn a lot from the experience. Melkor's attendants, however, continued to protest. Please reconsider, Ob Ehrenfest, they cried. They were at something of an impasse, and when a decision couldn't be reached concerning how to raise Melkor, it was down to Florencia to give the final verdict as his mother. All eyes fell on her. Sylvester, she said with a smile, you must not give your permission so willingly. Melkor was overcome with disappointment. He knew that his mother's opinion was stronger than his father's at times like this, but why do you Stardrect and the others not like going to the temple, he said. Don't my siblings go there? Wilfred and Charlotte were Melkor's closest family members, and they had been participating in religious ceremonies since he was first gaining self-awareness. Rosamund and Ferdinand were also in the Archducal family, and they led the temple. Everyone praised them, so Melkor had to wonder why he wasn't allowed to go there. The Haldensdale miracle taught nobles the importance of religious ceremonies, and news of Frembeltag's improved harvest has probably spread that same message to other duchies as well, Sylvester said to Florencia. But most importantly, Melkor will one day be participating in these religious ceremonies too, once he learns to control his mana like Wilfred and Charlotte did. Right, Melkor replied. I'm going to help just like Wilfred and Charlotte. He was eagerly showed her the picture book again, but she just looked at him as though he were a rebellious child. It should be best for him to get used to the temple sooner rather than later, Sylvester argued. Giving him permission now shouldn't cause any problems. It's going to happen sooner or later either way. Sooner or later indeed, Florencia replied, but I stand very firm for the latter. Melkor will only trouble Rosamund and the others with his current mindset. That the temple is like a game of sorts. At the very least, we should not grant him permission until after he has learned to control his mana and recite prayers. It was reasoning that both Melkor and Sylvester could agree with. Melkor didn't want to get in anyone's way. He just wanted to join his siblings after being baptized. He wanted to be a useful member of the Archducal family like his sister Charlotte had always encouraged. I'll learn the prayers then, Melkor said. That's the spirit, Sylvester replied. I'm pretty sure Wilfred and Charlotte received a bunch of instructional boards from Ferdinand when they were learning them themselves. You can borrow those. Okay. Lady Florencia, are you certain about this? The attendants asked reproachfully. Melkor was still rejoicing at the news, as he failed to understand why they appeared to be so against it. Florencia looked over the attendants, then spoke in a calm tone. Lady Rosamund becoming the High Bishop, and Lord Ferdinand continuing to serve as the High Priest, even after his return to noble society, have led to the retainers visiting the temple on a daily basis. We are no longer in the past. The temple's reputation is gradually changing for the better. I imagine that you will not find it easy to change your perspective, but please try to accept this. Understood. Melkor didn't know what the temple had been like in the past, but he could tell from Florencia's words that Rosamund had caused this change for the better. I want to meet my sister Rosamund soon. I wonder, can I invite her to a tea party? Charlotte had spoken about having a tea party with Rosamund before being baptized. Maybe she would introduce him if asked. It was with this hope in mind that Melkor waited for his siblings to return, his heart filled with admiration. Oh, he's so cute! Melkor's so adorable! Why are all the kids so cute? One had to use a teleportation circle to get from the Royal Academy back to one's duchy. I squeezed my eyes shut as I tried to endure the nauseating swirling of the world around me. Welcome home, Rosamund, Bonifacius roared. My eyes were still closed, but hearing his familiar voice was enough to tell me I was back in Ehrenfest. Stop right there, father. Don't move, master. I opened my eyes to see Karsten and Angelica standing on either side of my grandfather, positively glowering at him as he tried to welcome me with a smile. I adopted a defensive stance on instinct, recalling the incident last year when Bonifacius had very nearly launched me through the ceiling in excitement. Yeah, he almost did. Stand aside, you lot, Bonifacius ordered. Why should I contain my love when my granddaughter had come first in class 2 years in a row? Because she will die otherwise, father, Karsten said. My guard knights agreed, and with everyone against him, Bonifacius ultimately slumped his shoulders in defeat. I appreciated that he was so eager to praise my achievements, but avoiding a split skull was a lot more important to me. Grandfather, open your hand, I said. He did as instructed, at which point I gripped his index and middle fingers. I would like to hold his hand properly, but my hands were nowhere near big enough. We can walk to my room like this. Now let's go all the way to the northern building together. Very well. Master, don't squeeze your hand no matter what, Angelica warned. If you do, Lady Rosamund's fingers might break right off, Daniel said. As the guard knights watched on fearfully, I completed the impressive task of getting all the way to the northern building while holding hands with Bonifacius. Oh, so cute! It's one of the... I know what the middle finger is. May we meet again at dinner, I said to Bonifacius, seeing him off once we had arrived at my room. I then introduced my new retainer to those who had stayed at the castle during my term at the academy. This is Roderick, an apprentice scholar who gave me his name. He will be living in the night dorm as my retainer from this point on. Daniel, please take him there at once. I have discussed the matter with Ob Ehrenfest, so a room should already be prepared for him. Understood. Roderick, ask Hartman and Feline about your scholar work, I said. Everyone was going to be busy putting away their luggage from the Royal Academy, so my underage retainers will only begin their work in practice starting tomorrow. Tea is ready, Lady Rosamund, so might I suggest moving to the tea party room, Adelia said. Your siblings are there waiting for you. It seemed that she had prepared drinks for us and our attendants so that we could while away the time until our retainers finished putting away our luggage. And so Angelica and Adelie brought me to the main building's tea party room where I found Wilfred and Charlotte already sipping tea. Melkor's room was prepared while we were at the Royal Academy, Wilfred said. Children of the Archduke lived in the northern building from their baptism until the coming of age. Similarly to the Royal Academy's dormitories, the top floor was reserved for the girls and the one below for the boys. Wilfred was glad to have Melkor there now, since he had previously been all alone. Charlotte nodded with a smile. Melkor did say that he wished to join us in the northern building as soon as possible. Apparently all the necessary preparations had been completed much earlier than usual. I was Melkor's adopted sister and wasn't related to him by blood, so I couldn't go to the room in the main building where he lived. The only times I saw him were when he was brought to the dining room to say his goodnights, but we never spoke or socialized. One thing I noticed about Melkor was how similar he was to Florencia, both in how he looked and acted. His hair was also the same purplish hue as Sylvester's, which made him look more like his father than Wilfrid did. That said, I couldn't see Melkor as being a mini Sylvester, as I remembered thinking about Wilfrid. It was strange. That reminds me, I said. Sylvester mentioned that Melkor's baptism is going to be held alongside the feast celebrating spring. That's right, Wilfrid replied. Melkor was born in spring. So was I, for that matter, and mine was done at the feast, too. I remember that grandmother actually... Oh, no. His nostalgic musings were cut short when he suddenly caught my eye. Hoping to break the awkward silence, I shifted the subject back to Melkor's baptism ceremony. I'm going to be blessing him as the High Bishop, much like how I blessed you at your baptism ceremony, Charlotte. Melkor will surely rejoice at that, Charlotte replied. Her smile gave me strength while I was on the stage. As we waited for our retainers to summon us, Charlotte told me all about how Melkor's room had been decorated. I truly couldn't wait to meet him. It had become normal that Ferdinand and Bonifacius to eat dinner with us on the day we returned to Ehrenfest. I was sitting beside Bonifacius as usual, and together we discussed the introductory tournament, the dinner game against Dunkelfelger, the attack on the awards ceremony, and Cornelius' sword dance. Thinking back, a lot had happened in such a short time. The apprentice knights asked you for a blessing, even though black weapons are forbidden, Bonifacius asked, barely managing to contain his outrage. Did they intend to have their own Archduke candidate charged with the crime? It seems they've forgotten who they're supposed to protect. They may be getting better at dinner, but they clearly know nothing about being a knight. Then in an instant his expression turned gravely serious. Perhaps I should go to the introductory tournament next year instead of Ferdinand. Ferdinand scoffed. Now that is a suggestion I truly can't appreciate. Violence is not my forte. You liar! It absolutely is! He is. He's lying. Putting that aside, there were a lot of things that Ferdinand assisted with during the introductory tournament and graduation ceremony, so in truth, I wanted him to come next year as well. Good, that settles it then, Bonifacius said, nodding. I'm going next year. You'll be safe no matter what happens, Rosamine. But who will serve as Rosamine's doctor if you're not there? Uncle Wolfried asked, desperately trying to prevent the impending catastrophe. Sylvester nodded in grave agreement, and of course I shared their opinion. Nobody understood my health better than Ferdinand, and the introductory tournament was so busy that I needed someone to look after me and make sure I didn't violate any scary socializing rules. All that was presumably too much to suddenly lump on some Bonifacius. As I will no longer be attending the introductory tournament, Rosamine will need to lock you in the dormitory with Bonifacius, Ferdinand said. This is your fate, and you must accept it. Sylvester raised an eyebrow at this remark. Weren't you the one that said it would be a shame to make Rosamine give up on going to the introductory tournament? At such times, one must choose the lesser of two evils. Ferdinand had been acting strangely ever since his conversation with the Sovereign Knight Commander in the library. Out of nowhere, he had started trying to evade the Royal Academy entirely, as was abundantly clear in our conversation. Seriously, what does adologist even mean? I was really curious, but with how on edge Ferdinand seemed, I could guess that it wasn't a subject I should broach so suddenly. For now, I needed to allow the whole affair to wash over me and simply keep an eye on him. Let us instead think of the upcoming spring prayer, I said. We can discuss the introductory tournament next year when it becomes relevant. By then, I might have even grown enough to be able to manage my health without Ferdinand. Impossible, Ferdinand said tersely. Are you being serious? I'm trying to be considerate here. Holding back the urge to growl at him, I continued talking about spring prayer. I needed to prepare for the lengthy journey it entailed and plan things out with Wilfred and Charlotte. Now was a convenient time for that since Ferdinand was here too. I asked Sylvester which new province had been chosen to join the printing industry and started planning who would go where with consideration for the Gutenbergs. Father, will Melchior be joining us for spring prayer? Wilfried asked. Nah, Sylvester replied, but he can't control his mana yet. I can't imagine he's going to be helping out until next year. My sudden absence after the kidnapping incident meant that Charlotte had needed to learn to control her mana, even over winter socializing, in preparation for spring prayer. Melchior wasn't under such time constraints, so we settled on him joining for the first time next year. By the way, did you find anything on how to make the stages for the spring prayer ceremonies? I asked Sylvester. Unfortunately not, he replied. I'll continue my research, but it won't be easy. Apparently Ferdinand was going to be taking a group of scholars to Haldensdale this year to research the magic circle and ceremonial stage. I must return to the temple, I said. I need my ceremonial clothes and other little things. Sylvester shook his head. You can leave that to your attendants. What do you think I've gotten your retainer's permission to go to... Just why do you think I've given your retainer's permission to go to the temple? I clapped my hands together in realization, having not considered that at all. It hadn't even crossed my mind that I could have leave temple matters to castle attendants. I plan to have Justice go to the temple so you may have an attendant of yours accompany him, Ferdinand said. I will contact Fran via magic letter and tell him to prepare. Thank you. Thoughts about the temple soon led to thoughts of the lower city, and with that in mind, Sylvester, when will the Plant and Company books be sold? I asked. Speak with Moritz and the attendants in the playroom to figure things out. Understood. I was also wondering, when will the mana compression lesson be? Charlotte is due to attend this year, and I have a new retainer. Have all the participants been decided yet? Yes, the invitation should have been sent out. I ensured that Roderick and Feline were added to the list of participants. Feline's contract needed to be changed from a duchy to a country one. So when do you plan to sell the information gathered at the Royal Academy to our offices? Sylvester asked. We want it done as soon as you're ready. I would appreciate having 2 days to plan with the scholars first. Consider it done. I'll contact the offices and send word once we settle on a date. Sylvester and I started constructing a general idea of what needed to be done while the nobles were still in the nobles' quarter. It was better for us to do all this in person, as conversing through letters would take far too much time, and we would no doubt miss the spring feast otherwise. Rosamine, Ferdinand said. I turned and saw his eyes were fixed on me, while his index finger rhythmically tapped against his temple. Have Wilfred and Charlotte accompany you when you are selling the intelligence gathered at the Royal Academy. Why? I asked. Planning to include them next year seemed reasonable enough, but their lack of involvement thus far meant they would only struggle to keep up if they decided to join us any sooner. Ferdinand sighed. You made it clear from the very beginning that your only intention is to gather stories from the other duchies. No, it was just an accident that information from other duchies has started flowing in as well. However, that intelligence is of great value to our offices, and they are now awaited urgently. Selling it should not be done without Wilfred present as the next Archduke. Wilfred reacted the most to this news. His head shot up, indicating he was now on full alert. If the heads of the offices Ferdinand was talking about only saw me at the yearly meeting where information was sold, they would start placing more importance on me than any other Archduke candidate. Furthermore, as the contracts have been modified and the Archduke is leading the printing industry, it is now the business of the duchy to gather its stories to make into books, Ferdinand continued. This cannot be done on your budget alone. To me, it still seemed as though the printing industry existed primarily to suit my hobbies, but now there were official contracts, everything was being done on Ehrenfest's budget. You should also give some of your current workload to those serving Wilfred and Charlotte, Ferdinand said. It is excellent how much your retainers have grown to keep up with the enormous burden you've increasingly brought upon yourself, but their superiority to other retainers is becoming more and more apparent. They're growing so much because you keep having them do work at the temple. As I protested on the inside, Ferdinand spoke again, this time in a hushed voice that only I could hear. You will be the first wife, not the Ob. Do not stand out so much. Apparently his intention here was to remind me that I needed to prop up Wilfred rather than myself. I am gathering stories and progressing the printing industry because I want to, I said, so I wouldn't feel right about giving work to Wilfred and Charlotte despite them not being my subordinates. Oh, but since you're the one who trained my retainers, perhaps you are suggesting I do the same and give their retainers tasks to complete? Although I'm pretty sure that isn't my job. How many times must I tell you not to bring more work upon yourself? They may train their own retainers. My point is that printing is not your job alone, and that you should take care to share important information. It seemed a little hypocritical for the secretive workaholic Ferdinand to be telling me to share my workload and my intelligence, but I couldn't deny that he was always propping up the Archduke. I went ahead and nodded, although I wasn't entirely convinced. The next day, I summoned Charlotte, Wilfred, and their retainers as instructed, then began outlining the information we had obtained at the Royal Academy. Charlotte, please handle these calculations. Wilfred, please organize all this information into a single sheet. Having to teach everyone their new jobs didn't actually increase my workload since I needed to show the newbie Roderick what to do anyway. I ensured the information was ready to be sold to the offices while at the same time getting Feline to see how much ink and paper we had used so that she could calculate the total amount of money we had spent. I observed everyone's progress and saw that Wilfred and Charlotte were staying up to date with their retainers while working alongside them. Things were progressing much slower than planned, though. It took 3 people trying their hardest, their brows furrowed in concentration, to manage what Hartmut could easily finish on his own. Just as Ferdinand said, my retainers are so much more skilled, but how exactly could we fix this? I couldn't think of a way to remedy the situation without getting involved myself. Once the information was organized and spread, I asked Wilfred and Charlotte to attend the meetings with the higher-ups of the offices. We needed to make the intelligence look valuable, squeeze money out of our interested parties, and distribute the earnings to those who had provided the information in the first place. You managed all this last year when you had just been unwell for so long, Wilfred asked, looking exasperated. I understand why Uncle wishes to reduce your workload, Charlotte added. You may rely on us a little bit more if you wish. I thank you ever so much, Charlotte. Her kind words brought a smile to my face. Wilfred nodded in agreement with our sister. We're engaged, but I didn't know about any of this, he said. In the future, could you call me when you're talking about work with Father? Of course, I said. I will do so next time. After finishing the monocompression class, Roderick desperately started trying the process for himself, pushing through all the mana sickness-induced nausea he was no doubt feeling. It was during that time that his father requested a meeting with me since Roderick had yet to return home, and news about him becoming my retainer had spread through during winter socializing. Of course, I refused the request for a meeting. Sylvester would settle the matter instead. Thank you. Playroom and Judith's younger brother. I shall be going to the winter playroom today, I said. I must advertise the planting company, and Riarda has instructed me to seek out potential retainers among the younger students. In that case, might I introduce my little sister? Brunhilde asked. Naturally, it's up to you to decide whether you would accept her, but considering her as an replacement apprentice arch attendant for when I graduate does seem wise. Brunhilde explained that she wanted to introduce her sister to me last year, but had decided against it since I wasn't even used to my own retainers at the time. However, as I socialized with both Greater Duchies and Royalty at the Royal Academy, I absolutely needed at least one apprentice arch attendant there with me. Please do, I said. Lady Rosamund, can I introduce my little brother too, then? Judith asked, her violet eyes sparkling with anticipation. It reminded me that she was the oldest of all her siblings, and that she mentioned having to work hard for their sake. I gave her a nod, smiling. Upon our arrival at the playroom, both Brunhilde and Judith called over their siblings. An adorable little girl was the first to come over, and she cried out, Sister, with the brightest smile. Lady Rosamund, allow me to introduce you, Brunhilde said. This is my little sister, Bertilde. Bertilde was like a mini Brunhilde. Bertilde was like a mini Brunhilde. The children in the playroom had all greeted me before, but it was hard to remember them when we interacted so rarely. My older sister often speaks of you, Lady Rosemine, Bertilda continued. I am glad that we finally have the opportunity to speak. Oh, shoot, I forgot about the clothes. My sister often speaks of you, Lady Rosemine, Bertilda continued. I am glad that we finally have this opportunity to talk. As soon as she had discussed fashion trends and such with Brunhilde from a very young age, and she envied her big sister for serving as my retainer and spreading her own trends. I wish to serve you as well when I go to the Royal Academy. You cannot serve Lady Rosemond without first earning Lady Elvira's approval, Brunhilde said, admonishingly. I cannot speak! Bertilda was going to be entering the Royal Academy 2 years from now, and she was currently serving Elvira as an extended family member. It was safe to say that Elvira was specifically training her to one day become my retainer. Bertilda? Okay. Name. Memorized. Lady Rosemine, this is my little brother Theodore, Judith said, leading her brother by the shoulders. He's going to be joining the Royal Academy next year. Let go of me, the boy complained. I can introduce myself. He had youthful features that made him resemble Judith, but he came across as especially mature for his age. I get the feeling that it was usually his job to keep his excitable older sister under control. Oh, so cute. They aren't similar in the slightest. Maybe they're complete opposites like Angelica and Lasletta? I am Theodore, the boy said, pleased to meet you. Cornelius nodded and then turned to me. Lady Rosemite, I think he will make for an excellent addition to your retinue. I've seen him train, Angelica added from where she was standing beside Cornelius. He's surprisingly strong. I am honored to receive your praise, Theodore said, flushing red with embarrassment. His violet eyes were filled with admiration as he gazed at Cornelius and Angelica. They were popular as Bonifacius' prized disciples, and many children aiming to be apprentice knights apparently looked up to them. Theodore, why don't you ever show me that kind of respect, Judith said, pouting. She must have felt we were stealing her little brother away from her. I can understand why that could bother her. The very thought of someone else becoming Charlotte's role model after all my hard work to become the best big sister broke my heart. I shall consider taking Theodore as a retainer when he enters the Royal Academy next year. I said the boy in question didn't seem very pleased about this news, however. He looked from Cornelius to Angelica to me, then hung his head with a concerned frown. Unfortunately, I cannot be your retainer, Lady Rosemine. What are you even saying, Theodore? Why would you turn down Lady Rosemine? Maybe it's because he's going with someone else? Judith asked, having likely never expected that answer. I raised a hand to stop her and smiled. Perhaps he has already made an agreement with Melkor, I said. You must not be overly controlling here, Judith. It's up to Theodore to decide whom he serves. Theodore shook his head. No, Lady Rosemine, it's not Lord Melkor whom I wish to serve, but the Geeb, as my father does. That is why I cannot become a guard knight for the Archducal family. He shrank into himself as he spoke, aware that it was unthinkable for someone to turn down such an opportunity. But his dream of one day becoming a knight like his father and serving the Geeb alongside him pulled at my heartstrings. It reminded me of when I had promised to protect the city and everyone in it, just like Dad. My affection for Theodore was already shooting up. What a splendid dream, I said. You have my support in full. May we compromise then and have you be my retainer only while I'm attending the Royal Academy? Excuse me? Theodore asked. He wasn't the only one taken aback by my suggestion. All of my retainers widened their eyes as well. Theodore, you may serve me only while I am attending the Royal Academy, I said. You may guard me while studying and practicing to one day serve the Geeb. How does that sound to you? He offered no response, but I could sense his heart waver at the prospect of only working for me temporarily. Riarda tried to tell me to wait, but I gestured for her to wait and continued. I already have enough guards for when I am in Airfest. I only need more for the Royal Academy, so could you serve me only during that time? I will think about it, Theodore eventually replied with a small smile. It seems that you all need to be lectured, Riarda said, planting her feet firmly on the ground and glaring at us the moment we returned to my room. First, Judith, you must talk things over and make the necessary preparations before introducing family to Milady. Otherwise, you are causing trouble for both parties. Apparently, there was much that needed to be done before introducing someone as a potential retainer. You needed to confirm that the person being introduced was willing to serve, that they worked to a good standard, and that they were trustworthy enough, and in cases where they were underage, that their parents agreed to the arrangement. Brunhilde, in contrast to Judith, had followed these rules perfectly. She had introduced her sister to me as a potential retainer only after serving me for 1 year, observing Bertilda's progress under Elvira, confirming her wishes, and watching the spread of the printing industry in Groschel. It seems to me that you saw Brunhilde offer to introduce her sister to Lady Rosemine and simply joined in on the spot, Riarda continued. This lack of preparation will only cause problems, and as we saw, Theodore had no intention of serving anyone but the Geeb. Milady has said that she wishes to respect his wishes, so we will not be forcing him to be a retainer, but if you had done this with someone less considerate, his dreams would never have come true. Now in particular, there is a very limited number of children in the Royal Academy who are of the correct age to become a retainer. It would not be unusual for Theodore's wishes to be ignored, considering his lower status. I see now I didn't think my actions through enough, Judith muttered, looking totally defeated. My apologies. You need only do better next time, Riarda said, her harsh expression finally softening. It seemed that she was finally now finished with Judith as she turned to me, once again looking terrifying. How many times have I told you not to announce ideas you've come up with on the spot, milady? Now that you've made your suggestion to Theodore in front of all the other children, it cannot be taken back. You must carefully discuss these matters with Lord Sylvester and Ferdinand first. Riarda contacted my guardians by ordinance, and soon enough I was called to the Archduke's office. Boy. The first to speak was the one who looked the most serious, Ferdinand. Now then, Riarda tells me you wish to recruit someone as a temporary retainer or some such. Just what in the world are you thinking? Just so you know, I was trying to follow your example, Ferdinand. Elaborate, Ferdinand said, scrunching his brow in confusion. You bring only Eckert and Justice with you to the temple, and while in the castle you borrow scholars from Sylvester or elsewhere, no? Even during the energy tournament, while you had several knights in the order pretending to guard you, they certainly weren't your retainers. Several guard knights had stood behind us while we had tea at the energy tournament, but I had only somewhat recognized their faces. They certainly hadn't been retainers Ferdinand used all the time, and indeed, when the Turnish-Berfallen attack had occurred during the award ceremony, they had prioritized protecting the archducal couple. Only Eckert had accompanied Ferdinand to the grounds as his guard knight. As a member of the archducal family, surely you had many retainers back in your Royal Academy days, no? I asked. Where are they now? If you can employ their service only when you need them, I see no reason why I can't have retainers who work for me only at the Royal Academy. Sylvester said that I can't share retainers with Melkor, so I'm just attempting to learn from your example, Ferdinand. You and I are not the same. How so? To be honest, I just want enough retainers to keep up appearances at the Royal Academy. I plan to raise a few more key scholars, but I have enough people in my service already. My response wasn't met very favorably. Ferdinand grimaced, Karstead hung his head while muttering that I shouldn't adopt only their bad traits, and Riarda started rubbing her forehead. Sylvester, however, seemed unusually amused. He looked between all of us and then burst into laughter. Sounds good to me. She's doing exactly what you did, Ferdinand, and you know it. Maybe you should learn from her example and train some new retainers of your own. The majority of my retainers from back then were some of the former Veronica faction and are considered dangerous elements to the duchy, Ferdinand said plainly. My circumstances are not the same as yours, Rosamine, as you can pick freely from all those available. Not to mention there are few eccentrics who would willingly accompany me to the temple. That is true, because, not everybody sees the temple favorably. He is trying to say that we couldn't be compared, since I was guaranteed to leave the temple and become the Dweck's first wife through an engagement, while he was going to be the high priest now and forever. But I thought we were equally as limited in our options. You say I could choose anyone, Ferdinand, but there are almost no archnobles or men nobles who are the correct faction, attending school alongside me, and already taken by Wilfrid, Charlotte, or Melkor. Pray tell, who exactly do you expect me to pick? If you have any candidates in mind, I'm all ears. Thank you. She's kind of got a point here. If she's not allowed to pick from the former Veronica faction because of, all that stuff involving, with Roderick and the name-swearing thing, then, and she can't pick those that are due to work with Wilfrid, Charlotte, or Melkor, she's kind of got not very many options here. Wilfrid and Charlotte had taken over leading the playroom during my 2-year slumber, so the archnoble children there had pretty much all ended up with one or the other, depending on their gender. The only ones who remained were those Florencia had identified and spoke to about serving Melkor, the former Veronica faction children. Riarda had excluded right from the start, the lay nobles who weren't supposed to be considered as archducal retainers at all, and those who had given negative responses to the probing for various personal reasons. I was aware that very few children had wanted to serve as my retainer back when I was unknown. It was unknown when, or even if, I would ever wake up. Some in the playroom hadn't even known I existed until my return. Hartman and Brunhilde were among the few who had waited for me, since they were Liesgang nobles and had seen my debut and my previous work in the playroom. The younger students who had met me had outright refused to enter my service when probed about the idea, so it had ultimately been decided that I would receive only older students at first. Any of the retainers I could pick on my own were when I needed more. However, to tell the truth, I would have very much appreciated them leaving a few younger students to serve me as well. As the younger brother of one of your current retainers, it is clear that Theodore is not of the former Veronica faction, Ferdinand said. This can be resolved simply if you continue to use him after graduating from the Royal Academy. This is only a problem in the first place because you brought up some nonsense about temporary retainership. Theodore said that he wants to follow in his father's footsteps, serving Gebe Kernberger as a knight and supporting his province, I said. I wish to support that dream, and for that reason, I refuse to take him as my retainer and use him for life. I understood that I was being a pain here, but I wanted to respect Theodore's plans for his future. I certainly didn't want to be the one to crush them. Even during the Traga incident, Riarda said to me that she would be fine with anyone, no matter their goals or motivations, as long as they do their job and serve me properly, I continued. Assuming that Theodore treats me as a guard knight should at the Royal Academy, I will not have any issues with him. This will prove less problematic than hurrying to take someone else who ultimately does not fit the role and needs to be relieved of duty. It didn't seem wise to pick based on lineage alone and risk ending up with another Tragot. I was fine with anyone who would at the very least serve me faithfully throughout my remaining time at the Royal Academy. Ferdinand and I were locked in a fierce staring match for a short while until Sylvester interrupted us while stroking his chin. Enough with the glares, you two. You both have a point. Ferdinand isn't wrong to say that you need to raise retainers for the future, Rosemine, but you're also right that you don't have many options right now. The adults and older kids understood the magnitude of what you've accomplished, but the younger ones are just going to see you as some tiny kid. But He crossed his arms and put on a serious face. Getting someone to serve you just for the Royal Academy, huh? Because, after she graduates the Royal Academy, she's going to have Angelica, Cornelius, Lenore, Hartmut, Clarissa, Feline, Roderick. Probably at least most of those. At least Hartmut and Clarissa, definitely. Feline and probably Roderick. And Roderick, definitely, because of a name-sworn thing. I'm not sure about Cornelius and Lenore. But, yeah, she's going to have a ton of options once she graduates. All she needs are people that she temporarily needs at the Royal Academy. So, this probably would work out. Ferdinand grimaced even harder than usual. Ob Ehrenfest, do not tell me you plan to give her your permission. This is a lot more acceptable than her other plan to share retainers with Melkor, Sylvester replied. Am I wrong? Having one retainer serve two people at once would inevitably lead to those two people being compared, which was apparently far too dangerous for Melkor. That said, Archduke candidates and Gebes are different. They can't really be compared, and Gebe Kernberger would only benefit from getting a guard knight trained by Rosemine in the Royal Academy. He's been concerned about how weak his connection to Rosemine is compared to Gebe Groschel and Haldensale. Even if other Gebes started offering up their children for temporary retainership in the hope of establishing connections with the Archducal family, it was up to us to accept them or not. Sylvester thereby concluded that temporary retainership wouldn't prove much of a problem at all. However, if you treat a temporary retainer exactly as you would a normal retainer, someone is bound to take issue, Sylvester continued. You need to handle your retainers well, Rosemine, or you can expect great trouble down the line. I nodded my understanding. Right, Sylvester said. I'll speak with Gebe Kernberger then. Sylvester was on my side now, but Ferdinand still appeared to be dissatisfied. I have other concerns as well, he said. Female retainers resign after getting married. So you must focus on hiring women who will return to work after their children grow old enough to enter the Royal Academy, as Arley did. You're going to be staying here in Ehrenfest as the Archduke's first wife, after all. Female Archduke candidates were generally either married to Archduke candidates from other duchies or to archnobles from their own. If an archducal family became too small, they could also have a groom marry into their duchy, but this was such a common cause of war and conflict that it almost never happened. Retainers who decided not to follow their lady after she was married into another duchy were relieved of duty. A lady's retainers were also relieved of duty when she married an archnoble and thereby ceased to be a member of the archducal family. I was going to be a first wife, of course, so my retainers would stay in my service. I intended to do some searching before my graduation, but adult women returning to work cannot serve as retainers in the Royal Academy, I said, and in truth, at the moment, I am simply not in need of one. That certainly is correct, Ferdinand said, nodding in agreement. Also, pretty much all the adult women I know are in the Love Stories Author Association, and I don't want to break their holy order just to get a new retainer. Besides, books are way more important. Sylvester and Gebe Kernberger ended up discussing my retainer situation, and it was decided that Theodore would serve me only while I attended the Royal Academy, on the condition that the Gutenbergs were sent to Kernberger next year. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That is completely fine. Anyway, I'll get to work on everything, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay. This is going to be part 2? Discussion with the planting company. I was in the winter playroom advertising the upcoming book sale. Our star product was doubtless going to be the Rosemine's Workshop's collection of Ahrensbach night stories, as told by Aurelia. I was really looking forward to the whole event, since I expected that it would lead to a huge spike in stories from other duchies gathered at the Royal Academy next year. Stories from other duchies? That sounds delightful. After reading so many tales set in the Royal Academy, I'm dying to attend myself. Such praise came from the children too young to be students themselves. Most of them were talking taller than me, but it was still cute to see them chattering in excitement. Ehrenfest books were starting to have an influence even in the Royal Academy, I said. Do read them carefully before you attend. And if you share the books you have with your friends, then you can read an even greater selection. Books were expensive, even for nobles. Few houses could afford to purchase several volumes at once, so instead they would save up to buy one and then exchange it for others. Plant and Company sales could only be increased so much in Ehrenfest, which was why I needed to sell to other duchies as well. Hartmut, Sylvester's scholars will contact the Plant and Company when the date is set, correct? I asked. Add a line to today's message requesting that they see me in the morning of the day of. Is there something about the castle's yearly book sale that you need to discuss with them? He asked. I believe they are quite busy that day due to their meetings with the Giebs. This year, the Plant and Company was having to speak with Haldensdale and Groschel too, since they were going to be selling the books printed in their provinces. I needed to attend those meetings as well to ensure both the Plant and Company that the Plant and Company wasn't bullied into submission by the Giebs, and that the Giebs weren't scammed by Benno. I intend to inform them of our printing deal with Dunkelfelger, for it will be discussed at the Archduke Conference, I said. We need to speak with the Plant and Company about the book rights we had won from our dinner game against Dunkelfelger, and about our plans for the future. We required this information before we could discuss it at the conference. Understood, Hartmut replied. I will go to the Archduke's office. It is time for your meeting with the Plant and Company, milady. After receiving this news from Riarda, I awaited exited my room with my scholars in tow. Charlotte was already waiting outside the door, while Wilfred was standing at the bottom of the stairs. We must discuss things with the Plant and Company before the books can be sold, correct? Charlotte asked. This will be our first time attending such a meeting. I have asked your knights to contact them before, sister, but it was always your knight and attendant in the playroom who deals with everything. I already knew from Ferdinand that Daniel had worked exceptionally hard while he was asleep in the Dreve, but Charlotte was the one who had actually taken up the task of running the playroom. According to her, my guard knights had provided a great deal of assistance. Charlotte turned to Daniel and said, You were such a great help. He gave a humble nod in response. Daniel is very skilled at paperwork as well, I declared from inside Leslie, and even in the temple he is often invaluable. Ferdinand entrusts more work to him than just about anyone. I see, Charlotte replied. His efficient delegation and precise instructions truly moved me. Back when Charlotte had first come to the winter playroom, she had proven to be entirely clueless, unable to give proper orders even to her own retainers. She explained that my guard knights had done much to support her at the time. I was surprised that all your guard knights are so capable when it comes to scholar work, and Charlotte continued, staring at me in admiration. I glanced over at Angelica, tempted to point her out as the lone exception to my sister's compliment, but I chose to hold my tongue and smile instead. By the time we arrived at the meeting room, discussions between the Giebs and the Plant and Company were already underway. I could see Benno, Mark, and Damien. We exchanged noble greetings, and after confirming that the book sale would proceed just as last year, Damien left with the playroom attendants to prepare. Now, regarding the sales of any books not made in the Rosemine workshop, Benno said. He then went on to explain things to my sibling scholars who had never attended one of these meetings before. All of our books had thus far been made in the Rosemine workshop, but we were now building new printing workshops in other provinces. Today they were discussing the commission that the Plant and Company would charge for selling books made in Haldensdale and Groschel until they could establish their own bookstores, and the Plant and Company would serve as a sales channel into other duchies. These first deals were going to be crucial. Our negotiations began with us considering the many stages that were going to be involved in the sales process, such as how the books were going to be transported to the castle, when they were going to be sold, and when we intended to store them, or where we intended to store them. I can see that you charge quite a lot more to have the Plant and Company conduct the books, Gieb Groschel said, fixing Benno with a doubtful and searching look. Transportation costs are significant, I replied with a smile. We nobles can use teleportation circles, but commoners primarily use boats or carriages to transport goods. The time, investment, and amount of manpower required are by no means small, and the speed at which they can travel will depend on how far the locations are from each other, and whether the roads are well paved. All of these variables must be considered when working out the cost, which is why Haldensdale will need to pay more in transportation fees than Groschel. Sending the books to the castle using the teleportation circles used to move taxes would require mana, but not cost any money. Alternatively, using commoners to transport goods would remove the mana cost, but it also introduced the risk of goods being damaged on the bumpy roads. There was also the transportation fees to consider, which would reduce the amount of potential profit unless the price the goods were being sold for was raised to compensate. For now, we can send the books alongside our taxes to reduce the mana expense, but that option will not last forever, Geepald himself said, with a grimace, aware that Elvira's love story authors squadron was growing in power and selling increasingly more books. Eventually, there would be too many to make teleporting them worthwhile. At the moment, I am researching teleportation circles and experimenting with lowering their mana expenditure, I said. By the time every province has a printing guild and printing workshop, teleporting books should be quite affordable. You certainly have great foresight, Lady Rosemine. Wait, when did you start doing that? The geese were looking at me with wide eyes, as was Wilfrid. It seemed that, unlike Ferdinand, they hadn't realized what I was doing this entirely for my own benefit. I deepened my smile, keeping that knowledge to myself. This research is being done by someone so talented that Ferdinand took them on as a disciple, so we can expect them to provide excellent results. Once the matter of transportation costs was settled, the commission for selling the books was decided without issue. The tension drained from the room at once. That settles the discussion between Haldensdale, Grosschel, and the Planting Company. I turned to the two geeks. You, Wilfrid, and Charlotte may depart. What are you planning? Wilfrid asked, his green eyes sharpening as he looked between those of the Planting Company and me. I have further matters to discuss with the Planting Company, I said. I must report upcoming plans, and I have other personal questions as well. I needed to ask about the young Klassenberg woman they had taken as Lahange, and about the Gutenbergs in general if time permitted. Is there something you don't want me to hear? Not in the least. You're welcome to stay if you have the time and interest. I too wish to hear more about the printing industry, Guy Groschel said, and so he, Wilfrid, Charlotte, and Guy Haldensdale stayed. It meant that I couldn't bring up anything too personal, but there was no reason I could give to refuse them. I turned to Benno. At the Royal Academy, we are borrowing books to transcribe and getting apprentice scholars to gather stories from other duchies. I expect that books containing those stories will spread throughout the Royal Academy next year. The Royal Academy next year, you say? Benno asked. I could tell that he was doing a bunch of calculations in his head. I gave a nod. They won't actually be sold until next summer, and since picture book Bibles are so useful for improving one's grades, we do not intend to spread them yet. Our focus is primarily on knight and romance stories. Those in the Royal Academy seemed quite receptive to them this year. Benno's dark-red eyes gleamed like those of a predator eyeing its prey. The air in the room sharpened, and as the discussion turned into a bloodthirsty business meeting about profits, I couldn't help but grin. During the Interduchy tournament, we won the rights to publish books from Dunkelfelder the Second, I said. The details are going to be settled at the Archduke Conference, and the deal shall serve as our basis for the contracts we make with other duchies. I thought it best to discuss these terms with you before the conference itself. I couldn't just leave everything to Sylvester's scholars, considering how inexperienced with printing they were. We needed to decide the terms and conditions we would give Dunkelfelder in advance so they could serve as a foundation for future deals. Lady Rosemine, are you truly making books containing stories from other duchies? Guy Haldensdale asked. Indeed, I replied with an enthusiastic nod. The bulk of our duchy's night stories are based on those I gathered from children in the winter playroom. They were exceptionally delighted to see their own tales published. If we are to start selling to other duchies, we are more likely to garner their interest by having stories from their homes. I see. Then you will need love stories from other duchies as well, Guy Haldensdale murmured. Hearing the words love stories come from such a stone-faced man was strange to say the least. But he clearly visualized such tales purely as products to be sold for profit. It seemed that he also understood commoners, and an instant later, he was thinking about how to involve his province's printing industry in my plans. Guy Groschel, in contrast, appeared to be lost. He sat still, his brows drawn together in a deep frown. Haldensdale is making the books Elvira and the others write, so I imagine there are many manuscripts to be printed, I said. Groschel does not have any writers of note yet, so as I understand it, so if you like, you can print the stories we gather ourselves. I wanted to compile night stories from all over Jurgensmith into a single collection, and Roderick's Ditter story wasn't yet printed yet. At this point, there are more stories than there were printing workshops, so having Groschel take some of was more than ideal. Guy Groschel stared down at me with a start. Yes, I would very much appreciate the opportunity, he said, taking the offer immediately. Furthermore, Lady Rosemine, Benno noted, we have a report from the Gutenbergs. According to Johann, the smiths from Groschel are improving considerably. He expects to return them home in spring. As for Zack, he says that he has finished the job you gave him. He wants to know whether he should deliver it to your room in the temple or the castle. A job he was referring to was the mattress, I smiled. My comfy bed was finally complete. Have it delivered to the temple, I said. We may settle the details when you give your next financial report. And finally, regarding the Klassenberg merchant that we are hosting for a year, Benno said, bringing up Corinne before I even had needed to ask. Her work as a Lahand is spectacular. There have been many occasions where I have had no choice but to bow to the power of a Greater Duchy merchant, and we are looking to incorporate many of her ideas into our store. As it turned out, she also learned much about other duchies on her way to Ehrenfest. I pray that this is of some use to you. This prompted Mark to hold out a stack of papers, which Hartman accepted and then gave to me. A quick leaf through the pages was enough for me to glean that the information was not just the planting company, but from the guildmaster and other major store owners as well. You have my gratitude, Benno, I said. Ob Ehrenfest will surely rejoice. As there are so many eyes on me, I couldn't ask anything more personal than that. You gather intelligence from commoners as well, Lady Rosamund Geek Rothschild asked, blinking in surprise. There was a very firm and clear line drawn between the nobles' quarter and the lower city in his province. They were striving to listen to their workers when it came to the printing industry, but they hadn't expected that there was anything else for them to learn from commoners. Merchants have many connections, and can therefore acquire very valuable intelligence, I replied. They often know things one could never learn in the nobles' quarter. Wolfried, Charlotte, you have learned a great deal while performing spring prayer and the harvest festival, did you not? They both nodded, having spent a great deal of time outside the nobles' quarter to oversee religious ceremonies. Indeed, there is much one could learn without seeing it with one's own eyes, Charlotte said. The commoners thanking us when we use our mana for their sake motivates us to work harder, Wolfried added. It reminds me I need to become a good archduke one day. It was Geep Haldensdale who blinked in surprise this time, then his expression softened. Commoners cannot live without our mana, but we nobles would suffer without commoners. If you understand this and work with it in mind, then you will surely become a good archduke. Wolfried was regularly mocked from the shadows for the irremovable stain on his reputation, and cruel rumors claimed that he was becoming the next archduke, not because he deserved it, but because he was engaged to me. He was so familiar with insults that the Geeve's praise came as a genuine comfort, and with a proud smile he said, "Thank you, I shall do my best." Charlotte was watching all this very carefully indeed. During the book sale that afternoon, the love stories that Elvira and her friends had written proved to be overwhelmingly popular, and were selling like hotcakes. The Arensbach night stories printed in Ehrenfest were a distant second, and those of the former Veronica faction came in cheerful droves to buy them. I purchased one as well, but not for myself. Lamprecht, do give this to Aurelia, I said, offering the book to him. He was attending with Wolfried, serving us as guard knight. Consider it my thanks for her giving us the stories in the first place. She had so graciously shared these tales with us during the dyeing competition, so it seemed only natural that she should get to enjoy them as well. Lamprecht accepted the book with a smile. Thank you. My wife will surely rejoice at the opportunity to read your book, Lady Rosamund. It was only slight, but out of the corner of my eye I noticed Daniel avert his gaze the moment he heard the word wife. Oh, Daniel, poor guy. At this rate, he's never going to get a wife. I feel so bad for him. The poor guy's going to be single forever. He just wants love. Is that so wrong? Melkor's baptism. The feast celebrating spring was due to be held several days after the book sale. Melkor was going to have his baptism ceremony, so Lazeletta and Brunhilde had gone to the temple to fetch the clothes and other things we needed. Fran and Monica had everything ready for our arrival, Lady Rosamund, Lazeletta said with a smile once my ceremonial high bishop robes and such were looked over. Apparently when they had reached the temple, Ferdinand's and my attendants had already sorted everything into boxes and carried it all to the entrance to be collected. This is a gift to you from the children of the orphanage, Brunhilde added, showing me a small jar. I am told it is Peru juice. A winter sweet then, I replied. Please give it to Ella. Brunhilde nodded and made her way to the kitchen. Fran was worried about your health and whether you'd been working to increase your stamina, so I said that you'd been doing light exercise at the night training grounds. Daniel explained, having accompanied the girls on their trip. I asked about Monica and everyone else in the temple too, and thankfully it seemed that they were all doing fine. That was when Ottilie returned, holding 2 letters of invitation. Lady Rosamund, Lady Charlotte, and Lord Wolfried have invited you to a tea party, she said. I appreciate that this might seem quite sudden, but they wish to introduce you to Melkor before his baptism. Charlotte's invitation included a note saying that she had cherished the opportunity to have a tea party with me prior to her own baptism ceremony. In truth, it wasn't a very pleasant memory for me. I mostly remembered how Wolfried had interrupted us, turning everything on its head. At the very least, I suppose that tea party was when I found out just how adorable Charlotte really is. I'd never spoken to Melkor before, so I wanted to meet with him at least once before his baptism. After sending out replies accepting the invitation, I waited for the tea party while transcribing books with my scholars. I need to work hard so I can be a good big sister to Melkor, too. Good evening, sister. I was overjoyed to receive your invitation, Charlotte. I exchanged greetings with Charlotte, who was hosting the tea party, and then looked at Melkor, who was beside Wilfred and waiting for an introduction. He had the same purplish-blue hair as his father, and the same blue eyes and soft facial features as his mother, which made him look kind and peaceful, but there was one thing I noticed that was more important than any of that. I win. He was shorter than me. He's 7, dude! What do you expect? It may only be by the smallest amount, but I'm taller. Even if we look the same age, people are more likely to realize I'm his older sister. For this record, I'm not on tiptoes either. The very real possibility that I was shorter than Melkor had worried me to no end, but with that fear out of the way, my excitement shot through the roof. Everything was bound to go swimmingly. This is our little brother Melkor, Wilfred said. I hope you can get along with him as well as we do. Now, Melkor, this is Rosamund, your older sister, and the High Bishop is going to bless you at your baptism. Rosamund, I haven't been baptized yet, so I can't give proper blessings, but please let me greet you, Melkor said, stepping forward with a tense expression. He knelt down, bowed his head, and intoned, I am Melkor, son of Ob Arenfest. May I pray for a blessing and appreciation of this serendipitous meeting ordained by the harsh judgment of Eiviglev, the god of life. You may. May Eiviglev, the god of life, bless you, Rosamund. May our relationship be long and prosperous, Melkor said. He then looked up at Wilfred and Charlotte with the satisfied grin of someone who had recited the lines they were taught to perfection. They watched him with gentle smiles. Well done, Melkor, Wilfred said. Indeed, Charlotte agreed. I too was nervous during my first greeting. You did well. It was adorable to see the young Melkor so over the moon about receiving such praise from his older siblings. His education was clearly proceeding exceptionally smoothly under Florencia's guidance, and seeing him smile made me smile too. The children's room has been ever so lonely since you went to the northern building, Charlotte. Melkor said, I've been hoping to join you there as soon as possible. I'm glad we can have tea parties together now. Yes, I am likewise glad to be spending time with you after so long apart, Charlotte replied, gently stroking her little brother's smooth-looking hair. You know, you and Rosamund look like actual siblings, what with your hair being so similar, Wilfred observed, touching Melkor's hair and comparing it to mine. It certainly was the case that we both shared the same purplish-blue hair as Sylvester, while Wilfred and Charlotte had light gold hair instead. Hers is more like a dark blue. Whatever. Oh, it's so cute. I wonder, is Camille growing up like this too? He should be about 5 now, I think. Mom, Dad, and Tuli are already showering him with love, so he's bound to be like this. At that, I searched through my memories, trying to remember my last time seeing Camille through the temple doors. Thinking about it, his hair was a very similar color to mine and Sylvester's as well. I wish Camille could call me his big sister too, but of course that dream can never come true anymore. Rosamund has brought a sweet that you have never tried before, Charlotte said, urging us to sit, and at that the tea party began. We all sipped our tea and took bites of our sweets. Back when the Offmer Company had delivered pound cake for the Intertouchy tournament, they had given me freshly made gelatin as a gift. I had asked Ella to make some Bavarios with it, which I had brought with me today, and this was my first time serving it to anyone else. I could see Brunhilde quietly watching to see how my siblings would react. It goes down easily and tastes quite delicious, Charlotte said. Are there other flavors? There can be many. This one uses Peru as a winter sweet. I took a bite as well. Peru was a nostalgic flavor for me as it reminded me of the lower city. I could feel a smile rise on my face, and before I knew it, I was positively beaming. It's sweet, Melkor remarked, but it feels weird in my mouth, Rosamund. Yeah, I prefer cookies, Wilfred said. It seemed that while Charlotte thought highly of the Bavarios, whatever, the boys found it a bit off-putting. I wouldn't be able to serve it in the Royal Academy unless I could improve the recipe. Pudding wasn't very popular at first, so I guess it's no surprise that the Bavarios isn't either. Wilfred turned to Melkor and said, Are you feeling nervous about your baptism tomorrow? It was an inevitable topic of conversation considering the circumstances. Well, I've been told I need to go in alone, Melkor replied quietly. I also felt very nervous entering the hall with so many eyes on me, Charlotte said with a smile. But I calmed down a little when I saw Rosamund waiting for me on the stage. You simply need to walk over to her, Melkor. There is nothing to worry about. Upon hearing those words, Melkor seemed to relax a little. Your baptism was in the winter, though, Charlotte, so at least you got to walk with the other kids going to their debut, Wilfred said. Melkor's going to be walking alone like I did. That's way more nerve-wracking. Winter baptisms were done alongside the debuts, but children who were to be baptized in any other season would normally have a priest come to their home and carry out a private ceremony instead. Those born in spring had to walk through the grand hall alone for their baptisms. I remember that Karsten and Navarra had walked with me during my own ceremony. There had been a great number of visitors then, but that was still much better than being at the castle where basically all nobles would gather. I watched with a smile as Wilfred and Charlotte explained the process of the baptism to Melkor, occasionally arguing with each other over minor details and such. So what things do you like, Melkor? I asked. I like the toys you make, Rosamine. You make all of them, didn't you? Wilfred and Charlotte told me. They said you are very amazing. As it turned out, thanks to Florencia and Charlotte reading books to him, as well as Wilfred teaching him to play with cards and playing cards, Melkor had come to think of me as a very amazing older sister. That's right, I'll show you the power of an amazing sister. Thank you so much, Wilfred, Charlotte. I was so excited that I grew emotional, and I clenched my fist under the table to seal my resolve. Melkor gave an adorable smile. The books you make are so enjoyable, Rosamund, so if you have more, I would very much like to read them. I really love books. Oh, he's killing me. Oh, he's killing me with kindness. He just said that he loves books, and with such a genuine smile. Having a bookworm little brother is even more wonderful than I imagined. I want to praise the gods for blessing me with such a great fortune. Oh, no. Watch what you say. Watch what you say. I started to tremble, trying to contain my mana before it burst out. Riarda must have noticed as she came over to check on me with a worried expression. This was a tea party among siblings, so I didn't have the mana-storing necklace that Ferdinand had given me. Please calm down, milady. I am fine, Riarda, I said. I can still go on. After attending many tea parties of my bookworm friends in the Royal Academy, my tolerance in situations like this had improved, even if not by very much. Not even Deathwood could stop me from recommending Melkor more books and making him into even more of a bookworm. Melkor, what manner of stories do you like? I asked with a broad smile. Night stories, perhaps? At the moment we have many tales from other duchies. They have not yet been made into books, but we have them written down. Melkor looked at me quizzically and then returned a smile. My favorite stories are the ones about the gods. I can play cards or two now, so the attendants often read the picture book Bibles to me. Wilfred told me I need to learn about the gods to be like you, Rosamine. He likes the picture book Bibles? They were considered essential textbooks in Ehrenfest. Kids would read them on a regular basis to help them win at cards or progress in their theological studies, but for you would say they outright enjoyed those stories about the gods. Very well, if you like stories about the gods, Melkor, then by the gods you shall have them. Riarda retrieved the High Bishop's Bible from the temple at once and no. They are not to leave the temple. It's not to leave the temple. Riarda interrupted me with a light pat on the shoulder. Milady, I understand that you wish to dote on Lord Melkor, but please calm down. Has our Ferdinand not told you that you should not show the High Bishop's Bible to others so readily? We didn't want other people seeing the weird text in Magic Circle if we could help it. A transcription should work then. I believe Lord Melkor is still too young to understand his more complicated vocabulary. You can simply tell him the stories that are not yet in the picture books. But I wanted to share one in the book. Girl, all you gotta do is transcribe the stories from the Bible and then make picture books for that. Duh. Just like you did with the picture book Bibles. Just do that. Despite my own feelings on the matter, Riarda was in the right. So I set up for simply telling Melkor the religious stories. His blue eyes sparkled as he listened, and at that moment I resolved to prioritize getting him a new book. After having a delightful time with my new brother, I saw him in his retainer off as he returned to the main building. Melkor truly is adorable, I said, showing the strength of my resolve to Wilfred and Charlotte. I wish to dote on him as much as I can. Charlotte pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. Somehow, I feel as if my older sister has been stolen from me. Not really. You're both adorable. You've still got it better than me, Wilfred replied, pouting as well. Rosamine is soft on people younger than her, and even softer on girls. You should have seen how she treated me on our first meeting. I've never seen her act this sweet in my life. Rosamine, you should treat me a little better, you know, especially since seeing as we're engaged. Oh my, I replied, but Ferdinand has always told me I am too soft on you. What? Wilfred stared at me in genuine confusion. I can't remember a single time you've been soft on me, let alone too soft. Before your debut and during the Ivory Tower incident. In both cases, Ferdinand said that I was too soft on you, but perhaps you would rather I start being more harsh? Wilfred said nothing in response. He merely continued to watch me with wide eyes. Just as Flutran and Helshmere heal in their own ways, I treat you differently than I do my younger siblings, I continued. As you are my fiancé, you must grow and mature far more than normal. You do not need the compassion that I show Charlotte and Melkor. After letting out a quiet grunt, Wilfred started silently conceded. He was unable to argue back. Thus came the day of Melkor's baptism. I wasn't with Wilfred and Charlotte like last year. Instead, as the High Bishop, I was going to be entering with Ferdinand, the High Priest. Rosemine, use enhancement magic so that you can walk properly, Ferdinand muttered, dressed in his own blue ceremonial robes and staying a pace behind me as we walked through the grand hall. I started channeling mana through my body in response. If one ignored the fact that I still needed to take 3 steps for each one Ferdinand took, well, I mean, he has longer legs, so of course he's going to be able to do farther than you. There was nothing unusual about my walking whatsoever. As expected, the hall was packed with nobles. Having so many eyes boring into me still made me tense enough that I walked with my back perfectly straight, but at the same time, I was quite used to it. I certainly had come a long way since my early days as the High Bishop. There was a shrine set up on the stage, with the Archducal couple and their retainers lined up on the left. I went over and joined them, whereupon Sylvester stood up and took center stage. For the train, the goddess of waters, pure streams, have washed away Abiglade, the god of life, and rescued Gadol, the goddess of earth. Blessed be the melting of the snow. As his declaration, the feast celebrating spring began. First, allow me to announce this year's honor students, Sylvester continued. 13 students obtained this honor through their high grades this year, a tremendous number. The news caused the room to erupt in cheers and applause, although there was a clear undercurrent of surprise. Again, I was the only person to come first in class. But there were many being recognized as honor students. Among them were Lenore, Cornelius, and Hartman from our retainers, Wilfred and 3 of his retainers, Charlotte and 2 of her retainers, plus Matthias and 1 other from the former Veronica faction. Well done, Rosemine, Sylvester said. Here is your gift. May it prove useful to you. I noticed that the commemorative face stones being handed out as rewards were smaller than last year. This was probably because there were more honor students than the budget had accounted for and could accommodate. I accepted mine with a small smile. After the honor students were awarded, Ehrenfest's overall grades were announced. We had come 10th in the Introductory Tournament's dinner games. This might have seemed disappointing to some, considering that we had come 6th in the mock battle, but the apprentice knights were praised very highly for their coordination. After all, they had slain the rare and troublesome babies known as a Hunderteilung. Given all that happened at the Royal Academy, Bonifatius will continue to train the apprentice knights and new recruits to the Knights Order, Sylvester said. Put your all into it, everyone. He also spoke of the apprentice scholars' results and the tremendous growth shown by the apprentice attendance. Ehrenfest's influence was steadily rising after our business deals with Klassenburg and the Sovereignty, and it was known that we had drawn much attention during the introductory tournament. We received a great number of marriage requests from other duchies this year, Sylvester continued. We will answer these after some very careful consideration. Furthermore, we introduced Ehrenfest's books to Royal Academy Socializing to great success. I intend to begin selling these books next year, so all those involved, do not slacken your preparations. The Giebs and nobles involved in the printing and paper-making industries all seemed to tense up. At this early stage, what mattered most was how many preparations could be made before the selling began. Last of all, there was the debut of new adults who had graduated the Royal Academy alongside announcements of where they were going to be working. To that end, the graduating students lined up on the stage. Cornelius and Hartman were my retainers, so their jobs wouldn't change. Instead, they would simply move up from apprentice to full-fledged adults. Now we shall hold the baptism ceremony for my son Melkor, Sylvester said. High Bishop, if you would. After the feast came the baptism ceremony, so I carefully climbed up the stairs leading up onto the stage, making sure not to step on the hem of my robes. Ferdinand stood next to me and said in a booming voice, Welcome, new child of Ehrenfest. As if on cue, instruments began to play, and the doors to the grand hall slowly opened to reveal Melkor, who had evidently been waiting behind them. With a childish smile. His clothes were a bluish green and didn't seem to conflict with his hair color at all. He didn't seem that nervous to me, but he must have taken Charlotte's advice to heart, as I could see his blue eyes fixed on me as he slowly climbed the stage. Melkor said, holding out a mounted detecting tool, enveloped in thin leather that stopped my mana from flowing into it. He took it, and a moment later it flashed, spurring the hall into another round of great applause. Next, Melkor registered his mana to an ivory medal. You have the divine protection of 5 gods, darkness, water, fire, wind, and earth, I said. If you dedicate yourself to becoming worthy of their protection, you will surely receive many blessings. Once the registration was complete, Ferdinand swiftly placed the medal inside a box. Sylvester used that time to return to the center of the stage with an important magic tool in hand, a ring with a green veinstone. I grant this ring to Melkor, who has been recognized by the gods as my son, Sylvester said. Congratulations. Thank you, Father. Sylvester acknowledged his son's happy smile, then looked up and signaled me with his eyes. I gave a brisk nod in response, filled my ring of mana, and said, May Flutrain, the goddess of water, bless Melkor. Perhaps because he was my cute little brother and a fellow bookworm to me, more green light flew out of my ring than I intended. Whoops! Was that a bit too much? No, surely not. It was fine. Right, Ferdinand? I glanced over and saw that Ferdinand was fixing me with a cold stare, more or less calling me a fool with his eyes. Okay, it was too much. But it was no use crying over spilled milk. My blessing couldn't be taken back, so I took it in my stride. In turn, Melkor began pushing mana into the ring on his finger. Thank you, he said, and a bit of green light flew over to me, bringing his baptism to a close. And so the northern building obtained a new resident, and my life in the castle became a lot more lively. I shall offer the gods my prayers and gratitude for blessing me with this bookworm little brother. Ooh, here we go. Let's see. Fish cuisine. The feast celebrating spring marked the end of the winter socializing. Nobles began returning to their own provinces, while those living in the nobles' quarter started working as normal. As for me, my time at the dinner table became a bit more animated since Melkor was now eating with us. Am I right to assume you're going to be going back to the temple soon, as you usually do, Rosemine? Sylvester asked with narrowed eyes. No, I don't intend to return for a little while longer, I replied. He would have been right under normal circumstances, but not this year. He had yet to deliver on his most important promise. How come? Has something happened? Really? That's his response? I see he's forgotten his sacred vow. I pursed my lips. Sylvester, were you not going to teach me my chefs how to cook fish? I had been blaming for this ever since returning from the Royal Academy. By this point, so many days had passed that I was about to be sent back to the temple whether I wanted to go there or not. It was a disaster. Sylvester clapped his hands together in a show of apparent realization. Right. Just ask Ferdinand to bring the ingredients over. Once the chefs have them, I'll tell them to make some traditional Arensbach recipes. Thank you, I replied. I was wearing a composed and elegant smile, but under the table my fists were clenched in victory. Yippee! I can finally eat fish! Finally! And this wasn't going to be the gross, muddy fish from Arenfest's dirty rivers either. This was proper fish from Arensbach oceans. How many years had passed since I was afforded such a grand opportunity? I couldn't help but get excited, and as I thanked Aurelia for bringing something so tasty from Arensbach to begin with, I suddenly realized something. Sylvester, the fish that Ferdinand is storing came from Aurelia, who brought it to Arenfest so that she could enjoy the flavors of her home, I said. I wish to share the results with her as well. So can I have permission to invite her for a meal on that day it is made? Sylvester fell into thought for a bit, then looked at Karstedt, who was standing behind him. If we have Aurelia in attendance, then we'll need to bring more guards and decide whether to invite Lampra and the rest of your estate, but I don't have a problem with the invitation itself. That was the answer I wanted to hear, but as I celebrated, Florencia called out to me in a gentle voice. Rosemine, Aurelia may be nostalgic for the food of her home, but we do not know if she will be fit to come. Be certain to check with Lampret or Elvira before inviting her. Florencia had taken extra care to avoid outright saying that Aurelia was pregnant. Indeed, if Aurelia was suffering from morning sickness or was starting to show, she wouldn't be able to come to the castle to eat even if she wanted to. And if she was feeling unwell, there was a chance that she wouldn't even be able to taste the food. She was also uncomfortable being around a lot of people, and if she received a formal invitation from me, she would more or less be forced to attend. Though I really do want to give her the chance to enjoy these traditional Arensbach meals. Wolfried, can I borrow Lampert for a bit, I asked, on our way back to our rooms after dinner. I wish to speak with him about Aurelia. Sure. Having been granted time to talk to Lampert, I asked him to accompany me to the room in the main building closest to the northern building. He was joining me as family rather than in an official capacity, which meant I still needed Cornelius with me as a guard. But he had a relaxed expression as well. Lampert, how is Aurelia? I asked when he arrived. Will she be able to join us in the castle for an Arensbach cooking? I don't know, he muttered, his arms crossed in thought. I think she'd struggle as she is now. She's been having a hard time eating at the moment, so I'd rather you not send an invitation. If you do, we'll have no choice but to attend. It seemed that Aurelia was having a rather miserable time with her pregnancy. She was too sick to move and spent her days vomiting and sleeping. Mama had been able to move while pregnant, but her health had sometimes taken a turn for the worse, and she had felt sick all the time. Not to mention, Lamprey continued, if she eats at the castle, she'll need to remove her veil. Oh, right, that would be an issue. I realized I had never seen her face before. I said, Lambert, have you seen her without her veil on? Lambert blinked in surprise, then chuckled. Of course I have. I mean, she almost never wears it when she's in her room. She just doesn't want to invite any misunderstandings that would damage relations between Ehrenfest and Arensbach. She didn't wear a veil during her time at the Royal Academy either, you know. I was curious as to how Lambert and Aurelia had grown closer when she was always wearing a veil, but as it turned out, she hadn't actually worn one in the Royal Academy. That made sense. A face covering would have impacted her performance in her apprentice night course. I think Aurelia will continue to wear her veil in Ehrenfest until things with Arensbach have been patched up, Lambert said. She's a fairly timid girl. I somewhat sensed that while watching her socialize, I replied. She's stuck close behind Mother at all times. After some thought, I decided to use a time-stopping magic tool to bring her hot, freshly made food. Aurelia had used the magic tool to begin with so that she could enjoy Arensbach cuisine whenever she wanted, so it was more or less restoring things to how they had originally been. So in short, after we cook the traditional Ahrensbach meals, I want you to bring the time-stopping magic tool for Aurelia, I said. Lamper patted me on the head, a broad smile on his lips. Thanks for putting so much thought into all this, Rosamund. I'm sure Aurelia will really appreciate it. But that means I won't get invited either, Cornelius grumbled as he prodded my cheek. Sad to be missing out on Ahrensbach cooking. If we were taking the food to Aurelia, instead of asking her to dinner, that meant we wouldn't need to invite the whole Karstead estate. Sorry, Cornelius. Upon returning to my room, I sent an ordonnance to Ferdinand with a simple message. Bring the fish when you can. It's time to learn Ahrensbach cuisine. He replied with a curt understood, and with that confirmation I was able to sleep peacefully that night. It was during breakfast the very next morning that Riarda informed me that fish had arrived at the castle. I sent an ordonnance to Ferdinand, noticing that he had acted much faster than I expected, and asked whether he was looking forward to the fish as well, but his response immediately laid those thoughts to rest. I am not particularly looking forward to it. The tool simply required a considerable amount of mana, so I would rather stop supplying it. I would also like you to return to the temple as soon as possible. He was clearly trying to refute the idea, but he also noted that he was going to be spending the entire day working at the castle, so there was no mistaking his enthusiasm for the food. Ferdinand came to the night training grounds later that day at the same time I was doing my light exercise, which gave me the perfect opportunity to probe him for information. So, what fish did Aurelia bring to Ehrenfest? I asked. Please show them to me. Give it up. Norbert already has had them taken to the kitchen. You will not see them until dinner tonight. Naturally, a high-status rich girl such as myself couldn't just go wandering into the kitchen. My only choice was to wait until dinner time, which was something of a disappointing realization. Still, today was the day Hugo and Ella were going to learn from the court chefs to prepare the ingredients so that they could make traditional Ahrensbach meals for Aurelia. They wouldn't be cooking anything to suit my personal tastes. Patience, Rosamund, patience. Still, Ferdinand, it's rare to see you out here training with the knights rather than helping Sylvester with his work, I remarked. Is there a reason for that? He paused for a moment and then said, simply wish for a change of pace. I wasn't sure I believed him, though. He seemed to be taking this training very seriously. Bonifacius and Eckert were eagerly serving as his partners, and Angelica was watching on with an expression of pure greed, wanting nothing more than to join in herself. I'm going to be doing my usual exercises with Daniel, I informed Angelica, so you are welcome to join Ferdinand and the others. I appreciate that this must be a rare opportunity. Oh, Lady Rosamund, I thank you ever so much, Angelica exclaimed with a beaming smile. She sprinted over to her fellow knights like the wind, while I continued my usual cycle of doing some light exercise and resting. I contacted the kitchen after doing my exercises, asking them to put aside some of the ingredients for me to bring back to the temple. Then started writing down more recipes I remembered. It was probably best for us to go with a western dish this time, something like fish marinade, carpaccio, or meuniere, or something soaked in oil and cooked in herbs. There was also broths and stews like aqua paz or bouillabaisse. I cannot talk. Frittered and fried were good too, but as was fish gratin. I wasn't sure whether the fish we had could be eaten raw, so some of the recipes I was considering were probably off the table. My heart raced just thinking about all the tasty culinary avenues we could venture down. What I want to eat most is simple, salt-grilled fish, the kind where you could cut a cross shape into it, throw on some salt, and then grill it plain. The salt will make white bumps on the fish, and the scorch marks will make it crisp. Peeling the skin off with chopsticks will result in puffs of steam and a delicious aroma, and some sour citrus juice on top was nothing short of complete bliss. The only thing it needed to be perfect was some freshly cooked white rice or dried Japanese sake. Unfortunately, I'm too young to drink in this world. How I miss having the body of a 22-year-old. Still, the very thought of all the fish dishes from my Arano days made me hungry. If we could get some soy sauce, there was also the option of making a Japanese stew, but there was nothing here that could satisfy that craving. Perhaps it was a fish sauce made of some kind in Ahrensbach that we could use, but that simply wouldn't make for a good enough substitute. As I say, Flutrain and Hellsmere heal in their own ways. Before I knew it, dinner time had arrived. I was positively brimming with excitement as I came out of my room and started toward the dining hall with my siblings. Today's dinner is traditional Ahrensbach cooking using ingredients that Aurelia brought to the Ehrenfest, I said. This is going to be my first time trying it. Ahrensbach cooking, huh? Wilfred replied, looking somewhat wistful. We used to eat that sometimes. Grandmother loved it. He had apparently been raised on a regular diet of Ahrensbach cooking while in Veronica's care. I asked what the food was like, so eager that I was practically leaning out the window of my panda bus. Rosamund, do you love new sweets and recipes? Melkor asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Charlotte giggled. Rosamund introduced so many trends precisely because she wishes to eat all the sweets and dishes she enjoys. Perhaps she will start another one after eating tonight's dinner. Well, I can't wait to try this food myself. Back when the ban on socializing with Ahrensbach nobles had come into place, importing Ahrensbach ingredients into Ehrenfest had become significantly harder. It certainly hadn't helped that Veronica was detained, and there was no one else to order traditional Ahrensbach cooking. Melchior had no memory of eating Ahrensbach food, while Charlotte just barely remembered having it on a few occasions. This is Zambelsup, fish soup with herbs and pomace, said one of Sylvester's attendants. After our appetizers, we were served what looked like a bouillabaisse. Its appearance wasn't entirely the same. It was yellow instead of red, owing to the pomace, but I expected that it would taste quite similar. I dipped my spoon into the soup and eagerly brought the liquid to my lips. I drank it down greedily, then set down my cutlery and slumped over in disappointment. It's been so long since the last time I tasted this cursed dish. It's Jürgen Schmidt's traditional soup, flavorless water. What a disappointment. It seemed that the chefs had used the traditional Jürgen Schmidt soup-making method of allowing the ingredients to stew until they were essentially mush, then throwing out all the delicious broth and the amazing fishy flavor it contained. Instead, what we had was practically insipid. It was water with some shredded up boiled fish floating in it. The flavored Zambelsup was awful, and the fact that my expectations had been so high made it all the more painful. Can't believe all the delicious flavor has been watered down into nothingness. Come back, flavor, come back! The fish that Aurelia had brought with her were exceedingly rare in Ehrenfest, and they had been wasted on this? I could have died then and there, and my ghost would have haunted the chefs who would produce this atrocity. Is this really what it's meant to taste like? Sylvester murmured under his breath. Normal soup definitely tastes better, Wilfred said in agreement. Everyone else sitting around the table looked a bit disappointed as well. They had become so accustomed to my dishes packed with flavor that this bland water didn't satisfy them either. As we were bemoaning the disappointing nature of our soup, another dish was brought in. This is Thicken, Sylvester's attendant explained. As far as I could tell, it was white fish meuniere with a distinctly buttery aroma. My stomach growled in anticipation, but I was reluctant to get my hopes up. Perhaps that had been rendered just as flavorless as the Zambelsup. I nervously stabbed my knife into the dish before me and brought a bite to my mouth. I taste fish, I said, almost taken aback. The skin was crispy and properly coated in butter, and the addition of some rigor made it a pleasant, garlicky aftertaste. The fish itself practically fell apart in my mouth, having seemingly not been overcooked. All these wondrous sensations had come back from a single bite, and it was so nostalgic that I wanted to shed tears of absolute joy. This is actual fish from the sea, not some weird, muddy alternative, but the real deal like I was hoping for. I savored each bite, allowing the flavor of the rare fish to dance on my tongue. It was fairly standard meuniere that had clearly been seasoned and dredged in flour before being pan-fried in butter, and while the rigor was a little unique, it still tasted impressively similar to what I was used to from my Arano days. Back then, I probably would have described the taste as fairly average, but in this world, the average was what I valued more than anything. Unlike that cursed soup, it was delicious. It actually tasted like proper fish. Fish, it's been so long. Thank you, Aurelia. You are my Verfuremrier, my goddess of the oceans. Okay, we knew a new deity. Okay. I finished off my thick and almost moved to tears. It was tasty, so as one would expect meuniere to be, but I still found myself craving salted fish. I appreciate the thin slices, I said. Could this fish be salted and grilled, then served with some citrus juice squeezed on top? As you wish. I waited, excited, only to be served lemon-flavored meuniere for some reason. They had added salt as requested, and the buttery taste was mostly replaced with the sourness of the citrus juice. This meuniere was a lot more refreshing than the one that was previously served, but it wasn't what I had asked for. I had wanted simple, salted fish. Of course, I couldn't complain about the court chefs here and now. One wrong move as my part would inevitably lead to them being fired. I was to blame for the confusion more than anyone. My instructions evidently hadn't been clear enough, and as they were passed from person to person like a game of telephone before they reached the chefs, I needed to speak precisely enough that the specifics of my request would remain intact. I wanted to eat salt fish. I wasn't being ungrateful by any means. I was still glad to have been afforded the chance to eat fish after such a long time. I was also wearing a genuine smile in stark contrast to Ferdinand, whose dazzling expression was entirely fake. It was a smile he gave whenever he was extremely disgusted or otherwise dissatisfied. Clearly he was thinking that the unimpressive flavor hadn't been worth all the time and money he had spent maintaining the time-stopping magic tool. There are still some ingredients left over. Are there not? I asked Laisletta. Tell my chefs to put them back in the time-stopping magic tool. Rosamund, why would you make such a request? Ferdinand asked, his smile even more saccharine than before. I could tell just how much he wanted to yell at me for giving him more work to do than as the mana supplier, and it seemed that I wasn't the only one. Wilfred and Charlotte were glancing nervously between him and me. I intend to experiment with cooking fish more at the temple, I replied, aware that I was guaranteed more freedom than here in the temple, or here in the castle. I was also easier to direct the chefs there. It seemed that Ferdinand wasn't satisfied with this answer, however, as I continued. You can make a delicious soup using fish if you properly handle the broth. I wished from the bottom of my heart to improve this zamble sup we had today. I wasn't going to set my standards too high and expect something on the level of soup de poison, acopaz, or bouillabaisse would do. My main priority was making something that actually tasted good. Books, sweets, cuisine, you truly are ravenous when it comes to the things you want, Ferdinand said with a look of exasperation. He was the last person I wanted to hear that from, considering what he was like when it came to delicious consommé and researching magic tools. His fake smile had vanished, though, so I could conclude that he was interested in my proposition. Despite his silent disapproval, Ferdinand hadn't actually forbidden me from taking the remaining ingredients back to the temple. I decided to ask Lizetta to ensure that something else was packed alongside the prepared fish fillet. Do remind them to pack the bones and heads as well. Did you say the bones and heads? Lizetta asked curiously. What would you need those for? I glanced over at Ferdinand, who was once again wearing his fake smile, then back at Lizetta. As one uses chicken bones to make chicken broth, they are essential for making fish broth. If you phrase it like that, I am certain the chefs will understand which parts are important. Very well, Lizetta replied, then headed for the kitchen without making a sound. As I watched her go, I steeled my resolve to eat some very delicious fish. Incidentally, while we had found the zambles up to be terrible, Aurelia had been starved for the Ahrensbach food she was so familiar with and rejoiced over the opportunity to eat it. She hadn't been able to eat the ficken, no matter how good it was, however, so perhaps completely tasteless food was actually more agreeable to her at the moment? Maybe? Okay, let me check. I think I'll end this one off here. I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Returning to the temple and the meeting with the Gutenbergs. Ferdinand had instructed me to climb onto my panda bus and take the time-stopping magic tool containing the fish back to the temple. I gleefully prepared to do just that and turned Leslie into a family-sized car, as per usual, only to have Ferdinand tell me that wasn't big enough. Rosamund, the tool will not fit inside a high beast of that size, he said. Make it as large as you would when carrying the Gutenbergs. Is a time-stopping magic tool that big? I asked, looking at him questioningly. Either way, I did as instructed and made Leslie about as large as a bus. Look there, he replied, directing my attention to several male servants carrying a box easily big enough for an adult man to lay inside and stretch his legs. And that thing is filled with fish? Some of it has already been used, so I cannot imagine it is completely full. Judith was acting as my guard knight, so she climbed into the passenger seat of my panda bus. After confirming that my scholars were with me as well, I made for the temple. Roderick looked tense as this was his first time going there. Welcome back. We have been eagerly awaiting your return, Lady Rosamund. As usual, my temple attendants were there to greet me when I arrived. Fran, Zom, Gil, Fritz, please take this box to the kitchen, I said, and feel free to request the help of others if it proves too heavy for just the four of you. After that, bring Hugo and Ella to my chambers. I wish to discuss the new ingredients with them. Fran called several grey priests over to help them carry the tools. Okay, the tool. Meanwhile, my retainers put away their high beasts and waited. They were all used to the temple, aside from Roderick, who looked entirely perplexed. You summoned chefs to your chambers, Lady Rosamund? My attendants do not approve, but direct communication is crucial to avoid any misunderstandings, I explained. Back when we needed to discuss the Italian restaurant, and their becoming court chefs, among other things, Fran had used to grimace whenever I asked for servants to be brought to my chambers. Now that he had seen me do it so many times, however, he seemed to acknowledge that it was necessary. You would do well to embrace this too, Roderick, I continued. The sooner you adjust to my methods, the better. Now that I have your name, there is a good chance that you will one day become my closest retainer. I will do my best, Roderick replied with a nod. Feline offered a gentle smile. Lady Rosamund also invites commoner merchants to discussions of the printing and paper-making industries, and she even asked for their opinions, so you mustn't allow such minor revelations to surprise you. I put away Leslie while Fran and the others finished moving the luggage, then entered the temple. Nicola greeted me with a bright voice when we arrived at my High Bishop's chambers. She had already prepared tea, and the accompanying aroma of sweets made me feel truly at home. Feline, start explaining the nature of temple work to Roderick, I said. Daniel, speak with the others and determine in what order you will guard me. I will only need 2 guard knights in the temple. Having 5 in these chambers is entirely unnecessary. Understood. I sipped my tea and enjoyed this year's last batch of Peru cakes while giving out instructions. Soon enough, Hugo and Ella arrived looking especially nervous. Their eyes were flitting between my retainers. Now, please tell me about these new ingredients, I said to the chefs. It was a struggle, Hugo replied, a distant look in his eyes. Ahrensbach ingredients are not easy to work with at all. In fact, they can be exceptionally dangerous if not handled and dissected properly. After removing the fish from the time-stopping magic tool, the chefs needed to put them in a covered pot, secure the lid with weights, and immediately light the fire. Even the slightest hesitation would result in the fish taking flight and attacking everyone. Really? Well, I mean, it makes sense. They have freaking garlic that dances around if you don't burn it and other stuff, but still. Apparently, the magic tool contained many, many strange creatures. Preparing one of the fish required the chefs to prod it with a wooden stick to make it split out all its stones, which came out with such force that pot lids had to be used as shields. Another fish needed to be carefully dissected, but not even the court chefs knew where to start. The kitchen had essentially turned into a war zone, which wasn't much of a surprise in a world where mushrooms danced and vegetables grew violent. Well, the fish tasted normal, but I suppose they're actually far from it. As we did not know what ingredients you would need, Lady Rosamine, everything that was left over in the castle was returned to the magic tool to be brought here, Ella said. The court chefs had warned that some of these ingredients are better thrown away, as commoner chefs would struggle to safely dissect them. Even the most violent fey creatures will die without water. And as these are fish, it means we can simply leave them atop some earth and wait for the inevitable. I firmly shook my head. We will not be throwing anything away. I will ask the high priest how to dissect them and do it myself. You're likely to struggle with your, delicate arms, Hugo noted with some reluctance. Ella was nodding in agreement beside him, but I was confident in my fish filleting skills. Surely I can manage with my staff turned into a knife. No matter your thoughts, do not discard anything before I have consulted the high priest. Understood. Having finished their post-battle report, the chefs proceeded to give Nicola papers describing how to dissect the remaining ingredients. You need not begin right away, Nicola, but start by trying to understand the recipes, I said. At this early stage, I assume you won't be able to tell me which fish is used in Zambusup. For example, once you understand the recipe, attempt to follow them using our own methods. I will do my best. After the chefs exited the room, I wrote to Ferdinand asking him to teach me how to dissect the fish. I was sure he was capable. He was such an expert on fey creatures that he even knew how to defeat rare species that only lived in Ahrensbach. Zom, deliver this letter to the high priest. Fran, you may begin your report on what happened while I was away. Understood. I was updated on the situation, but it didn't seem like much had changed in my absence. The children in the orphanage were doing well, and Conrad was now able to read and do simple math. I could see Feline listening carefully as Wilma gave her report. Playing with the children of the lower city while accompanying Lutz in the forest in autumn did wonders for him, Wilma said. They promised to play in the forest again when spring comes, so he has been striving to learn all the cards before then. It was good to know that the orphans and the children of the lower city were steadily getting closer. I wish to decide on a date to meet with the Gutenbergs, I said, but when might a good time be? Both the winter coming-of-age ceremony and the spring baptism ceremonies are right around the corner. Indeed they are, Fran replied, and after the baptisms and spring prayer. If you intend to send the Gutenbergs on another long trip, I would advise that you speak with them before the coming-of-age ceremony. The workshop will also need time to prepare, so we'll need to know the leaving date well in advance, Gil added. We casually agreed that we would come up with some suggestions and ask the Gutenbergs which they preferred, and so it was then that Zom briskly returned from the high priest's chambers. My apologies, Lady Rosamond, he said. The high priest wishes to ask the Gutenbergs some questions, so he is going to be attending the meeting as well. Here are the dates that work for him. The atmosphere in the room changed in an instant. Ferdinand joining us meant we couldn't do things as we normally did. We would need to summon the Gutenbergs on a date we decided, and we would need a properly prepared room. The Gutenbergs would also need to dress up. But there's only one date that the high priest can do before the coming-of-age ceremony, I exclaimed. Then that will need to be the date, Zom said. Please write the letters of summons to the Planting Company and the Gutenbergs. I went over to my desk straight away, penned the letters, and then turned to Gil. Send these to the Planting Company. Explain the circumstances to them as well. At once, Gil replied, rushing out of my chambers. There was much to be done, so Fran and Zom started discussing the tea and sweets we would provide, while the guard knights planned out their schedules for the day. Lady Rosamond, as there are going to be more nobles in attendance this time, let us use a meeting room in the nobles section of the temple, Fran suggested. I was going to be bringing more retainers with me than usual, and Ferdinand would naturally be bringing his. The orphanage director's chambers would end up being too cramped, and more people were bound to complain about how the furniture wasn't appropriate for someone of my high status. I nodded at Fran and asked him that he reserve a meeting room for us, while Zom left to inform the high priest that we'd settled on a date. Gale must have sprinted the entire journey to and from the planting company because he returned not long after Zom did, desperately gasping for air. The planting company agreed to the date, but they want to know when to bring the completed mattress. Will do it during this meeting do, or should they arrange it for another day? There are many ceremonies in spring, and the Gutenbergs must prepare to leave, correct? Having them bring the mattress on the same day sounds ideal, but... I turned to look at Fran. Would that be too soon? Shall we prepare the High Bishop's chambers for guests? It does not matter how soon it is, Fran replied emphatically. It is the job of attendants to make these preparations in the time frame given. There is no need for you to worry, Lady Rosamond. From our viewpoint as guards, it is better for the commoner craftsmen to settle this in your chambers while you are attending the meeting, Damiel added, while Cornelius nodded in agreement. And so it was decided that the Gutenbergs would deliver the mattress on the same day. I can't help but wonder, what does Ferdinand even want to ask them? I don't know. I don't know what he could possibly want to ask them. The day of the meeting had arrived, and the room was almost overflowing with people. Ferdinand and I were naturally here, as were our retainers and temple attendants. There were also Benno, Mark, Damien, and Lutz from the planting company, as well as the rest of the Gutenbergs, who were visibly anxious despite being well trained enough to visit the temple. Joseph, one of our ink craftsmen, was particularly on edge. The look on his face seemed to say, going to the orphanage director's chambers was hard enough. How do you think I feel about being here in the noble section? Lady Rosamond, there is something I wish to introduce you to before the meeting begins, Benno said. This is a chair, the seat of which incorporates the same innovations as your mattress. Would you like to accept it in addition to your order? Ingo and Zack brought a fancy-looking chair into the meeting room. Its legs and armrest were nicely decorated, and the seat was upholstered with dyed cloth. It was a beautiful piece of furniture, clearly designed for a woman. This is the chair we made while experimenting for your mattress, Benno continued. The wooden parts were made by Ingo's carpentry workshop, and the mattress by Zack's smithy. The necessary dyes were courtesy of the ink craftswoman Heidi, while the actual dyeing was done by Effa, your Renaissance. I decided to test it out and found that it was harder than the sofas from my Arano days, although this was probably to be expected, considering that it was more or less just coils covered in cloth. Still, it was leagues above wooden boards, and it didn't hurt my butt to sit on. If paired with a nice cushion, or a blanket in the case of the mattress, it would probably be really comfortable. The most important thing about the chair to me, however, was hearing that the Gutenbergs had all worked together to make it. Yes, I quite like this chair. I shall purchase it alongside the mattress. I took out my guild card and tapped it against Benno's to pay him. What is all this, Rosamond? Ferdinand asked with a glare, breaking the silence he had maintained thus far. I do not believe you mentioned anything about a mattress in your reports. Well, this was a personal purchase, and the product is still rather experimental, I said, hoping that he would allow me this one indulgence. I wanted the Gutenbergs to focus on the printing industry for now, so I was planning to wait until all their traveling across the duchy was complete before making mattresses public. I intended to quietly introduce it to you once all the trial and error was complete, so I could not care less about your personal circumstances, Ferdinand snapped, his eyes narrowed. I want an explanation of your strange new product. It was clear that I didn't have a choice in the matter, so I ultimately conceded. A mattress is designed to make beds even more comfortable, and as Zack noticed, they can be used for chairs as well. I won't need any for my panda bus, but they will make carriages far more tolerable to use. Benno and Zack glanced up without a moment's hesitation, wearing the mercantile expressions of two men who had just spotted a profitable enterprise. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that they planned to take the Guildmaster for all he was worth. Oh, Zack, too nice. Rosamond, allow me to sit there, Ferdinand said. If this chair is as comfortable as you suggest, I shall order one myself. If you teach me how to dissect fish, then certainly. I had already asked Ferdinand once in my recent letter to him, but his response had said only that he planned to attend this meeting. I hadn't forgotten about the fish, though, and I wouldn't let him fool me. I stared up at him, making it clear that I wasn't going to budge on this matter. Ferdinand frowned at me and then let out a defeated sigh. Very well. I stood up with a grin and offered my chair to Ferdinand. He sat down, touched the seat several times, and then tried it with and without a cushion on it. After quite some time, Ferdinand gave his verdict. I will order a bench made with this material after the meeting. Guido, prepare the necessary form. His attendant replied with a dutiful, yes, sir, understood, and swiftly exited the meeting room. Based on the fact that Ferdinand was ordering not just a regular chair, but an entire bench, I assumed that he was quite taken with the mattress. Wait, don't tell me he intends to put that in his workshop and use it as a bed. I tried not to dwell on the thought, and instead turned to the Gutenbergs. Now, I must request your winter reports. Benno provided a summary of the book sale at the castle and a comparison of Groschel, Haldensdale, and the Rosamond workshop. We could reduce our prices thanks to the use of plant paper, but books were still expensive. Ehrenfest also had a very finite number of customers to appeal to, and increased competition had resulted in a decrease in sales overall. I am told that printed books are being debuted in the Royal Academy next year, and I am eager to see how the market grows, Benno continued. We are also making steady progress with the stationery that you requested. It is proving very convenient for organizing documents written on plant paper. Benno and the others were working hard to realize my ideas, including the old-fashioned folders that are secured papers in place with string, and the filing cabinets used to store them. There were a few miscellaneous pieces as well, items that one would normally find in a 100-yen shop. Deliver 20 or so to the High Bishop's chambers with the Rosemine Workshop crest on them, I said. We are going to be using the stationery more and more, so we'll also need machines that can poke holes in paper in a more uniform fashion, and machines that can cut sheets to a uniform size. In other words, I wanted hole punches and guillotines. I was starting to consider staplers as well when Johann twitched. His fears were very much justified. This was going to be his job after all. In any case, Johann gave a report on the proliferation of pumps and the Groschel craftspeople he had been working with over the winter. Almost every well from the north end to the center of town has a pump now, he said. As you suggested, Lady Rosemine, we prioritize putting them where the merchants from other duchies are expected to stay. We intend to continue our work along Craftsman's Alley and then start in the south part of the city. It seemed that Johann's disciple, Danilo, was making excellent progress, meaning Johann had someone to share his workload with. Everyone at Zach's workshop had similarly spent so much time making miniature coils that they could complete Ferdinand's order themselves. And the ink, I asked, how is that coming along? Joseph started his report on ink made from Groschel ingredients. Heidi was sitting this one out since there was so many nobles in attendance, but her research results were on another level. She had made so many more colors than I expected. Heidi very much looks forward to the next long trip when she can obtain new ingredients, Joseph concluded. I see. I shall send these research results to Guy Groschel. Also, and do tell Heidi that the Gutenbergs are going to Leisgang in the spring. You will once again be accompanied by scholars and Archduke candidates, and while I am sure that sounds unnerving to you all, I trust you to do well. Joseph nervously raised a hand, seeking my permission to speak. Yes, Joseph? My sincerest apologies for speaking out of turn, but for this next trip we were hoping that you might allow us to stay in the lower city, as we did in Groschel, rather than in a noble's estate. Heidi needed to be present for their ink research to see any progress, but Joseph would have a heart attack trying to live with her in a noble's estate. Given how she tended to act, there was something I could understand. If you believe that is for the best, I shall negotiate with Guy Leisgang for you to have residence in the lower city. Thank you. It appeared that Joseph wasn't the only one pleased about this news. Zach and Johann looked just as relieved. Like last year, we will be leaving for Leisgang after the Central District part of Spring Prayer was over. I asked all those gathered to be ready to leave by then, and everyone nodded without a change in expression, having become accustomed to the process after so many long-term trips. That concluded the winter reports and our discussion about Leisgang, but there was still one more thing to cover. Ferdinand, did you not have something that you wished to ask the Gutenbergs? He glanced up and said, yes, putting every single Gutenberg in the room on edge. Does Ehrenfest's lower city have a store that deals in face stones? Oh, yeah! He was wondering about that! Benno and Mark blinked a few times, seemingly unsure. The craftspeople, however, clearly knew what Ferdinand was talking about. They didn't know how to answer without potentially coming off as rude, so they each looked at the others, trying to push the job of answering onto someone else. Ferdinand was getting annoyed at the lack of a response when a lone voice cut through the silence. As a lowly servant, I apologize for the discourtesy of asking at all, but might I receive permission to speak? It was Lutz who was standing behind Benno. He was the perfect person to answer this question. He had been raised in the same environment as the craftspeople, but had also been studying how to speak to nobles in the planting company. Ferdinand raised an eyebrow, then permitted Lutz to speak. There's a store in the lower city that buys the face stones made when one fails to dissect a beast in the forest. Lutz explained, I never went hunting myself, so this was all news to me, but making a mistake when cutting a fey beast produced a face stone worth anything from a middle copper to a large copper. The store that bought them was by the west gate near where the market was held. And what fey beasts do you hunt? Ferdinand asked. Primarily shoe mills, but face stones from Iphanites and Zonsis fetch a higher price since they are harder to obtain. Shoe mills are like small versions of Schwartz and Weiss, right? They hunt them? It was a shocking revelation, but I knew what life was like in the lower city and understood that it couldn't be helped. I would simply put it out of my mind. I see, Ferdinand said. Scrap stones, then. Do you know whom the purchased face stones are then sold to? Lutz shook his head. Only the workers of the store or those of the Merchants Guild would know that. I see. Ferdinand seemed to be deep in thought, so I turned to Benno. How is the Klassenberg merchant doing? I could not ask before due to the Gibbs being at the castle. I thought it was very mature of me to have waited until now to ask, but Benno's eyes hardened in response. He was still wearing a smile, but I could tell that he didn't want to talk about it, while Ferdinand and the other nobles were here. Unfortunately for him, it was unlikely that we would ever meet again without this many nobles around, Ferdinand notwithstanding. She is a skilled Lahange, Benno said. I believe that all one needs to know about her is being detailed in letters. Her name is Corinne, correct? I found her information about the state of affairs in Klassenburg and other duchies to be very interesting indeed. But I am finding it difficult to judge what kind of person she is. Furthermore, I would like to know how much that she has been learning about us and sending home in turn. As the one responsible for her, Benno, I think you are best suited to enlighten us. Benno endured my stern glare for a brief moment before averting his gaze, having been beaten by my persistence. As we understand it, she had been no reason to expect that she was going to be left in Ehrenfest. She comes across as stout-hearted for the most part, but there are times when she just looks uneasy. We were concerned that she would try to make contact with some outside source to feed them information, but it doesn't seem to have attempted anything of the sort since the end of autumn. About her. Benno stroked his chin. For now? Nothing at all. I see no issue with us treating her as a normal Lahange, and then ending the contract with when the time comes. Ah, what? You're not going to marry her? I see. My hopes had certainly been raised since Karina had mentioned their relationship changing at the end of winter, but it seemed that nothing had happened in the end. It was unfortunate to say the least. Otto and Karina gave me the impression that I might be blessing you during the next Starbind ceremony. That would never happen, Benno replied, his dark red eyes boring into my soul as he willed me to stop messing around. I gulped, thinking my lucky stars that there were so many guard knights around me. If anyone deserved his anger, it was Otto, Karina, and the Guildmaster, since they were the ones trying to get Benno to marry Karine. I wasn't involved whatsoever. We will primarily need to be on guard against Karine from the end of spring to the summer, Benno continued, when her father is due to return for her. That said, this is a problem between merchants. We will not trouble you or the Archduke, High Bishop. I gave a careful nod. It was clear beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was resolved to settle this matter by himself, no matter what that entailed. I trust your decision and your resolve, Benno, but if you are ever in need of my power, please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Benno said politely. He then gave a confident grin that seemed to say, look at you getting all cocky. I can handle this myself, idiot. Oh boy, dissecting fish. The coming-of-age ceremony for commoners was held at the end of winter, and the plan of my dreams was for the fish to be dissected at some point between then and the baptism ceremony at the start of spring. Ferdinand, when and where are we going to be dissecting the fish? I asked the same question every single day while assisting him with his work. It wasn't until the third day that he gave me an answer, all the while fixing me with a cold glare as though he were looking at garbage. Oh, that's not nice. I mean, dude, the sooner you teach her how to do this and everything, the sooner you can get the fish out of that time-stopping magic tool, and the sooner you can stop pouring mana into it, you know? The joke was on him, though. I was pretty much immune to his icy stare by this point. 2 days from now, in the afternoon, it will be done in your workshop. I'd rather do it in the morning so that we can have the fish ready for dinner the same day. You are invited, of course. We'll need to make a list since we're cooking for everyone in the orphanage, too. So you might as well share in the fruits of our labor. Ferdinand was so exhausted that he relented, agreeing to dissect the fish with me in the morning, no matter how annoying he found it. Is there anything I need to do to prepare? I asked. Summon all your guard knights, change into riding clothes, and ensure your hair is tied securely behind your head. Do not underestimate what we are up against. His response seemed a little strange, considering that we were just going to be preparing food, but I decided not to give it any further thought and sent an ordinance to the castle. I would need my attendants to bring my riding clothes with them as well. It was only a short while later that Lazletta arrived with the riding clothes, while Lenore and Judith serving as her guards. Lazletta, Monica has said that she wishes to learn the noble way of tying up hair, I said. Would you mind teaching her? Not at all. It may take a while, though. Perhaps you could spend this time reading, Lazletta suggested with a giggle. It was a truly magnificent idea, and I wasted no time picking up the book that Fran had prepared for me. Lady Rosemine's hair is quite silky and smooth to the touch, but that makes it harder to grip and properly secure in place, Lazletta said, brushing my hair before gently taking a lock of it in her hand. I caught the beginning of her explanation, but it wasn't long before I was absorbed in my book and stopped paying attention to her entirely. It was the day of the fish dissection. I woke up early, ate breakfast, had Monica tie up my hair, then got Nicola to change me into my riding clothes. I was ready to go and overflowing with enthusiasm. Lenore, Angelica, are all of my guard knights here? Yes, all of them, Angelica said. Her chest puffed out. I spotted Judith through the window just a moment ago. I can enhance my eyesight now. In stark contrast to Angelica's proud demeanor, Lenore was looking at me with a clouded, worried expression. You seem quite excited, Lady Rosamund. Are you not likely to collapse at this rate, she asked. I'm quite all right. I won't collapse. Not before I've enjoyed my fish, that is. It is good to see you so enthused. Once I was changed, I told Zom to inform Ferdinand that we were ready, while Angelica summoned the other knights. Lady Rosamund, a message from the High Priest, Zom said opening upon his return. He wishes for you to bring the magic tool to your workshop. He also said for you to bring the implements he has listed. I made my way to the workshop as instructed and opened the doors. The attendants had moved the boxes, desks, and such used for brewing into a corner, making space for the magic tool that was placed in the corner of the room. Hugo and Ella were then brought in a sturdy pot with a lid, exactly as Ferdinand had requested. Do we really need to be this careful, I asked? I mean, we're only preparing fish. They did say that the ingredients were dangerous. The ingredients we have are the ones the court chef had no use for, right? Lenore asked. There are many fey creatures eaten in Aaron's box that I would imagine Common are struggling with. She then went on to name a few, but there weren't any I recognized. Lenore, are there any fish in there that we can salt grill? I made sure to note that what I had in mind was a very simple process. One just needed to cut across into the skin and then sprinkle it with a generous amount of salt before cooking. Lenore looked somewhat troubled. Do you mean to say that you only cut as deep as the skin? In that case, do you cook it well without removing the organs? It sounds very difficult. Is it essential that you prepare it that way? I assumed that salt grilling was the simplest cooking method, I muttered, surprised that she had rejected the idea almost immediately. Would you rather we boil it or something? The issue is not the method of cooking, but your suggestion that the skin and organs not be removed first. In other words, we had no choice but to fillet the fish. I was contemplating other ways to prepare it when Ferdinand arrived with Justice and Eckert in tow. They entered the workshop and stood in front of the magic tool alongside my guards. Let us begin by dealing with the most troublesome species, Ferdinand said. Rosamund, watch from the side and take care not to interfere. I wanted to be of some use in filleting the fish, but even if something as simple as salt grilling was complicated in this world, maybe it was best for me to stand down. Judith was assigned to guard me while I sat and watched from one of the tables that had been pushed into the corner. Everyone formed shields of wind and enclosed the tonadale, Ferdinand instructed. Yes, sir, replied the knights. They formed their gatelles and moved into a circle much like a gathering of athletes before a sports match. Ferdinand opened the cover of the time-stopping magic tool, removed a tonadale, and then crudely flung it into the center of the budding knights. No sooner had he taken out what he needed than he shut the tool again. That fish looks a bit like a yellow urchin with a tail, or maybe more like a pufferfish. As I squinted to get a closer look, the tonadale grew longer and thinner, and the spines covering its body turned purple at the tips before they started shooting from its body. I couldn't believe how aggressive the fish was, but the barrier of shields surrounding it meant that its attack was simply reflected, causing the spines to shoot straight back at the tonadale. It almost seemed too easy, but I could imagine commoners struggling to deal with such a sudden barrage. Keep your guard up until the tonadale runs out of spines, Ferdinand said. Each spine is poisonous, so getting stabbed would not be ideal. Yes, sir, the knights barked again, all wearing stony expressions. My ears twitched at his words. Ferdinand, it seems to me that the poisonous spines are all jabbing into the fish. Will the meat still be edible? I do not know, he replied curtly. Oh, great. I took a sharp breath despite myself and cried, What do you mean you don't know? I want you to teach me how to dissect the fish, not fight them. They need to be safe to eat. How am I supposed to know? Never before have I dissected a fey creature with the intention of eating it. This method will allow us to collect resources from the tonadale without issue. If you truly insist on eating it, I suppose you may use a potion to detect whether the meat is poisonous. I wasn't sure I could stomach fish that was full of poison, or fish that just didn't taste very nice, but for that matter, I specifically wanted to eat something tasty. This is such a disappointment. I've never been more disappointed with Ferdinand in my life. Once the fish had no more spines to shoot out, the knights put on gloves and started collecting them. They were valuable brewing ingredients, apparently. You desired the meat, correct? Ferdinand asked. Not when there's poison in it. How am I supposed to eat them? Eat that, I said, harumphing at the very idea. Shook his head, said that I was a handful, and then graciously deposited several poisonous spines into my brewing ingredient box. It wasn't what I wanted at all. I wanted food, not brewing ingredients. Will I even get to eat fish today? Just as my dream was beginning to die, however, Ferdinand came over to me. Here. Rajesh should suit your needs. You wish to dissect it. No, this contains no poison and should therefore be safe to eat. Really? I exclaimed, leaning forward. Ferdinand plopped 2 rainbow-colored fish on the table, each about 30 centimeters long. They barely reacted, perhaps due to the lingering influence of the time-stopping magic tool. Eckert, Cornelius, hold their tails, he said. Do not let them escape. Sir. Rosamund, flood this one with your mana, Ferdinand noted that Rajesh had a very hard scales that knives couldn't cut through, but that these scales became even harder as the fish absorb more mana. Once it has been filled completely, the scales will swell and spread out. Flood it all at once and then tear them off. It was clear that only nobles were able to dissect Ryduses, which begged the question, why had they ended up in Aurelia's luggage? Commoner chefs would certainly be unable to deal with them. I was at a loss, but in any case, I poured my mana into the fish. The time-stopping magic tool seemed to fade, and the Ryduses began to flounder violently. Ugh, Cornelius yelled. It seemed that even he was having a hard time holding one of the Ryduses by its tail, so I drew upon even the mana I had usually kept compressed and slammed it all into the fish. Stop flailing! An instant later, the scale swelled up and turned into what seemed to be tear-shaped face stones. The Ryduses flapped around feebly as Cornelius continued to hold it down. Now tear them all off, Ferdinand said, having already poured mana into the other Rygus. Whatever. I did as instructed, grabbing one face stone scale after another while hesitation. Scaling a fish was such a fundamental scale that it was almost second nature. Once I was done with one side, I flipped the fish over and got to work on the other. I don't think I've ever tried peeling such big, round scales before. They must be like over 5 centimeters long. Not only were the Rygus' rainbow scales beautiful, but they were also all the same size. I took one between my thumb and index finger, then held it up to the light so I could see through it. The scale is so shiny and pretty. If we made a few alterations, I think we could use it as an accessory, I mused aloud. I was sure that I could get Zach or Johann to cut it for me, but when I turned to everyone else for their thoughts, I saw them staring at me in utter disbelief. Was that something I said? You fool, that in your hand is a rainbow phase stone, Ferdinand said. It contains all elements, and on top of that, it is filled with your own mana. It is a highly valuable ingredient, not something to be wasted on such a frivolous endeavor. Okay, whatever. I was aware that rainbow-colored phase stones contained all the elements, but it hadn't occurred to me that this scale was a phase stone. Evidently, it had morphed into one while I was forcing my mana into it. The knights all used their mana to slay the Taunadale, so give one face stone to each of them, Ferdinand said. I did as instructed and then gave a face stone to Judith as well. It seemed only natural that she should get one, considering that she had guarded me, but she received my offering with a conflicted expression. I didn't fight, though, she said. You guarded me, no? As we agreed after the Turnisperphone incident, we must reward not only those who attack the enemy, but those who play crucial support roles as well. Otherwise, everyone would want to be attackers, and we would not have anyone to serve as guards. Lord Bonifacius scolded us the other day for how we gave out points back then, but I didn't think that logic would apply here too, Judith said, nodding. It seemed that the knights hadn't yet fully absorbed the message. Perhaps I would need to inform Bonifacius. Once everyone who was owed a phase stone had received one, I turned my attention back to the bare, twitching Regis in front of me. Its scales were its only valuable resource, and now that they had all been removed, it looked like any other white meat fish. My first thought was that it would taste delicious cooked with herbs or salt. Frying it sounded good as well. Ferdinand, may I salt grill this? I asked. I would advise you to remove the flesh before anything else. Once it dies completely, it will turn into a face stone. Oh, right, I forgot about that. It had completely slipped my mind since the Regis before me looked so much like an ordinary fish, but fey creatures turned into face stones upon death. In short, they would become inedible. Now I understood why cooking Arensbach fish whole was so difficult. Filleting it is then. I whipped out my staff, chanted Messer, and then went to remove the Regis' head, but before my knife even touched the fish... Fool, Ferdinand barked. Cut into the body, not the head. Ah, oh, yeah, because that would have killed it. The Japanese-style filleting I was so used to would have killed the Regis in an instant, but I didn't know any other method. I stopped, knife in hand, and nervously looked around. You may count on me, Lady Rosamine, Angelica said, striding forward with Stenlick in hand. I'm an expert on dissecting things. You must rest easy, master of my masters, Stenlick agreed. Cornelius lifted the Regis by its tail, tossing it into the air. Stenlick's face stone flashed, and Angelica swung her mana blade with a sharp expression. An instant later, there was a pile of expertly cut fish meat before me. Wow! Nice, Angelica! There, Lady Rosamine. Oh my god, that was amazing. Angelica's cooler than she's ever been. My heart was throbbing in Angelica's heroism, and it seemed that I wasn't alone. Eckert was comparing her and the chopped-up Regis with raised eyebrows. You are strangely dexterous at times, Angelica, he observed. I've been doing a lot of training with Lord Bonifacius, he explained. Upon hearing this, I professed my love for my dear grandfather. Bonifacius, from the bottom of my heart, I wanted to entrust all further fish dissecting to him and Angelica. Among the other fish, there were eel-looking things called meerslangs, which were over a meter long and covered with eyes like a Turnisperphone, and a flounder-like fish with a bunch of eyes on its back. Both were dissected pretty normally, despite how strange they looked. Apparently, it was very hard for commoner chefs to prepare the ice properly. Ferdinand dissected the mirror slangs with as much style as Angelica when she has sliced up the Regis. I had witnessed many battles during my time in this world, but I could say with confidence that both of them looked cooler now than ever. They were like expert sushi chefs dominating the cutting board. Be still, my beating heart. Oh, my precious fish. Nice. Rosemine's awesome. She's happy. She's happy. They're awesome. They're awesome. Soon enough, Ferdinand got to work on another strange fish called a sprash, which was only about as large as a sardine. He took some pieces of mirror slang he had chopped up earlier and put them in the sturdy pot we had with us, violently threw in some sparshes as well, and then slammed the lid on and shouted for all the knights to help him hold it in place. The events that followed were almost surreal. As I watched it on a daze, there was a sudden loud explosion from within the pot that made me jump. More explosions continued one after another, causing the pot to rumble furiously. Ferdinand, the fish seem to be exploding, I said. We must wait until the explosions stop, he replied. Knights continued to hold the lid so that it does not come off. Only when the blast stopped was the lid removed. Inside the pot, to my complete surprise, was fish paste. I want mirror slang and sprouse ball soup, but there's no miso here. If only this place had soy sauce, that would have been fine even with clear soup. The knowledge that these thoughts were even crossing my mind made me realize just how much I had grown accustomed to this very unusual world. I was hoping to find something resembling shrimp or prawns in the time-stopping magic tool, but nothing caught my eye. I wanted to make bouillabaisse with shellfish, but as that evidently wasn't an option, I decided to settle for using normal fish instead. The famous Marseille bouillabaisse charter forbade the use of shellfish, squid, and octopus anyway, so a dish made without them would presumably be more authentic. Then again, it also said that only fish from the Mediterranean reef were allowed to be used, so I was going to be violating it either way. For me personally, all that mattered was that I was making bouillabaisse with fish of some kind. I decided to keep the innards of the remaining fish with the intention of making broth to enhance the flavor of the bouillabaisse, and to have the fish paste turned into balls so that we could put it in the soup. Hugo and Ella worked hard that evening to create a veritable feast. The knights were able to enjoy the meal as well, since they had played such an important role in helping us dissect the fish, although they naturally had to take turns eating. The main course were Regis and the other normal fish fried and cooked with herbs in various ways, which diners could eat according to their preference. I was going to be served the salt-grilled fish that I had yearned for so desperately. So, Ferdinand, what do you think? I asked. They've been cooked very similarly to the Zambalsa, but with proper broth. Even the fish tastes delicious, no? I obtained some valuable ingredients, so this is not as bad as it could have been, Ferdinand replied. He punctuated his remark with an aloof scoff, but it seemed to me that his hands were moving exceptionally fast. Well, he seemed satisfied enough. Fish tastes so good, I gushed. I've come to want to... No! What? Nah. Come to want Ahrensbach. Ferdinand momentarily choked on his food and then sputtered, Why would you say that, fool? My guard knights were staring at me in similar wide-eyed shock, but it was only when Hartmut remarked on it being a good idea that I realized how extreme my comment must have been. Oh? Was that not appropriate for me to say, I asked? I simply meant that it must be nice to live in Ahrensbach with all its fish. That was not at all clear, Ferdinand replied. I laughed it off and waited for my salt-grilled fish to arrive. Fran appeared a short while later and gently set the plate in front of me. It was a simple dish, white fish sprinkled with salt before being cooked, but it had taken a lot of pleading on my part for them not to do anything extraneous to it. Is that the salt-cooked fish you were so obstinate about eating? Ferdinand asked, looking at my plate. It smells quite agreeable. I know, right? I replied with a smile before taking a big bite. The flavor really made me crave some white rice, but it was still absolute bliss. All of a sudden, I glanced up at the star. I was fairly certain I had been in the same situation at some point in the past. When was it again? Oh, right! That time was Sylvester. It was back when Sylvester had dressed as a blue priest and asked to taste my meal. I was pretty sure that commenting favorably on the smell of something was the euphemism nobles used to demand food. No. Ferdinand isn't Sylvester. No, he wouldn't ask for food from my plate. I glanced over at him, confirmed that he was coolly continuing his meal, then looked down at the single piece of salt-grilled fish before me. The proper thing to do in this situation was to offer him my food and then eat whatever remained once he was satisfied, but I didn't want to surrender my dinner entirely. I will not give you the entire dish, I said, trying to recall my wording from back then. You may have half, though. Ferdinand raised an eyebrow. If you remember that much, then you surely remember the correct course of action as well. The correct thing to do is pretend that I didn't understand you, right? Since this is my fish, and I refused to give it up, I gave an indignant humph, and then continued to eat until only half of my meal remained. Ferdinand watched me all the while with an indescribable expression. Okay, Ferdinand, I said, you can have the other half. I offered my plate to him, which he accepted with a chuckle. You would not call this half by any definition, Rosemine. This is the High Bishop giving leftovers to the High Priest. Well, regardless, you are of a higher status than me within the temple. I will graciously accept your gift. I didn't intend to give you my leftovers. Honest, that sounds so cocky. Give them back. Of course, I couldn't actually say that out loud, so my only choice was to watch Ferdinand eat the fish, all the while wearing a similarly indescribable expression. I wonder what kind of expression that is. Satisfied with the food, I enjoyed some post-meal tea. Ferdinand was doing the same while looking over me and my retainers. Rosemine, spring prayer is just around the corner. I imagine the Lies Gangs will welcome you from the bottom of their hearts, but I am uncertain how they will react to Wilfrid, who has Veronica's blood, and whose reputation will forever be stained by the Ivory Tower incident. You will need to observe matters carefully and prop him up at every opportunity. In short, I needed to protect Wilfrid from the stones cast by the Lies Gangs, much like he and Charlotte had protected me when I woke up from winter socializing. All of you, protect Rosemine as well, Ferdinand said, fixing my retainers with a hard stare. She will one day stand with Wilfrid as his first wife. Do not under any circumstances fall for Lies Gang's honeyed words. Understood. Okay, do I need to continue? I technically could have recorded this whole volume in one go, but I didn't. Spring prayer and leaving for Lies Gang. This year, Wilfrid was due to leave for spring prayer before I even finished the spring baptisms. There was a lot for him to balance. He needed to head to Lies Gang as soon as he was done here to do some final checks for the printing industry. I'm going to be traveling by High Beast, as you do, to perform ceremonies in both the morning and afternoon, Wilfrid explained. I needed to finish things quickly so that I can get to Lies Gang. I do not mind you copying me, but did you remember to pack rejuvenation potions, I asked. Doing 2 ceremonies in one day is quite a heavy burden. He was going to be using phase stones containing my mana, so perhaps the task ahead wouldn't be quite as taxing on him, but there was still reason to be cautious. Wilfrid glanced at Ferdinand and nodded. Yeah, I did. I prepared some since I can make them myself now. So, you're rejecting the kind potions that Ferdinand often gives us. The flavor was still pretty awful, but they were much more effective than the potions we learned to make in class. I decided to have Lamprecht carry some with him just in case, and told him to ensure that Wilfrid didn't push himself too hard. Is he really going to be okay? I asked Ferdinand. It certainly isn't easy doing the ceremony twice in one day. This is nothing compared to when you visited several places in one day back when you were an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden, he replied. He has stamina and phase stones, whereas you had neither. There's nothing to worry about, simply let him be. I would take the chalice from Wilfrid when he returned and start doing spring prayer ceremonies in the central district, but this year it was a lot for me to do before then. Hartman and Cornelius also wanted to accompany me now that they were adults and could leave the nobles' quarter for work. No, I said, both of you are staying. But why? There were 3 main reasons. I didn't need noble scholars with me while I was doing religious ceremonies. Bringing more people meant bringing more food, and we didn't have space for everyone to sleep. That was why all of my retainers except the guard knights I absolutely needed to bring were going to be staying behind. Hartman glared enviously at Daniel, who was due to accompany me, before clapping his hands together in apparent realization. Very well then, Lady Rosemine. I will learn the work of a tax official so that I may accompany you during the harvest festival. What? Retainers can do tax work? Given the shortage of manpower, I am sure that Ob will relent after a little pleading. Okay, yeah, I can see that happening too. The shortage of manpower he was referring to stemmed from the fact that Sylvester and Ferdinand trusted so few people to accompany me. The Born Veronica faction had previously had an iron grip on all important jobs, including those dealing with taxation, and although the key members had since been replaced, a considerable number still remained. I could already imagine Sylvester being introduced to the idea of taxman Hartmut and agreeing on the spot. Well, I guess I would feel safer with Hartmut than someone I didn't know, though I would feel more nervous in another regard. In any case, Hartmut, you're staying behind to focus on learning to do tax work, I suppose. Cornelius, I understand how much you want to accompany us, but I only need Daniel and Angelica as guards. My apologies, but you will need to remain here as well. Lady Rosemine, why am I the only adult knight being excluded? Cornelius asked, grimacing. Unfortunately for him, no expression of displeasure would change the reality of the situation. The primary reason is that there aren't many rooms for nobles in the Winter Mansion of Commoners, I explained. Normal Blue Priests didn't go to those ceremonies with loads of guard knights in tow, so there were generally only 3 or so rooms set aside for them. Having several noble guard knights accompany me would doubtless be a recipe for trouble. Daniel could stay in a room for attendance when needed, but Cornelius was a blue-blooded archnoble, the kind of rich boy who would ask to bring attendants to dress him in the morning. He wasn't the kind of guard knight you wanted with you when dealing with commoners. Not to mention, we had already decided on you, Lenore, and Angelica coming with me to Lyesgang. We want the right people doing the right jobs. Daniel in the Central District, and you in Lyesgang. Our trip to Lyesgang would see us staying at Count Lyesgang's summer mansion, since we were there not just for spring prayer, but the printing industry as well. Cornelius was far better suited to accompany me there than Daniel, especially since he was a blood relative. Bringing attendants there was considered normal, and they would have plenty of rooms. Understood. It wasn't long before we left for spring prayer. Everything from here was business as usual. We asked Haas's Mayor Richt whether there was any problems before the ceremony, then went to the monastery to hear the report from the Grey Priest and switch personnel. I then handed them the manuscript to be printed next year. We have safely received ink and paper from the planting company, and printing is progressing smoothly, one of the Grey Priests informed me. There has been an unexpected development, however. The townspeople recently asked us how we were spending the winter here, and when we spoke of our work, the men said that they wished to help with printing as their winter handiwork. I cannot provide an answer now, but I will consider the matter and prepare a response in case Rick sends a formal inquiry, I replied. Having more hands would certainly be appreciated, but is there not a risk that the blizzards will prevent them from returning home? We will need to begin storing more food if so, which is no trivial matter. Indeed, we certainly would not want fighting over food in such an enclosed place. The subject was postponed for now, since no progress could be made until it was time to prepare for winter. That marked the end of my conversation with the Grey Priest and Shrine Maiden, so I moved to my room. If the people of Haas wanted to print, we would need to raise the city's literacy rate. That likely wouldn't be a problem, though. They would become more familiar and comfortable with books, though, through their work, which would make them more likely to take their studies seriously. Perhaps now was the time to start thinking about holding lessons. The only problem was that I would much rather start them in the nearby Ehrenfest temple than the faraway monastery. In order to do that, however, I would need some kind of excuse to justify it. As these thoughts ran through my mind, I changed from my high bishop robes to the outfit made with Mom's cloth. I even put on my matching hairpin from Thule. I'm going to show these off to Dad. After eating dinner, I made my way over to the table where the soldiers were seated. They weren't drinking since they were on the job, but they were wolfing down Ella and Hugo's food while laughing uproariously among themselves. My fleeting interactions with the soldiers who came to guard the Grey Priests, and with Dad in particular, were very special to me. I wouldn't miss them for anything. Hello again, everyone. Would you mind telling me about the lower city? I asked. You honorable soldiers who patrol every nook and cranny must be able to provide me with information that I cannot get from my Gutenbergs. One of the soldiers wasted no time in seizing the opportunity to speak. The High Bishop, the truth is, the commander's wife is a Renaissance. It was a big deal when you chose to give her your exclusive business last winter, another added. Did you know who it was? Oh my, truly there are some strange coincidences in this world, I said, replied, doing my best to feign surprise. Of course, it was no coincidence at all. My choice had come entirely from watching how Thule reacted to the provided cloth. From there, the soldiers began talking about how the Renaissance contest had proceeded. Dad had presumably spoke about it non-stop at the time. They explained that Mom had worked harder than ever before after the choice was narrowed down to 3 candidates, and that her efforts were ultimately rewarded. The commander really lost it when you didn't give her the title the first time, one soldier noted. We all prayed that she'd get selected next time, and our wish came true. Thank you for picking the commander's wife as your Renaissance. We owe you our lives. What was he going to do, hurt them? Quiet, you lot, Dad interjected, though his blatant smile made it clear that he was enjoying the conversation. He looked at me and said, High Bishop, my wife Eva worked very hard for this. She wanted you to wear the clothes she dyed herself. She discussed what cloth would suit you with my daughter, your hairpin maker, and thought very hard about what she would produce. My expression softened as I pictured Mom and Thule discussing what designs to use. This is the outfit made from that cloth, I said, raising my skirt a little in demonstration. This is what Eva dyed for me. The soldiers whistled, and some looked at me with wide eyes, surprised to see that I was actually wearing it. They had probably assumed that Dad was exaggerating when he told them the story. His overbearing love for his family was common knowledge, and he had a tendency to stretch the truth when it came to bragging about them. It brought back very pleasant memories. Oh, right, the commander's daughter works for you too, doesn't she? One of the soldiers asked. Have you met her before? Indeed, I am always wearing her hairpins. This one was made by Thule as well, as I said, brushing my fingers against it. Dad beamed and started boasting to his men about how Mom was challenging Ehrenfest's new dyeing method, and Thule was making hairpins for princes. They were already tremendous feats, but somehow he still managed to exaggerate them. Oh, for the millionth time, we know, Commander. Have you managed to get drunk on the fruit juice? The soldiers asked, grimacing in a way that confirmed they really had endured the story countless times before. All right, I'll talk about my son then, Dad said, having not learned his lesson at all. We've heard all about him, too. Oh, but I have not, I interjected. How did the children in the lower city spend their days? In what ways do they differ from the children of the orphanage? The lower city kids are a more rambunctious bunch than the orphanage's children, one soldier said, waving his hand while the others nodded in agreement. They go around doing whatever they want. The orphanage's children, in contrast, always stayed in neat lines when going to the forest, listened to what the adults said, and greeted the soldiers at the gate. They were starting to talk like the people of the lower city, but when put on the spot, they would instinctively revert back to polite speech. No lower city kid is that polite, the soldier continued. They even play pranks on those of us who are the dads of their friends. The soldiers reminisced about their youth and what their own children did, while Dad told me that Camille had started gathering in the forest and was socializing with the orphanage children through Lutz. My son said that the kids his age at the orphanage knew a lot of stories about knights and the gods. He said, hold on a second. Aren't Dirk and Conrad the only kids his age at the orphanage? I was overjoyed to have found a link between Camille and myself. It also reminded me that Wilma had reported that the lower city kids were a good influence on Conrad. I would need to ask her for more details about that. 7th bell rang. The bell itself was located in Haas's winter mansion, so the sound was far more distant than I was used to in the temple. It is time to sleep, Lady Rose, my friend said from where he was standing behind me. I nodded in response and started saying my farewells. Unfortunately, I must now take my leave. Once again, we are expecting a lot of merchants to come to the city of Ehrenfest during the summer. I imagine it will prove quite the struggle, but please do put your all into managing them for the peace of our duchy. Rest well. My spring prayer had come to an end, with me learning some truly wonderful intel, and that meant it was Charlotte's turn. I see your high beast is based on Weiss, I said. It is white, and I recognize the golden face stone on its forehead. Schwartz and Weiss are the shoe mills I am most familiar with, after all. I think it looks simply adorable. My aim is to change its size freely as you do with your sister, but I am finding this rather difficult. Charlotte was under the impression that one could change the size of their drivable high beast on a whim, and was now trying to accomplish this herself. Despite how much time and mana it required, she had only seen the tiniest amount of success so far. There's not much you can do but practice, I said. Take care to keep rejuvenation potions at hand until you master it, and when your mana runs out low, drink one at once. After seeing Charlotte off, I waited for Wilfrid to report on the final checks he was doing in Lie's gang, and prepared to leave myself. Cornelius, Lenore, and Angelica were going to be accompanying me as my guard knights, while Ottilie and Brunhilde were coming along as my attendants. The question was, who was best suited to join us as my scholars? This had to do with the printing industry, so I wanted to bring them all. But Feline was a lay noble, and Roderick was in the former Veronica faction. Not a good idea. Feline, Roderick, you might find Lie's gang to be very unwelcoming and even hostile toward you, I said. If you prefer, you are welcome to stay at the dormitory. The choice is yours. I shall come with you, Feline said flatly, and without the slightest hesitation. No retainer of yours should miss anything to do with printing. I feel the same, Roderick added. I do not want to miss an opportunity to learn about printing. I am not yet doing satisfactory work as your retainer, Lady Rosamine, so I am in no position to withdraw even over a little hostility. Roderick was going to the temple every day, seemingly in competition with Feline, and his attempts to complete the work given to him by Ferdinand were being met with responses similar to the ones she had originally received, constant rejection and demands that he do it all over again. His failings had made him feel discouraged at first, but Feline had reassured him that there was no need for him to worry about it, since everyone had walked the same path. Unfortunately, Angelica had then declared that she had not walked the same path, and never would, while Hartman had noted that he was able to do the work just fine from the very beginning. The troublesome duo had managed to knock Roderick back down into the depths of despair with these remarks, so as of late you could often find Daniel shooing them both away before they could do any further damage. It was around the time that Charlotte was getting back when Elvira, the head of the printing industry, sent me a detailed list of dates for our upcoming trip. In turn, I passed this information on to the Gutenbergs, who were doubtless almost finished with the preparations. This is due to be another long expedition, but I thank you for your cooperation, I said, on the day of our journey to Lie's gang. The Gutenbergs had come prepared loaded with work tools, which I made sure were tagged appropriately before being loaded into Leslie one after another in quick succession. The Grey Priests heading to the papermaking workshops were busy working under Gil and assisting with the final preparations. As they went about their various jobs, I noticed them occasionally tugging on their clothes, evidently still not used to wearing them. Meanwhile, Fran and Monica were loading important luggage for Lie's gang spring prayer. Zack, I thank you ever so much for developing the mattress, I said. It is so comfortable that I am loath to leave my bed each morning. I imagine it will not be easy preparing the High Priest's bench, but I trust you to do well. You may count on me, he replied. Everyone in our workshop is positively determined to do a perfect job for the High Priest. Thank you for the referral. Despite being the Archduke's younger brother, Ferdinand had never before ordered that any such goods be made for him. Now that he had requested this bench, however, workshops were rising up and competing to get his exclusive business. The smithing guild is asking for mattresses to be registered as the pumps were, but I asked that we be allowed to monopolize them for the rest of the year at least, Zach noted. I am not concerned of what you get when you give the blueprints to the smithing guild, I replied, though I do believe it would be in your best interest to publicize them and train new smiths before you get so caught up in all the orders that you lose track of everything. Although I was the one who had ordered the mattress and came up with the idea, it was Zach and his smiths who had gone through the necessary trial and error to make it a reality. I would naturally start taking some royalties once the blueprints were given to the smithing guild, but I wasn't in any particular rush for that to happen. Thank you from us all, Zach said. As you continually order new goods one after another, Lady Rosemine, I do not expect that we will need to monopolize the mattress for long. Furthermore, as my other smiths always take on this work during my absence for these trips, I am confident that they will improve drastically. He made this last remark with a wry smile. He always seemed to disappear to other provinces just as the workload was becoming more intense, which meant his disciples had to work their fingers to the bone to keep up. Johann shrugged. That's true for my workshop, too. While I'm off on these trips, I need to leave them with work whether I want to or not. Incidentally, how is your disciple doing, I asked. Danilo, was it? He's making steady progress. The young Grosschel craftspeople really moved him, it seems. Danilo had apparently become quite cocky from everyone at the workshop, saying he was the only one good enough to take over from Johann. He hadn't given much thought to the news that those in Haldensdale were becoming more and more skilled, but his attitude had soon changed when he saw those from Grosschel and witnessed that there were other craftspeople capable of making letter types just as exact as his own. His complacency was now gone, having been replaced with the determination to better hone his talents. We've also finally completed the pulleys for those bookcases Ingo ordered, Johann continued. Danilo and the others have been tasked with making them in bulk, and that should be done by the time we get back. Johann went on to note how much they had struggled to make pulleys that could support the weight of the bookcases and allow them to turn smoothly and without clattering. I was looking forward to seeing the final product and was eternally grateful for their hard work. After confirming that the Gutenbergs and all of my temple attendants were inside my panda bus, I had my guard knight Judith sit in the passenger seat, then headed to our meeting spot at the castle. Ferdinand was leaving the temple at the same time as us, but he had a different objective. He was heading to Haldensdale with some scholars to investigate its ceremonial stage. Hopefully you'll discover something new, I said. Simply seeing the magic circle will be enough, Ferdinand replied, a smirk playing on his lips. It was good to see that he was enjoying himself. Awaiting our arrival at the castle were our soon-to-be companions, the Haldensdale Scholar team, and the Liesgang printing team. Also due to accompany us were Wilfried, Charlotte, and their retainers to make it clear I wasn't the only one carrying the printing industry. Everything ready, Rosemine, Sylvester called. I turned around to look at him, only to be met with more faces than I was expecting. It was already known that Elvira was going to Liesgang as the head of the printing industry, but also standing by were Karlstadt and about 5 other knights. Since there are so many Archduke candidates mobilizing here, we decided to have the Knights Order join you, much like they did for Haldensdale. The Karlstadt's family on his mother's side, a perfect fit, don't you think? Sylvester said with a grin. He then glanced over at Wilfried, his eyes tinged with concern. Rosemine, as your siblings have Arensbach blood, they'll need to keep their guard up in Liesgang at all times. That said, Wilfried is going to be the next Archduke. He'll need to learn to deal with them eventually. His future will change a huge amount depending on whether or not he can make them his allies. Sylvester wasn't expecting anything as extreme as a physical attack, but he knew that the trip was going to be emotionally taxing. I shall shield them as best I can, I replied. Wilfried and Charlotte did much to protect me during winter socializing, after all. Thanks. I don't know where he gets it from, but Wilfried possesses this blind optimism. I can't help but feel nervous for him. I turned my attention to Wilfried and saw that he was busy talking to Ferdinand. Do not lower your guard no matter what happens, Ferdinand said to him. Are you sure? Wilfried asked. There was nothing out of place when I went to perform the final checks. In fact, everything went perfectly smoothly. He puffed out his chest only for Ferdinand to unceremoniously tear that pride to shreds. Of course it did, fool. Anything short of perfection would mean that Liesgang was unprepared. They would never expose such weakness to you, and above all else, if you had reported that their work was incomplete, Rosamond would not be going there right now. Seeing her is what they desire more than anything. Wilfried remained silent, unable to offer a response. There are many in Liesgang who strongly wish for Rosamond to be the next Ob, Ferdinand murmured. Their blood relatives in Rosamond's service have made it perfectly clear that she has no desire to take up such a position, and that she intends to marry and support you, but there are some who still cling to this unfortunate dream. They are your enemies, and you are journeying into hostile territory. Carve this into your heart, and do not under any circumstances make any blunders. Do you understand me? Yes, Uncle, Wolfried replied with some hesitation. Even from afar, I could tell that he was biting his lip and staring down at the ground. Sylvester sighed. There are some things he just doesn't understand well enough yet. Go give him your support, Rosemine. I nodded and walked over to Wilfrid. I understand that Ferdinand may have sounded somewhat harsh, but his words come from a place of concern for you. He wouldn't have bothered to say anything unless he cared. Wilfrid made a doubting expression. I understood why he was so skeptical, but for Ferdinand to have said all that, he truly must have been concerned. I suspect you will understand once we arrive at our destination, I said. I too have been told to take great care and to shield you from lies gangs. Shield me, huh? One threat who immediately came to mind was that old fox, my great-grandfather who despised Veronica's bloodline. We need to be careful. Rosemine, do you think I'm going to be okay? Wilfrid asked, looking worried. Of course, I gave my chest a confident thump, because I'm going to be there with you. Well, now I'm even more worried. He pursed his lips at me in an exaggerated show of displeasure, then gave me his usual smile. Okay. I'm going to get to work on everything, and I'll see everybody in the next one. Hello, everybody. Let us continue with part 4. Guy Bligh's gang. Farewell, Lady Rosemine. Judith alighted from my panda bus and she was going to be sitting out the strip. Angelica climbed in to take her place, at which point the nobles surrounding me produced their high beast and took flight in order. Angelica, did you get some rest? I asked, as I took to the sky as well. She had gotten several days off since she had already accompanied me for spring prayer and was now joining in on us on our journey to Lie's gang. Yes, she replied. I rested when Master wasn't training me. I'm going to assume that means she didn't rest much at all. Yeah, most likely. Master trained me even more than usual after I mentioned you praising me for cutting up that fish, Lady Rosemine. Angelica continued. He told me to show you even greater precision during the next dissection. I think he wants to participate too. In that case, inform him I shall invite him to the temple at the next opportunity. I understood, Angelica replied, sounding delighted. I'm sure that will make him very pleased. That's up to Ferdinand. She then started to tell me how amazing Bonifacius was when the strongest knight in the Knights Order, who the strongest knights in the Knights Order were, and what fighting styles both Eckert and Ferdinand preferred to use. I gave a few perfunctory responses until Cornelius brought his high beast a little closer. Lady Rosemine, he said, we have arrived in Lie's gang and will soon be landing at the summer mansion. I squinted down at the scenery below us. There was nothing but blackish earth with patches of snow here and there, making for a very pitiful sight, lacking much in the way of greenery. I was sure there had been a greater abundance of plants and shrubbery during Lampert's wedding. The land certainly does change with the seasons, I commented. It hasn't even occurred to me that we had entered Lie's gang. This makes it easier to identify enemies attempting to hide, Cornelius replied. Lie's gang had already been the setting for many failed ambushes in the past, but I wasn't worried about another attempt. The Knights Order was accompanying my guard knights, and during spring prayer, everyone was busy preparing the fields to help increase the harvest. That reminds me. The first time I came here, Sylvester was disguised as the Blue Priest. The high beast at the lead started to descend, signaling that we had arrived. We had visited Lie's gang many times before, but the only thing I remembered clearly was the side building used for temple visitors. We had gone inside the summer mansion when we attended Lampert's wedding, but we had departed right after lunch. The entire affair had also left me so tired I went straight to sleep, so it hadn't stuck in my memory. I exited my high beast, whereupon Fran, Monica, and Hugo started unloading luggage and food and carrying it to the side building for priests. Our ceremonial work here would involve nothing more than handing the small chalices to Guy Bligh's gang, which would take no time at all. But we had to stay until the printing talks ended. Thankfully, Lie's gang had a side building we could use, which meant that Fran and the others would never cross paths with the province's nobles. It was a lot more comforting than in Hollandsdale, where the winter mansion was like an iron fortress. Lady Rosemine, the chalices are to be handed over after the greetings, correct? Fran asked. Indeed, do prepare them. After receiving the chalices, I waited with Fran and Monica for Guy Bligh's gang to arrive. Our plan was to take the Gutenbergs to their lodgings in the city once our immediate business here was done. For now, they were waiting inside Leslie. Welcome to Lie's gang. Guy Bligh's gang started exchanging lengthy greetings with Elvira, the representative of the printing industry. He was a scholarly-looking man who seemed a bit older than Cardstad, and while his eyes had been burning with the flames of ambition during our first encounter, I did not sense any such fire now. I determined that it was best to keep my guard up purely as an extra precaution. Once the greetings were complete, I stepped forward with the chalices. By the grace of Flutran, the goddess of water, the bringer of healing and change, and the 12 goddesses who serve by her side, Gudul, the goddess of earth, has been granted the power to birth new life. I pray from the bottom of my heart that the countless lives upon this mortal realm are filled with Flutrain's divine color. Indeed, Geeb Lysgang replied. Gadul, the goddess of earth, is filled with Flutrain, the goddess of waters, Mana. Blessed be the melting of the snow. Blessed be the coming of spring. The chalices were delivered, and thy work as the High Bishop was thereby complete. I took a step back and instructed Fran and Monica to prepare the side building while Hugo cooked for us. Audley will be getting my guest room ready in the meantime. As for Brunhilde, I instructed her to stay with me. She would surely benefit from seeing more of a province rather than Groschel. Is that why you went out of your way to bring me despite my being underage? Brunhilde asked. There are many reasons, I replied. Did I not explain them? Audley would have struggled if she were my only attendant here, but bringing Riarda along simply wasn't an option. She had served both Gabriel, who had brought about Lysgang's decline, and Veronica, so her presence wouldn't have been welcomed. Lysletta was also an option, but it was much easier to bring Brunhilde, who was an archnoble and part of the family. Brunhilde shook her head. You did not mention that you would make me observe Lysgang's lower city. Oh, did I not? How absent-minded of me. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I turned my back to Brunhilde and walked over to Geeb Lysgang. Now then, although we have not been here for long, may I ask to be guided to the Gutenberg's lodgings? Certainly. Geeb Lysgang waved a hand, signaling one of his scholars to step forward. It was the head of the printing industry. He must have already heard about things in Haldensel and Groschel, as he led the way without saying anything in particular about me bringing the Gutenbergs of my high beast. The Gutenbergs will be staying in Fluss, only a short distance away from the summer mansion, our guide said. The mansion was located on a modest hill surrounded by forest land, and Fluss was the commoner city closer to it than any other settlement. Once everyone was in my panda bus, or atop their high beast, we flew over the walls surrounding the summer mansion and made our way down from the hill. Fluss felt very similar to Haas. The commoners were primarily farmers, and the way that all those doing other jobs were concentrated around the winter mansion was very familiar. Several of the nobles grimaced about being in a commoner city. Wilfred and Charlotte looked more excited than anything. They were used to visiting these kinds of places for spring prayer and the harvest festival, and were commenting about how Fluss resembled the farming towns of the central district. The smithy and carpentry workshops are here as well, our guide continued. We ask that you inform the city's people of your arrival. I understood. We greeted the foreman of the smithy and carpentry workshops, then left us some luggage with them. It was the same process as in Groschel, and the Gutenbergs had gotten used to it. Brunhilde, who had been watching the Gutenbergs work, suddenly looked around in wide-eyed realization. There is no stench here, as there is in Groschel, nor do I see any filth. Is there a reason for this? Because this province has a bustling farming industry, I replied. Groschel was firmly surrounded by walls, as was Ehrenfest, for that matter. But Lysgang had them only around its summer mansion. This resulted in sprawling farmland within arm's reach of the city proper. The focus on farming also meant that the population density was low, which stopped any smells from being concentrated in one location. Lenore, as a Lysgang noble, have you ever visited a commoner city? Brunhilde asked. Indeed, Lenore replied with a nod. As an apprentice knight, I at times left the summer mansion to hunt babies on farmland and in forest. This was before I entered Lady Rosemine's service, though, so it was only for a period of a few years. Brunhilde was related to the Lysgangs, and she had visited the province several times before, but she had never ventured outside the grounds of the summer mansion. She muttered to herself, surprised that commoner cities would differ so much, presumably because she hadn't looked at or even thought about them before now. I see that other provinces truly are unlike Groschel, Brunhilde said. It was a comparison that she could make only because she had seen Fluss in person. I proposed that she continue visiting and learning from other places, using this knowledge to improve her home province, and she replied with a confident, I shall. Incidentally, where is the printing workshop? I asked. Next to the winter mansion, Wilfrid replied, having already visited the city when performing his final checks. I hear that printing in Lysgang is going to be done as winter handiwork. Lysgang had many acres of farmland, and because it was in the south, its snow melted quicker than that of somewhere like Haldensdale. It was such a rich farming environment that it was called Ehrenfest's breadbasket, and the printing industry would purely be a side business rather than its primary focus. Legib said that the farming industry would remain the province's highest priority, Wilfrid continued, a natural choice for Ehrenfest's breadbasket. Lysgang's harvest would pretty much decide what the nobles had to eat during the winter, so the province was taking special care every year to avoid any complaints about a smaller yield than usual. I see you've been working hard, Wilfrid, I said. Huh? I am simply impressed by how much you know about Lysgang. I did a lot of research with Ignis before we left, Wilfrid declared with a subtle but proud smile. Elvira let out a quiet, oh my, at this remark, while Cornelius followed with an amused, I guess Rosemine's her next target. Oh no. The Gutenbergs will be staying here during their trip, what our guide announced. We had finally arrived at the Winter Mansion after stopping at Fluss's various workshops to drop off most of our luggage. The farmers were due to return to their land, so this accommodation was ideal. I see it was wise for us to bring our own cleaning implements, Gil said. Shall we begin right away? Of course, let's go, Gil. They were very much used to these long trips, and after climbing out of my panda bus, they got right to work. It was at their instruction that the Gutenbergs started unloading the remaining luggage. And as I saw how reliable they had become, I couldn't help but smile. Hugo is going to be preparing our food for the duration of our stay here, I said as Les and Gil continued to oversee the cleaning. Meals should be taken in the side building. I returned to the summer mansion, bringing only Benno and Damien of the planting company with me since they were needed for the next stage of the agreements. We sipped tea there while Gabe, Liesgang, and Elvira led the discussion on the final checks, after which the planting company signed a contract regarding the printing and plant paper guilds. Liesgang had a thriving logging industry thanks to its forests and mountains, and the wood it produced was going to play a key role in the making of paper. The children of the orphanage would also be helping out, making it seem like this work could also be done by women and older people. Guy Liesgang, I apologize for my rudeness, but if the printing industry is being treated as with your handiwork, is there not a chance that your income won't exceed your investment? Venus asked, seeming a bit concerned about how the contract was shaping up. As it stood, the printing industry would only be active for a short while, and unlike in Holdensdale, not all the citizens would be working toward it. I was similarly concerned that Liesgang would not draw much profit, especially because they had put so much money into the endeavor. That is not for you to worry about, merchant, Guy Liesgang said. Income is not the only thing that will make this investment worthwhile. We have no intention of canceling our contract, no matter how this fares financially. Okay. I'm guessing your connection to Rosemine is what you're hoping for. Understood, Benno replied with a nod. He then turned to Damien, who produced the necessary contract, and the required signatures were soon put to paper. That was the final contract we, the planting company, needed to sign regarding the printing and plant paper guilds, Benno said. I see. In that case, they may return to the other Gutenbergs, Guy Liesgang said. Benno and Damien stood up, said their farewells, and then departed. Coming here must have been a real test of mental endurance, especially with all the nobles around. At least now they could rest in the side building. Now that the meeting was composed entirely of nobles, Guy Liesgang called for fresh tea to be poured, then looked over at Wilfred and Charlotte. He kept up his peaceful smile, but his eyes seemed to be searching. I tensed up at once, eager to protect them. This is a rare opportunity, Guy Liesgang began. I wish to hear your thoughts directly from you, rather than through a messenger. Would you indulge me? Wait, he's talking to me? I instinctively straightened my back, while blinking in surprise. Naturally, in this environment, I couldn't refuse him. The air was heavy with tension, or suspense, affecting not just my retainers, but everyone else in attendance as well. Uncle? Lenore tried to interject, but the Gieb simply shook his head. I glanced over at Avara and Karstedt, who returned almost imperceptible nods. They were instructing me to deal with this properly, so I need to prop up Wilfred and emphasize that I don't intend to become the next Archduke. I turned to face the Gieb, recalling the advice that Ferdinand had given me, and said, You may ask what you like. Thank you. Now, I am of the opinion that Abigail will always reach out to Geduld when she is within his grasp. How do you feel about this, Lady Rosemine? Excuse me? Hold on a second, let me decide this message. Or decode this message. It certainly is the case that Abigail will always reach out to Geduld, I said, repeating his words almost verbatim in an attempt to buy myself more time to think. Geduld is often used to refer to where one lives, so that probably means Ehrenfest in this case. After some quick contemplation, I managed to guess at what he was trying to say. Why do you not want to aim to be the next Ob when you are an Archduke candidate with more than enough skill, mana, supporters, and accomplishments to make it happen? Well, he's not wrong! Of course, I couldn't be certain that this was his question, but I was more confident that it was something along those lines. But I am not Abigail, I continued, so I do not have a need for Geduld. I was hoping to make it clear that not everyone wanted the Archducal seat. The Giebs exhaled slowly. My niece Lenore, my distant relative Brunhild, and my half-nephew Hartmut all said the same. But I am simply not satisfied. Why do you not seek Geduld? If you did, Lady Rosamund, then everything would come together so smoothly. So he said, but having a former commoner like me become the Ob was bound to cause more problems than anything else, especially if someone figured it out. Lord Wilfred was clearly on the path to becoming the next Archduke, but when he entered the Ivory Tower, he lost his standing and was placed on equal footing with his younger siblings, the Gieb continued. Now he is once again seen as being the next Archduke, but only because he is engaged to you, Lady Rosamond. You are the one best suited to become the next Ob. And this knowledge is eternally frustrating to us Lysgangs as your family by blood. Guy Lysgang maintained that there wouldn't be any problems if my engagement were reversed, such that I took the position of Ob instead. I tilted my head slightly and glanced over at Wilfrid, who was doing his best to keep his head up, but his tightly clenched fist told me everything. I firmly believe that Wilfrid will make the better Ob, so our positions will never be reversed, I said. Guy Lysgang and Wilfrid himself stared at me in astonishment, while the nearby retainers all did the same. Karstedt, meanwhile, looked to be very interested indeed. It is precisely because he was once knocked down that he knows what it takes to claw back up again, I continued. He is going on to the widely loathed temple and assisting with ceremonies to loosen my burden as the High Bishop. He sees Ehrenfest people with his own eyes, and possesses the feelings necessary to both protect and live with them. Guy Haldensdale acknowledges this as well. But the same goes for you, Lady Rosamond, does it not? Guy Lysgang asked, stroking his chin. You displayed the talent necessary to overcome your poor reputation as one raised in the temple. Dedicate yourself to Ehrenfest as the High Bishop, and protect the duchy's people. In your compassion, you opened your heart even to orphans. Well, when you put it like that, I really do sound like a saint. Yeah, but yeah. I can only listen in a daze, struggling to believe that he was referring to me. Hartman must have been spurting his legends about me to that tune. In truth, I didn't even want to think about it. Guy Lysgang, there's one thing in particular that separates me from Wilfrid, I eventually said. To me, this one thing makes it abundantly clear that he is better suited to becoming the next Ob. And what is that exactly, the Guy asked, leaning forward a bit. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, but I merely rested a hand on my chest and smiled. My very life is dedicated to books and their creation, making new paper as cheaply as possible, setting up more and more printing workshops. Everything I do is for the sake of this solitary aim. Yes, my efforts are proving beneficial to the duchy right now, but I can assure you that I act only out of personal interest. I, unlike Wilfrid, am driven only by my own selfish desires. I wish to create, read, and surround myself with books. I see, Guy Lysgang replied. He allowed only the slightest amount of surprise to show in his face, but it was enough for me to guess what he was thinking. News of my book obsession had probably reached his ears at some time ago, but only now did he realize its severity. The tension in the air seemed to ease, allowing Wilfrid to crack a smile. How would Ehrenfest fare under Rosamond, who always prioritizes her own wishes above all else, he asked. Not well, I would say, and ensuring that it does not come to pass is the challenge given to me as the next Archduke. There is still much for me to learn, but I intend to put my all into it, Guy Lysgang. You are Rosamond's most fervent supporter, which means you are able to help Rosamond realize some ideas and convince her to give up on others. I request that you use this to guide Ehrenfest down a brighter path. It would be very heartening to have her blood relatives on my side. Wilfrid, didn't you more or less just say that I would make a tyrant archduchess and that the Lysgangs can only vouch for me to become the next Ob if they learn to contain my rampages? Yeah, that's kind of what he said. I wasn't sure how much of that little speech was genuine and how much was deliberately exaggerated, but it seemed that Guy Lysgang hadn't known about my rampaging tendencies. Wilfrid had succeeded in landing a critical hit on his spirit. I understand both of your positions, the Guy said. However, in either case, Lysgang is a fair distance from the city of Ehrenfest. The degree to which we can help is limited, but we will do what we can if allowed. Despite having made it clear that he was my strongest backer only a moment ago, Guy Lysgang was now taking a liberal step back and clarifying there was only so much he could do. It's just, I will need to sway grandfather's unbreaking will first. The Guy looked in the direction of what was presumably my great-grandfather's room. He was effectively made to eat dirt when Lady Gabrielle married into the duchy, and he continued to suffer under Lady Veronica's cold treatment. He has lived surrounded by hatred, and his heart has been hardened by it. I understand how he feels, so as I have experienced our province's darker days with him, but... Guy Lysgang turned back to us, sighed, and then looked over all the gathered retainers with a half-smile. There are now more Lysgangs among the archducal family's retainers, but this was not the case 5 years ago. Ehrenfest winters are long and leave the north of the duchy frozen over, meaning the harvest of a southern province like ours is essential. We have used our mana to expand our farmland for generations since long before Ehrenfest became the duchy it is today. And we have continued to protect our vast fields throughout the changing of the Alps through loyalty and marriages. We will remain loyal to the Ob to protect our province, as we have done, and shall always continue to do. In truth, my intention had been to express my loyalty to even Lady Veronica after grandfather died. Wolfried stared at the Geeb in disbelief. But I was told that the Lies gangs hated grandmother. Very few people would feel otherwise about someone who treated them so poorly. However, she is still a member of the Archducal family. Proclaiming our loyalty to protect our land is part of the Lies gang creed, and it remains in our best interest to continue it even if our expressions do not come from the heart. Unlike his grandfather, who had stood among Ehrenfest's top brass before being knocked down and mistreated when an Archduke candidate from Arensbach married into the duchy, Geeb Liesgang had been mistreated from birth. He was fine with facing reality, displaying loyalty, and working on climbing his way back up the ranks. His plan had been to secure bonds through marriage, perhaps having Sylvester take a Liesgang woman as his second wife, or marrying a Liesgang woman to whoever would be the next Archduke. And then everything changed, the Geeb continued. Lady Veronica fell from power before grandfather died, and as if by fate, Lady Rosemary was baptized as Lord Karlstadt's daughter and promptly adopted by the Archduke. It was when I gave everyone a blessing during my baptism and the Ob adopted me that Grandpa Liesgang started getting all excited about glory returning to his house. My adoption meant that it was within my rights to become the next Ob, and with the controversy surrounding Wilfrid at the time, most nobles had assumed that Sylvester would give the position to me and make Wilfrid my husband in order to tie his blood to man. The castle had gone through changes of such great substance that even Geebs from faraway provinces had come to notice. These included a massive series of replacements for the scholars working in the castle, similar replacements for Wolfies and Chainers, the Winterer playroom being completely reworked, and Lord Ferdinand and I overseeing the sale of new toys and books. If you become the next Ob, Lady Rosemine, then it will mark the birth of a ruling Liesgang Archduchess with none of Gabriel's Arensbach blood. No sooner had grandfather made the call than the Liesgang nobles previously scorned by Lady Veronica gathered and moved to back you. However, the Charlotte kidnapping incident had occurred soon after, and for the next 2 years, I was asleep in a Jareve. There was no way for the Liesgangs to regain their former status without a figurehead to support. Great-grandfather had apparently screamed, "Are there no gods?" before falling unconscious, and quite some time had passed before he woke up again. Wow! Yes, there are gods, it's just bad luck. Even while you were asleep, Ehrenfest continued to change, the Geeb said. The former Veronica faction was replaced. Liesgang nobles were assigned to increasingly important posts, and the mood in the air indicated that Wilfrid and Charlotte would be competing for the Ob seat. The Liesgangs had united to make me the next Archduchess, but as there was no indication of when I might wake up again, there was no helping them drifting apart. But no sooner had we lost hope than your awakening was publicized and you arrived for winter socializing. Upon hearing this news, great-grandfather had shouted, "The gods have returned! I will make Lady Rosemine the next Ob," only to then break into a coughing fit and end up bedridden. Still, none were against helping a blood relative become the next Ob, and Geeb Liesgang once again got to work organizing the Liesgangs or winter socializing. Incidentally, grandfather's wish amounted to nothing when you and Lord Wilfrid were engaged, the Geeb continued, and with the Liesgang due to become the wife of the next Archduke, it felt as though history was simply about to repeat itself. Well, there's a difference, though. There's a difference because the Archduke is not going to end up like Geeb Liesgang, so yeah. Ehrenfest was climbing higher up the duchy rankings each year, and now duchies that had previously never looked our way were giving us their attention. Great-grandfather had thus assumed that another Archduke candidate from a greater duchy would once again come into the picture and force me from my position as the future first wife. That I would end up suffering in spite of everything I did to improve and bring wealth to Ehrenfest. His own prediction outraged him, and the hatred that he felt for Lady Gabriel and the type of the time was instead directed at Wilfrid and Sylvester. In order to avoid a repeat of such a great tragedy, great-grandfather was set on ensuring that I become the next Ob no matter what. Some say that people grow more stubborn as they age, but on top of that he was mostly bedridden, stuck in his own personal echo chamber, blind to the change of the outside world. To me, he seemed that he was getting too carried away, but many of the older Liesgangs apparently still empathize with him. Grandfather's fall from grace is the reason that his hatred for Arensbach runs so deep, Geeb Liesgang explained. Can you and Lord Wilfrid cleanse this dark feelings inside him? Wilfrid was on the receiving end of a very challenging look from the Geeb, But he merely shrugged without looking too bothered. The most I can do is meet and speak with him. I don't know about cleansing any dark feelings. I can assure you, though, I have no intention of allowing such a tragic history to repeat itself. Thank you. That's nice and all, but cleanse his hatred? All of a sudden, he sounds like an evil spirit or something. In the end, we scheduled a date for us to meet with great-grandfather. It was agreed that we should see him before we were due to become busy with spring prayer work. And with that, Geeb Lysgang turned to his attendants. Speaking of spring prayer, I said, does Lysgang hold the same kind of ceremony as Haldensale? I was aware that many Geebs wanted to recreate the Haldensale miracle in their own provinces. Geeb Lysgang shook his head. Lysgang has lost its stage, so we cannot do it as Haldensale does. Does this mean that Lysgang is one of the provinces that destroyed theirs? I asked, frowning a little as I recalled the various problems that had arisen after I opened the Bible to look for instructions on how to make the stage. No, the Geeb replied with a wry smile. We did not destroy ours, we truly lost it at some point amid our long history. Lysgang had frequently changed its base of operations while establishing and growing its farmland. They had no records of their distant past, nor did they know where they had originally been situated, so they couldn't even confirm whether or not the stage was destroyed. Are you okay with that? I asked. The speed at which the snow melts can mean life or death to northern provinces such as Haldensale. That is why the northern Geebs despair over their stages being destroyed. Lysgang is in the south, however, and the snow has very little impact on our harvest. Okay, so they're fine with it. Okay. It seemed that the magic circle for summoning spring wasn't very relevant down here. At most, having the snow melt earlier than usual was a pleasant bonus that would increase their harvest a little. Your chalices will more than suffice, Lady Rosemine, Lysgang concluded. This year, we will once again be able to fulfill our duties as Ehrenfest's bread basket. Okay, visiting great-grandfather. Oh, boy. Here we go. He's going to be freaking stubborn about this. I can already tell. Lady Rosemine, Brunhilde said, it is time to visit great-grandfather. Brunhilde, Lenore, Hartmut, Cornelius. I muttered, addressing my arch-noble retainers one by one. We all share the same great-grandfather, I see. It feels strange to actually say it. All nobles are connected by blood in some way or another, Cornelius said with a shrug. Great-grandfather certainly likes to moan about Lady Veronica's family, but Lord Wilfrid and Lady Charlotte have archducal blood. In other words, though, it may not be particularly thick, they have Lysgang blood as well. Lenore gave a small giggle, but to great-grandfather, the thickness of the blood matters more than anything. That is why he so fervently wishes for you to become the next Ob, Lady Rosemine. As my retainers, are you not dissatisfied that I don't strive for the archducal seat? I asked. Their responses came in the form of a collective shrug, and their eyes all seemed to say that it was simply the safest option. I believe it would be best for you to do as you like, Lady Rosemine, Brunhilde said with a reinvigorating warmth. As your attendant, I will strive to support you such that the trends you bring riches to Ehrenfest. Attempting to change your course would surely prove fruitless anyway. She's right, Hartmut agreed with a nod. No matter what you do, Lady Rosemine, I shall strive to ensure that all see you for the saint you are. You may rest easy knowing that I will allow no mistakes on your part to sully your good name. He delivered this promise with a dashing smile, but for some mysterious reason it made me feel exceedingly uneasy. Our conversation continued as I traveled down the hall in Leslie, and soon enough we saw Wilfrid and Charlotte waiting up ahead. Wilfrid, Charlotte, my apologies for the wait, I said. Given your pensive expressions, I assume you two must be contemplating something. I thought that earning the Lysgang's aid was going to be a serious challenge, since grandmother raised me and her blood runs through my veins. But Geeb Lysgang made it sound as though the most I need to do is convince your great-grandfather, Wilfrid explained. We were just talking about that. Charlotte rested a troubled hand on her cheek. Yes, but I cannot imagine for the life of me what series of words or actions would calm the former Geeb Lysgang's wrath. Do you have any ideas, sister? Not at all, I said, then gesture for us to continue toward great-grandfather's room. I can only do what I did with Geeb Lysgang, expressing my thoughts and intentions in person rather than through a messenger. No matter how much great-grandfather wished for me to become the next Ob, it wasn't something I intended to do. In fact, as a former commoner, it wasn't even possible for me. The most I could do was ask him to give up on his dreams. Great-grandfather's feelings of rage and animosity are his own to deal with, I continued. It was never my aim to do anything about them. I will simply be informing him that I do not wish to become the next Ob, and that's all. I am impressed that you can be so nonchalant about these things. If you, the Lysgang's beacon of hope, make such a bold declaration to his face, I'm worried he might just travel to the distant heights. Oh no! That would be bad! I'm worried that actually might happen. I'm worried that if she says it, that might actually break his heart enough that it would kill him. Oh, I don't want that. That'd be very traumatic. I thought back to the traumatizing sight of great-grandfather collapsing right in front of me. That would be problematic indeed. I certainly won't be revealing that I'd rather be a second wife for the sake of more free time, assuming that this lower position wouldn't stop me from getting involved in the printing industry and creating my own library. Not even I knew that, Wilfred barked. It's the truth, though. Sister, Charlotte interjected, the Lies Gangs would never accept that, which is why we usually never mention it. It does rear its head from time to time, though. Both of my siblings let out heavy sighs. Just watch what you say here, Wilfred warned. We don't want him ascending to the distant heights partway through our meeting. Indeed. We arrived at the side building where great-grandfather was staying and were escorted inside. I expected to see him lying in bed, but he was properly dressed and seated in a chair in the largest ornate room. The fact that he looked more energetic than last year might not have been my imagination. Lady Rosemine, welcome to Lies Gang. It must be by the grace of the gods that we are once again given the opportunity to meet. Great-grandfather rejoiced with almost comical exaggeration in my arrival, but he didn't even acknowledge Wilfred and Charlotte. His attendant lightly tapped him on the shoulder, but he swallowed the hand away with annoyance. I am with my siblings as well, I said. They are Wilfred and Charlotte. Can you see them, great-grandfather? He blinked rapidly and squinted, as if only just noticing them. When one reaches my age, their eyes truly begin to fail them, and you are sparkling so brightly that everything around you is that much harder to see, Lady Rosemine. My apologies. I don't know if he's being sincere, or if he's actually just saying that to avoid acknowledging that he saw them and ignored them. Great-grandfather went on to greet both Wilfred and Charlotte, but he never actually looked at them. It was impossible to say whether he really couldn't see them or was deliberately averting his gaze. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We were offered seats, then tea and sweets were brought in. Great-grandfather wasn't able to test for poison himself, it seemed, so his attendant took on the duty in his stead. Once it was proven that our refreshments were safe to consume, the tea party began. Great-grandfather lavished my recipe with praise and said in high spirits that thanks to Hugo tutoring his chefs during Lampert's wedding ceremony, his meals have improved dramatically. He was especially fond of pound cake as it was soft and easy to eat. One can even taste the season by having pound cake mixed with a little fruit juice, Charlotte noted. Taste the season? That certainly is an idea, great-grandfather said. He closed his eyes and started to tell us about the seasonal fruits and vegetables farmed in Lies Gang. Gib Lies Gang Emeritus, there is something I must say as well, Wilfred announced when the mood turned peaceful. But great-grandfather didn't respond at all. His eyes were still closed and he was perfectly still, so it was hard to tell whether he was pretending not to hear him or had actually fallen asleep. He was a tough foe indeed. Just getting him to listen was a struggle. Great-grandfather! Great-grandfather, I called. Oh, yes, Rosemine, he asked, appearing to jerk awake before unsteadily turning to face me. Can you hear me, I asked. Indeed, I can hear your exceptionally adorable voice. So he was just pretending not to hear Wilfred then. No helping that. I'll just have to be the one to talk. I cannot become the next Ob, nor do I wish to, I said, going straight for the most important point. Great-grandfather sat still for a moment, then he slowly raised a hand and cupped it behind his ear. My apologies. To think my ears are in such a state that I would miss even your precious voice, Lady Rosemine. I am profoundly ashamed. Great-grandfather, I cannot become the next Ob, I repeated, nor do I wish to become the next Ob. I don't know what to say on this one. Oliver raising great-grandfather let out a bizarre cry. He then collapsed onto the table where he remained completely motionless. Did he just up and die? What? I swear. Charlotte cried. This is what I told you. Now choose your words carefully, Wilfred snapped. You were too blunt. Definitely on this one. You should have been a bit more subtle. Or use some kind of noble euphemism. I don't even know what kind of noble euphemism you would have used. I guess the one that Gabe Lies Gang had asked before. I don't know. As we all floundered over great-grandfather's abrupt collapse, his retainer stepped forward. Please calm down, he said. This is nothing out of the ordinary. He became a little too excited, but he will soon regain consciousness. You may enjoy your tea until then. So you say, but... It was hard to relax in a situation like this. I glanced around nervously and saw that Wilfred was surprisingly calm. This is usual, huh? He remarked. Still pretty bad for the heart. Wilfred, how can you be so at ease? I exclaimed. We've seen you do it so many times. He raised an eyebrow at me and said, because I'm used to you collapsing out of nowhere all the time. I mean, look, your retainers are even calmer. What? It was true. Brunhilde and Ottilie were already refreshing our tea while great-grandfather's attendants prepared to carry him to bed so that they could start attending to him. When you pass out at tea parties, I always have to do what these attendants are doing now, cleaning, consoling the guests, cleaning up after your mess. Wilfred explained, "How do you feel, Charlotte? This is your first time seeing someone collapse in front of you like this, right?" I am fine. I will need to get used to this sooner or later," Charlotte replied, her voice quavering. Her face was pale as she watched great-grandfather being taken away. "You do not need to get used to this, Lady Charlotte," Brunhilde said. "We attendants have many countermeasures in place to prevent Lady Rosamund from collapsing." She poured me another cup of tea, which I sipped at while watching great-grandfather's retainers try to wake him. Now, wake up. You are in the middle of a tea party with Lady Rosamund." Oh, good. He won't. Good. He's not dead. Good. I worried for a second that he had died or had a heart attack or something. Jesus. It was some time before great-grandfather regained consciousness, but when he did, he was instantly raring to go. His recovery was unusually quick based on my own experiences, and as I started to suspect that he had used a secret technique, ultimate move, play dead. Great-grandfather coughed a few times. "My sincerest apologies." "Guy Blasgang Emeritus," Wilfred said. "There's not much more I need to say." And so we ended up in a peculiar cycle. I would speak to great-grandfather, then he would collapse almost immediately after. This apparent farce continued nearly 5 times. His retainers made no attempt to intervene, so our conversation advanced slowly but surely. My sincerest apologies. "Great-grandfather, I see you've awoken again," I said. "Now, where were we?" "You just mentioned that the king acknowledged your engagement," Hartman answered in an instant. I praised my excellent retainer, then moved to continue. "Great-grandfather, do you truly intend to oppose the king's decision?" I asked. "Surely you would never do such a thing." "No, of course not," he replied. "That said, I am simply worried about your future, Lady Rosamund. You do not need to worry, Guy Blasgang Emeritus," Wilfred said. "I promise to end the Blasgang struggles with Rosamund as my first wife." For the very first time since we had arrived, great-grandfather looked straight at Wilfred. It seemed that he had last decided to face him instead of continuing this unnecessary and outright clownish act. The atmosphere grew cold as the hatred within him overflowed into the room, unable to be contained. Oh dear. His wrinkled smile disappeared as though he had just disposed of a mask, leaving only emotionless features. Despite this vacant expression, because of this vacant expression, the hatred that had consumed him after a lifetime of suffering and humiliation became infinitely apparent. Wilfred audibly swallowed. His hand resting on the table was trembling uncontrollably. I reached out to touch it. He recoiled at first, then looked at me and nodded. "As I am engaged to Rosamund, I intend to do well with the Blasgangs moving forward," he said. "There is no falsehood to that." "Then what will you do if an Archduke candidate from a greater duchy weds into Ehrenfest?" great-grandfather asked in a scratchy voice. If one day I end up in the same position as the first Duke Groschel, I will have father adopt my children before she comes to secure their status as Archduke candidates. The greater duchy will not be pleased about that. Father has already agreed to it. He will not commit the same mistake as the Ob of the past. Oh, so that's what they planned on doing. Okay, I never heard of that. Freaking not mentioning things here. "So the Ob has resolved too, then," great-grandfather said quietly. His eyes had glazed over, and he seemed to be staring at Wilfred, but perhaps he was recounting some event from the past. I waited for him to respond again, but it was his attendant who spoke next. "I believe that will do for today." We were being urged to leave, so we obliged and quietly excused ourselves. I glanced back at great-grandfather one last time on my way out. He was still staring into space, his eyes unmoving, but for the slightest moment I was sure that he was weeping. I think he got through to him, at least a little bit. Okay, let's continue. Sitting at the Archduke Conference. Spring prayer was over, and our full attention was already devoted to planning for the Archduke Conference. We held a discussion at the Italian restaurant with Ehrenfest's major store owners, including Benno and the Guildmaster, where we went over our findings from last year, what we had improved since, how many merchants could feasibly be taken in, and so on. We also settled some printing and publishing related details with the planting company, including the bottom lines we needed to meet. Elvira was due to attend the Archduke Conference as a scholar of the printing industry, so we would deliver all this information to her, whereupon she would rewrite it from a noble's perspective. After finishing our meeting with the lower city residents, we returned to the castle and talked things over with Sylvester. These are terms that Ehrenfest must not compromise on when forming our agreement with Dunkelfelder, and these are terms that Hartman says we can be more flexible with, I explained. If we can establish this as our precedent, future negotiations with other duchies will become that much easier. We had already ironed out the finer details with the planting company, including how we would manage translations, royalties, and the lending, printing, and selling of any books. I would use my modern knowledge as a basis and adjust it bit by bit to suit Jurgen Smith's ways. Furthermore, I continued, the Merchants Guild advised against forming any new trade agreements. Ehrenfest simply does not have the capacity to accept more merchants from other duchies. Last year, we had accepted 8 companies from Klassenburg and 8 from the Sovereignty. We had put up our guests in high-class inns and intended to do the same this year, but 20 companies would apparently be our limit. So they say, but we need to increase trade if we're going to negotiate a printing deal with Dunkelfelger, Sylvester noted. He then scrunched up his face and added, it's one thing to turn down others, but turning down Dunkelfelger won't be easy. I said the same thing to the lower city merchants, I replied with a big nod. We tried thinking of some good workarounds, at which point Benno of the Planting Company suggested that we distribute new confirmation paper. This way we could give Dunkelfelger some of the spaces we originally would have given to Klassenburg. Wait, so we'd accept fewer merchants from Klassenburg? What's the big idea? I explained Benno's thoughts. As per my previous report, a Klassenburg merchant left his daughter in Ehrenfest upon finishing his business here. She continues to be safe thanks to the hospitality of the planting company, but in Ehrenfest, hosting someone who cannot carry out their own winter preparations is by no means a simple matter. Starvation was a very serious risk in cases when the blizzard continued for longer than expected, which was why households needed to prepare a season's worth of provisions and then some for each of its occupants. Hosting even one extra person meant having to acquire a great deal more food, firewood, and the like. We do not want Klassenburg to think we will provide for any merchants left behind, so that they can use such tactics to learn more about our new products, I said. We must do something to ensure that Klassenburg merchants do not repeat their mistake, which is why Benno suggested that we limit how many merchants they can send and decrease the number of companies we can do business with. Each merchant from Klassenburg we reject frees up a space for a merchant from Dunkelfelger. We can only accommodate 20 companies like this year, and if we accepted the same number from Klassenburg and the Sovereignty as before, that would only leave us with 4 slots. By bringing Klassenburg down to 6 slots, however, we could accept 6 companies from Dunkelfelger in total. Benno had worn a very intense smile as he suggested this. It seemed that he was finding the Corinne incident to be truly irritating. It's up to you, Sylvester. You may elect to have each duchy send only 6 companies, or you can reduce this even further to 5, so that Drawanko can be included as well. Ehrenfest can accept no more than 20, but you may fill these spaces as you please. All right, Sylvester eventually said. I'll give it some thought. Our upper limit was so low because Ehrenfest's lower city only had so much space. As it stood, no other cities could accommodate our visitors, but we hope to remedy this by fixing them up. Is Groschel still not ready? I asked. We would have far more leeway if other cities could house the merchants as well. They petitioned for Entwickelns, but those things don't happen fast. I see. In that case, what if we sell the production method for Rinsham at a higher price to cover for how little trade we can accommodate? Doing this will impact our duchy's long-term profits for less than if we reveal how to make plant or identification paper. Besides, Drawanko already seems to be researching our Rinsham at length. We wanted to spread as many trends as we could, and it was ideal for us to prepare our cities, develop trade, and increase foot traffic as quickly as possible. The issue was that Ehrenfest wasn't yet used to receiving visitors from other duchies, and this was causing a mountain of problems. To be frank, it was all but impossible for us to fully develop our trade right now. There is no way that Ehrenfest can produce enough Rinsham to supply all of Jürgenschmidt, and the rising cost of vegetable oil is already a problem within our own borders, I said. I truly believe that we are better off selling the production method for a high price while we still can. Ehrenfest's future is in the printing and publishing industries, not beauty products. I didn't mind surrendering Rinsham to other duchies, but I wanted Ehrenfest to monopolize printing for a while longer. Printing and publishing would always drift towards the most populated areas. Although it had started in Germany back in Earth, it was in Venice that it had properly flourished. But I was determined to keep our duchy at the center of them both for as long as I could. To formulate a price for the production method, I told Sylvester the ballpark figures based on the profits we had made so far. I also added that once other duchies figure out the production method, the market value would plummet to 0. I'll keep that in mind, he said. Anyway, what about the plan to send our Italian restaurant chefs to the Archduke Conference? I consulted the Offmer Company, and they said that they could send those chefs without issue considering the season. They will even be able to sell recipes that their chefs have invented. I traded some of my recipes for theirs, and they were quite delicious. After trading for Lace's newly invented recipes, I had asked Frida if she could somehow obtain Rorays from Dunkelfelger. I explained that pound cake with Roray tasted especially good, and they had decided to import some alongside Vise at the next opportunity. I'll think about buying new recipes later, Sylvester said. Right now, what matters most is getting enough chefs ready. Regarding the duchies we couldn't afford to make the deal with, our plan was to sell them recipes or the Rinsham production method, depending on how much they were willing to pay. Given how many people could we be trying to make contact with Ehrenfest, we would need many chefs. Securing more attendance was easy enough. We could always contact Gibbs and scrape together more from among Ehrenfest's nobles. But the chefs had to be familiar with my recipes and skilled enough to earn a double thumbs up. I was aware that the lack of suitable chefs had proven an issue last year, which was why I had asked Frida to put some extra effort into training more. Now we were fully prepared. Charlotte might be the one flooded with proposals this year, I said, which made Sylvester twist his lips to show he was not amused. If we could continue to produce trends, thereby proving that our achievements weren't just temporary, then it was only natural that other duchies would start wanting to form long-term bonds with us. If she receives enough proposals that we have the leeway to choose between them, please try to respect her will as much as possible. Sylvester gave me a look as though he wanted to say something, but then simply lowered his eyes and nodded, yeah. I wonder what he was wanting to say. Our meetings continued all the way up until the day before everyone was due to leave for the Archduke Conference. The attendants were the first to teleport, Norbert included. As the head attendant, he would be staying at the Royal Academy from the beginning of the conference until the end of this year. Incidentally, Melkor's move to the northern building meant that the section of the main building where the Archduke couple lived would be completely closed off, with everyone focusing on the Archduke Conference instead. The next to move were the scholars and a portion of the knights. I made my way to the teleportations hall to see them off. Hartmut, who was now an adult, was leaving alongside Elvira as a scholar of the printing industry. I am Lady Rosemine's retainer, and I understand her feelings about books better than anyone, Hartmut had said to Elvira when asking to serve as her assistant. Most printing industry scholars were lay nobles to facilitate communications with the commoners, but for the Archduke Conference, it was better to have archnobles to make negotiations with other duchies run more smoothly. Elvira had said that having an archnoble like Hartmut would prove very helpful. Thank you for assisting, Mother, I said. I trust that you will carry out your work as skillfully as always. I shall strive to meet your expectations, Lady Rosamine. With such detailed documents at hand, we will be more than fine, Elvira said. I, too, am very much invested in the publishing of new books. You may trust us both, Lady Rosamine. This year's negotiations would predominantly involve Ehrenfest purchasing love stories from other duchies to print in Hollandsale. Elvira was motivated, so yeah, it was surely fine to trust her. Last to leave was the archducal couple. I said my farewells to Karlstedt, who was serving as their guard knights, while Wolfried, Charlotte, and Melkor said their farewells to the archducal couple. We're trusting all of you with the mana replenishment while we're gone, Sylvester said. Yes, Father, I will practice a lot, Melkor replied with a nod and smile. His response earned a chuckle from his two siblings. I cannot imagine you would get too many opportunities, Melkor, Charlotte noted. Back when I first participated in mana replenishment, I could not even move for some time afterward. Just focus on learning to use a little more mana each time, Wolfried added. Upon hearing these warnings, Melkor looked up at his parents with worry in his eyes. They both agreed that he shouldn't push himself, which only made him tense up even more. Everything will be fine if you listen to Bonifacius. Oh, and Ferdinand. Make sure you don't force them to meet your own crazy standards, Sylvester said, warning Ferdinand against falling into his usual Spartan habits. They were his parting words to us as he headed to the teleportation hall with everyone else immediately after. Rosamine, Ferdinand said, as you are going to be balancing 2 courses from this year onward, you would do well to study as much as you can. You will cease to have time to socialize once you return for the dedication ritual. And with that, my fate was sealed. My days in the council this year were to be spent studying for my 3rd-year lessons. Ferdinand, were you not just told that you shouldn't hold up to your crazy standards, I said. These are not my standards, but yours. There is no problem. Ferdinand sure is an expert at spitting sophistry with a straight face, isn't he? The Scholars Course written lessons wouldn't be a problem since I already knew the contents. My concern was about the Archduke candidate courses, which were said to be much tougher. Charlotte's eyes widened when she heard that I was going to be studying for the Archduke candidate courses. Uncle, she said, I would like to learn alongside Sister. Me too, Wolfried added. I can't study for the Archduke candidate course on my own, since I don't have any study materials. Ferdinand stared at them for a moment, seemingly as surprised as I was. Neither of us had expected that Wolfried and Charlotte would want to study as well. It was only after tapping his temples in thought for a moment that he offered a response. The goal of these studies is for Rosemine to finish her classes in time for the dedication ritual, and I have no intention of teaching either of you content that she already knows. If you end up falling behind, then you will simply have to watch. You may attend the lessons if you agree to these terms. Wilfred and Charlotte were overjoyed to have received this approval, and their bright expressions weren't lost on Melkor, who earnestly said, "I want to join too, Uncle." I would have approved my little brother's participation in a heartbeat, but Ferdinand didn't like his plans being interfered with. Wilfred and Charlotte were manageable since he had spent several years with them already and knew how well they would listen to his instructions, but Melkor was more or less a fresh face. Ferdinand gazed down at him, then his brows drawn together in a frown. "I promise to be quiet and not get in anyone's way," Melkor added. "You will be removed the very instant you break that promise," Ferdinand replied. He spoke without the slightest trace of warmth. But he had still given his permission. Melkor cheered with everyone, openly elated. Seeing his innocent celebration brought a smile to my face. But Ferdinand just heaved a frustrated sigh. The fact that he had conceded to the idea, despite how annoying he evidently found it, showed just how much his stony heart had softened. The old Ferdinand would have rejected Melkor on the spot and said that allowing him to participate was a waste of time for sure. Retainers weren't allowed to be present for our Archduke candidate course studies classes to the castle, in the same way that they weren't allowed to attend our classes in the Royal Academy. We each had one of our guard knights stand at the door, while Ferdinand dispersed the rest until fourth bell, asserting that they would be in the way otherwise. This reminds me, who are the professors for the Archduke candidate course when Archduke candidates can't move to the sovereignty, I asked. It was even more of a burning question now that we were in a classroom of only Archduke candidates. I think Professor Gundalf is one. Do the lessons even have professors? Ferdinand, who had been preparing the usual face stones, narrowed his eyes in thought as he thought back on his own experiences. In my day, it was a royal, that or of a former Archduke candidate married into royalty. At the time, there were many who could fulfill the role of a professor, but now I am not so sure. As we were aware, the Civil War had resulted in a drastic reduction in the number of royals. It seemed that not even Ferdinand knew who would be teaching us. You will see for yourself when you go to the Royal Academy, Ferdinand concluded. For now, let us begin by separating the elements of mana. You will not be able to move on to Archduke candidate practical lessons until you are able to do this. Apparently, separating mana like this was something that all third years were taught to do. One would divide it according to its elements and then reform it. As you know, it is easiest to control mana from which you have an aptitude, Ferdinand said. He went on to explain that most lay nobles didn't have many elements in their mana, which made splitting and fusing it quite the challenge. That said, those with only a single element could quite easily separate from given bits of mana. Archnoble and Archduke candidates, in contrast, have many elements, Ferdinand continued. They often find it easy to combine mana of their elements once taught how to, but they have great difficulty removing elements from their own mana, which is normally mixed within them at all times. Face stones of each element were prepared for us, and we touched them one by one to understand the feeling of pulling mana of a singular element. We were then tasked with making a face stone while trying to keep the mana of separate elements from mixing. If you learn to control your mana freely, then you will be able to fill an empty face stone with mana of a pure singular element, Ferdinand said. The exceptionally dexterous will even be able to replace the element of a face stone entirely. Separating elements from face stones acquired from fake creatures will also become a trivial matter. I touched the face stone I was provided with and got to work separating the elements of my mana, but when I showed my attempt to Ferdinand, "They are mixed, do it again." The three of us received the same disheartening response over and over again. Charlotte was the first to tap out, as she was the least used to controlling her mana. She had only recently learned to use mana compression, which means she had the smallest capacity of us all. Wilfred was trying his best, but he also dropped out once he started feeling sick. Drink a rejuvenation potion and recover your mana, Ferdinand instructed. There is mana replenishment to be carried out after dinner. Wilfred mumbled something in response while reaching for a rejuvenation potion on his belt. "You presumably have mana to spare, Rosemine," Ferdinand said. "Focus." I focused on my face stone while Ferdinand glared at me. The task he had given us was surprisingly hard, since controlling one's elements felt nothing like controlling one's mana in general. Maybe I can base this on an established method for separating a mixed substance, I thought, racking my brain for ideas. The clearer a visual one had, the easier it was to control one's mana. Separation, a centrifuge maybe? Oh, back in high school we learned about paper chromatography during biology. Can I use that knowledge here? In the end, I decided to swing my hand around and picture the elements going into different fingers. Rosemine, what is that hand motion? Ferdinand asked. Just let her do it. Let her do it and try it. My way of visualizing the separation process. I'm separating my mana while doing this. It is unsightly. Ferdinand thought very little of my idea, but I didn't care. It ended up working like a charm. Wow! Nice! Good job, Rosemine. Sorry, I had to drink some of my drink. Mana replenishment was performed after dinner, though it seemed to have been quite a struggle. Charlotte was just going to be sitting and watching any of our practical lessons that required mana from tomorrow onward, though she will participate fully in any that didn't. Once you have learned to separate and combine mana, what comes next is neutralizing phase stones of mana and turning them into gold dust, Ferdinand said. Of course, as you have mistakenly done this countless times already, Rosemine, there is no need for me to teach you. We shall instead move on to practicing there we go. This is where we get to find out the God of Darkness and God of Light's names, or God of Darkness and Goddess of Light's names, because before now, they had only been named as their titles. The others have names. Flutrain, the Goddess of Water, Abiglade, the God of Life. You get what I'm saying? The others don't have names yet, because apparently, yeah, if you try to say their name, if someone were to tell you their name, I think they would die or something, from what I've heard. Let's see. Ferdinand was holding a small box containing the kind of phase stones used for foundational magic. In class, students were tasked with using them to create a miniature city, but in order to accomplish that, one first needed to draw a blueprint of sorts. In practice, the most common approach is to use existing buildings and make only small changes to them. Ferdinand said one cannot risk failing when it comes to a large-scale effort such as creation magic. Not to mention, trying to prepare blueprints from scratch is an exhausting endeavor. One could always have scholars help with the blueprints, but it was absolutely crucial that an archduke be knowledgeable enough to identify any potential errors. Thus, we were all made to practice drawing them together. Our first task was to make our ideal room. I'm good at blueprints, Wolfrey crowed as he eagerly got to work. He was presumably designing something from scratch, whereas Charlotte intended to recreate her existing room in excruciating detail. Melkor was holding his pen with a smile, but given how shaky his lines were, his attempt probably wouldn't function as a room. My ideal room, The first thing that came to mind was a room with bookcases on every wall and an abundance of reading material on every shelf. My own personal library from my Arano days. It reminded me of my inglorious death back then, and I couldn't help but groan. It was weird just thinking about it. Rosemine, is this truly that difficult for you, Ferdinand asked. The first room I envisioned was overflowing with books I replied, but then I imagined them all tumbling down and crushing me to death, which made me question whether it truly is ideal. In any case, complete the blueprint in time for our lesson tomorrow. Ferdinand dismissed my agonizing with a cold remark and set the question as my homework. This brought us all the way up to 4th bell, which marked the end of our class for the day. We all made our way to the dining hall for lunch. Bonifacius was surely struggling as he dealt with the office all on his own, but he was helping out anyway. As we ate, he said that not offering his assistance would have been shameful, especially when I was coming first in class while doing temple work on top of everything else. I will strive to meet your expectations, grandfather. Even while eating lunch, my head was filled with thoughts of a book-filled room. My top priority had to be ensuring that the books wouldn't fall from their shelves during an earthquake. Everything else would come later. As I continued to mull things over, the door to the dining hall opened. It seemed we had a visitor. Lord Ferdinand, there has been an urgent summons from the Archduke Conference, the messenger said. Please head to the Royal Academy at once. Oh, no. I have an idea of what this is. If I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong. Our preparations for the Archduke Conference had been severely lacking last year, but even then, none of us had received a summons. Ferdinand appeared gravely serious as he quickly finished his meal while Justice instructed the attendant and the knights with him. Rosemine, or Bonifacius, if you excuse me, I must depart. I leave the rest to you. Go on, I'll take care of him. Ferdinand exited the dining hall at a brisk walk. It was unusual for him to see him in such a rush, and I could hear the drone of urgent conversation outside the room after he went. My heart pounded in my chest. His harsh expression had somehow resembled the one he had made when facing down the Sovereign Knight Commander in the Royal Academy's library, which made me feel even more uneasy than I could put into words. I'm still scared. Apparently, Ferdinand returned the same night he was summoned. Our lessons continued the next day as though nothing had happened, and seeing his usual stony face in all its expressionless glory made me sigh in relief. It was a quiet sigh, of course. I didn't want to risk him hearing me. So, why did you get summoned yesterday, I asked. It does not matter, it is over, Ferdinand replied, but he was clearly more displeased than usual. I'm really hoping it's not what I'm thinking of. Our lesson continued, but I know what's going to happen, guys. I know what will happen. It's essentially how next volume goes, essentially. And I don't want to think about it. Our lesson continued, but the atmosphere was exceedingly tense. Melkor seemed to be a little frightened by the intensity that Ferdinand exuded, while Wilfred was wearing a stiff expression, trying to gauge how our teacher was feeling. Eventually, it came time for us to have lunch. Bonifacius must have had exactly the same thought as me when he saw what an absolute state Ferdinand was in, as he asked, Ferdinand, what incidentally brought you to the Archduke conference yesterday? It is over. It does not seem over to me, Bonifacius replied with a glare. Something is weighing on you, I assume. Spit it out. Ferdinand, I knew it! I knew it! I knew what it freaking was, and I was really hoping that it wouldn't happen, but I know it. Ferdinand sighed. Arensbach has petitioned the king for a male Archduke candidate of adult or near adult age to be married into their duchy. Wait, what? I asked. Would they be marrying Lady Detlinde? Who else? Ferdinand asked, fixing me with a stern look that made me shut my mouth at once. He had a good point. Arensbach only had 2 Archduke candidates. One was Detlinde, and the other was a little girl called Letzia, who was too young to be even attending the Royal Academy. They requested it, but we declined for several reasons, Ferdinand continued. My absence would leave Ehrenfest with even fewer adult archducal family members. I am your guardian. My relationship with Veronica, no woman from Arensbach will make for an equal trade, as there are none who could take my place and work as a representative archduke. It seemed that Sylvester had valiantly fought against Arensbach's archducal couple and refused their position. In response, they had expressed their suspicion that Ferdinand was still suffering from Veronica's grudge against him, since he was continuing to serve in the temple. That's by choice. That one's by choice, because he returned to noble society. He didn't have to be the high priest if he didn't want to. And I'm sure Sylvester would have accommodated for that, but no, he decided to return back, so that is by choice. That's not because of Veronica. Georgine ultimately asked for me to share my stance in person, as she thought it obvious that I would rather be married to the next Ob of a greater duchy than continue serving as the high priest against my supposed will in Ehrenfest. So that was why Ferdinand was summoned. Yeah, to say, yeah, I'm not going anywhere. But you aren't serving as the high priest against your will, are you? Hence why I'm saying the matter is over. This response calmed me down, but several days later, Ferdinand was summoned again, this time by the king. Oh! I don't think it's gonna go well, guys. I don't think that's gonna be over. That's not over. I saw him off, sympathizing with his struggle of getting dragged to and fro. He shook his head with exasperation and stepped onto the teleporter to the Royal Academy. He's been gone a lot longer than last time, I mused aloud. Has he gotten caught up in something already? 2 days had passed since Ferdinand had been summoned, but he still hadn't returned. We couldn't continue our preparatory lessons for the Archduke candidate course without him, so I was being made to practice sewing for my bridal training and focus on my harpsichord practice. To be honest, studying for my practical lessons sounded way more preferable. Riarda, could grandfather not teach me? I asked. Lord Bonifacius has his own work to do as the acting Archduke, she replied. He does not have time to spend on your extracurricular lessons. The duchy's key scholars were going to the Archduke conference, and there weren't many scholars staying behind in general, so he was apparently in quite a rough situation. I shall assist him then. You cannot fool me, milady. You are making the same face as Lord Sylvester makes when attempting to escape his duties. If she saw it. I don't blame her. I wouldn't want to do sewing either. I had no hope of deceiving Riarda when she had spent decades honing her eyes and keeping Sylvester a regular offender from running away yet again. In other words, I would need to rely on a more direct attack. Riarda, I would rather read than sew, even if the book is not an enjoyable one. I just want to prepare for my next year at the Royal Academy. Please do allow me to read. Lady Rosamund has to leave partway through the term for the dedication ritual, so she needs to study in every opportunity, Felina Roderick added, trying to back me up. Also, bear in mind that she's taking both the Scholar course and the Archduke course next year. Riarda shot the idea down with a stern expression. She has finished studying for the Scholar course at the Royal Academy, if you recall, and studying for the Archduke candidate course is on hold until my boy Ferdinand returns. Tell me, what will she even be preparing for? I slumped my shoulders. Rayarda had an unrivaled understanding of all my activities in the Royal Academy, meaning I had no choice but to continue my embroidery. Bonifacius joined us for dinner as per usual. He looked exhausted, maybe because he was having to shoulder all the work done alone without Ferdinand here to help. Grandfather, are you doing okay on your own, I asked. I can always help out if you like. No, there's no need to worry, I am fine, Bonifacius replied, dismissing the idea with a wave. He then looked up with a start. Wait, I see. You can help me, Rosamine. Yes, I assist Ferdinand with his work in the temple and Sylvestra in the winter, so I do believe I can be of at least some help to you. Rosamine, you've been helping Father in the winter, Wilfred asked, staring at me in surprise. I explained the situation to him, that I had been summoned back to Ehrenfest quite some time before the dedication ritual, and had assisted Sylvestra in the interim. At which point he turned to Bonifacius with determined eyes. Lord Bonifacius, I would like to help as well. At this rate, Rosamine will take all the Archduke work for herself. Worry not, I shall do nothing of the sort, I replied. In fact, I would prefer that you take my share of Archduke duties as well. My ultimate aim is to read, not work. Do take care to remember that. In any case, I didn't expect them to have the leeway to educate Wilfrid when they were already suffering from a lack of manpower. I watched as Bonifacius fell into thought for a moment and then nodded. Very well then, Bonifacius said. If you're to be the next Archduke, then you'll need to learn the work sooner rather than later. Sylvester struggled a great deal due to his father passing away while he was still so young. He had very deftly omitted the fact that Sylvester's struggle was mostly related to his tendency to shy away from his work. Wilfrid was motivated, so it was decided that he and his scholars would all help out as well. Bonifacius was confident that having adult scholars on board would ensure that the process went smoothly. I admire your willingness to train a successor while you're so busy yourself, Grandfather, I said. I cannot help but view you in contrast to Ferdinand, who immediately cuts off anyone who deems to be useless. Ferdinand was still quite new to the idea of training successors. He had started off with Camphor and Freetic in the temple, but even then he needed to do all the work on his own, since it was much faster. There was no way he would take the time to teach a kid who got caught up in such an extremely busy period. I see, so you admire me, huh? Bonifacius muttered, nodding to himself again and again with a broad grin. Melchior raised a clenched fist into the air and said, I want to help too. I understand that you wish to join us, Charlotte interjected, but you are still too young to help Lord Bonifacius. Upon hearing this, Melchior slumped over in disappointment. I know that I only slow things down, but I want to be with you all. I'm sure there are some things that Melchior can help with, I said. Charlotte let out a sigh. Sister, it will take you and Lord Bonifacius quite some time just to find work for him to do. Melchior, please sit this one out, and in return you may study in the corner of the office. I will sit nearby to ensure that you do not interfere. Will that suffice? I was moved. Charlotte had put forward precisely the kind of solution that a big sister would come up with to help her little brother after living with him for such a long time. I was a fake in comparison. I tried to grant Melchior's wishes in any way that I could, but Charlotte actually acknowledged and respected the feelings behind them, even when she refused him. When I came to our big sister power level, she was miles above me. I accept this, Bonifacius said. Study well, son. Sir, Melchior replied happily. Charlotte watched on with a warm smile that reminded me of the one that so often graced Florencia's lips. It left no room for doubt that they were mother and daughter. We started helping Bonifacius in the afternoon the very next day. We had spent the morning focused on our studies, and after finishing my Heartspiel and dedication world practice, I headed straight for the Archduke's office. Our presence would probably make things harder to begin with, so I needed to delegate the workloads as much as I could in the morning. This work here can be done by Wilfrid, this by Charlotte, this by Melchior, and this by me and my retainers, I said. But as for this work, I am afraid you will need to do it yourself, Grandfather. Of course, Charlotte and Melchior are only here to study today, but as their scholars are present as well, do not hesitate to distribute work to them. Bonifacius' eyes widened at the now organized amount of paperwork. You know what kind of work their retainers are capable of doing, he asked. Not exactly, I replied. I only know the ability of the apprentice scholars I've seen working in the Royal Academy. I intend to use today to gauge how the others do, and if they perform well, we may trust them with more work from tomorrow onward. I didn't really know how much work Wilfrid's scholars could be trusted with, so the pile for my retainer was taller than any other. Considering how fast my retinue worked on the temple, however, I was fairly confident that they could have this work finished by the end of the day. Once the work was distributed among Archduke candidates, I started distributing mine among my retainers. These are for Roderick, these are for Feline, these are also for Feline, these are for Roderick, these are for Damiel. Wait, Rosamine, Bonifacius said, was that not a knight's name? Yes, but I don't see that as an issue. Of all of my knights, save for Angelica, do the work of scholars in the temple, or is that a problem in the castle? Daniel wasn't the only knight capable of doing scholar work. Cornelius, Lenore, and Judith all helped out in the High Priest's office when I was there. Bonifacius frowned. There's no precedent for using knights as scholars, but it shouldn't be an issue during the Archduke Conference. Given the shortage of manpower, I can't imagine anyone protesting. We should use what we can. He had a surprisingly flexible attitude, and my affection points for him were shooting up. I'm glad that we get to work together, Grandfather. We all spent the afternoon doing our work, but the Archduke's office wasn't big enough to hold Bonifacius, Wolfried, Charlotte, Melkor, and me, and all of our retainers at once. For this reason, we moved to a meeting room and worked there instead. Charlotte was busy watching Melkor practice math. Bonifacius turned to Melkor's retainers and said, if you all do your work properly, Melkor will not feel so useless. Your tasks today are for the sake of your lord. Do them well. It wasn't long before Charlotte's and Melkor's retainers were delving into their paperwork for the day. Bonifacius was instructing Wolfrid's scholars as they continued their work. Now then, I suppose we should begin as well, I said. Do we really have to do scholar work here too? Cornelius asked with a grimace. The other guard knights were either standing behind their Archduke candidate or guarding the door like Angelica. There is only a manpower shortage during the Archduke Conference, I replied. Lord Bonifacius said that he will allow this. My retainers had so much more work to do than anyone else, but we got through it so much faster than because my guard knights were helping, and we were also used to the process from our experience in the temple. The other scholars were having to learn new things to get the work done. I have finished this, Lady Rosemine, Lenore said. May I ask you to look it over? Is the math here correct, Judith asked. This part. The flow of money doesn't seem quite right. We should investigate it carefully, Daniel said, having discovered what seemed to be embezzlement. We ultimately decided to wait until Sylvester and the others got back before looking into it any further. At fifth bell, we took an extended break and enjoyed the tea and sweets that our attendants brought in for us. You're all so amazing. I want to be useful soon, too, Melkor said, looking at me with respect in his eyes while eating a sweet. Receiving such praise from my little brother really did warm my heart. I needed to keep up the hard work now and forever. Ferdinand is certainly putting your knights through their paces at the temple, huh? Bonifacius asked. To be honest, I never thought knights could manage to do scholar work so effectively. Back at the Royal Academy, I kept hearing that her scholars are on another level than mine, but I never thought her knights would be this impressive too, Wolfried said. Charlotte was nodding along with him. Lord Wolfried, it is not the duty of a knight to do paperwork. Please do not take after Lady Rosemine and start making unreasonable demands of us. Lambert said, eliciting a firm nod of agreement from Cornelius. There is much you can learn from observing how Lady Rosemine trains her scholars, but you should allow your knights to stick to their own duties. Indeed, Bonifacius added, Wolfried, you must not have your scholars do more work. Wolfried shook his head in protest and said, but I am. They are doing more printing work by the day. It was true that printing was going to be Ehrenfest's primary industry going forward, but Wolfried wasn't actually that involved with it. Out of all of our retainers, the only one deemed fit enough to accompany Sylvester to the Archduke Conference was Hartmut. If you are motivated, then I can ask Elvira to send more and more work your way, I said. Most of the scholars involved in the printing industry are lay nobles, and she has been talking about wanting to have more archnobles and men nobles to bring to future conferences. Perhaps you could train them in preparation for next year. Our plan was to announce printed goods during next year's Archduke Conference, and chaos was bound to ensue. The more people we had there, the better. If we can send as many of our adult retainers as possible, I am sure it will make all the difference for us in the future, I continued. It will also be heartening for our retainers to have a grasp on how the Archduke Conference functions before we must go there ourselves. I am very much looking forward to Hartmut's report. Wolfried looked over his own retainers, a competitive fire burning in his eyes. All right, he said, I'll make sure mine are good enough to attend the Archduke Conference next year. Okay, perfect. New recruits for the printing industry. We got used to the new work over the next few days, and soon reached the point where we could talk casually during breaks. According to Cornelius, the grades of the apprentice knights were steadily rising, thanks to the Rosemine mana compression method. Matthias is very impressive, then, for keeping up with them while working so desperately to compress his mana on his own. Lenore nodded. He can give orders in my place and possesses more mana than average for a men noble. We would ask you to take him as a retainer, but he is unfortunately of the former Veronica faction, she said with a troubled smile. We have been struggling to find a suitable guard knight to replace Traugott. Gerlach's son, huh? Bonifacius asked with a grimace. Rosemine, no matter how skilled this boy is, and no matter how much you might wish for his service, you must not take him as a retainer unless he gives you his name. He is too dangerous otherwise. The way that Bonifacius spoke made it sound as though he knew something that I didn't. I gazed at him quizzically, urging him to elaborate, but he just shook his head and repeated that the former Veronica faction was dangerous before changing the topic. More importantly, your mana compression method is something else, Rosemine. Well done for thinking that one up, Bonifacius said, describing how much progress the knights were making amid some generous words of praise. That lay knight guard of yours, he glanced over at Daniel, probably wouldn't have lasted this long if not for that technique. He was lucky that his growth period ended so late, and that when coupled with your mana compression method, it meant that he could increase his capacity far more than anyone would expect from a lay noble. I seem to recall my Omega Blessing being the primary reason for Daniel making so much progress, not his late growth period, but that was a secret between Karstead and me. Is Daniel still growing, I asked? No, his capacity has been relatively stagnant over the past year or two. No matter how late it started, his growing period must have stopped by now. Of course, that just means his vessel has stopped developing. He can keep compressing his mana to fit more into the space he's working with, and he can get better at fighting by using his noggin. It seemed that Daniel now had the average mana capacity of a low or mid-tier med noble. Considering how small it had originally been, that was a massive upgrade. I wouldn't expect any more dramatic improvements from him, Bonifacius continued. That boy's reached his peak. Knowing this, will you still use him as a guard knight? I noticed Daniel tightly clench his fist out of the corner of my eye and nodded at once. His mana is not his main strength. It's not for Daniel. My retainers would not be anywhere near as organized as they are now. I have no intention of relieving him of duty, whether that be now or in the future. I see. Then I will continue whipping him into shape. Daniel met this news with a hard expression, but he would suffer even more without Bonifacius' training. The road ahead was going to be tough for him, so I wanted him to keep working hard. He knew too many of my secrets. If circumstances ever led to him letting let go, there was a very real chance that everyone around me would try to silence him for good. I didn't want to have to stress over that. Please whip the other apprentice guard knights into shape as well. They are now coordinating more, but they still fail to understand the contribution scoring system, I said, explaining Judith's reaction to the fish slaughtering. I see, Bonifacius replied. He looked over the gathered apprentice knights with a wide grin. Seems like I need to rethink their training. Grandfather, what was the Royal Academy like when you were there? I asked on another day. The Civil War had resulted in many tremendous changes, and things were now very different from when Ferdinand had attended. I was wondering whether going all the way back to Bonifacius' years will reveal even more dissimilarities. I mentioned the old diary that Solange had allowed me to borrow, and the various ways that things had changed compared to when it was written. Then I asked Bonifacius what he remembered about his days in the Royal Academy. The Academy, huh? He said. The most I remember is people running around for treasure-stealing dinner. According to Bonifacius, the scholars would desperately start making rejuvenation potions from the very moment they learned how to, and when they weren't making such potions, they were creating magic tools necessary for dinner. Attendants would focus on the information war, with some even flying around on high beasts to refill magic tools, and the knight's rejuvenation potions. My initial assumption had been that Bonifacius was the type of person to charge ahead of everyone else to strike first in battle. But as an Archduke candidate, he had instead focused on taking command and moving troops. Of course, I made sure to show off the power of my fists whenever the opportunity arose, Bonifacius made sure to note. He went on to explain that he had been friends with archnobles from Dunkelfelger and the now-gone Workstock, and that he had sometimes taken the apprentice knights out hunting. Oh, that reminds me. I once destroyed a shrine on the academy grounds in the heat of a dinner game. That's terrible, I explained. Wait, so is one of the Academy's 20 mysteries actually about you? Then what about the delinquent student who played pranks at the Shrine of the Gods, dotting the Royal Academy's grounds? No, a story like that can't be about me, Bonifacius said, rushing to defend himself. I only broke one, and I reported it immediately. It should be repaired by now. On a more important note, what's this about 20 mysteries? It's news to me. I didn't expect him to know about it, but I told him one of the 20 mysteries I had heard from Solange. Melkor and Charlotte, among others, listened to great interest. What did you mean it should be repaired by now, I asked. Did you not check, Grandfather? It's not my fault. There are rarely any opportunities to return to the Royal Academy after you graduate. Riarda chuckled as she refreshed my tea. You mustn't be deceptive, Lord Bonifacius. You do not visit the Royal Academy every year for the Archduke Conference when serving the previous Archduke as the Knight Commander. Riarda, Bonifacius exclaimed with an awkward grimace. She was about his age, meaning she was old enough to know his past. And his secrets. I shall check on that shrine in my place then, I said. Do you remember where it was? I would expect it to be covered in snow during the winter. It should only be visible during the Archduke Conference when the grounds are clear. In short, I was unlikely to be able to find it while I was actually at the Royal Academy. How unfortunate. Incidentally, I took this opportunity to ask him whether he knew anything about the Forbidden Archive. I can't say I recognize that name, he replied. I always sent scholars to get what I needed from the library and never went there myself. To me, Bonifacius had always come across as somewhat of a maverick who would break boundaries whenever he went. But it turned out that he had been a surprisingly ordinary Archduke candidate. Lord Bonifacius, Riarda interjected. Would it not be more accurate to say that you rarely use the library at all? Riarda? Bonifacius fell into a sudden silence. His pouty expression was admittedly quite cute, and everyone who had been listening couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that he was hard to talk about your past when someone who shared that knowledge was standing nearby. Okay. I think I'm going to end this off here. I'll see everybody in the next one. Okay, I made some changes to the thing. Hopefully the quality, like, of the words in the video will be better. I hope so. Okay, this will be part 5. Report on the Archduke Conference second year. We spent our days peacefully until soon enough the Archduke Conference came to an end. Word arrived that the Archducal couple's attendants had returned and were preparing to welcome their lord and lady. I was worried about Ferdinand since he hadn't come back from his second summons, so I went to welcome them at the teleportation circle. Wolfried, Charlotte, and Melkor were naturally with me, excited to see their parents again. Father, mother, Melkor cried, brimming with excitement. The Archducal couple have returned. Florentia was wearing her usual smile, but Sylvester was almost completely expressionless. Oh, no. God damn it, I hate freaking Aaron's box so much. They must have caused problems. But Sylvester was almost completely expressionless. He looked so stoic that it was hard to even imagine a smile on him. After saying our greetings, I turned to Sylvester. Did something happen during the conference? I'll explain during our meeting. Ah! That idiot, Sylvester said, offering only the briefest response. He then clicked his tongue and muttered a few crude words about this unknown person. Sylvester, Florencia said, chiding her husband. He let out a sigh, put on a smile for the kids, and urged us out of the teleportation hall. Come on now, let's get a move on. We need to make way for the next teleportation, Sylvester said. And indeed, a few moments later, the teleportation circle flashed. It was Ferdinand. Welcome back, Ferdinand, I said. Indeed, it is good to be back, he replied, wearing the most brilliantly fake smile I had ever seen in my life. Oh no, what happened? Hartmut, did something happen to Ferdinand? I asked once we were back in my room. Unfortunately, it turned out he had only been allowed to attend the negotiations with Dunkelfelger. He hadn't been permitted to accompany Ferdinand to wherever he was summoned. The most I saw was the Ob shouting in the dormitory and Ferdinand silently brushing him off, Hartmut explained. Based on the few snippets I overheard, I believe they received a royal decree from the king that they cannot refuse. I knew it! From there, Hartmut gave a report on the meeting with Dunkelfelger. Negotiations about the royalties and translations had panned out mostly as expected. Dunkelfelger's first wife is a fearsome woman indeed, Hartmut noted. Although she could not provide any details, she seemed to have deduced the existence of printing. How did she do that? She examined the book that Lady Hannelore borrowed and observed that the handwriting was so consistently neat that it couldn't possibly have been done with a pen. She looked at the ink surrounding the letters and noted that it differed from what she was accustomed to have from handwritten works. And as her most impressive feat, she took the knowledge that we want to sell our books and deduced that we had created technology capable of producing multiple copies of the same work. Eep, the first wives of Greer duchies were sure are scary. Yeah, not that hard to figure out. If you're wanting to sell books, you had to have had a way to mass produce them, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Because, I mean, that was the whole point of books being so expensive, was that they were originally made by hand and thus were so hard to find. It had been scary enough when Drewonkel immediately deconstructed and analyzed the trial portion of Rensham I gave them. But Dunkelfelger's first wife figuring out the existence of printing technology simply by looking at a book her daughter borrowed was absolutely terrifying. Now, if you will allow me to move on, Dunkelfelger's scholars came to understand the royalty and translation fees much quicker than our own, Hartmut continued. The skill gap between our duchies was made apparent once again. It was not an easy task to absorb completely new ideas and concepts. In a world where books being handwritten was not only the norm, but literally the only option, people simply could not understand the concept of paying anything per copy of a book. It generally took quite some time for the lay nobles of the printing industry to grasp everything. Elvira, in contrast, had understood quite quickly as she was making the books firsthand. Overall, it was quite a tense meeting. There were two sharp eyes on me at all times, trying to determine whether I am a fitting partner for Clarissa. Clarissa's father had been among the guard knights, and he had spent the entire meeting fixing Hartmut with a stern glare. Things had gotten so unnerving that Hartmut had apparently started to worry that Clarissa's father would suddenly charge over and cut him down. The shield of wind that you produced during the attack on the award ceremony seems to have garnered quite a bit of attention, Hartmut continued. It came up even during the conference. You didn't fan the flames, did you? I spoke only of the legends that I have already made public. I understood when to hold my tongue, he replied. He had wanted to spread the more recent legends about the first Turnish-befallen bat hunt. Nope. Can't do that. And the recovery of our duchy's gathering spot, but yet had thankfully exercised some control. I would ask that you learn even more self-control and outright cease your efforts to push exaggerated tall tales as stately legends, I said. That would mean limiting myself to the more restrained tales, which won't be quite as satisfying. But if such is your wish, Lady Rosamine, then I shall obey. Our meeting about the Archduke Conference was held the day after everyone returned. The Archducal family, their retainers, the Knights Order, and the majority of the high-ranking scholars were in attendance. Wilfrid, Charlotte, and I were there as well, and we promptly took our assigned seats. Uncle seems to be in a good mood for once. Do you think it has something to do with the Archduke Conference, Wilfrid asked? I don't think he's in a good mood. He was wearing a very bad fake smile, and when he wears a very big fake smile, he's not happy. He was sitting next to me and commented on Ferdinand, who was seated almost across from us. I had been trying to avoid looking at Ferdinand, but I eventually conceded and my blood immediately ran cold. His smile truly was faker than any he had ever worn before, and that was precisely why it was so scary. I didn't have a clue what was going through his head or what he was so angry about. You must not be fooled, Wilfrid. That is the expression he makes when he is exceptionally displeased. Is that so? Charlotte asked, surprised. She was sitting on my other side. I've never seen him smile like that before, though. Wilfrid said, looking between Ferdinand and me with suspicion. We can disguise most emotions beneath an expressionless mask, but when he gets very angry or is in especially great pain, he overcompensates with the most exaggerated smile so that those around him cannot detect how he truly feels. Rosamine, Ferdinand called, deepening his smile before raising a hand to cover his mouth. I understood that as him telling me to shut up. So I placed both my hands on my mouth and nodded repeatedly. Yeah, don't say anything. He's always scarier when he's smiling. Everyone's here, I see, Sylvester said. He had arrived at Florencia once everyone was ready, and just like last year, the meeting commenced. A lot changed this year, so our gathering here won't be brief. Don't let your minds wander, or you'll miss a lot of very important decisions. After these initial words, one of Sylvester's scholars began by announcing our place in the duchy rankings this year. Ehrenfest was now 8th. Whoop whoop! Dang, they went from the 13th to the 8th in 2 years! Jesus! Meaning we will be using the doors and rooms marked 8th in the Royal Academy next year. Rosamine's mana compression method is producing excellent results among children still in their growth period, Sylvester said. Furthermore, the children are collectively working together to improve not just their own grades, but the grades of the whole duchy. Their accomplishments can be seen through how many honor students we have obtained and the fact that our grades at the Royal Academy have risen significantly. Keep up the good work. Wilfrid frowned, adopting a slight pout. I thought we'd go higher than that. Getting a higher rank through grades and trends alone seems unlikely, I replied. We have just about reached our limit unless Ehrenfest begins to hold more influence within the sovereignty. Those above us are now our middle duchies with royal family members and greater duchies that have more influence to begin with. If we wanted to climb beyond 8th, we would not only need to keep up with the trends, but also send people into the sovereignty to converse with and sway fellow sovereign nobles. The problem was that this latter point would immediately put Ehrenfest in dire straits. We just didn't have the manpower to spare. So we need to train new people then, Wilfrid asked. I imagine it will be many years before we can send skilled workers while maintaining our current grades, Charlotte said, looking equally as troubled as her brother. Ehrenfest's population was on the smaller side for a duchy of our size, meaning it would take us quite some time to produce people skilled enough to work in the sovereignty. Our business deals this year have increased our influence with Klassenburg and the sovereignty, even if only by a small amount, Sylvester continued. Next year, we plan to finally start spreading printed goods at the Royal Academy. Keep your guards up and do your jobs. Sylvester then went on to explain the deals that had been made during the conference. We had settled on doing business with Klassenburg, the sovereignty, and Dunkelfelger. A scholar looked around the room, then started to give more details. We have given permission for 8 companies from the sovereignty to come, 6 from Klassenburg, as they caused problems in the lower city last year, and 6 from Dunkelfelger. As for the duchies we were once again unable to sign with, Lady Rosamine permitted us to sell them the production method for Rensham and certain sweets. This should help contain the rising price of plant oil. Increasing trade is important, but we have been made painfully aware that our entire duchy must be prepared, not just our city. There was a limit to how many merchants could be accepted into Ehrenfest's lower cities, so it was outright impossible for us to take any more trade partners without either expanding the city or increasing the amount of accommodations available in the cities alongside the main trading route, such as Groschel. That said, sorting out large-scale infrastructure projects is a job for Sylvester, not me. Next, I shall report on the printing industry, the scholar said. We held a meeting to discuss our acquired right to publish the book on Dunkelfelger history. He then repeated what Hartman had already told me before signaling for another one of Sylvester's retainers to bring forth a box. These are the winnings that Ferdinand secured alongside the rights in question during his dinner match, Sylvester said. The box apparently contained the ingredients that Heischitz had promised. Ferdinand checked its contents to confirm, then handed the box to Justice. Another scholar stood up. As Lord Wilfrid and Lady Rosamine are now engaged, it's Lady Charlotte who was flooded with marriage proposals this year. Of course. Apparently there had been a truly shocking amount. There were requests from greater duchies for her to be a second or third wife, and even requests from top-ranking middle duchies asking her to be a first wife, something that would have been unthinkable just a year ago. We postponed our answers, as this is not a matter to be settled on the spot, and intend to consider these options with Lady Charlotte's thoughts in mind. Ehrenfest hadn't yet decided which duchies it wanted to maintain or establish connections with. We will need to consider whether it was best to establish a relationship with a greater duchy, with Charlotte as a second or third wife, or whether it was best to have her as a first wife, which would allow her to attend the Archduke Conference. Some duchies also offered Ob Ehrenfest second and third wives, the scholar noted. These too will receive careful consideration. Sylvester had publicly declared that he didn't intend to marry anyone but Florencia, but the times had changed and Ehrenfest was no longer in a position where we could keep to ourselves. Now we had to use marriages to form bonds and increase our influence with other duchies. These requests will also be put on hold for now, Sylvester said with a bitter grimace. Florencia, who was sitting beside him, merely shook her head and shrugged as if to say that she did not mind him having more wives, and wished he would stop avoiding the subject. Sylvester coughed, stood up, and waved a hand to change the subject. I think it's time we move on to announcements about royalty. Prince Hildebrand had his debut. He's the son of the king's third wife from Dunkelfelger, but he's been raised as a vassal. It seems safe to say that Prince Sigiswald is going to take the throne. This announcement resulted in some low mutterings among those gathered. The child of the Dunkelfelger wife seems more competent and a manner rich than that of the de Lessenmeyer wife, one person said, so I am surprised that Dunkelfelger stood down so easily. Another nodded in agreement. They must be prioritizing avoiding another civil war above all else. Well, of course. Furthermore, Prince Anastasius' Starbine ceremony with Lady Eglantine was completed with that issue, Sylvester continued. The hairpin she wore was one she received from Ehrenfest. It drew much attention, and we expect further orders for hairpins from greater duchies and royals. That made sense. I thought of the Archduke candidates who would be graduating next year and considered the possibility that Lestalot from Dunkelfelger might order one. I wonder who he would order it for. I wonder what Lady Detlinde will do. Ob Ehrensbach asked for a husband for her, but Ferdinand refused. Oh, I don't want to think about that, because that's probably, I don't like this. These next two books might make me cry. Who knows? Especially the next one, from what I know. One last thing, and this is going to impact Ehrenfest more than anything else mentioned thus far, Sylvester said. His voice lowered, and his expression disappeared as if to contain his emotions. Is this the most important thing that happened at the Archduke Conference, I wondered, leaning forward out of curiosity. In contrast to my enthusiasm, all those who returned from the conference were wearing similarly flat expressions. Once all eyes were on Sylvester, he began to speak. The king has ordered that Ferdinand and Lady Detlinde of Ehrensbach to be joined in matrimony. They are to be engaged post-haste, and their marriage will take place as soon as Lady Detlinde graduates from the Royal Academy. But I thought the matter was dealt with. What's this about the king ordering it? I glanced over at Ferdinand without a moment's hesitation. He was wearing the same fake smile that he had been using to mask his feelings ever since he returned from the Royal Academy. An engagement? How wonderful. To think love would return to... No, it's not love here. This is a political marriage. This is not what he wants. I would never have expected a greater duchy such as Ehrensbach to seek a former temple priest. What an honor. It's not an honor! From what we know of Detlinde, she's an awful person. The king must have remembered and favored Lord Ferdinand from when he came first in class so many years in a row. The attending nobles exchanged words of celebration which Ferdinand received a polite nod and the same exaggerated smile. It was clear that he hadn't wished for this marriage. In fact, he had outright told me that he had refused it. I knew that the more guarded of a smile he put on, the angrier and more dissatisfied he was on the inside. But everyone was celebrating this news as though Ferdinand was over the moon himself. Just how much pain does Ferdinand have to endure in his life? Now he has to marry Lady Detlinde, who's more or less a young version of Lady Veronica, the woman he hates most. Will the world ever let him be happy? I don't know, not at this rate. No. Just seeing Ferdinand smile like that made me so frustrated and sad that I wanted to cry. Sylvester must have felt the same. His eyes wandered to Ferdinand, and immediately his flat expression morphed into a deep frown. Florencia gave him a light jab in the side a beat later, prompting him to become stone-faced once again, but I could see his true feelings through the cracks in his mask. Oh, of course he could. Of course he's not happy about this. He knows that Ferdinand doesn't want this. He doesn't want his brother to have to go and marry into Ahrensbach. You guys are on very good terms anyway, so why would you want anybody going in there? Sylvester looked around the room, seeming a little frustrated. I asked for quiet, he said. The words of celebration stopped, and all eyes turned to him. It has been decided that Ferdinand will move to Ahrensbach after Lady Detlinde's graduation, and their Starbein ceremony will be held straight away during the following Archduke Conference. So, what year is she in? Is she, a 4th year or something? So that's in 3 years from now. If I'm right on that. I don't remember. Normally, an engagement like this would sit for a year following one's graduation. There was a lot to prepare when it came to moving duchies. Marrying right after one's graduation was very strange, and there must have been some dire circumstances behind it. Thus, Ferdinand will be removed from his position as High Priest, and we will need to assign someone to take his place, Sylvester said. The room began to stir. Those looking to climb the social hierarchy had much to gain from supporting me as the High Priest. The problem for them was the temple's reputation. Although its image was slowly improving due to my retainers and my regular visits and the occasional phenomenon like the Haldensdale miracle, nobles were still very clearly loath to get involved. I could see them all grappling with their pride as they weighed up the pros and cons. Ob Ehrenfest, I humbly ask that you assign me to be High Priest. This request came from Hartman of all people. Really? Dude, you want to be the High Priest? Of course he wants to be as close to Lady Rosemary as he can at this point. He listed reason after reason why he was suitable for the job. He was already familiar with the temple through visiting it so often. He would be able to hit the ground running due to his experience helping Ferdinand, and it was a job of my retainers to assist me in the first place. But, Hartman, are you not getting married in a few years? Ferdinand asked, furrowing his brow. One naturally cannot enter the temple after inviting one's marriage partner to the duchy. Nobody in the temple was married, for priests and shrine maidens could not get married. That was precisely why I myself would only be serving as the High Bishop until I came of age. Sylvester Hartman smiled as though this weren't an issue at all. I do not intend to abandon my position as a noble. I am simply prioritizing assisting Lady Rosemine above all else. When she comes of age and leaves her post, I will do the same and get married. Indeed, there is nothing to worry about. If Clarissa does not wish for me to enter the temple, I will simply cancel our engagement. What? You would prioritize Rosemine over this woman who is just as much of a Rosemine fangirl as you are. Really? Okay. That would be a problem in itself. Clarissa and her parents will have a lot to say about you entering the temple after promising to marry her. And she's like the only girl in the world who would actually marry you, Hartman. And so what are you going to do if this falls through? I would be coming of age 4 years from now, by which point Clarissa would be 18. That wasn't old enough for people to say she had married late, but it was a bit too long to make her wait, in my opinion. Besides, I don't need any more retainers who refuse to get married. My internal screams went unanswered, and Sylvester really had no choice but to select the lone candidate for the job. In that case, I hereby assign you to the position of High Priest, Hartman. You will serve as a retainer in the castle, but in the temple you will take on your new role. It will prove exceedingly difficult, and you will have much to do in order to take over in so short a time, but the duty is now yours. I graciously accept, Hartman replied. This marked the end of the meeting. The room was a buzz, and most people left with bright expressions, pleased to have some good news to talk about. Of course, there was one particular group of people who weren't so happy. This was another hectic year, Wilfred said. Indeed, Charlotte replied, the printing industry will shift greatly next year, so perhaps it would be wise for us to greet Elvira and ask her to start sending us more work to complete. And so they both headed over to Elvira, having decided while working with Bonifacius to increase their scholars' workload. I watched them go, then stood up with a clatter and approached Ferdinand, whose smile remained unfaltering. We need to talk, I said, glaring up at him. To my surprise, the voice that followed didn't belong to Ferdinand. Sylvester had appeared next to us, and with unmistakable anger he said, good timing. I need to talk to Ferdinand too. Both of you come to my office. I almost shouted, don't let me in with him, on instinct, but I thankfully managed to hold my tongue. Oh, Georgine, I hate you! And so does everybody else. Well, except for people who like you just because you were from Ehrenfest. Oh my god. I hate this. I feel so bad for Ferdinand. He does not deserve all this. He had to suffer under Veronica for so long, and when he finally got out from under her thumb, he has to go and marry a woman who looks almost exactly like her. And it has an awful personality, too. I feel so bad for Ferdinand. So bad for him. A more private meeting. Second year. I'm clearing the room, Sylvester said. Out. He waved everyone away, then plopped down into his seat. I could tell from his posture and the sharp glint in his dark green eyes that he was in an incredibly bad mood. Hurry up, he growled as the retainer shuffled out. I can talk with Ferdinand later. Don't let me interrupt you, I said, attempting to escape this terrifying atmosphere. But Ferdinand grabbed me by the shoulder and secured me in place. He leaned in close, still wearing that false smile that made my skin crawl. Stay here, he said. I expect that both you and Sylvester will ask the same questions anyway, so it will save me time to have you both in one place. No! My escape plan torn to shreds! Soon enough, my retainers were gone as well, leaving me at Ferdinand's mercy. I could only watch as the door shut behind them. Now speak, Sylvester said. What were you told when the king summoned you? Why was the marriage decided without my consultation? What? Our aunt was absent, I shouted. Archducal permission was always necessary when deciding on marriages between duchies. And with Ferdinand being a member of the Ehrenfest Archducal family, it was absolutely unthinkable that Sylvester hadn't been there. If you hadn't been so stupid and consented without being questioned, I could have turned them down 1,000 ways, Sylvester said, but because you did, the matter was settled before I was even told about it. To my disbelief, Ferdinand had been summoned under the pretense of discussing the severe casualties that had resulted from the Trishbefallen attack, and it was during this meeting that the king had broached the topic of marriage. It's normal for people to be questioned separately during inquiries, Sylvester said. That's the only reason I sent you off without a second thought. Had I known that Ahrensbach intended to discuss marriage, I never would have let you go. I don't want you to suffer any more than you already have, Ferdinand. Sylvester's worried cries made my chest pang with emotion, but Ferdinand seemed to be unmoved. He crossed his arms, looking down at the Ob with cold eyes. I moved things along before you could get involved, precisely because I knew you would protest as you are now. Even when given a direct order by the king, you should know how foolish it is to defy him. Or what, did you intend to put your entire duchy at risk for my sake? Good grief, you are as soft on your family as always, just like Rosemine. Did you learn nothing from the incident that ultimately forced you to convict your own mother? He paused for a moment with his eyes closed, then muttered, There's no choice but to obey, a king's order. You understand that, Sylvester, do you not? If you hadn't accepted on your own, we could have put forward so many reasons to refuse, Sylvester said. He then started to list all the excuses he had first used to reject the request from Ahrensbach. Ferdinand crossed his arms and scoffed. Saying that we are neutral may be pleasing to the ear, but consider this. Ehrenfest has shot up through the ranks while making no effort to assist the king. Meanwhile, Ahrensbach is being ravaged by a mana shortage, having even been forced to demote 2 of its archduke candidates to archnobles. Well, that's because of the whole work stock and the Civil War thing. One can deduce without a moment of thought which duchy the king would prioritize. It was generally said through Jürgen Smith that Ehrenfest's rise to the ranks was due to the duchy having escaped punishment through its neutrality, and thus having the leeway to grow. We were resented by many duchies that lost in the Civil War and were suffering for it, as well as many duchies that had won but were still struggling with mana shortages due to the purge and having to offer up their nobles to the sovereignty. At the same time, we were seen as being dangerous, for our influence was rising despite our loyalty to the sovereignty and the king remaining so uncertain. It is important that we demonstrate our willingness to listen to the king, that we have no intention of opposing him, Ferdinand concluded. That's not a good enough reason for you to accept a proposal from Ahrensbach of all places. I wouldn't have cared if it had been like from Dunkelfelger or Drawankel, something like, heck, you probably would have been a lot happier in freaking Drawankel because of all the researching on magic tools and stuff. But Ahrensbach, of all places, when they know that Ahrensbach and Ehrenfest are not on good terms right now. Sylvester protested. There are plenty of duchies above Ehrenfest in the rankings that could have provided a fine husband for Detlinde. They must have men closer to her age, and with that, a reputation for being in the temple. Another duchy certainly would have been able to provide a better husband. Ehrenfest had only recently started to climb the ranks, and many loud voices still claimed that our success was temporary. Many would surely view a greater duchy accepting a spouse from Ehrenfest as very unreliable in the long term. My involvement with the temple was a problem as well, you know. The king seems to have heard rumors from various sources that I am being mistreated here, Ferdinand said. You are not being mistreated in the slightest. Heck, Veronica was the one who was mistreating you, and now that she's out of the picture, you are not. You're getting a lot of work, but that's not really mistreating, that's just being lazy. Despite coming first in class every single year at the Royal Academy, he had ended up in the temple almost immediately after his graduation and the death of the former Ob. And then there was me. I was serving as the High Bishop despite similarly coming in first in class and being adopted by the Archduke. The king heard many pleas, Ferdinand continued. Ehrenfest never sends children of the first wife to the temple, but all others are abused. It is unthinkable that they would crush such young talent. Please save them from Ehrenfest. It would seem they were quite convincing. Wilfred and Charlotte were helping with spring prayer and the harvest festival, but this information wasn't widely known. Not to mention, Ferdinand and I would return to the temple whenever we had the opportunity. I enjoyed the relaxing atmosphere there a lot more than the tension of the castle, and Ferdinand similarly got enough leeway there to enjoy his hobby of researching. I suppose that other duchies wouldn't know we've been turning down requests to spend more time in the castle so that we could stay in the temple, I said. Still, who was making these pleas anyway? I am told they came from many in Dunkelfelger and Jerwalkel, Ferdinand replied. The king is surrounded by powerful people, many of whom were telling him to rescue me from the temple and marry me to a greater duchy so that I might stand upon the stage once again. Okay, I guess they were acting with good intentions, quote-unquote, but wow, that's certainly backfired. I was well aware that my opinion of the temple was far from the norm, but I still wish that everyone else had just minded their own business. I also felt that Ehrenfest information management skills were severely lacking in areas since we hadn't managed to guide those other duchies in a way that would benefit us. If you were to ignore the will of the greater duchies and oppose a marriage ordered by the king, your reputation as Ob Ehrenfest would plummet, Ferdinand noted. You understand the consequences of that, surely. Sylvester's eyes shot open. Do you seriously care more about my reputation than the marriage you'll be spending the rest of your life in? To begin with, I find it hard to believe you'd let rumors like that impact anything. You would have knocked them down on the spot. You're hiding something. Something happened after the first time you refused the marriage that forced your hand, didn't it? Spit it out. You've got a bad habit of trying to shoulder everything yourself. Ferdinand let out a single sigh, then looked away. I would rather not discuss it, as its veracity is uncertain. Quit stalling. Tell me. My information here comes from Justice, who compiled the vague rumors from unknown sources, so I cannot speak to their accuracy, Ferdinand said, speaking in far more words than was necessary. He then looked around slowly and continued in a low voice. Ob Ehrensbach is not long for this world. If what Justice had told me is true, he will most likely ascend the towering stairway into the distant heights while Detlinde and I are still engaged. Excuse me? Ferdinand and Detlinde were only due to be engaged for a year before their marriage. In other words, Ob Ehrensbach didn't have much time left at all. Again, at the current moment, I have no means by which to confirm this rumor. If we assume it is true, however, then I can understand why Ob Ehrensbach feels the need to brute force the issue and use the king to achieve his goals. It explains his obstinate pushing for me to marry into his duchy. Indeed, if Ob Ehrensbach were to die before Detlinde got married, Ehrensbach's archducal family would consist only of an underage girl just about to graduate, an archduke candidate too young to even go to the academy, and a widowed first wife. It would prove immensely difficult to support a greater duchy under those circumstances. Ehrensbach must be in desperate need of an unmarried, adult archduke candidate with the man and bureaucratic experience necessary to serve as a representative of a greater duchy, Ferdinand said. Of course, he was the only person in Jurgensmith who fit this description. Most nobles married within years of coming of age, and there understandably weren't any unmarried archduke candidates with years of minstrel experience under their belts. The entire country had a shortage of nobles to the point that archduke candidates and archnobles were being told to get married and start having children especially early. For him to have decided to petition the king himself, Ob Ehrensbach truly must be backed into a corner, Ferdinand continued. I assume the duchy's land is not meeting the bare minimum of mana requirements. You saw the border during Lampert's star mining, no? It is very likely that all of Ehrensbach is just as bad. I recall the distinct border between Ehrenfest and Ehrensbach. The difference in greenery had actually been surprising. Ehrensbach is in a terrible state, Ferdinand said. The Ob doubtless has old work stock at the very bottom of its priorities, assuming he has not abandoned it entirely. Given how work stock was being seen as a hotbed of terrorism after the recent attack, I can understand why the king would want to resolve things as soon as possible. Can the sovereignty not take control of old work stock, I asked. They would if they could, Sylvester replied. The royals and sovereign nobles must not have the necessary manpower. We barely have a fraction of the royals we had before the Civil War, and even if they want to fix things, they don't have the tools they need at their disposal. It seemed that the mana shortage plaguing Jurgensmith was even worse than I thought. The problem is universal, but truth be told, I care not for the mana circumstances of the sovereignty or Ehrensbach, Ferdinand said, then sighed. The problem is what comes next. Who in Ahrensbach will hold the most power once Ob Ahrensbach climbs the towering stairway, leaving behind 2 underage Archduke candidates? I believe you know the answer. Sylvester fell silent and glared at Ferdinand. Power would obviously end up in the hands of Ob Ahrensbach's first wife, Georgine. Can you predict what she will do when Ob Ahrensbach is in the distant heights and Ahrensbach is ravaged by an even greater mana shortage? Ferdinand asked, speaking in a flat voice as though the matter was of no interest to him. Do you think she will show Ehrenfest any consideration, even with a husband from another duchy supporting them? It is our best interest to have someone there who can gather intelligence, however minor, and work to constrain her. That's why you're going, Sylvester sputtered, to Ahrensbach, the very name of which makes you grimace. To marry a girl who resembles Mother so much that you said just looking at her pains you. Yes, given that I must prepare successors here while grasping Ahrensbach's current state of affairs, we have little time. And most of all, I have determined that I am the best person for this job. If you aren't being forced into this, and you made the decision because you think it's for the best, then I won't say anything more. Though I am not happy that you're still trying to keep everything secret and do these things on your own, as usual. I'm glad you understand, Ferdinand. It seemed that he intended to leave things at that, but while Sylvester may have been in agreement, I certainly wasn't. It was beneficial for Ehrenfest, maybe, but what about for Ferdinand himself? That was what mattered most. I understand that you are best suited to this job, Ferdinand, but is it what you want? I asked. We will display our loyalty to the king, earn favor with both Ahrensbach and the sovereignty, and gain means to better contain Georgine. Furthermore, my position as the husband of Ahrensbach's next archduchess will most likely spur the former Veronica faction to approach me and reveal their hand. Make no mistake, I have no intention of leaving Ehrenfest in the state of uncertainty with lingering threats. I shall obtain the proof we need and eliminate them all. This will be for the good of our duchy. I could feel the anger bubbling up inside of me as Ferdinand mentioned me one advantage after another, maintaining his fake grin all the while. Once again, he was seeking ways to benefit the duchy and those around him while completely ignoring his own needs. Ferdinand, I did not ask whether this is best for Ehrenfest. What? Ferdinand replied, blinking as if to say that he didn't understand what I meant. I want to know whether you want this marriage. His fake smile deepened as he caught my gaze. That jerk, he was planning to trick me to get out of answering honestly. If you're going to say that you truly wish for this marriage, then at least drop that fake smile of yours first as I'm mimicking Riarda and pointing a sharp finger at her. You are very mistaken if you think you can trick me in that state. Ferdinand furrowed his brow, allowing the smile to vanish from his face, and glared at me with clear dissatisfaction in his light golden eyes. Is this not what you wished for, too? What do you mean? You said that you want Ahrensbach. No, I shall take it just as you asked. That's not what she meant! Oh my god, dude! The amount of clear miscommunication here is astounding. Ferdinand said, now putting on a smile fit for the Lord of Evil. I was talking about fish, not... Oh, and their books, but... Wait, you know that's not what I meant. And my wants don't matter here. Your true feelings take priority. Ferdinand let out a chuckle, then sighed. I do wish to be positioned in Ahrensbach to better grasp their situation and inform Ehrenfest, but I do not wish for the marriage itself. It is, however, essential to my goals. I will go because I must. I would like for you to understand this. That was almost the full truth. And Ferdinand rarely ever voiced his true thoughts, so I was somewhat satisfied with his response, but only somewhat. His fake smile returned after our brief exchange, which made me feel like he was still trying to hide something. Sylvester, I have much to do regarding my successors, so Rosemary and I will reside at the temple for some time, he said. Send an ordinance if you need anything. All right, Sylvester replied. It seemed that our conversation had reached its natural conclusion, but Ferdinand was still wearing traces of a false smile. I gave him a fixed stare, at which point he arched an eyebrow as if recalling something. He looked at Sylvester and said, the time has come for Ehrenfest to forge relationships with any and all top-ranking duchies through marriage, while carefully considering the influence they will have with us. You need a second or third wife, even if you do not wish for one. Consider this matter carefully. Yeah, I will. Now get out already, Sylvester said, impatiently waving Ferdinand out of the room. Daniel and Angelica are waiting outside as my guard knights, and no sooner had I exited than the latter went to summon the rest of my retainers. I stayed with Daniel as they gathered, while Ferdinand attempted to beat a hasty retreat with Deckard and Justice. I grabbed him by the sleeve before he could escape. Rosemine, this is inelegant behavior. I don't care. So, Ferdinand, I think a private discussion is in order once we return to the temple, I said. His expression hardened a bit, making him appear even more on guard. It is poor form for two people engaged to others to talk alone. Give it up. No matter what he said, I had no intention of relenting. Sylvester seems to be satisfied with your reasoning, but I am not. There are so many doubts and suspicions in my heart, and if we do not address them, I might feel compelled to start questioning certain other people about, the seed of a something, whatever you were talking about. Are you certain there is no way for us to talk? It was a deliberate attempt at blackmail on my part, delivered with the most knowing smile. It was just a gut feeling, but it seemed to me that the seed of Adalgisa stuff that Roblet, the Sovereign Knight Commander, had mentioned was related to why the king had ended up giving this order. Ferdinand glared at me, looking exceptionally displeased. As expected, more had gone on in that meeting room than he had reported to Sylvester. Only once we returned to the temple, he said. Ask nothing of anyone before then. Of course. He gave me a doubting look, and it was then that I noticed that the fake smile had vanished from his face. In truth, it came as quite a relief. Fuck you! I hate Ahrensbach so much. That place deserves to go bye-bye. Except for a few people. Raymond? Shoot. I don't know who else. Whoever is actually a nice, good person there. Anybody else can go bye-bye and die. Okay. Looks like we might get some actual decisions. I had wanted to return to the temple straight away, but things weren't that simple. Ferdinand was being swamped with requests for meetings now that his engagement to Ahrensbach was settled. I was being forced to partake in tea parties with Elvira and her friends as they barked and growled with frustration, and there were letters pouring in from scholars who wanted to get involved with the printing industry starting next year. I suggested that Elvira and her friends channel their outrage into a story and worked my way through meetings with the scholars. Wilfred and Charlotte were taking work from Elvira and distributing it to their own scholars, so I decided to leave printing matters to them to some degree. There is much else I need to do. Indeed, there is so much that Ferdinand needed to teach me: my temple work, my Royal Academy studies, and rejuvenation potion lessons. He and I returned to the temple once he had worked through his meetings, or at least worked through as many as he intended to endure. After arriving back at the temple, I forced my way into the high priest's chambers. Ferdinand met me with a demonic glare, but I didn't even falter as I said, "Shall we talk?" If you ask me, it was a show of bravery that deserved a lot of praise. Ferdinand trudged over to his hidden room and opened the door, evidently not pleased about it. Once inside, I made brisk work with cleaning off the brewing tools and ingredients from my usual bench, giving myself somewhere to sit. "I'm glad we can finally talk," I said. "I cannot say that I share in your gladness," Ferdinand replied venomously as he sat in his seat. "Now, what do you wish to ask?" "First of all, I want to know more about the state of Ahrensbach. That's where you'll be going, after all." Ferdinand must have expected me to ask about the Adalgisa stuff, as the tension seemed to very subtly drain from his rigid shoulders. "I believe I spoke of Ahrensbach already." "Not enough. You said that Arab Ahrensbach isn't long for this world, but isn't there a chance Justice is wrong? Couldn't he end up living for ages like great-grandfather? In that case, will Lady Detlinde actually become the next Ob? Lady Letzia from Ronco has stronger backing and a more steady faction, so I would think she is better suited to the role. Letzia had support from the faction of Ahrensbach's previous deceased first wife, who by all rights should have been alive, and from her blood mother in Ronco. Georgine had abruptly become first wife after being married into the duchy from Ehrenfest, and Detlinde had never even been considered a successor before then. The answer to who was a more suitable candidate to become the next Ob was clear to see. "You are correct," Ferdinand said. "The purge forced Ahrensbach to reduce 2 of its archducal sons to archnobles, so the king formed a plan to save the duchy. Ob de Ronco's daughter will be adopted into Ahrensbach, then she will marry Prince Hildebrand once he comes of age." "Oh, okay. I don't know how he would feel about that, but whatever." During the prince's debut, it had apparently been announced that he would marry upon coming of age. This was, of course, news to me. This was all well and good when Ob Ahrensbach expected to see Lady Letzia come of age. Ferdinand continued, "But he has since learned that his days are numbered. Now, tell me, what will happen to Lady Letzia if the Ob dies before she becomes an adult?" As there won't be an archduke candidate of adult age, the first wife will take over for the short term, and the next archduke candidate to come of age will become the Ob. In Ahrensbach's case, Lady Georgine will take over, then Lady Detlinde will rule the duchy when she comes of age," I said. This was all founded in what I had learned while studying for the archduke course. "Very good," Ferdinand replied with an affirming nod. "It appears to be law in Ahrensbach for existing archduke candidates to be reduced to archnobles when the Ob is replaced. Lady Detlinde becoming the next archduchess will thereby result in Lady Letzia being demoted to an archnoble. That is, unless she was adopted by the archduke, in which case she would remain an archduke candidate. In short, the duchy expected duty expected of me is to marry Lady Ditlinde, then adopt Lady Letzia, and train her in preparation for her marriage to Prince Hildebrand. Ferdinand continued, in truth, it would have been ideal for me to begin training Lady Letzia right away, but Lady Ditlinde will need that training more if she is to support an entire Greater Duchy. Her rule will only be temporary, but having her serve at all is an absolute last resort for Ob Ehrensbach. He is in extremely dire straits. Ehrensbach needed someone who was skilled enough to support the duchy and to train Letzia. It seemed that Ferdinand was perfect for both jobs, considering that he was already the Saint of Ehrenfest's guardian and had successfully boosted Ehrenfest's grades on a wide scale. I feel bad for Letzia, I said. Please be gentle with her. You mustn't treat her like you treat me. Why are you showing concern for an Ehrensbach Archduke candidate? Wouldn't it be a disaster if you were to crush one of their precious few Archduke candidates with your intensive training? Pauline cried many times after you glared at her and demanded that she redo her work. She did. Pauline was now used to this treatment, but she had grown painfully depressed around the time she had first come to the temple. Hartmann and Daniel had often needed to console her. So what did the king say to finally convince you, I asked. Being married to the Ob of another duchy is one thing, but I can't imagine many would agree to becoming a stopgap for the future Ob. That would have given you plenty of reason to refuse, I would think. To put it simply, the king expressed that he was testing Ehrenfest's loyalty. The king and those of the sovereignty were very uneasy about a neutral duchy like Ehrenfest shooting up through the ranks, especially when it wasn't yet known where its loyalties lay. Their plan to marry Eglantine, a woman of such royal blood, to the next king to form a strong connection to Klassenberg had been crushed. The incident about the incomplete Bible had driven yet more wedges between royalty and the sovereign temple, and then, to top things off, we had refused the king's request for me to grant the blessing at the graduation ceremony. Doesn't that mean they're mostly suspicious of us because of me, I asked. The incident with Prince Anastasius was entirely the result of one of your rampages, but all you did was advise him. The blame ultimately lies with Prince Anastasius, who abandoned his claim to the throne, and with the king and Klassenberg, who relented to the decision. You were only following my instructions during the Bible incident, and finally it was Sylvester who declined to allow you to perform the blessing. They seem to be under the impression that I was controlling you from the shadows in all of those cases, so I suppose you could interpret this wedding as the king testing out Ehrenfest's loyalty, not Ehrenfest's loyalty, but mine. Ferdinand shot me a glance, no doubt wondering how much he could get away with omitting. I returned a smile and said, I suppose this test is related to the seat of Adalgisa business? Adalgisa. Correct. In their eyes, I am a seed of Adalgisa, building you up as a saint, dramatically improving Ehrenfest's grades, and sowing seeds of uncertainty around royals, all in service of some plot they cannot even begin to fathom. It only makes sense that they would fear me, or tear me from my duchy, and bind me somewhere else. No? Ferdinand asked, sounding resigned. His light golden eyes cautiously examined me, doubtlessly trying to decide whether I was friend or foe. This is clearly a topic that he hadn't wanted to discuss with anyone. Ferdinand, what is a seed of Adalgisa in the first place? I don't believe the Bible mentions it, so it must be something uncommon. How have you interpreted it? Ferdinand asked in response. I assume you kept your silence for a reason. He was watching me like a hawk, trying to gauge how much I was aware of, and whether I was hiding anything or trying to trick him. I wasn't able to piece it all together at the library when it came out of nowhere, but after carefully thinking it over and considering the context, you replied that Ehrenfest is your Geduld, no? I concluded that it likely had to do with where you were born then, and given that it was something the Sovereign Knight Commander knew and felt comfortable saying in the presence of others, I had subsequently deduced it was a secret phrase indicating something somewhere in the sovereignty. Ferdinand put on his fake smile in place of a response. I sighed. That meant I was right. I'm told that you were brought to the castle at your baptism, but thinking back, I don't recall ever hearing anything from before then, I said. Were you raised somewhere the Sovereign Knight Commander knows about, then? Just what is this Adalgisa place? Ferdinand fell silent and didn't speak for some time. I understand this is him not wanting to answer, but I couldn't back down now. Otherwise, our coming here would have been for nothing. I joined him in silence, patiently waiting his next words, and soon enough he gave in. Adalgisa is the name of a princess once gifted a royal villa where I assume the Knight Commander once served, Ferdinand explained with downcast eyes. I did not think anyone knew of my past there, so to be honest, his words caught me off guard. I wasn't surprised to hear that he was connected to royalty. I had expected as much upon learning that he was from the sovereignty. His presence in Ehrenfest was clearly abnormal. There was his above-average mana capacity to begin with, as well as many more reasons that I cared to list. So, Ferdinand, is this Princess Adalgisa your mother? No, we are unrelated. Adalgisa was given the villa hundreds of years ago. So my mother is someone else entirely, though their circumstances were similar. Circumstances, I muttered, tilting my head. Ferdinand waved a hand at me. It has nothing to do with you. But I want to know, isn't it unfair that you looked into my memories and pried into all the secrets of my past life, but I still know so little about you? Fairness is irrelevant. This is something that you simply do not need to know. Not even Sylvester is aware that I was raised in the sovereignty before my baptism. Well, what Sylvester knows is irrelevant. I want to know more about you, Ferdinand, I declared, punctuating my response with a very indignant, Ferdinand promptly looked away, his face blanched. To be more precise, Adalgisa is the name of the villa I was raised in. It houses the Lanzanov princess who is sent to Jurgensmith once every few generations. That is the most I can say. Lanzanov is the sugar country, right? Sugar, you are not wrong, but your understanding of things is so unconventional that it is at times disconcerting, Ferdinand said, rubbing his temples. Speaking to you gives me a headache, so I hereby end this discussion. Hold it right there. There's no point in you even trying to escape. If you do, I'll just force my way in again. Now let's see. Since you were raised in this special villa, Ferdinand, it's safe to conclude that you're royalty with foreign blood, right? Ferdinand gave me an annoyed grimace. I have relatively thick royal blood, yes, but as I was baptized in Ehrenfest, I am not royalty myself. Biologically, yes, you are. But with this circumstance, you're not. I am not royalty myself. My father is the former of Ehrenfest, and I do not have a mother. Why were you baptized in Ehrenfest? The gods at times took guidance, or as my father said. Excuse me? It was a very uncharacteristic response for Ferdinand, so I couldn't help but make a weird noise. He seemed to have expected my reaction, however, as he gazed downward, recalling the distant past. I should have died before my baptism. What? According to Ferdinand, female seeds of the Adalgisa villa were raised as Jurgensmith princesses, but male seeds received much harsher treatment. Only one boy would return to Lanzanov, while the rest were secretly disposed of, since having a bunch of men with claims to royalty would cause nothing but problems. Well, it makes sense, yeah. Those who are disposed of can survive if they are taken in by a father, but most nobles would refuse, Ferdinand explained. The men would not be able to tell whether the child is really theirs, and they tend to have wives, which inevitably breeds conflict. And whenever Ferdinand would ask his father why he had agreed to take in such a child, the late Ob Ehrenfest would say it was by the gods of time's guidance. He said with complete certainty that my presence would benefit Ehrenfest, Ferdinand concluded. I see, that's quite strange, but also true. If not for your being here, Ehrenfest wouldn't be in the way it is now. If the goddess of time truly was involved, I would expect nothing less from her. Ferdinand gave me a dumbstruck look and said, you would believe such a ridiculous story? I mean, what? Gods and goddesses exist in this world. Why wouldn't you think that it's possible? What? I mean, this is a world where you pray to make spring come early and turn little sticks into weapons of darkness. Ridiculous things happen, left, right, and center. At this point, why would I not believe something so mundane as the goddess of time fiddling with things? Ferdinand stared at me in utter disbelief. I know that it was pointless to think too deeply about your conclusions, but once again I find myself caught off guard. Neat. So what did they say about you being a seed of Adalgisa, I asked, getting us back on track. I see your focus does not stray so easily, Ferdinand muttered, sounding vexed. Although I am from Ehrenfest and continually express no interest in the throne, this does not change the fact that I am a source of extreme danger to the current Grutischites-less king. After all, I am the blood royal and appear to be using a saint to search for the Grutischite. What? You mentioned it, Prince Hildebrand, did you not? The archive that only royalty can enter? Wait, so this is all my fault? I put my head in my hands and screamed, no! Ferdinand gave a tired sigh. I was told to display my loyalty to the king through action. To this end, I was presented with two choices. Eliminate Sylvester and take his position as Ob, or wed into Ahrensbach. That's why he did it! It was either that or kill his own brother. Well, technically, but whatever. An archduke could not become royalty. Eglantine had mentioned this when talking about her search for a way to avoid getting involved with the royal family. Ferdinand was being asked to either become the next Ob Ehrenfest or marry the Ob of another duchy in order to sever his tie to royalty for good. Well, why Ahrensbach? Why not Dungelfelder or Jawanko? Like I said, Jawanko probably, he would have been in heaven in Jawanko with all the researching magic tools and stuff. Jeez. If you needed to display your loyalty in that way, couldn't you have become Ehrenfest's Ob temporarily until Wulfric came of age? I would rather you stay in Ehrenfest forever, Ferdinand, and I would not be, will you not be much happier here than with Lady Detlinde? Considering that she resembles Lady Veronica and all, I was sure that Sylvester would agree if we explained things to him. Ferdinand shook his head. Now that the king knows I am a seat of Adalgisa, it is best for me to step away from Ehrenfest. It is impossible to say whether I will end up embroiled in some major incident, but I can say with all certainty that I will not bring this duchy down with me. His eyes wandered to his hands, which were balled into tight fists. I gave my father my word that I would make Sylvester the Archduke and dedicate my life to Ehrenfest to support him. I could never break that final promise we made. If my only other option is eliminating Sylvester and taking the ducal seat myself, I would much rather marry into Ehrensbach. He must never know that there was an alternative. Because even if he knew that was the alternative, he wouldn't have taken it. He wouldn't have done it. Ferdinand treasured his memories with his father, and now that I knew about how much he valued their final promise, I couldn't bring myself to say anything that might keep him here in Ehrenfest. Still. So what you truly want is to protect your promise with your father, I asked. Correct. I assume that you understand how I feel, at least to some degree, considering how much you treasure your true family and your promises with them. Oh, dang it, you had to hit her in the heart with that. God. He knows how she is with her when it comes to family. She is very soft with her family. God dang, you're gonna make me cry if you ain't careful. I had promised Dad that I would protect our family at Ehrenfest with it. Thule had promised to become a first-rate seamstress and make my clothes. And Mom, it was hard for me to repeat my promise with her. But I remembered it. It was very, very precious to me, and just thinking about it brought tears to my eyes. God damn it. And here we go again. I can understand, I said. I get it. I don't want you to leave, Ferdinand, but I understand how much that promise means to you. Why are you crying? Yep, of course she's crying. What do you think she's going to do? You think she's that cold-hearted? No. You know she's a freaking... She's a big old softie. What do you expect? I remember my promises with my family. And when I think about how I'll need to part ways with you as well, I just couldn't hold them back. Ferdinand responded with an exceptionally loud and exceptionally annoyed sigh. Hang on, guys. Sorry. Okay. Let's see. Then unclenched his fist and spread his arms a bit. I climbed into his lap and embraced him tightly, relieved to have that feeling of touching someone that I hadn't felt in a truly, truly long time. Yeah, nobles aren't about to hug. That ain't right. No wonder they're so freaking... No wonder their ideas of getting to second base is mixing mana and holding hands. That's just stupid. No wonder. Sorry, I'm cleaning my glasses. They're getting fogged up. Hugs had completely vanished from my life. You don't mind, I asked? I did promise to praise you when you came first in class, though this will most likely be the last time. It took me a while to calm down, and when I did, my mind was flooded with worry. I had a strong feeling that Ferdinand would spend his future suffering, that he would focus entirely on his promise with his father and endure all the pain and suffering that being in Ehrenbach would doubtless burden with him. Ehrenbach would doubtlessly burden him with. Ferdinand didn't even ask his closest allies for help when he was overwhelmed with work, so I couldn't imagine him seeking assistance from anyone in Ehrenbach, even in a life-threatening situation. I can't let that happen, but he probably won't keep any promises he makes of me, so... I needed something that would more or less force him to keep a promise between us. Something that went beyond words. As I racked my brain for ideas, Ferdinand said, "If you have calmed down, get off me." "Hold on," I replied. "I don't think I'll ever get another chance to talk with you like this, Ferdinand." Which means I'll have to blackmail you here and now. "What are you even saying?" Ferdinand asked, looking far from impressed. I gazed up at him and smiled. "Promise me you won't give up on everything and submit to a life of suffering for the sake of your father. Promise me you'll call for help if you're ever truly in pain. I'll come save you right away." "I do not understand." "I am going to Ehrenbach. Would you come save me at the cost of making an enemy of the entire duchy? Do not be so foolish." I nodded without batting an eye. Yes, I would. And not just Ehrenbach, I'll save you no matter what, even if doing so means making the sovereignty and the king himself my enemy. Oh, god damn it, girl! What the? Ferdinand trailed off and started rubbing his temples in complete disbelief. I tore you away from your family and forbade you from contacting those of the lower city, remember? You must not be right in the head. It makes no sense that you would go to such lengths to save me. She cares about you that much, dude. Do you not understand that? She'd go to such great lengths for you. Don't you realize that? Girl, you gotta say it plainly. This guy really doesn't understand how much he means to other people, does he? Sorry about this. I'm trying. I told you guys, these two vines were gonna make me cry. Or how much we worry about him. Ferdinand was probably oblivious to how much Sylvester Carsat, Avara, and I didn't want him to go to Ahrensbach. And we were far from the only ones who had mourned losing him. He seemed so convinced that his absence wouldn't affect us in the slightest, since it was best for Ehrenfest, and that thought outright infuriated me. Do you really mean that, I asked? Do you really mean what you just said? Uh-oh. Well, what do you expect, dude? Considering all that just happened, do you really expect her to be able to keep her emotions in check? No. You know how she is. And I don't blame her. Contain yourself, Rosemine. Your eyes have begun to change color. You're losing control of your mana, Ferdinand explained as he rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a face stone. He smacked it against my head with such force that it made a noise. Ouch. And although the dull color in the face stone draining my mana seemed to calm me somewhat, I was still furious. Yeah, you're gonna have to say this plainly to his face. You can't just dance around the topic here. You gotta tell him how much he means to you. Listen here, I said. You've taught me a lot as my guardian. You've looked after me and gone to great lengths for my sake, haven't you? You made me potions and charms, and out of all the nobles in Ehrenfest, whether it be Sylvester, Florencia, or even in my fiancé, Wilfred, you've charactered me more than anyone. Isn't it obvious that I think of you as family? Why can't you understand that? Yeah, you had to say it. She thinks of him as family. Ferdinand stared at me in astonishment, not even pointing out that I wasn't speaking like a proper noblewoman. As family was the most he managed to respond. Yes, dude, do you not get it? Even with your logical brain going at this, did you not even consider for a second that helping her out with all this might make her care about you? Dude? Yeah, tell him like it is, girl. Tell him like it is. Yes, as family. You sure are dense when it comes to how other people feel about you, huh? I may not have noticed, but I refuse to be lectured on perceptiveness by the densest girl I have ever met, Ferdinand replied spitefully, looking away with his hand over his mouth. This was my first time seeing him with such an expression. In any case, I continued, you are that precious to me. To save you, I wouldn't even mind stealing that Grudershite and becoming queen. Dude, this is how much she cares about this. She would even do that. I know it sounds foolish, and yes it is, but dear Lord, that should show you how much she cares about you, that she would go to such lengths. What are you saying, you fool? Ferdinand snapped, his eyes wide. To me it was the perfect idea. I could read the Grudershite to my heart's content, save Ferdinand, and then return the book to the king. Everybody would not win, dude. If you were to find the Grudershite, they would automatically claim you as queen, and you wouldn't just be able to give it back to the king because the king wouldn't be in power anymore. The commoner daughter of a soldier became the adopted daughter of an archduke to save her family, I say. Compared to that, an archduke candidate stealing the Grudershite and becoming queen can't be too much of a stretch. And as long as I use my new position to protect Ehrenfest and all of Jurgenschmidt, I wouldn't be breaking my promise with my dad, so there wouldn't be any problems. There would be countless problems, he knows, yes, but it's the thought that counts here, dude. Ferdinand cried. There really must be something wrong with your head. He was getting emotional, which was a good sign. I just needed to keep the momentum going until he made a promise that I could hold against him. I will dedicate my life to ensuring that I can reign in peace. That is my reason for living. I recall you saying the same thing when you saved the orphans. That's right. I don't want there to be bad things happening around me when I'm trying to have a good time. My point is that I need you to be happy as well, Ferdinand. There is no way I can relax while you're giving me cause for concern. That's why I need you to contact me on a regular basis, even once you've gone off to get married. Just so you know, if enough time passes and I haven't heard from you, I'll come fight to save you with every fiber of my being. Ferdinand gave me a sincerely troubled look. I have seen you go berserk for those you consider family many times before. Do you mean to say that you would go on such a rampage for my sake? That's right. Didn't I make it clear from the outset that I intend to blackmail you? This could not be worse. I cannot think of a single person who would stand a chance of putting a stop to your efforts to save me. It was true. Neither Sylvester, Karstedt, nor Elvira were capable of stopping me in the heat of a rampage, although they most likely be the ones telling me to save him in the first place. They probably would. They wouldn't be telling you outright, but they would be supportive of it. Not even I know what I'll do if you end up miserable, Ferdinand. You have two choices here. Either you can find a way to be happy all the time, or you can be honest and ask for my help when you need it. Pick one. This blackmail is as unavoidable as it is unexpected, I see, Ferdinand said with a chuckle. He repeated over and over again that the situation couldn't be worse, but in the end, he promised to send me regular letters. God damn it. Oh, of course she was crying. And of course I'm crying. I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay. I think this is going to be part 6, I think. Hold on, let me pause this. Okay. Okay. Here's hoping there won't be any more crying in this video, or future videos. We'll see, though. Successors. After healing my puffy eyes with a quick spell, Ferdinand accompanied me out of the workshop. Everyone was hard at work in the High Priest's chambers. Roderick was struggling with his math, while watching Feline and Daniel, while Hartman was discussing something with Justice and Ferdinand's other attendants. Also grouped together in conversation were Cornelius, Eckert, Lenore, and Angelica. In a surprising twist, Judith was guarding the door today. What could have happened to make Angelica give up her usual post? Oh, have you finished your discussion? Justice asked, noticing us before anyone else. Ferdinand nodded while heading to his desk, then clapped his hands together a few times and said, "Attention, everyone." He announced to his attendants that he would be leaving Ehrenfest with Hartman taking his place. At the order of the Archduke, Hartman will work as both a scholar and the High Priest. Keep this in mind and strive to prepare the arrangements for a successor. Understood. The attendants didn't seem very surprised, perhaps because Hartman had told them about it already. They prioritized the documents necessary for the succession and got to work. In a way, the feeling in the room was no different from usual. Angelica switched places with Judith, and everyone started working in silence. "Ferdinand, give me more work," I said. "Isn't the burden on Hartman a bit too much?" "No, I do not intend to give you more than you already have," Ferdinand replied, shaking his head. I had attempted to help at the cost of my own time, only to be struck down immediately. "Really?" I pursed my lips, "But why?" "You will step down from your post upon coming of age. Ab Ehrenfest seems intent on assigning Melchior to take your place as High Bishop when the time comes. Moving forward, he wishes for the position to focus on supplying mana and managing the Blue Priests, the orphanage, and such. Paperwork will cease to be a necessary part of the role. Rather, the main job that you and Hartman have is shifting such work to the Blue Priests." The Grey Priest attendants serving Ferdinand understood their duties more than well enough, but it was beyond them to control the Blue Priests and force them to work. Thus, it was going to fall to the High Priest and High Bishop to distribute tasks to the Blue Priests and ensure their proper completion. Of course, in order to carry out such checks, you will need to have an understanding of every part of the workload, Ferdinand continued. It will not be easy, but prepare well so that Melchior can succeed the role without issue. Understood. From there, Ferdinand started talking to Hartman about how the High Priest would function moving forward. They discussed things like whether he would sleep in the temple, whether he would commute from his home in the Nobles' Quarter, and whether he would need a new chambers as the High Priest or would continue using the current ones as they were now. I will not be able to bring the furniture here to Ahrensbach, Ferdinand said, so it will all remain. You may use it as you please. It will save you having to move documents and such around. Thank you, Hartman replied. I shall graciously accept and keep the chambers as they are now. Am I also permitted to use your attendants? I will feel most comfortable working with those who know your job well. Certainly. My attendants should manage most of the work themselves. I would hesitate to entrust them to someone who would regard them with suspicion and try to take their work, but you should be fine. In the end, Hartman decided to continue commuting from his home in the Nobles' Quarter since he was going to keep up his scholar work. Of course, he would sleep in the High Priest's chambers during the dedication ritual and such. Fourth bell rang while we were ironing out the details, and everyone promptly started cleaning up. Ferdinand watched them for a moment, then announced our immediate plans. Hartman's fealty ceremony will take place in the High Bishop's chambers this afternoon. Make the necessary preparations. Understood. By the time I returned to my chambers, the shrine was almost ready. Gil, Fritz, and Wilma had worked hard while we were gone. Now we need only bring in the divine instruments, Monica said. As this room is going to be busy with the ceremony, lunch has been prepared elsewhere. She then took me to where my retainers usually had their meals. Eating was done according to status, so I ate first with my archnoble retainers Hartmut, Cornelius, Lenore, and Angelica. Judith, Roderick, Daniel, and Feline would eat after we finished. That reminds me, Angelica, I was surprised to see you leave the door in the High Priest's chambers, I said as I was eating. What topic was so important that you decided to leave your usual post? Lord Eckert is moving to Ahrensbach as well, so we were talking about that. It seemed that Ferdinand was going to have his 2 name-sworn retainers with him, following the example that Aurelia had set when she moved to Ehrenfest. It was presumably fine for him to bring even more retainers than she had, since Archduke candidates ranked above archnobles, but Ferdinand didn't have that many people he could trust. Lord Justice is a scholar, isn't he? Judith asked nervously. Is it really okay for him to go along? I have been told that skilled scholars are rarely allowed to accompany departing nobles for fear of them leaking information to their home duchy. Feline added from where she was standing behind me. It is easy to forget due to the fact that he almost exclusively does scholar work, but Justice is actually a proper attendant, I noted. Official forms even note that he graduated from the Royal Academy as an attendant. His scholar work is simply a hobby to him. One would take a second course as a hobby. I am more or less doing the same, I said. As someone who intended to take the scholar course on the side just to become a librarian, having Ferdinand and Justice as precedents for that being acceptable was very heartening. So, Angelica, how did your talk with Eckert go? He said that I could either accompany him as his partner or cancel the engagement and stay in Ehrenfest. It seems that he will respect whatever decision I make. Angelica and Eckert were engaged, so their future was a natural and very important thing to talk about, at least on paper. In reality, they seemed so unlike a couple that it was kind of strange to think that they would actually discuss it. Have you decided on your answer, Angelica? I will cancel the engagement and stay in Ehrenfest because I am your guard knight, Lady Rosamine. But will that not tarnish your reputation, I asked? Angelica looked completely unperturbed, but canceling her engagement and staying behind would result in various rumors and make it exceedingly difficult for her to find another partner. Cornelius shrugged. I expect that Mother and Grandfather will take action to make sure that doesn't happen. Grandfather was the one who pushed for their marriage in the first place. Rather than looking relieved, Angelica received this news with downcast eyes. I really admire Lord Eckert since he's so strong and always helps me with my training. Our engagement being cancelled has left me very... She paused, faltering, as her gaze wandered around the room and her hand rested on Stenluck. I believe heartbroken is the word you were going for, Master? The man of blade said in Ferdinand's voice. Right, heartbroken. I am so heartbroken that I am not yet ready to think about finding another partner. I wish to be left alone to grieve. That is what I intend to tell Lady Elvira. How does it sound, Angelica? She's just making up an excuse so she doesn't have to try and find another marriage partner right now. Of course! She looked very serious, so I chose to answer seriously in turn. Well, if you add a line about how you wish to keep your love for Lord Eckert alive for as long as possible, despite the trial and tribulations fate is slinging at you, I am sure that Mother will feel moved enough to leave you alone. It will also delay her writing a story based on you and Eckert's lost love. Or your and Eckert's lost love. Though this all depends on you actually being able to remember these lines. Angelica nodded. I will do my best, she said, her hand on Stenluck's face stone. After lunch was my first fealty ceremony since becoming the High Bishop. I sincerely hoped that I would manage, and as my attendants brought in the divine instruments, I focused on memorizing the lines and the course of events that Fran had written out for me. My retainers were eyeing the instruments with great interest, perhaps because they so rarely had the chance. The black cape at the top is the symbol of the god of darkness, representing the night sky, Feline said. The gold crown is the symbol of the goddess of light, representing the sun. I already know about them, but this is my first time seeing them up close. This explains why Lady Rosemine's shield is round, Lenore observed. Can you morph your staff into all of the divine instruments, Judith asked? I shook my head. I cannot morph my staff without knowing the necessary spells. I would not know how to create the goddess of light's crown, for example. I see. Ferdinand must have finished eating too, as he soon arrived with his attendants. He checked that the altar was ready, then came over and taught me how to use the incense burners. I gripped them by their chains and gently swung them, causing the scent used in the ceremony to fill the room. Now, the oath, Ferdinand said. I dropped down onto my right knee, bowed my head, and crossed my arms in front of my chest. Hartman adopted the same position alongside me. Hartman, repeat Rosemine's words after her. Understood. I slowly inhaled, feeling entirely different from when I had attended my own ceremony. Back then, I hadn't believed in the gods existing at all. It was surprising to see how much my mindset had changed since. Yeah, because I think in her previous life, before she died, she had been an atheist from what I gather. Wow! An atheist being so devout to the gods. Who would have thunk? Well, then again, she's been shown time and time again in this world that the gods and goddesses exist. And they are real. They have magic based on all this. So, of course she's going to have her mindset changed. But at this moment, my main focus was the prayer. Almighty King and Queen of darkness and light, most righteous and divine rulers of the wide heavens, O splendid gods of the eternal five, most righteous and divine rulers of the vast mortal realm. Goddess of water Flutrain, god of fire Ladenshaft, goddess of wind Shitzaria, goddess of earth Geduld, god of life Abiglave. Hartman was repeating after me. King and Queen, show your divine power that extends throughout the wide heavens and vast mortal realm. Eternal five, bless us of the vast mortal realm with your divine power. In eternal gratitude for your heavenly powers, I shall worship thee for eternity. I shall live with just hearts, calm hearts, and resolved hearts. I shall have faith in thee as the true and just gods. I vow that I shall pray to thee, gods of nature. I shall thank you, and I shall prepare offerings for thee. After we finished the prayer, Ferdinand's attendants quietly stepped forward and dressed Hartman in his blue robes, which made his scarlet hair stand out even more. He had a golden sash since he was of age, and a belt to hold rejuvenation potions and such, just like the one Ferdinand wore. Now then, let us offer our prayers to the gods, I said. I had been completely unable to get into the right stance when I attended my own fealty ceremony, but Hartman had no problem whatsoever. Very good, Ferdinand said. Hartman, from this point onward, you are to wear blue robes within the temple at all times. Fran Zom, take care to inform the blue priest that a new high priest has been assigned. Understood. From there, Ferdinand explained the ceremonies and yearly events within the temple. The spring coming-of-age ceremony will be our next responsibility, then the summer baptisms right after that. I will be carrying out these ceremonies as the high priest, Ferdinand said to Hartman, but you will attend as a blue priest. Observe carefully to see what manner of work is expected of the role you are taking on. Between the summer coming-of-age ceremony and this autumn baptisms, you will work as the high priest. I will serve as a blue priest during this time and observe you to see whether you are capable enough to carry out your duties. Wilfred and Charlotte have been managing spring prayer and the harvest festival with my attendants, so these will pose no problems. Hartman gave a bright smile. Now I can participate in religious ceremonies and stay by Lady Rosemine's side. This I am looking forward to. He seemed excited since he previously hadn't even been allowed to enter the chapel, but he was forgetting something entirely. And something important. Hartman, not to spoil your good mood, but you are aware that you and I will not be traveling to the same places for spring prayer and the harvest festival, correct? I asked. The blue priests were all sent out at once, so it made no sense for us to visit the same locations. Hartman froze, staring at me with wide eyes. Wait, does that mean I won't be able to see your ceremonies? He asked, slumping over as all the motivation drained from his body. Ferdinand shook his head in exasperation. You will still be together for the dedication ritual, baptisms, and so on. Surely there is no need to be so disappointed. True. In that case, I must burn the sight of her performing those ceremonies into my mind and settle for that. Yeah, you're gonna have to. Alongside our preparations for the succession, we sent letters of summons to the Guildmaster and the Planted Company since we needed to report to them about the Archduke Conference. We also met with Wilma, as Hartman had mentioned wanting to greet those from the orphanage. Before we knew it, the day of the assignment ceremony had arrived. The assignment ceremony was held internally and was the same day as when I first became High Bishop. It was a debut in the chapel with all the blue priests, their attendants, and the baptized grave priests and shrine maidens. Ferdinand was leading the ceremony. He began with a simple description that he was leaving for Arensbach due to an engagement, and that the next high priest had already been assigned by the Archduke. By the will of the Archduke, the new high priest shall be not one of the blue priests, but the Archnoble Hartmut, Ferdinand continued. The change will occur when I leave the temple, but as he intends to visit often over the next year, I am debuting him now. A door opened on cue, at which point Ferdinand signaled me with a look. I turned to the audience from the stage and said for everyone to welcome the new high priest for prayers. The great priest and shrine maidens chanted "Praise be to the gods" in unison and assumed the usual prayer pose while Hartmut made his entrance, dressed in blue priest robes and wearing a smile. He climbed onto the stage and stood next to me. "Thank you all for gathering here today. I am Hartmut, the new high priest. Ob Ehrenfest has bestowed this role upon me in this serendipitous day, ordained by the waters of change flowing from Flutrain, the goddess of water. As I am Lady Rosemine's retainer, I will only be serving as high priest until the day she leaves her post as high bishop. During the short time until then, we intend to change things so that all temple work is dealt with by blue priests. We must all strive to ensure that Lady Rosemine, the esteemed saint of Ehrenfest, is not burdened with unnecessary work. And as the high priest, I will dispose of any dead weight holding her down." Ooh, yeah. You will. He would. I think he would. It was quite an impactful announcement. I was standing in a daze, but Ferdinand seemed to have predicted this turn of events, as he showed no signs of surprise. He even added, "As you can tell, the new high priest will prioritize the high bishop above all else. Listen to him well and work to serve with all you have." The former Besenwant's faction had all turned sickly pale, as they had not exactly been kind to me, and this was not a good sign for them. I didn't tell him to say that! Part of me wanted to cry out, but now that Hartmut had declared he was my retainer, everyone would think that I was simply forcing his hand. I had no idea how to control him at all, and as that thought stormed through my mind, Hartmut ended the announcement with his own prayers. "Let us offer our prayers and gratitude to the mighty King and Queen of Darkness and Light, most righteous and divine rulers of the wide heavens, to the splendid gods of the Eternal Five, most righteous and divine rulers of the vast mortal realm, goddess of water Flutrain, god of fire Ladenschaft, goddess of wind Schutzaria, goddess of earth Geduld, god of life Evaglabe. Everyone could tell that a monstrous new high priest had been thrust upon us." Incidentally, Hartmut made his debut at the orphanage using similar language as to whom he had thrown the blue priest into fear and despair. Or to when he had thrown them in despair. "Let us pour all onto the printing and papermaking industries for Lady Rosemine, the saint of Ehrenfest," he had said. Everyone there had accepted his words as totally normal, which left him looking very satisfied. Another discussion and making rejuvenation potions. The day of our talk with the lower city merchants had arrived, and so as Ferdinand was going to be in attendance, we had to meet in the nobles section of the temple. Also attending were the Guildmaster, Frida, and their Offmer Company attendants, Benno and Mark from the Planting Company, and Otto, Theo, and Thule from the Gilberta Company. It was unfortunate that Lutz had gone to Liesgang and not come back yet. We all exchanged lengthy greetings and sat down and reported on the decisions made during the Archduke Conference. "Gustav, there are going to be 8 merchants from the Sovereignty, 6 from Klassenburg, and 6 from Dunkelfelder coming this year," I said. "I imagine that trying to accommodate even more people than last year will prove to be a challenge, but I trust that you will manage well." "I will strive to meet your expectations, Lady Rosemine," the Guildmaster replied with clear relief. He must likely have been relieved that the numbers stayed within agreed upon bounds, and that he did not have to give in to unreasonable demands. "We owe much to the chefs the Offmer Company dispatched for the Archduke Conference," I noted. "I thank you ever so much, Frida." "I am told they were extremely moved by the different environment," Frida said with a smile. "They exchanged new recipes with your chefs, Lady Rosemine, and returned far more skilled than before. Some of the nobility sent requests to purchase the recipes even, and the Italian restaurant is currently more lively than ever. Please do visit when you have the chance." Visiting the Italian restaurant with Ferdinand seemed like a good idea for a breather if we ever had the time. I hope so. The Gilberta Company had hairpins to deliver in the summer, so Thule showed me 2 she had made, one for normal use and another fancier one for use in ceremonies. "Thule is the one who makes your hairpins, Lady Rosemine, but the other craftspeople are steadily developing their skills," Otto said, explaining that a small number had gotten good enough to make hairpins for nobles. Hairpins were very popular in the summer when the merchants from other duchies came, so the craftspeople were apparently in quite a busy spell at the moment, trying to prepare as many hairpins as possible ahead of time for both nobles and commoners. That said, Thule is the only one capable of fulfilling orders from royalty. The other craftspeople still cannot compare to her. I purchased the hairpins, pleased that Thule was being praised, then informed the Gilberta Company that I will be summoning Karina to prepare new clothing when I return to the castle. Furthermore, as we will now be spreading our printed goods, I asked the Planting Company to make solid preparations for next year and beyond, I said, though I am sure you are already on top of things, Benno. Benno gave a confident smirk. With you in charge, Lady Rosemine, we aren't at all concerned about book sales. We will make sure everything meets your expectations. I quickly understood this as, I'm going to prepare as many books, so make sure you actually sell them. Somehow, I was the one feeling under pressure now. Once the primary reports were concluded, Ferdinand began to speak. I have a report as well, he said, causing all the merchants present to sit up straight and watch him carefully. Here we go again. It has been decided that I will marry into Arensbach, as I am the Archduke's younger brother. Arensbach was not included in this year's trade deals, but I imagine that relations with them will increase in all other areas. Benno's expression changed in an instant. Ferdinand noticed this, and a grin played on his lips as he said, Indeed, it was an Arensbach noble who attacked Rosemine a number of years ago. Keep this in mind when making trade deals and gathering intelligence. It was a noble with close connections to Arensbach who had been primarily responsible for my 2 years spent stuck in a Dreve. That was all Ferdinand could say in front of the scholars and guard knights, but an Arensbach noble, specifically Count Bindewald, had also been the reason for my becoming the Archduke's adopted daughter. The Planton and Gilbert accompanied me that much already from Dad and Otto, so they all looked at me with palpable discomfort. We are aware that Lady Rosamund was once harmed by an Arensbach noble, Benno said. Speaking for the others, will she perhaps be targeted again? His eyes were blazing with the resolve to face down a foe, while Tully's eyes were gleaming sharply. I cannot guarantee that she will not be, Ferdinand replied. I intend to leave only after disposing of as many dangerous elements within the duchy as I can, but any who arrive after I am gone will be outside of my vision and reach. I can learn about noble politics from retainers, but nobles struggle to gather intelligence on the lower city. The intelligence from merchants from other duchies was not to be scoffed at, and the information you brought me proved useful indeed. Ferdinand was praising Benno and the Guildmaster as well as the others who had brought him intelligence. I had seen this intelligence myself, but I had no idea how or where it had ended up being useful. Even thinking back, I couldn't piece the pieces together. As far as I remember, most of it was just them saying how well things were selling. As I blinked in confusion, Ferdinand slowly exhaled, eyeing the gathered commoners one by one. Frida, the Guildmaster, his attendant, Benno, Mark, Otto, then Tully, they all knew me from my time as a commoner. You have all associated with Rosemine since her time as a Blue Shrine Maiden, and there is not a single noble in the entire duchy who is so close to you and yet also so powerful, Ferdinand said. She is irreplaceable to each and every one of you. Of the nobles present, only Ferdinand, Justice, Eckert, and Daniel knew me from my days in the lower city, and therefore understood my relationship with those gathered, and when Ferdinand removed to Arensbach, it would only be Daniel. You also hold her close to your hearts, do you not? Ferdinand asked. Oh, come on, not this again. A normal noble would never bother to set up meetings like this and seek the opinions of commoners. For the most part, the merchants and attendants could only speak properly with lay nobles. But as I was the Archduke's adopted daughter and on track to become the next first wife, and above all else, I was connected to all the products being spread to other duchies and new trends. The gathered commoners nodded as long as Ferdinand chose his words very carefully, saying only that which was acceptable for our retainers to hear. I must ask you all to work your absolute hardest to protect Rosemine, Ferdinand continued. There are some things that we nobles cannot reliably track ourselves, such as whether any suspicious individuals have entered Ehrenfest, and the recent goings-on of other duchies. Should anything happen that could pose a threat, I would appreciate you telling Rosemine or her retainer Hartmut, the soon-to-be High Priest. He then looked at Hartmut, who was dressed in his blue robes, and nodded in response. We shall do as you command, High Priest, the merchants replied. Of course, Arensbach is not the only potential risk, Ferdinand said. I ask that you keep a close eye on the workings of other duchies and even the sovereignty as well. Benno's expression softened into a slight sympathetic smile. The strengthening of the bond between Ehrenfest and Arensbach is likely to be celebrated, but we will miss the comfort of you being at Lady Rosemine's side. You have provided her with so much education and assistance, all while so generously striving to convey our words to the Archduke. We deeply regret your departure. Well, no dip, dude. Benno knows how much Ferdinand and Rosemine have gotten close. I mean, he's the friggin' person he's one of the few people who knew her as a commoner. And he supported her through all this. Of course Benno's gonna know this. Ferdinand gave a half smile in turn and said, I can understand the reason for your concern. Rosemine is nothing if not unpredictable. Yeah, she definitely. These from the lower city were all too familiar with my rampaging tendencies, and they quickly averted their gazes as they held back their laughter. Am I right to assume that Benno means he could relax with Ferdinand keeping me in check, but is now concerned that there being nobody to rein me in? And now he wants some reassurance that things are going to be okay? The air seemed to relax a little as everyone acknowledged their mutual concern of me sowing chaos. It was unbelievable. Of course I couldn't protest no matter how much I wanted to, as the discussion continued without me. Benno, Otto, and the Guildmaster reported on their current preparations and thoughts on the future, while Ferdinand listened intently. I could deduce from the conversation thus far that Ferdinand had been listening to my opinions and reports, then conveying them in part to Sylvester. Now that he was leaving Ehrenfest, I would need to do that on my own. High Priest, Otto said, I apologize for the rudeness, but there is a question I wish to ask. Ferdinand arched an eyebrow in response, then permitted him to continue. If you are going to be married to a woman with Archducal blood, will you be needing a hairpin this year? I will think about it in the event she asks for one, Ferdinand replied, waving the idea away while looking entirely devoid of enthusiasm. Only a fool would think of Evaglave in the summer. It seemed that Ferdinand was perfectly content with ignoring the suggestion, even though it was diplomatically unthinkable for someone being married into another duchy from Ehrenfest to not gift their partner a hairpin. I couldn't imagine that Tully and the Gilberta Company shared his reluctance, though a last-minute order would only end in disaster, as they will need to come up with a design and prepare the necessary thread at each such short notice. Tully shot me a glance as I thought this, confirming my suspicions. I went to interject, but Ferdinand raised a hand before I could say anything. I do not care to speak of the matter now. More importantly, Gustav, have you found out whom the Faystone store in the lower city sells its goods to? It seems their largest and most lucrative customer was Viscount Joysenstock. Ooh, that guy's dead. His whole family is dead. The Guildmaster replied, since his death, they have struggled to find someone so interested in their products, so they are now working on selling more to their regular customers. He produced a list of all the nobles who were regularly purchased from the business, having looked into the matter very thoroughly since being asked. Ferdinand examined the list and then said, you have done well, this is very expertly researched. His expression betrayed his true personality as the Lord of Evil. Oh, what are you planning on doing? The hairpin for Arensbach received no further mention throughout the remainder of our discussion, so after our meeting came to a close and everyone had left, I decided to confront Ferdinand about it. Lady Detlinde was quite interested in acquiring a hairpin last year, I said. Furthermore, as hairpins are an important Ehrenfest trend, not giving her one will damage your reputation. I do not want the people there speaking ill of you. Ferdinand seemed about to disregard me, but he must have been struck by some realization, as he suddenly looked down at me with a suspiciously bright smile. Fascinating. I shall leave the matter to you then. Make one as you wish. What? You're perfectly capable of picking out accessories and whatnot for girls. You can do it yourself without my help. I am sure Lady Detlinde would appreciate that far more. Perhaps you could begin your relationship by asking her about her preferences? It was true that Detlinde looked very much like Veronica, but they weren't the same person. Perhaps socializing with her would ease the contempt that Ferdinand was feeling, although it also risked making it worse. You are essentially my family, no? Ferdinand asked. I see no issue with you assisting me. Prepare something that will not bring shame to me then. It really feels to me like you're just using this whole family thing to your own advantage. He probably is. But I mean, still, it really did catch him off guard when you called him family. So, yeah. I pursed my lips and started thinking of colors that would suit Detlinde, at which point Ferdinand poked my head and added, you may order one for yourself at the same time. What? Consider it a farewell gift. You are leaving the rest of my nest of my protection, after all. Nest of protection? That's weird. I would have said that he should prepare it himself, but he wasn't even interested in having one made for his future bride, so there was no point in trying. Instead, my focus shifted to the words, farewell gift, and how final they sounded. Could be worse, I guess. I've at least got time to prepare my heart, which is more than I could say for when I had to leave my lower city family. Yeah, that's true. You do have some time to prepare for that, whereas when you had to leave your family, it was just right then and there. I shook my head to dispel my glum feelings, then looked up at Ferdinand. I'll prepare a farewell gift for you as well. Perhaps some Ehrenfest food to bring comfort to your stay, like what Aurelia brought from Arensbach? If we can use that time-stopping magic tool, I think it'd be a worthwhile endeavor. It's always nice to have the flavors of your home nearby. You tend to skip even essential meals when you're busy, Ferdinand. Rejuvenation potions are important, but food is absolutely necessary. Plus, if you fill the magic tool with fish and send it back when you're done with it, we can work on improving our recipes here on Ehrenfest. You are simply out to the fish for... No, not really! That is actually just a bonus, I'm assuming, because I'm assuming that it also would be a good idea anyway, considering Ferdinand does not like having his food tampered with. So, I mean... It would make better sense to have it filled with food that he enjoys, that he knows who prepared it, you know? Ferdinand said, exasperated. In my opinion, it was a perfectly reasonable transaction. Ferdinand got to be healthy, and I got my fish. I shall prepare other farewell gifts for you as well, I continued. For example, I will use a voice recording magic tool to preserve a clip of me saying, "Are you eating properly? Sleep is important." Justice can play for you every now and again. No, he's not going to want that. There is no need, Ferdinand said curtly. I would toss it out the window. He would. He probably would. Or he would just delete the clip, I would think. It would only exhaust me further. His response reminded me of something a friend from my Arano days had said before moving to a college far away from mine. You may not know this, Ferdinand, but when one moves far away from home, one starts to long for familial love through home cooking and motherly chiding. I've never heard of that in my life. Okay, probably not. Ordinances weren't able to cross the barriers along duchy borders, so relying on the voice recording magic tool was our only option. I will need to ask Raymond to modify them to be smaller, I said. Will there be enough time, I wonder? Rosemine, Raymond is my disciple, not a retainer of yours to be used as you please. But as you are my teacher, are your disciples like older brothers to me, or younger brothers even, since I came first? Either way, we are bonded together, so I should be safe to make requests of them. Professor Herscher similarly uses me at her convenience. Ferdinand sighs, perhaps visualizing his old teacher doing as she pleased. This talk about farewell gifts is of very little relevance. Let us focus on how to make the final rejuvenation potions before I must leave. Yeah, she's going to have to be taught how to make the good ones. Oh, and he still needs to teach them the whole Entwicklung thing. Right. There was still a lot that Ferdinand needed to teach me, but most important of all was the remaining lessons on making rejuvenation potions. Up until now, he had prepared mine for me, but I would need to start brewing my own henceforth. I intend to reteach your retainers as well, Ferdinand said. Put on your brewing clothes and gather in the workshop of the High Bishop's chambers. He ordered that Hartman and Cornelius accompany me, since they were the only ones who met his two specifications. They had enough mana to endure the taxing brewing process, and they were men who wouldn't need to leave my service due to marriage, weddings, or pregnancy. My greatest obstacle when it came to brewing was my own stamina. I simply didn't have the vigor necessary to keep stirring the ingredients. On the bright side, the recipes themselves were simple once you had all the necessary components. One just needed to cut and measure them, add them into the proper order, then pour enough mana and stir until ready. Still, though, my arms are starting to hurt, I said, tears in my eyes. Cornelius, who had carefully been checking the elements of the ingredients and the required mana, replied with a bemused smile. The mana quantity and control are where people normally struggle, but in your case, strength really is the issue. Will you even make it through the Scholar's Course practical lessons? Passing the Scholar course was essential for becoming a librarian, so I refused to give up no matter how poor my stamina was. I continued to stir, scolding my throbbing arms all the while. Royal Academy lessons are trivial compared to what I go through with Ferdinand, replied. The brews we made in class weren't complicated, and the stirring didn't require anywhere near as much time or mana. Your control over your mana truly is splendid, Lady Rosemine. To think you can manage brewing while simultaneously pouring mana into your enhancement tools, Hartman said, while taking notes on the recipe. The stark contrast between his serious expression and enthusiastic compliments was as astounding as ever, but he wasn't wrong. I was now able to reliably pour mana into both my enhancements and my brewing while making the ultra-nasty rejuvenation potions. Put your finished rejuvenation potions in here and cover them with cloth, Ferdinand said, indicating a largish pot. I did as instructed, then covered the potions with cloth to protect them. There was enough here to last me quite a while, even if I collapsed. But once those ran out, that was that. I didn't have the ingredients to make more. What should I do when these are all gone, I asked. I have summoned Cornelius here today so that he knows what is required to make more, Ferdinand said. Cornelius, you will memorize the mana capacities and elements of the necessary ingredients, and then gather them. Gathering ingredients is the job of a knight, is it not? It certainly was the case that knights were expected to gather, even though still in the Royal Academy. But the ingredients required for the ultra-nasty potions were so rare and of such high quality that the thought of searching for them made Cornelius grimace. It wouldn't be a simple process. I intend to leave the bulk of my ingredients in your workshop, Ferdinand continued. They should last for about 5 years. The rest you will need to handle yourself. Are you truly leaving this fortune's worth of ingredients here, Lord Ferdinand? Hartman asked, eyeing them in complete shock. I didn't recognize all the ingredients, but it seemed that quite a few of them were exceptionally valuable. I do not expect to have the time to perform research with them. I am not even sure I will have a workshop in Ahrensbach. Wait, what? Won't you be needing potions there way more than I need them here, I asked. It was hard to imagine him enduring the intense duties expected of him without rejuvenation potions. I will, but I intend to leave the brewing to Justice, he replied with a nod. Justice has a massive trove of ingredients, apparently, so Ferdinand wouldn't need to bring any of his own. I can only imagine how many ingredients Lord Justice must have if even this is unnecessary in comparison, Hartman said with a daze. I know. As always, Justice was quite the man of mystery. Well, this concludes our rejuvenation potion lesson, Ferdinand announced. Rosamund, all that remains is for you to take care with how much you drink. Your understanding of using these potions is still vague at best, so trust the measuring to Hartman. Rosamund will fall ill if you give her too much, so take extra care. Understood, Hartman replied, straightening his back. With that settled, Ferdinand placed 2 ingredients and some clear face stones that didn't contain any mana in front of me. I am now going to teach Hartman. In the meantime, you must practice moving others' mana and transferring it into face stones. This is an ingredient mixed with a variety of mana, and this one that I removed the excess mana from. I am certain you will soon begin sensing the mana of others. It seemed that my next task was to touch the lined up ingredients, sense their proper and original mana, and then remove the excess. What the heck? This is so tough. I touched the 2 ingredients as instructed and noticed that they didn't feel the same. Indeed, I could tell that one contained a bunch of mixed up mana. One of them contains a mixture of mana, while the other contains only the ingredients and my mana, Ferdinand said. Can you feel the difference between them? Yes. Then gradually start pushing a very thin stream of mana into them while forcing the excess toward the face stone. I did as instructed, trying to spread my mana as thinly as possible before channeling it into the ingredient. My plan was to imagine a filtration device of sorts, letting the ingredient's proper mana stay while filtering out the excess. In the meantime, Ferdinand taught Hartman how much of the potion to give me, how to use it, how Riyarda managed it, and so on. He was going through a long list of minor details. I did it, I exclaimed. It would take me an exceptionally long time, but pride and satisfaction swelled in my chest as I showed the face stone to Ferdinand. Let me see, Ferdinand said. He touched the face stone with his brow furrow, then stared at the ingredient. His examination continued for longer than expected, so I started to feel uneasy. Is something wrong with it, I asked? No, this is fine. The excess mana has been purged. Ferdinand returned the face stone, then set a fairly small wooden box in front of me. Now, remove the mixed mana from these ingredients, he said, placing in front of me a Flammerzunk fruit, a Quillwade leaf, a Windfall hide, and Glonzunk. Isn't that the stuff you got from Heishitz? These are the ingredients you stole, from Heishitz in the dinner game, aren't they, I asked. I thought they were your precious spoils of victory. Wait, what? Indeed, they are highly valuable and of exceptionally high quality, which means they are perfect for your Jareve. What? Wait, what Jareve? Why does she need another one? You will not have time to gather more yourself, and you will need to make another Jareve before I leave for Arensbach. He spoke casually, but I remembered that Heishitz had seemed absolutely devastated when giving them up, like he was surrendering his life savings. They are bound to be extremely valuable. Is it really okay for me to use these for my Jareve, I asked? In the first place, I added the Glanzing dust to my demands precisely for this purpose, Ferdinand replied. Only so many ingredients can be gathered in Ehrenfest, and the kind that students can find while attending the Royal Academy will not suffice for you. Above all else, we do not have a year to spend on finding ingredients. We don't. I understood his position, but these were the ingredients he had won after I more or less forced him to play dinner. You really, really don't mind? Cease your complaining and accept them already. We truly do not have much time. After making your Jareve, we will need to resume your studies for the Royal Academy. You must not allow your grades to drop once I am gone. To do so is to invite great shame upon yourself. I will see to it that you come first in class in both the Archduke course and the Scholar course next year, Ferdinand declared with a hard glare. I took in a deep breath and said, so I have to come first in class now. I didn't have a clue what was running through his head, but this was scary. I will have an easier time in Arensbach if, on top of the renown I obtained at the Royal Academy, there is evidence of my tutoring having produced a student who excels above all others. If you truly view me as family, then you will do me this kindness, no? Dad, help! The Lord of Evil has appeared before me. Oh, dear Lord. Ferdinand, come on. I screamed on the inside, but I did want to help Ferdinand as much as I could, even if my work didn't amount to much. He had done so much for me, and returning the favor would require more than just a little effort. Okay, I'll do it. I'll come first in class and make the Jareve, then remove the mixed mana from all of these ingredients. Such is your task for today. I took a deep breath and faced the ingredients. First was the Flammerzung. I focused on pouring my mana into it and started extracting the mixed mana. The next day I dyed the ingredients completely. I ended up with a face tone of the seasonal colors, just like when I made the Jareve before. Very good, Ferdinand said, looking at the completed face stones. These should suffice for the Jareve. Why does she need to make another Jareve? Hartman's first ceremony and another Jareve. As we now had the face stones, I got straight to work making my Jareve. Accompanying me today were Angelica, Daniel, and Cornelius. They were all adults, which meant they had learned to make Jareves in the Royal Academy. Of course, I already knew what to do. My guard knights were simply here to double-check the process. The scholars who normally would have been helping me out were in the High Priest chambers. It seemed that Ferdinand was spending his time ensuring that the hard handover process went as smoothly as possible. He had told me to summon him when the Jareve was complete. You can already make Jareves, Lady Rosemine? Cornelius asked, balking at the intensity of Ferdinand's training. I only learned to make them in my 5th year. Angelica puffed out her chest and said, I made one in my 5th year, too. There wasn't much of a surprise, despite her academic track record. She was actually pretty skilled when it came to doing practical lessons. It took me until my final year, Daniel admitted with a conflicted smile. Making one is such a rare occasion that I chose to use the best ingredients possible, which meant I only finished dyeing them at the very last moment. I actually regret putting so much effort into it. With all this extra mana I got from Lady Rosemine's compression method, I want to remake it entirely. As it turned out, lay nobles often needed to gather their ingredients as soon as possible since it took them so long to dye them. The Jareves made in Royal Academy classes tend to be of a fairly low quality, I noted. Apprentice knights can gather their own ingredients from their home duchies and the Royal Academy, but others aren't always able to do this, which limits the final product. In other words, scholars often ended up with worse Jareves since they had to hire and rely on apprentice knights for gathering instead of doing it themselves. That said, I continued, you can reduce the drop in quality by removing the mixed mana from the ingredients. I was just repeating what Ferdinand had taught me, but my guard knights replied that they couldn't wield enough mana or control it precisely enough. It requires a lot of mana just to push the mixed mana out, Lady Rose, my Daniel explained. Lay nobles would struggle to do that, and then dye the ingredients afterward. We aren't as capable as you, and we do not need Jareves of such a high quality, he shrugged. Our job here is merely to oversee the process. Shall we start? Daniel and Cornelius had made Jareves before and understood the process well. Our Angelica had already forgotten what we needed to do, but she was getting help from her man and blade Stenlook. He really was quite helpful. And so I made the Jareve while following Stenlook's instructions. It was a very familiar experience considering that he spoke in Ferdinand's voice. My arms started getting heavy, but I sucked it up and continued to carefully mix in the face stones. Unlike last time, I was using a stat morphed into a mixing stick, which was overwhelmingly more efficient when it came to conducting mana. I was moved. Put the amplification potion in next, and said, prompting Cornelius to take out the pitcher it was being stored in. It was a very practical size. Most people could easily pour from it with one hand while stirring with the other, but when he went to hand it to me, he suddenly stopped. He must have realized that I was a special case. Lady Rosemine, shall I pour the potion in for you? Please do. The black liquid was poured into the pot, causing the contents to puff out considerably. I continued stirring until Stenlook said, it is time for the finishing touch. Daniel plucked a tiny bottle from the table and added a drop to the concoction. An instant later, the surface of the potion shone brightly, indicating that the Jareve was finished. I shall inform Lord Ferdinand, he said, then exited the workshop. Cornelius peered into the pot. So when will you be using this, he asked. Good question. After Ferdinand leaves for Arensbach, maybe? He said that he plans to remove as many dangerous elements as he can before then, so perhaps I'm better off waiting until things are safe? I was so busy with my studying for the Royal Academy and with the work I was doing to help prepare for the succession that even my reading time was being shaved down to nil. I didn't think we had time right now for me to be sleeping in a Jareve. In truth, that wasn't that keen on an idea of going back into one either. I was happy to delay it for as long as I could. I'm assuming he had you make it so that way you had an extra just in case. Soon enough, Ferdinand came in with his retainers, and with Fran, he was holding a net containing many face stones. What? Wait. What? Rosemine, you are to get into the Jareve immediately, Ferdinand said as they started pouring it into the large white box. There are still clumps of mana inside your body. Well, the sooner they are dissolved, the better. Get changed while we prepare. I really hadn't expected this to happen so soon as it was ready. My heart wasn't at all prepared, and my blood suddenly ran cold. I instinctively shook my head and replied, no, I don't want to. Rosemine? Ferdinand asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. All eyes fell on me, and I took a step back without thinking. I don't want to be left behind again. I don't want to wake up to find that everyone looks even older than me. And if another 2 years pass, then you might already be gone, Ferdinand. I'd already endured the Urashima terror experience once, and I don't want to go through it all again. I was finally developing some stamina. I don't think you would have to do it that long, considering when you did it before. Your mana was almost completely stuck, essentially. So I think you would be a little better off this time. It probably won't take that long. I was finally developing some stamina too, and doing this would set me all the way back to square one. You will only be in there for a few days, Ferdinand assured me. It will not be like before, but I'm scared. Last time I had been told that I would only be asleep for a season, yet my time in the dream had ended up lasting 2 whole years. But like I said, your mana had been slowed down and clumped up even more than before because of that stupid poison, whatever it was. So this isn't like last time. Maybe that had simply been because of the poison, but still, there was no way for me to confirm that I really would wake up in a few days' time. Rosemine, I wanted to ensure that all of your mana clumps are dissolved while I'm still here to serve as your doctor. Only then will it be safe for other doctors to see you. Furthermore, do you not want to start growing? I do, but that can wait until after you've left for Aaronsbach. I don't want to wake up to find that you're already gone. Rosemine, I agree that you should use it before you go back to the Royal Academy, Cornelius said after some thought. He was speaking honestly as my brother, rather than politely as my guard knight. Why? I said, gazing up at him. Lord Ferdinand said that you collapsed from excitement because clumps in your mana stop it from flowing properly. If you dissolve them, won't that get rid of the problem entirely? He said gently, looking down at me and patting my head. Seeing you collapse reminds us of when you were poisoned. It's really bad for our hearts. And now that I'm graduated and I can't keep an eye on you in the Royal Academy anymore, I want you to be as safe there as possible. Lord Ferdinand wishes to do all that he can for you before he must leave. And this feeling is something I understand painfully well. Yeah, if you got rid of all the mana clumps, then yeah, she wouldn't have to worry about collapsing anymore. The only people who had actually seen me poisoned and unconscious were Bonifacius, Cornelius, and Ferdinand. My heart ached as I realized just how worried they were about me and with this newfound understanding in mind, I reached out and grabbed onto Ferdinand's sleeve. You're confident that I'll only be in the dream for a few days? I won't wake up to find that everyone's grown up even more? I've lost control of my body again, and you're gone, right? I will not leave before you wake, he said, his light gold eyes fixed on me. I promise. That's why. Okay, that explains why he wants to do this. Okay. I nodded, then turned around and said, I'll go get changed. I made my way out of the workshop and asked Monica to help me change into thin white clothing. I also needed to take off my socks so that the mana lines that would appear on my legs would be fully visible. So long had passed since the last time I wore shoes without socks that the sensation threw me off a little. Once I was ready, I returned to the workshop where the other preparations had already been finished. The large white box was filled with the translucent blue Derive, and Fran was standing beside it so that he could put in the face stones. Also near the white box was a bench which Ferdinand pointed to. I sat as instructed and took the presented cup with both hands. Inside was more Derive. I drank it, then Fran took off my shoes for me. Rosemine, Ferdinand said. He picked me up like he had done for my first Derive and sat me down inside the white box. In an instant, bright red mana lines appeared on my skin. The process will take 3 to 4 days. You will wake up in time for the coming-of-age ceremony. He traced his fingers along the lines on my arms and nape, and as he carried out his inspections, I felt my eyes growing heavy. Again. Ferdinand, you better not leave, no matter what happens. Enough already, Ferdinand replied, a half smile on his face as he covered my eyes with a large hand. Sleep. I could feel my body gently sinking into the Derive, and soon enough, the world around me faded into nothingness. Awake, I see. No sooner had this familiar voice reached me than I was pulled up out of the Derive. I was taken aback for a moment, and my surprise gave way to a relieved sigh as I realized it was Ferdinand in front of me. How long has it been? I asked. 4 days, as I expected. Fran, Monica, and my retainers were here as well. They certainly all looked and seemed the same. Ferdinand checked the flow of mana in my arms, legs, and neck. They have all dissolved without issue, it seems. Yay! No more mana clumps! Thank God! Took too long for that. Now, a bath has been prepared. Once you are clean, spend the remainder of the day resting. You will be busy once again starting tomorrow. Fran carried me to the bath, and from there, Nicola and Monica helped me in. You can still sit and stand, Nicola observed, so it must not have been too hard on your body, Lady Rosebud. Well, I mean, that's because she was stuck for 2 years. What do you expect? We were very worried since you were completely unable to move last time, Monica added. I nodded with a smile. Apparently I would collapse less now that the mana clumps had dissolved, but I still needed to wear my mana-absorbing necklace from Ferdinand. I had compressed my mana so many times that I now had far too much. And already getting overexcited wouldn't make me collapse. It's still pretty bad for me. I still need to train my body, though, I said. I can't say that I feel all that much better. It may be a while before you start to see results, Nicola noted. To say that you will feel mostly the same, but compared to before when you could not move at all, I would say that you are doing much better. Ah, right, I replied. Even reading was a struggle back then. You couldn't even pick up the book, and you got so upset about that. Still, I think a little exercise will do you a lot of good, Monica said with a smile. I will consider it. I steadily advanced in my studying for the Royal Academy, feeling relatively unchanged in terms of my health. It had been decided that the High Bishop would not receive much work going forward, partly to make things easier on Melkor when he succeeded me, so my time was divided between the jobs I absolutely had to do and preparing for the next academic term. Some of my time was spent working on my various assignments. For Entwicklum practice, I made a tiny box garden, adjusted the strength of the barrier surrounding it, then added a hole that would serve as the border gate. Thinking about it like this, the foundational magic is like a really big face stone with a ton of magic circles carved into it, I said. Indeed, it is a sizable magic tool with face stones of every element built into it, Ferdinand replied. I believe there is a blueprint somewhere in these documents. For the most part, my studying for the Archduke candidate course was done in my workshop after my retainers were shooed out of the room. Wilfred and Charlotte sometimes came to participate, but it was normally just Ferdinand and me. I was glad that we were getting to spend some time together when his departure was coming up so soon, but I noticed that Ferdinand often looked quite sick, as though he was forcing himself quite a bit. Ferdinand, you've been cutting down on sleep, haven't you? Aren't you getting enough rest? Somewhat. Do you mean to say that you've been cutting down on sleep somewhat so that you're getting somewhat enough rest? Either way, I decided that it was best to warn Justice, and then it occurred to me, I hadn't actually seen him or Eckert in the temple as of late. Could it be that Justice and Eckert are busy too? They are doing work that only they can do, since their retainers are here to carry out everything else, Ferdinand replied. I pursed my lips. He was acting like it was normal for him to give orders to my retainers in the temple. If you're going to complain about me using Raymond, then don't use my retainers as tools. I can say the same to you. If you're going to use Raymond, then do not complain about me using your retainers. It was all a matter of perspective, and when Ferdinand put it like that, there wasn't much I could complain about. Now then, practice what you have learned well, Ferdinand said. We will practice dividing the duchy into provinces next. A necessary technique for granting land to Gibbs. As he spoke, he started gathering what we would need from a teleportation circle on the floor. My workshop was getting more and more cramped as he brought in everything we needed for our lessons. And so I continued my studies every day until the end of spring. It was almost time for the coming-of-age ceremony, which was going to be Hartmut's first religious ceremony. Now that I think about it, Hartmut, what are you going to do for ceremonial clothing? If we order it now, there's no way that it'd be ready in time, is there? It had taken Ben quite a while to sort out my ceremonial clothes, and mine had taken less time than usual to make since the seamstresses hadn't needed to weave the cloth. Getting something ready for Hartmut would take even longer. There are many ceremonial robes from previous blue priests that fit me, Hartmut replied, so I will use those until the clothes I order arrive. One would prepare their own ceremonial robes under normal circumstances, but Hartmut naturally didn't have the time, so we were lending him some from the many that the temple had in stock. This hadn't been an option for me because of my commoner origins, and none of the clothes had come close to being my size anyway. I'm looking forward to the ceremony, Hartmut said, having spent yesterday in a room we had previously used for guard nights. He ate with me in the High Bishop's chambers, then moved to the High Priest's chambers where his future attendants were going to get help getting dressed. I got dressed to change into my High Bishop's ceremonial robes and called for Freya. The chapel has been prepared. Let's go. Several blue priests had entered the chapel already. Eckert was waiting by the door, so I took this opportunity to ask him about Hartmut. I see you've come to the temple today, Eckert. I was wondering, does Hartmut seem nervous, what with this being his whole first religious ceremony? He seems more excited than anything. Pretty sure he wants to see your blessing, Eckert replied. First ceremony or not, it seemed that Hartmut was the same as always. Still, he's a competent one. He memorized the flow of the ceremony in no time at all, and even Lord Ferdinand finds him easy to work with. You found yourself a solid retainer, Rosemine. Eckert was basing his judgment of my retainers on how useful they were to Ferdinand, despite them being my retainers. It was a bizarre thing to witness. In a way, he was very similar to Hartmut. High Bishop, enter. Ferdinand gave the order, at which point some grey priests opened the door. Lined up in front of the shrine were blue priests waving sticks, producing a melodious ringing sound that echoed through the chapel. Hartmut was among them, and I could tell from his eyes that he was conscious of my entry. He watched closely as I leisurely ascended the stage with Ferdinand taking my hand as usual. From there, Ferdinand spoke of the gods, then I prayed and offered a blessing. The coming-of-age ceremony itself ended without incident. Mom and Dad came to the door and watched me with worried expressions. They must have heard from Thule that relations with Arensbach were resuming. I couldn't wave to them or contact them overtly with Hartmut watching like a hog. So instead, I balled my right hand into a fist and tapped the left side of my chest twice, making it look like part of the ceremony. Other than that, the most I could do was shoot them glances while pretending to watch the new adults leave, and I did just that until the Grey Priest shut the door. Hartman, do you understand the workload expected of the High Priest now? I asked, after Ferdinand helped me down from the stage. He helps you climb onto the stage, reads the Bible in your place, accompanies you until the doors have been closed, helps you down from the stage. In short, the High Priest is the one who takes care of you, Lady Rosemine. Not quite. Ferdinand did other things as well, too. No, he had clearly been registering medals, among other things, but when I tried to explain that, Ferdinand simply shook his head. That is the work of all blue priests, not just the High Priest. Ferdinand said, in truth, I did not need to help in this way with the previous High Bishop. The bulk of my assistance is simply ensuring that you do not cause the ceremony to fail. I am confident that I will complete it perfectly next time, and from then onward, Hartman declared. Ferdinand nodded in response, noting that he didn't doubt this in the slightest. I didn't need to know that the High Priest's job during ceremonies is pretty much just to babysit me. Do you have any other thoughts on the coming-of-age ceremony, I asked. I do, Hartman replied without missing a beat. He cleft his fist, suddenly looking quite upset. Were there not more blessings here today than there were at the Royal Academy's coming-of-age ceremony? I wish you had been the one to bless mine, Lady Rosemine. Aww. He went on to grumble about commoners having all the luck, which I didn't quite understand. Would he consider it fair if everyone received my blessing? Yes? You've been tackling a tremendous workload with great diligence, Hartman, so if your wish is simply for me to bless you, then I will do just that, I said. Though the noble's coming-of-age ceremony is over and the season has changed. Truly? Hartman exclaimed, his eyes brimming with hope. He dropped to one knee, crossed his arms, and said, Please do then. I will gratefully accept the blessings of the winter gods. He had said the winter gods, but it was the very end of spring by this point. The god of life had been washed away completely. I elected to go with the goddess of earth instead. I was pretty sure she was overseeing the growth of new life in this season. O Geduld, goddess of earth, hear my prayers. May you grace those who have newly come of age with your blessing. May those who offer their prayers in gratitude be blessed with your divine protection. I channeled mana into my ring as I prayed, and red light rained down upon Hartman. I moved to leave as soon as the blessing was done, but he remained on one knee. Is something the matter? I asked him. I am moved. I am beyond grateful to experience the bliss of monopolizing one of your blessings, Hartman said, looking happier than I had ever seen him. He reached out and pressed the back of my hand to his forehead. The whole point of my blessing had been to cheer him up. But seeing him rejoice this much was making me a little uncomfortable. Ferdinand? I asked, seeking his help. He is your retainer, Ferdinand replied, averting his gaze. His loyalty is unquestionable, at the very least, so he would make for a strong ally if you use him properly. And if I handle him improperly? Disaster. I experienced as much with Eckert. Eckert? Really? I figured you would have said that about Justice, considering how he is. Well, Eckert? Really? Okay, I'm gonna have to end this here. I will see everybody in the next one. Okay, let's continue. Part 7. A visitor and counter strategies. Next up is the Starbind ceremony, I said to myself as I checked my schedule. The summer baptism ceremony was over now and done with, and after holding up in my workshop, I finally managed to complete my Archduke candidate studies. Ferdinand made a face. I am told that Georgine and Detlinde are visiting Ehrenfest between the Starbind ceremony and autumn. They wish for our duchies to interact as much as possible before the marriage, it seems. Are they really allowed on such a long trip while Ob Ahrensbach is ill, I asked? My understanding was that he was on death's door, and those from the duchy wanted a successor to be trained at once. Rosamund, we do not know whether Ob Ahrensbach is truly ill, Ferdinand replied with a grimace. What? As I told you, it was intelligence from Justice. We cannot trust it entirely. It may also be something that Ahrensbach is purposely hiding from others. In any case, you would do well to not speak of the Ob's health so carelessly. We do not wish for you to draw undue suspicion to yourself, put others on guard, or inquire a hunt for our source. It seemed that an archduke being ill was not something that duchies generally wanted others to know, so it often meant the changing of an Ob. I was told not to ask Georgine or Detlinde about Ob Ahrensbach's health under any circumstances. So Ahrensbach considers it top secret information then. And you want to keep our source hidden because you know who they are. I can say only that it should not be blindly trusted, Ferdinand said with a light shrug. He didn't seem to trust the source very much himself, but given the situation, he had determined that it was likely correct nonetheless. Well, still, if there's a chance of the Ob dying while you're still engaged, Ferdinand, then he must be fairly ill. Death does not come only from illness. There are many other reasons one might believe their life to be in danger, Ferdinand said. He was being deliberately vague, but I guessed at what he was implying. It was so scary that I couldn't bring myself to press him. Instead, it seemed wise to change the subject at the next opportunity. In any case, I'm kind of surprised that you and Lady Detlinda can get married at all. What do you mean? In my old world, my country made it illegal for uncles and nieces to marry, I said. This seemed to pique his interest, so I decided to elaborate. Each country had its own laws. However, as such unions were considered more acceptable elsewhere. Does Jürgen Smith not have rules for marriage? Of course we do, Ferdinand replied. A baby's mana is mostly dependent on its mother, so her bloodline is prioritized. Detlinde is both Sylvester's and my niece, but of the two of us, she can only marry me. This is because Sylvester was born to Veronica, whereas I was not. For siblings, their ability to marry was largely dependent on whether they shared a mother. The roles were much more relaxed with cousins, who could marry even if their mothers were of the same family. Even siblings can marry as long as they do not share a mother, Ferdinand continued. So essentially, shoot. I don't know. I don't even know what I was going to say. Ferdinand continued. You and Wilfried are an example of this, no? I thought that was because I was adopted, not because adopted daughters are considered the same as paternal half-siblings, I said. Blinking in surprise, it had been quite some time since I last felt the culture gap between our worlds so strongly. Filling in the many holes that remain in your common sense certainly will prove troublesome. Who are you going to tell before you leave, I asked. About my previous life in another world, I mean. Ferdinand paused for a moment, considering my question carefully, then shook his head. Your image as a saint of Ehrenfest has become so widespread that it would not be wise to inform any others. I cannot even imagine how you might be exploited if your past becomes known. Legends of sainthood were convenient when arranging for your adoption. But now that the Sovereign Temple has its eyes on you, they are nothing but dangerous. I thought back to the scary look on the Sovereign High Priest's eyes and nodded quietly. But who can I turn to when I have questions like this, then? It seems inevitable that my lack of common sense in this world will continue to cause migraine-inducing problems. Ferdinand once again fell into thought, then headed over to a nearby shelf. Use this to write letters, he said, setting the bottle of disappearing ink in front of me. Ink that responds only to its creator's mana should make it across duchy borders without issue. Ordinances couldn't cross duchy borders, which meant inter-duchy communication was generally done by letter magic tools. These were inspected at the duchy border, then allowed to continue on their way if no issues were found. Use the disappearing ink to write your questions, then pen an innocuous message above it with the regular ink, Ferdinand instructed. I will similarly use your ink for my response. Secret letters, then, Is this like how Lady Georgine and Besenwant used to communicate? They hadn't used disappearing ink, so it wasn't similar in that regard, but Georgine had sent Besenwant more than enough letters to indicate that he was a great pillar of support for her. Lady Georgine must really hate me. Well, I mean, that was Besenwant's problem, not yours. It was if he had just left you alone, then this wouldn't have happened. And no, he had to go and do something about it, and because of that, he died. Besenwant had presumably been her Ferdinand, so it made sense that she would despise me from the bottom of her heart for driving him to his death. It occurred to me that she probably hated Ferdinand for the same reason, and in an instant, her visit and the upcoming wedding became a lot more terrifying. I suppose our lessons are going to be put on hold for a while, what with their visit, I said. Indeed, I expect my schedule to be filled with invitations to meals, tea parties, and such during their stay. If only I could do something to make them leave sooner, Ferdinand muttered in response, looking notably disgusted. I couldn't help but pity Detlinde, knowing that her fiancé was intending to welcome her with such contempt. It wasn't like she had done something to him personally. Don't look so glum, let's be optimistic about this, I said. Try to focus on the silver linings, like maybe Lady Detlinde will have some Aransbach books, or perhaps she'll offer... That's for you! She'll offer us some fish. In your case, why not try to think that she might bring research materials with her? Ferdinand looked down at me with cold eyes and sighed. You are too honest with your desires. All you have to do is repeat these thoughts again and again in your head. It's a trick for staying optimistic. You won't actually be saying them for the... You won't be asking them for these things, so why not give it a try? Overbearing to actually make such requests, but simply thinking them wouldn't bother anyone. Your obsession with books aside, they might actually bring some fish if you ask. Really? I exclaimed, looking up at Ferdinand with a beaming smile. His lips curved into a grin, but I am sure they would think of you as overbearing if you actually make such a request, no? You'll have to go without. You gave me hope just to take it away again, I exclaimed furious. That's so mean. Ferdinand merely scoffed in amusement. It was like I was a toy to him, something he could effortlessly bat around whenever the mood took him. Oh, but if we're making requests, could we perhaps ask them to bring Raymond along, I said. He would make for a good source of conversation during tea parties and meals. And if Ferdinand was unable to put aside his disdain for Linde, then he and Raymond could talk while Charlotte and I discussed hairpins and such. Raymond. He is your disciple as much as he is Professor Herscher's. They may bring him if you say that you plan to take him as a retainer in Ahrensbach. I wanted Ferdinand to be in a good mood for his first meetings with Linde so that they were more likely to get along. It was important that his new life in Ahrensbach to be at least reasonably comfortable. He would want to be on guard, but he also needed to break some of the ice on his own. Rosamund, there is much that I must observe and investigate, Ferdinand said. How this marriage will revitalize the Von Veronica faction, who Georgine trusts most here in Ehrenfest. Her reason for returning to our duchy, I will not have the time to leisurely discuss research with Raymond. There is no knowing what Georgine might be doing in the shadows while we are preoccupied with Linde. That's true. Ferdinand was focused more on Georgine than Linde, and while he had good reason to be, this visit was meant to be his chance to bond with his future wife. In that case, I said, you would be wise to request my mother's help sooner rather than later. Lady Florencia and Elvira? Yes, Lady Georgine and Lady Linde are both women, so I expect they will participate in women-only tea parties. You will not be able to gather intelligence there. My mothers were able to form an information network all the way back when the Von Veronica faction was at its peak. And now that said faction is crumbling more by the day, their efforts should prove fruitful without justice needing to cross-dress. Why not meet with them and tell them what you wish to know? I was pretty sure that Elvira would put her all into getting any information that Ferdinand wanted, and one could tell she was a skilled information gatherer from the abundance of love stories she had written. Asking for help, Ferdinand was reluctant to trust others, and so talented that he could do most things himself, so it was exceedingly rare for him to ask for help. Thus, he always struggled in situations like this when he needed to deal with someone other than his target. We're preoccupied with their own matters, so perhaps you could ask them to shorten their stay in Ehrenfest, I said. Furthermore, we will need to ask them to bring those with whom we wish to speak. There is still time before their visit, and we gain nothing from simply waiting around in a daze. Ahrensbach negotiations are going to keep us very busy indeed. I think you mean to say they are going to keep me busy. Good grief, you would have me do more than I do already, Ferdinand asked while looking over the progress of my studies. But you don't have to do anything at all, Ferdinand. This is a talk between duchies. Could you not tell Sylvester to do it and leave things to him? You should try to step back from castle work as much as possible. This is going to be an important part of your successor training. I mean, she's got a point, considering that Sylvester's going to have to start doing all his stuff on his own again once Ferdinand leaves. So, yeah. You truly do adopt only the worst aspects of your guardians, Ferdinand muttered. Although he sounded exasperated in the end, he conceded to my suggestion. He told Sylvester his request for Ahrensbach, asked Florencia and Elvira for their help, and started dedicating his time to my Archduke candidate lessons in particular. The lower city was bustling with merchants from other duchies come summertime, and soon enough it was time for the star binding. An emergency family meeting was held sometime prior to the ceremony, during which the cancellation of Eckert's and Angelica's engagement was discussed. Master Bonifacius, Lady Elvira, I am heartbroken to be losing Lord Eckert, Angelica said, acting the part of a sorrowful young woman. I wish to be left alone for a while. She was no doubt reciting lines fed to her by Stenlook. Oh my, Angelica, Elvira exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she started scribbling down the tale of their lost love. Angelica and I glanced at each other, then exchanged a discreet fist pump and appreciative nods. Elvira continued writing for quite some time, making me question what exactly she was noting down. When she eventually stopped, she looked up with a smile and said, Angelica, I understand the pain of your heart, but reality is nothing like love stories. Huh? If you wait until your broken heart heals, then you will struggle to find a new partner. My family will shame your parents if you are not at least engaged. Bonifacius nodded along in agreement as someone who wanted Angelica to marry into his house. Her broken heart was unfortunately deemed irrelevant, and the search for her next partner began immediately. She had done all that practice for nothing. Wait, what? Oh yeah, whole second wife thing. You should marry her, Lampret. Bonifacius said. You need a second wife. Lampret shook his head without the slightest hesitation. As much as I agree with you, I cannot start discussing a second wife while Aurelia is still pregnant. I would prefer to wait for at least a number of years. His request was reasonable enough. It was normal for second wives to be taken years after the first, and we wouldn't want to introduce any uncertainty during Aurelia's pregnancy. Not to mention she had married into our duchy, and Lampert didn't want to risk offending Arensbach by taking another wife at this juncture. Cornelius, then? I am already engaged to Lenore. I don't believe it will be acceptable for me to marry someone other than her before we are officially wed. Cornelius replied, avoiding taking Angelica as a second wife by desperately clinging to noble traditions. Having been refused on both fronts, Bonifacius muttered that Traga was the only remaining option. I understand that this is selfish of me, Angelica said, adopting a terribly sorrowful expression. But there is one thing I truly desire in a husband. He does not have to be as strong as Lord Eckert. But I would ask for someone else, someone who is at least as strong as Lord Cornelius. I do not wish to be with a man weaker than me. Upon hearing this, Bonifacius clenched a fist and declared, then I have no choice but to beat Traga into shape. But how long will that take, Evara asked, ever the realist. You must consider, Lord Bonifacius, that Angelica will only be in her prime for so much longer. Bonifacius frowned. If reforming Traga can't be done in time, then either Karstedt or I will need to take responsibility. I have no other descendants who can even hope to match Angelica. Nicholas is too young, as we know. I cannot bear to see Angelica becoming father's or your wife, I interjected without a second thought. She is much too young. I turned to her, expecting to see her distraught about such a suggestion, but she was smiling from ear to ear. In fact, she looked happier than I had seen her all day. I have no problem with that. Wait, what? What, you don't? You're perfectly fine with marrying my grandfather, even though he's that much older than you. Hold on a second, Angelica. Your taste in men is way too focused. It seemed that Angelica was happy to marry anyone as long as they met her one condition, be it Traugott, Karstedt, or even Bonifacius himself. I wasn't the only one left in a daze by this news. Avara was cradling her head, ready to put a great big X through the Eckert and Angelica notes she had been making. Karstedt turned to Bonifacius. I assume you've resolved to take responsibility for Angelica if your plans for her fall through, Father. If not, then I seriously recommend that you put your all into training Traga, he said, bringing the family meeting to a swift close. I could tell that he was desperately trying to push the thought of marrying Angelica from his mind. The Starbind ceremony arrived in the blink of an eye, and once the lower city's ritual was complete, Ferdinand and I moved our home base to the castle. We had no plans to return to the temple until after Georgina Detlinde's visit. We went on to perform the Starbind ceremony in the Nobles' Quarter. It was mostly uneventful and concluded without incident, although there was some buzz when it was announced that Georgina Detlinde would soon be visiting. Most were already aware that Ferdinand was getting married since it had been mentioned during the meeting following the Archduke Conference, but some of the nobles who worked under Gibbs evidently hadn't known. The former Veronica faction had abruptly been revitalized, and the Ehrenfest leaders were observing carefully to see how people reacted. How glorious to think Lord Ferdinand is marrying into a greater duchy. Lady Georgina is so deeply compassionate, allowing someone who once entered the temple to marry her daughter. Ferdinand watched with a fake smile as some praised his good fortune and others rejoiced that relations with Arensbach would soon resume. Elvira was wearing a wonderfully false smile herself, and in a hushed whisper she said, Lady Georgina is exceptionally skilled at turning Ehrenfest on its head. So we must greet her with great attention. Your requests are always quite a handful, Lord Ferdinand, but they are very worthwhile. She then murmured about how much she had struggled when she had needed to take me in and train me enough to be a respectable archnoble girl. I very much look forward to hearing about your success, I said, smiling at both Elvira and Ferdinand. Or Florence, I'm sorry. I sensed that this was going to be a feminine battle far too great for me to participate in. They would need to fight it all themselves. We do not mind you entrusting Lady Georgine to us, Rosamund, but you must stick as closely to Lord Ferdinand as you can, Elvira said. The more he speaks with that smile, the wider the rift between his and Lady Detlinde's hearts will grow. Naturally, Wilfrid will need to join me to prevent any untoward rumors or misunderstandings about my relationship with Ferdinand. Charlotte needed to keep her distance from him for the same reason. Lady Charlotte is very observant of her surroundings and would make for an excellent peacekeeper, Elvira continued, but as you have spent more time with Lord Ferdinand, you are better able to understand his expressions and emotions. Yeah, I have to agree with her. I would need to support Ferdinand as best I could, but I wasn't confident that I could manage it. In fact, I felt like I would be holding him down, if anything. This will also be the time for them to show Ehrenfest nobles a formal proposal and engagement, Elvira said. Lady Detlinde will most likely be bringing a proposal face stone. Is Lord Ferdinand preparing one to give in return? I don't know. The blood drained from my face. During our lessons together, he had prepared rejuvenation potions and defensive charms to bring to Ahrensbach. But I hadn't seen him preparing a proposal face stone. I expect not, I replied. He has been tutoring me this entire time, and preparing the temple for his departure is his greatest priority. Still, there was no way that Ferdinand could make an excuse when Detlinde was offering her own face stone. After all, Ahrensbach had informed us of the visit and its goals well ahead of time. I summoned an ordinance and said, Ferdinand, have you prepared a proposal face stone? I was sure we could still remedy this in time, if not, but the response he sent knocked me out of my chair. I already have one. It is of all elements, so it will suit her no matter which one she possesses. Hold on. Aren't proposal face stones supposed to be made to match your partner's elements exactly? I went to put my head in my hands. A face stone with all elements was fine for the sake of appearances, but it also communicated a complete lack of interest in learning about one's partner. There's a limit to how brusque you can be. At the very least, consult Ahrensbach about Lady Detlinde's affinities. They might assume your proposal face stone was intended for someone else. I made it for class in the Royal Academy, so I expect no such misunderstandings, came his response. Now I really had to cradle my head. He had no motivation whatsoever. Brunhilde, will this cause any problems? I asked. Oh, as a face stone with all elements, it could perhaps please her depending on its quality and the words carved within it, Brunhilde noted. I grasped at this solitary thread of hope and asked Ferdinand what words were carved into his face stone. It was the simplest and most generic message which he had used so that he could give the stone to anyone. May my heart be yours. Naturally, even Brunhilde gave up at this point. The face stone was beyond saving. Let us remake the stone, I said, via ordinance. Your current offering is simply too poor. No woman would appreciate receiving it. It exists and shall continue to. I have no desire to waste time consulting Ahrensbach and making a new one. If you insist on me having a face stone that matches her affinities, then you can make it yourself as my family. This isn't something I should be making. I'm not the one getting married here, you know. All will go smoothly as long as I deliver the face stone with a smile and some honeyed words. Discussing this further is pointless. I am busy. After that, he stopped replying to my ordinances. It seemed that he was set on using his all-element face stone no matter what. Jeez, can you imagine a worse groom? Ferdinand is the least marriageable person ever. Well, considering who he's marrying and why, I don't blame him. He was so intently focused on Georgine and the former Veronica faction that he was giving barely any thought to his own fiancée. At this rate, Detlinde would absolutely despise him by the time her stay was over. I mean, he might want that. Who knows? We must ensure that Lady Detlinde receives the best treatment in Ehrenfest, I said, or her opinion of Lord Ferdinand will end up beyond saving. Brunhilde, Laisletta, Riarda, Audley. The task ahead is by no means an easy one, but I must ask for your assistance during her stay. Understood. To be honest, I wasn't well educated in the ways of romantic gestures and expressions. I would need people supporting me as well. Let us summon Wilfrid, Charlotte, and Melchior, I said. We must ensure that the upcoming visit is enjoyable for everyone. Anything was better than letting Ferdinand give his fiancée the cold shoulder upon her arrival. I consulted Wilfrid's and Charlotte's retainers about Detlinde's preferred sweets and topics of conversation which they had picked up on during the tea party for cousins that Wilfrid had attended, and asked for their help with the challenge ahead. From there, our progress was steady. We assured that the necessary rooms were prepared and discussed what to serve during tea parties and meals, while Ferdinand attended more meetings with members of the former Veronica faction. Oh boy. The welcoming feast. A short while after the peak of summer, Georgine and Detlinde's entourage arrived in Ehrenfest. Carriages appeared one after another, and out of each stepped a variety of retainers. I could see Raymond among them, presumably as a result of our request for his attendance. Servants carried in gifts for Ehrenfest by the boxload, while two women wearing Ahrensbach veils alighted from one of the carriages. Formal greetings would take place at the welcoming feast later tonight. I pray that this visit ends peacefully, unlike the last one. Yeah, Wilfrid, keep your mouth shut. We couldn't let our guard down. Georgine's previous visit had seemed a success at the time, but then the former Veronica faction had caused the Ivory Tower incident and attacked Charlotte and me not long after. I slapped my cheeks to keep myself alert. It seemed that I wasn't the only one feeling tense. My guard knights were especially on edge since they had failed to protect me last time. Cornelius was wearing the furthest thing from a friendly smile, while Daniel checked all the locks on our doors and windows for any foul play. As for Angelica, she had relentlessly practiced the motions necessary to draw a stern look even while wearing formal attire. Judith and Lenore seemed nervous as well. The welcoming feast began after 6 bell. Hugo and Ella were our chefs for the day, and they had put their all into making a range of Aram-fest dishes. Our cuisine could be quite easily be described as some of the trendiest in Jurgensmith at the moment. Most of what we were serving had already been shown during the Archduke conference, so we didn't need to be too secretive, but we had also added a few undisclosed items to the menu. To advertise our duchy as being even more valuable as an even more valuable partner, Sylvester had said it was essential we'd show just how much Ferdinand was worth. The plan was for the Ehrensbach group to enter after the Archducal family, starting with Georgine and Ditlinde. All the Archduke candidates in the northern building had been told to gather together and move as one. It was rare for us to have visitors from other duchies at the castle, and it was a first for both Charlotte and Melchior. I wasn't worried about Charlotte since she was already expertly socializing with nobles of other duchies at the Royal Academy, but Melchior barely had any experience to rely on. Not even a year had passed since his baptism, and as it stood, he was just like Wilfrid when Georgine had previously visited. No, Melchior, don't you dare say a word. Melchior Wilfrid said, don't utter a word more than what you absolutely have to. Speak the greeting we discussed and nothing else. Yes, thank you. You don't want to get smacked on the head with the fan again like Wilfrid did, which I still think is especially funny. Yes, brother. Wilfrid was being quite firm, not wanting his younger brother to make the same mistake he had made before. Melchior listened with a solemn expression as Wilfrid explained the trouble he had caused in the past. Do you know whether Lord Ferdinand prepared a new face stone? Brunhilde asked. In a whisper, her voice tinged with concern. Nope. I am assuming he did not. Given all the ingredients in his workshop, it wouldn't have taken him long to make something according to Ahrensbach's specifications, but I imagine that he probably hadn't. He'll manage somehow, I said. He did seem confident. He had flatly declared that he could solve any issue with a smile and some honeyed words, which I took to mean an over-the-top expression and a horrifyingly cliched one-liner. It was going to be such a strange contrast to his usual stone-faced persona that I started to worry my sides might explode from laughing too hard. Oh boy. Ferdinand was already in the grand hall when we arrived, speaking with the nobles, congratulating him with the perfect fake smile. He looked so kind and gentle and so unlike his usual self that I wanted to shout liar at the top of my lungs. Wilfrid and Charlotte could only stare in awe. They likewise knew how harsh Ferdinand was after our lessons together. Uncle's socializing face sure is something else. Indeed, one cannot even see it, even a trace of the dry expression he wears while giving out work and checking the results, Charlotte added. He is an excellent example, not just for brewing and administrative work, but for socializing as well. I certainly didn't want her trying to become more like Ferdinand, but I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud. Still, if you start walking around all deadpan and giving such fake smiles while you're socializing with others, I'll cry. I swear I will, Charlotte. Rosamund, Wilfrid, Charlotte, Melchior, you all wait here. Lord Bonifacius, I don't usually attend formal meetings with other duchies to make it clear. I'm retired. But I was asked to be here to serve as your guard, Bonifacius explained. He then puffed out his chest and said, stay close so I can protect all of you at once. After hearing this impassioned declaration, Angelica and Cornelius casually moved to protect me from Bonifacius. Of course. We are here today to welcome our esteemed guests from Ahrensbach, Sylvester said, officially marking the beginning of the feast. The doors of the hall were opened at once, and in came Georgine and Ditlinde, with their retinue trailing behind. They were both wearing veils, although they were thin to the point of seeming transparent, perhaps because this was summer. Georgine carried herself with all the boldness of a queen as usual, while Ditlinde walked a few paces behind, smiling sweetly at the surrounding nobles. The nobles responded with friendly expressions while murmuring among themselves. Now that I see her, that girl really does look like a spitting image of a young Veronica, Bonifacius said quietly from the corner where we archducal family members were waiting. You think so too? Wilfrid asked. I actually hadn't met Veronica, so I couldn't offer any thoughts on the matter, but Bonifacius had known her since her baptism, and considered the two of them to look exactly alike. Is Ferdinand going to be okay? I hope so. I turned my attention to Ferdinand, who was on the stage alongside his retainers, the archducal couple and their retainers. Ditlinde gave him an affectionate smile, which he returned in kind. Oh. To most, it must have looked like he was rejoicing over his engagement and welcoming our guests from Ahrensbach. No one could guess that he felt sick just looking at her. At the very moment, Ferdinand was demonstrating the same advice he had always given me for living as a noble. Do everything with a smile, no matter how much you hate it. And show absolutely no weaknesses or openings to those around you. I wondered whether he would find somewhere at Ahrensbach where he could at least have a little peace and quiet. The thought of him living in another duchy, always having to hide his true feelings behind that fake smile made my heart ache. I really hope he can get along with Detlinde. The last thing I want is for his life to be spent in nothing but misery. I agree. Poor guy doesn't deserve it. After ascending the stage, Georgine and Detlinde exchanged greetings with the archducal couple. Melchior and Charlotte then followed with Boniface, since this was Charlotte's first time meeting Georgine. Boniface's first time meeting Detlinde, and Melchior's first time meeting them both. May I pray for a blessing and appreciation of this serendipitous meeting, ordained by the vibrant summer rays of Leidenschaft, the god of fire. You may. Melchior blessed Georgine as well, then stepped down from the stage at once. He returned to where I was, then boasted that he had done exactly as instructed. You did very well, I said, messing his hair. Once the greetings were done, Georgine began speaking about Ferdinand and Detlinde's wedding as a representative from Arensbach. By the king's grace, we are granted this opportunity for a close relationship between our duchies. I am overjoyed that my daughter Detlinde will take someone as exceptionally wise and skilled as Lord Ferdinand. I hate those two so much. Of all the nobles in Jurgensmith, he was chosen by the king as the best candidate to support Ob Arensbach in these trying times where we have only female archduke candidates in our care. From there, Georgine casually mentioned that every greater duchy agreed it was a crime to let someone as accomplished as Ferdinand rot away in the temple, an obvious criticism of Sylvester. She's acting the same as before, politely dunking on Sylvester with a smile, but she seems far livelier this time. Oh, here we go. She did have one. Okay. Now the face stone, Georgine said. Detlinde nodded and gracefully started toward Ferdinand. Walking half a step behind her was her apprentice attendant, Martina, holding a small box. I really do hate this. I feel so bad for Ferdinand. Why does he have to be put in this kind of position? Ferdinand swiftly knelt, prompting Eckert and Justice to do the same, their heads lowered. Then, once everyone was ready, Martina carefully and gently opened the box. Detlinde took the face stone from within and presented it to her future husband. That was a big, fat piece of bullshit. I hate that so much. Just like Rosamine, I hate this. Ferdinand doesn't deserve to have to be married to someone who essentially looks like Veronica, his tormentor, his whole life. I don't care if he's doing it to get information and stuff. I don't care. The poor guy deserves to be happy. And I mean truly happy. The Supreme King and Queen of the Heavens have ordained this union, she said, starting the greeting that turned into effusive praise for the gods. I could actually decipher her words since they were partly taken from the Bible. If my understanding was correct, she had said something to the tune of, "Your life is in my hands and only I can save you. Do show me the utmost gratitude." I'm not the most confident when it comes to noble euphemisms, but given how Ferdinand just smiled even harder and just as steadily moved to hold down Eckert, I'm probably not too far off the mark. Yeah. I offer this face stone to my god of darkness, Detlinde concluded. Ferdinand respectfully accepted the face stone being offered to him, placed it inside a box that Justice had prepared, then held out his own face stone. This is so freaking weird hearing it come from Ferdinand of all people. I'm sorry, I know that he could be that way to someone he actually cares about. In that way, he could be. But just hearing him doing that just because he is essentially putting himself in that position of marrying someone he essentially hates, or could hate, it's just so sad. I'm sorry, but saying this is going to be so freaking weird to me. Oh my goddess of light, he began in a gentle voice and with a saccharine smile. What's saccharine? I gotta look that up. His actions were straight out of the romantic night stories that Elvira held so close to heart. The women present all sharply inhaled at once. It was easy to see that there were many passionate readers of Elvira's books in the Grand Hall. From amidst the eternal darkness shone a solitary light, Ferdinand said, continuing his lengthy speech in a low, resounding voice. It seemed that his words weren't taken from the Bible, so I didn't have a clue what he was saying. I might have stood more of a chance with a transcript and enough time, but I simply couldn't keep up otherwise. I don't understand. It's kind of poetic, I guess. He said something about light dancing among the flowers when the darkness passed, and so he's probably expressing happiness, right? Elvira didn't know what Ferdinand actually thought about the situation, but she listened with the combination of a dreamy gaze and a sharp glare. I was confident that his words today would appear verbatim in a love story before long. I would use that opportunity to actually decode them. Although these honeyed words were incomprehensible to me, Elvira and the others were positively enraptured while Detlinde was listening with flushed cheeks and tearful eyes. Brunhilde, is the face stone acceptable? I asked. She nodded carefully and explained what Ferdinand was saying. In summary, I am truly glad to have been engaged to you. In order to show my resolve to overcome any challenge for the sake of our marriage, I have secured a face stone of all elements. From there, he had emphasized what great lengths he had gone to for each ingredient. It seems that he gathered the rarest materials he could, despite their engagement having been decided only a short time ago, Brunhilde noted. And when he puts it like that, his face stone is the embodiment of sincerity. The heck? I totally would have fallen for that if he hadn't already told me how he really feels. Never trust Ferdinand when he smiles. Never. He's so scary. Yeah, I highly doubt that he did. We need some more information about him in his Royal Academy days. Did he actually go for the rarest ingredients when he made his face stone, or did he just not? Oh my, to think you would go so far for my sake, Lord Ferdinand. Detlinde's green eyes were brimming with tears as she accepted the proposal face stone, looking like a young maiden who was truly smitten. Detlinde fell for his trick. I mean, this is what we wanted, but I still feel pretty bad for her. I wanted to yell out she's being deceived. But almost nobody could recognize my pain. Ferdinand stood, having made every woman in the hall more or less swoon. The audience clapped to bless the engaged couple on the stage before shining their staffs, and with that, it was time to socialize. Georgine was surrounded at once by the former Veronica faction. This was the point where Ferdinand would circle the hall and greet everyone with his new fiancée, so he was surrounded by them as well. His fake smile was in full force, to the point that I started to worry he wouldn't be able to maintain it. I couldn't make any overt moves myself, though. Instead, I scanned the hall, and that was when I discovered Raymond wandering around aimlessly. Raymond, Hartmut called out. Raymond quickly approached with a smile. I was ordered to come at the last moment, he said, but I've been a bit worried since I've only closed with a few of the others. I was surprised enough to learn about Lord Ferdinand getting engaged to Lady Detlinde, but I thought I was going to pass that when I heard that he plans to take me as a retainer. Serving as his retainer meant serving the Archducal family directly, and such a role would secure Raymond a much better position in his own family, where he had mostly been ignored. This was an excellent opportunity to meet most, but for someone who wanted to focus on research and nothing else, it was actually quite troublesome. I am relieved to know that Ferdinand will have a familiar face with him in Ahrensbach, I said. Please do look after him there. Do not simply indulge in research and lose sight of your health. Raymond gave a troubled smile, evidently unable to promise that. I couldn't blame him, though. I would have reacted the same way when it came to books. Still, this was all the more reason for me to record some reprimands for Ferdinand to take with him to Ahrensbach. Incidentally, I was speaking with Ferdinand the other day about your next task to complete. Please go on, Raymond replied, his eyes sparkling. He listened intently as I explained our idea of modifying sound recording magic tools to be smaller, then said, I cannot say much without any blueprints on the tool myself, but this does seem interesting. I detected a healthy dose of optimism in his voice. Hopefully you'll have a chance to speak with Ferdinand during this visit, I said. That may be a challenge, though, since he has so many prior engagements. Rosemine, came a familiar voice. Ferdinand was suddenly standing beside us with Detlinde in tow. I have invited Lady Detlinde to my estate, but it would be unacceptable for us to be alone, no? I would like you and Wilfrid to accompany me if you have the time. Could we perhaps have Charlotte and Melchior join us? We cousins have so few chances to all come together, I said. The thought of only bringing Wilfrid made me feel uneasy since I was far from being an expert at socializing, and he was usually too oblivious to pick up on subtle insults. There was also the fact that I hadn't attended one of their tea parties for cousins at the Royal Academy. By bringing Charlotte, I could ask her to cover things for me. I do not mind. This is a rare opportunity indeed, and I understand that you would appreciate the extra company. What do you think, Lady Detlinde? Ferdinand asked, wearing the same kind expression of one concerned about his fiancée's comfort. Detlinde returned a positively overjoyed smile and said, Everyone is welcoming me so warmly. I am just so happy. I thank you ever so much for your concern. Ferdinand nodded, having received the approval that he wanted, then looked at Raymond. You come as well, Raymond. There's something I must show you, considering that you will serve as my retainer in Ahrensbach. I am honored. Despite my initial concerns, Ferdinand managed to maintain his fake smile to perfection until the very end of the welcoming feast. All in all, things had gone very well. Or so I thought. Ferdinand summoned me the next day to inform me that Detlinde had asked for a heart hairpin, of course. I said that I would prepare one for her, Ferdinand explained, but she said that she wishes to order one herself. Rosemine, can you contact the Gilberta Company? I can, but when will we call for them? You have many prior engagements already, no? I asked. The former Veronica faction was making full use of the circumstances and swamping him with invitations, from what I remembered. Was there even time for a meeting about the hairpins? Ferdinand let out a heavy sigh. It would be ideal to speak with them while she is visiting my estate. I do not trust myself to keep the conversation going otherwise. For tea parties and meals, it was up to the host to oversee things and come up with topics of conversation. Those who attended as guests only had to come up with responses. While Ferdinand was very much used to, but now he had invited Detlinde to his estate and needed to decide what they would talk about. It seemed that his plan was to make do with a single topic and waste as much time as possible on selecting a hairpin. You may spend your time having a rousing conversation with Raymond, I said. For your sake, Charlotte and I shall speak with Detlinde about hairpins and trends and such. Thank you, Ferdinand replied, albeit after a hesitant pause. His light golden eyes watched me for a moment, then his shoulders relaxed. In fact, while we are here, could you assist me with one other thing? I nodded at once and gave a very emphatic yes. It was rare for Ferdinand to ask for help. I wish to borrow your temple attendants on that day, he said. I barely have any in my noble estate. As it turned out, Ferdinand's estate was more or less right next to the castle. His father had prepared it for him, and Ferdinand had lived there briefly before his baptism. After being brought home from the Adal de Sevilla, the estate had been formally bestowed upon him when he came of age, but as he had almost immediately entered the temple, he rarely ever used it. Only the bare minimum of personnel were kept there to maintain things, and since Detlinde was only going to be there for a day, he had decided that it was a better idea to simply borrow grey priests and chefs from the temple. My attendants and chefs have been moved there already, but we still do not have enough people, Ferdinand explained. I did not plan for Charlotte and Melchior to be there as well. Can you lend me Fran and Zom? He could have managed with Detlinde as his only visitor, but with so many Archduke candidates now joining them, he was short on manpower even with all his temple attendants. Of course, I replied, you can borrow Fran and Zom as well as Hugo and Ella. Thank you, Rosamund, Ferdinand said, his brow growing tighter as he expressed his gratitude. Maybe it was simply due to the shadow that fell over his face as he started rubbing his temples, but he looked utterly exhausted. You don't look so good, Ferdinand. Don't push yourself too much. There's nothing to be worried about, he replied monotonely. Monotonously. I already have enough rejuvenation potions prepared. In truth, that just made me even more worried. From there, I briefly returned to the temple to ask Fran and Zom about helping Ferdinand at his estate in the nobles' quarter. They both agreed with that issue, having served as his attendants in the past. You may trust us with helping the high priest. Due to your retainers visiting so often, we have grown able to serve archnobles and members of archducal families without fear. You may rest easy. I prepared a carriage and sent them off, heartened by their words, then sent a letter to the Gilberta Company. I needed to inform Otto that an Arensbach Archduke candidate wanted to order a hairpin. He replied that he would send an adult hairpin maker rather than Thule, who was still underage, but the subtext was clear. As you've already been targeted by Arensbach in the past, it's best to keep your family hidden lest they be viewed as a weakness to exploit. I naturally followed his advice, not wanting to expose Thule to any danger. God damn, I don't want to stop. But I got to. I'll see y'all next time. Okay. Let us continue with this. It's going to be part 8. Ferdinand's estate. It was the day of our trip, and we Archduke candidates were traveling by carriage. This is my first time going to Uncle's estate, Wilfried said. Have you been here before, Rosamund? I shook my head. No, this is my first time as well. We normally conduct our business in the castle or the temple. This is my first time being invited outside of the castle, so I'm a bit nervous, Melchior admitted, though he seemed openly excited as he gazed out the window. Although traveling by carriage was slower than the alternatives I was used to, Ferdinand's estate was right next to the castle, so the journey didn't take very long at all. We arrived in the blink of an eye. Ferdinand certainly lives in the big estate, considering that he's not even married, I said as I alighted from the carriage looking up at the massive white mansion that greeted us. In terms of size, it wasn't that much different from Karstad's estate, it being abandoned was such a waste. Wilfried shrugged in response, having stepped out of the carriage before me. All Archduke candidates leave the northern building once they come of age. He must have been given this place under the assumption that he'd marry right after graduating. I doubt grandfather expected that uncle would remain unattached this late into his life. It was then the door to the estate opened, revealing none other than Fran. Please do come in, he said, welcoming us inside. Fran, why are you here, Wilfried and Charlotte asked. Surprised to see a temple attendant and an estate in the noble's quarter. They knew Fran from my 2-year slumber when he had accompanied them for spring prayer and the harvest festival. Upon seeing the two Archduke candidates frozen in place, Fran directed a troubled smile in my direction. I took that as a signal for me to explain. Ferdinand has spent so much time in the temple that his estate barely has any attendants and service, I said. He has so many visitors today that Fran and Zom have agreed to help, having once served as his attendants. Wolfried, Charlotte, and Melkor's retainers all seem to accept this explanation. Lord Ferdinand will soon be leaving for Arensbach, Charlotte noted. So I suppose there would not be much point in him taking on more personnel now. Especially when he's going to be spending his remaining time in Ehrenfest in the temple training his successors out of Vanessa, her head attendant. Please keep it a secret from Lady Detlinde that those working here are temple attendants, I said. I don't imagine she will respond positively. Everyone nodded their understanding. As we made our way inside, I noticed many more similarities to Karstad's estate. At the same time, however, the interior was very distinctively Ferdinand. That is to say, one could tell at a glance that a woman had never so much as touched it before. It was simple, practical, and entirely lacking in decoration. In a way, it kind of resembled Dunkelfelger's tea party room. Ferdinand noticed our arrival and turned around, having been instructing the attendants in the parlor. Ah, there you are. Your estate truly is bare, Ferdinand. You simply do not understand the beauty of practicality. Yeah. Best not to waste money on decorations that you don't even want. We passed through the entrance hall and were taken into a sizable parlor that seemed a lot more inviting, largely owing to the many tables, chairs, benches, rugs, and important magic tools. Zom brought in some sweets, working under the instruction of someone who appeared to be the noble attendant usually in charge of the estate. We sipped tea while the final checks were made before Detlinde's arrival. This room is the only one you may eat and drink within, Ferdinand said. Once the Gilberta company arrives, I intend to take Raymond and the other male scholars to my book room for a research meeting. No way, I muttered, my interest piqued. The idea of a research meeting with Raymond was my own suggestion, but this was the first time I was hearing about it being held in a book room. I want to come too. You offered to host Detlinde and discuss hairpins, trends, and such with her, did you not? So I'm expected to suffer knowing that your book room is just outside my reach? That was mine. Jesus Christ. Denying me access to a treasure trove of new books that I'd most likely never have another opportunity to visit was the height of cruelty. Oh, I wish I were a man just for today. Wolfried, can we exchange clothes? That won't help you, Wolfried replied. I know that deep down. A girl can dream, though. He didn't even say, what the fuck, Rosemine? I guess he's used to this sort of thing. After witnessing my desperation, Brunhilde suddenly clenched a fist and said, Lord Ferdinand, may I offer a few words of advice? Go ahead. Having men and women socialize in separate locations is by no means uncommon, but as the goal of the socializing is for you to deepen your bonds with your fiancé, it would not be wise for the two of you to remain apart. Laisletta nodded in agreement. Perhaps you could leave the doors to the parlor and your book room open such that your guests can move between them as they please. Such transparency will only work to your advantage, as being able to see her fiancé will put Lady Detlinde at greater ease. Charlotte fell into thought for a moment, then looked at me and smiled. Still, Lady Detlinde may be hesitant to enter a room without any other women present. We could avoid causing her any unnecessary discomfort by having Rosamund stay in the book room and read for the duration of our visit. Oh, Charlotte, you're an angel. Are you not being too soft on Rosamund? Ferdinand asked. Not by any conscious effort, Charlotte replied with a concerned smile. I simply do not think we should trust Rosamund with socializing while she is so fixated on your book room. Were you hosting Aurelia, who was more open to discussions about books, then this caution wouldn't be necessary, but Lady Detlinde does not share this interest. Brunhilde and Laisletta nodded in agreement, then they both puffed out their chests. We are used to hosting others while Lady Rosamund is absent, so you may entrust this to us, Lord Ferdinand. In other words, Rosamund's shifted motivation makes her dead weight, which is why we should put her in the book room to begin with, Ferdinand said. I see the logic. Indeed, it is impossible to say what Rosamund might do when books are involved, so the most peaceful solution is to distance her from the start. I shot my head up at once. Everyone was labeling me as useless. I can't let this stand. Melkor is here. I need to show him that I'm a competent big sister. Wait just a moment, I said. I'll focus on socializing. After all, I'm already resolved to do everything I can to help Ferdinand. No, you would do well to stay within the book room, Ferdinand replied. Perhaps because of your tendency to cause problems at the Royal Academy, those around you all seem a lot more dependable. I feel safest putting this matter in their hands. I don't know whether I should celebrate that Ferdinand is willing to trust other people, or weep at the reality that I'm proving entirely useless here. I'd say both. As if on a thought, Ferdinand made his way to a nearby door and unlocked it with the turn of a key. An attendant then stepped forward without missing a beat and opened the door fully to reveal the room beyond. Rosemine, this is my book room. On my way! All thoughts of my promise to help went out the window as I rushed over to the open door. Through it, I could see rows and rows of shelves, all neatly lined with books. There was far more reading material here than in Karstadt's estate. In fact, there was more than I would expect any one person to own. My, what a magnificent book room. You never let me down, Ferdinand. Praise be to the gods. I exclaimed, showering the area with the light of a blessing. Before I could charge inside, however, Ferdinand grabbed me by the collar. Fool, you will enter only after the Gilberta Company has arrived and we have discussed the hairpin. Then why are you showing it to me now? Are you trying to hurt me? I had a feeling that in your excitement you would unleash a blessing the very moment you laid eyes on my book room. My prediction was entirely correct. I put my head in my hands, regretting my spur-of-the-moment prayer, while Wilfrid started nodding to himself. I see, he said. Rosamund is very likely to give a blessing when seeing a new book room. Yes, you would do well to note that while dissolving her mana clubs reduce the rate at which she collapses, it has simultaneously increased the rate at which she expends blessings. Stop! Nobody write that down! Too late! It's written down! I love this book. I love this series. I just hate that Ferdinand's leaving. Lord Ferdinand, carriages have just arrived in attendance and it seems that Lady Detlinde is here. Ferdinand made for the entrance hall, and we followed to welcome Detlinde. My first observation was that her retainers were all women, presumably because she was here to pick a hairpin. Raymond was also with them, as per Ferdinand's request. He was trailing behind, looking very small and uncomfortable. After exchanging greetings at the entrance hall, we moved to the parlor to have tea. Thanks to some very careful probing by Justice, we had managed to prepare, and were now serving Detlinde's preferred sweets. We had not only honey pound cake, but also ice cream, which was perfect for the summer months and superbly chilled from the ice room magic tool we had used to store it. This cold sweet is quite delicious, Detlinde said, sounding very content. Ice cream is a summer sweet, so it doesn't get served at the Royal Academy, I exclaimed. Explained with a smile. I am glad you like it, Lady Detlinde. Indeed, she replied, smiling in turn. I quite like it. Could we perhaps bring the chef responsible to Arensbach with us? Unfortunately, Arensbach ingredients are nothing like those found in Ehrenfest, Ferdinand said. There is no point in me bringing my chefs, as they are unlikely to be able to make the same recipes in another duchy. Plus, would it not be strange for me to bring my chefs to Arensbach when Aurelia brought none to Ehrenfest? Detlinde blinked her green eyes several times before then turned and stared up at her attendant. Martina, is it true that Aurelia brought no chefs to Ehrenfest? It is, Martina replied, speaking as Aurelia's little sister. I never expected that she wouldn't be allowed one. I clamped my hands together in a realization. Aurelia's magic tool of Arensbach ingredients made a lot more sense if she had been expected to have chefs accompanying her. Ah, so that's why her magic tool only contained the ingredients, I said. Aurelia was very surprised when she found out. She even felt quite down, thinking it was an act of malice. But I'm relieved to know that that was not the case. Martina linked her fingers in front of her chest and shook her head so dramatically that it was almost comical. We would never do anything so mean, she said. Does this mean our sister hasn't been able to eat any of our duchy's food since arriving in Ehrenfest? I would very much like to share some with her if possible. Don't worry, we have chefs capable of making Arensbach food, so we prepared the fish Aurelia brought and cooked it as intended. She was quite pleased with the results. I was trying to convey that we were treating Aurelia well, but Martina's expression instead clouded over. Lady Rosemine, I would like to use this opportunity to visit my sister, but her husband is not permitting us to meet. Her partner serves Lord Wolfrey, does he not? Detlinde asked, resting a hand against her cheek. Lady Rosemine, could your brother and Lord Ferdinand perhaps speak to him? I just feel so terrible for Martina. I glanced at Wilfrid, who slowly shook his head and replied, I'm afraid I can't do that. Oh my, why ever not? Martina is so concerned for her sister. I'm told that Aurelia personally refused the idea, not to mention she lives in the Knight Commander's estate and her husband is my retainer. We can't permit the meeting due to the risk of our duchy's secrets being leaked, Wilfrid explained, flatly refusing to budge. Oh, God. Detlinde slumped over, looking dejected, then turned to Ferdinand with tearful eyes. Lord Ferdinand, please hear my desire. Unfortunately, this is a decision for Wilfrid to make as Lampert's lord. I dearly aspire to grant any wish you may have, but this is outside of my control, Ferdinand replied, his kind smile betraying traces of regret as though he actually felt bad. It seems my fiancé is like Abigail in the spring, Detlinde said with a sigh. I am truly sorry for Martina. Excuse me? You're gonna call Ferdinand useless because he refuses to force a meeting that Aurelia herself doesn't want. There are some things Archducal family members from other duchies just shouldn't encroach upon. Ferdinand and I met with this response with equally broad smiles, and once again I saw justice holding Egbert back. He was right to do so, but a small part of me wanted to give Egbert the go-ahead. What would he have done had he let him do the go-ahead? I don't know what the heck he would have done. Because he wouldn't have smacked her. I wonder if he would have just said something rude. I don't know. Martina hurriedly put a hand on Detlinde's shoulder, having noticed the mounting tension in the room. The unease was only momentary, however. Zomson appeared and said, Lord Ferdinand, the Gilberta Company is here. Shall we let them in? His announcement cleared the air as once. Truly our saviors had arrived. Otto, Karina, and a woman I didn't recognize entered the room before long. The unfamiliar figure was presumably one of the increasingly talented hairpin craftswomen. Her hair was bundled, but judging by how young she looked, I presume she was only a few years past her coming-of-age ceremony. May the serendipitous meeting ordained by the vibrant summer rays of Leyden Shaft, the god of fire, be blessed by the gods. After exchanging the usual greetings, we jumped straight into talks about the hairpin. Brunhilde seamlessly waved in and out of the conversation, such that the commoner craftswoman only had to speak when absolutely necessary. First, we shall ask for your preference, Lady Detlinde, Brunhilde said. Have you ordered clothes for your graduation ceremony? If so, what color might they be? Do you have any preferred flowers? She was utilizing all the talent she had developed while ordering so many hairpins, and even overseeing the ones for Eglantine and Adolphine. Charlotte noted that she wanted to order a hairpin as well, while Melchior watched the discussion about this new thing with sparkling eyes. After confirming that the atmosphere in the parlor was likely to stay calm, Ferdinand smoothly rose to his feet and said, Lady Detlinde, please take your time and choose whatever your heart desires. Women tend to take some time when shopping, so I will wait in the book room next door. Come, Raymond. Yes, Lord Ferdinand, Raymond replied. He was the only Ahrensbach visitor to move for the book room. I shall go as well, then, I said. Judith, Angelica, wait here if you would. I made my way into the book room at once with Cornelius, Samuel, Lenore, and my scholars in tow, then sighed with bliss. Hartmut, Feline, Roderick, start preparing a registry of all the books here. One already exists, Ferdinand replied. If you are looking for material you have not read before, I would recommend starting with this shelf. This one contains books transcribed from the Royal Library, and that one holds books I have already lent you. You're as on top of things as ever, Ferdinand. I was rejoicing to no end while Ferdinand shot me a clear grimace. Rosamund, your reading time may begin only once my conversation with Raymond about magic tools is over. You would prolong my suffering? This is something that you yourself requested, so yes. Raymond reached into his bag and pulled out 2 medium-sized pieces of cloth, looking tense all the while. They were experimental versions of the phase stones-assisted low-energy magic circles, and Ferdinand wasted no time in looking them over. The ingredients I was able to prepare weren't of a particularly high quality, so, indeed, Ferdinand said, we could have further reduced the mana cost had we used the ingredients I have on hand. Still, the magic circles themselves are well made. This praise made Raymond smile, then his expression turned more quizzical. Lord Ferdinand, can I ask what you intend to do with these magic circles? They're quite limited to the size of what they can send, so I'm not sure what use they can serve. Rosamund wanted them for transporting books, Ferdinand replied. Raymond eyed the nearby books, no doubt concerned about their thickness. Of course, Ehrenfest's books were thin and used Japanese binding materials, so I didn't expect them to be a problem. Let us try a volume, I said, spreading out both teleportation circles and sanding a piece of paper on top one. I touched and channeled mana into the circle, and a moment later the paper appeared on the other. The process had barely taken any mana. Ferdinand, that required so little mana that it might as well not have taken any, I observed. Can we try a book next? He paused for a moment and then said, half Feline or Daniel send it. We need to know whether a lay noble can use these circles as well, but we cannot determine this with you as our test subject. I did as instructed and asked my 2 lay noble retainers to try sending books and paper, testing the limits of what they could send and the amount of mana it required. Interestingly enough, they were able to send one of Ferdinand's thick books, but not another. The mana cost varies depending on the size and weight of what's being sent, Feline and Daniel summarized after extensively experimenting for me. An average lay noble should be able to use it 10 or so times before being on the verge of running out of mana. Extended periods of work won't be feasible without rejuvenation potions. In short, this system was well suited for delivering books as per my book deposit system, and it wouldn't take much mana either. I was sure it could serve as work for people like Conrad and Dirk in the future. Raymond, I wish to purchase this magic circle, I said. May I? His face blossomed with overjoyed surprise, but then his eyes settled on Ferdinand with worry, and worry tinged his expression. It would be an honor for you to buy a magic tool of my creation, but is that acceptable? I needed guidance from Lord Ferdinand to finish it, so it should naturally be his to... Do not concern yourself with that, Ferdinand said, interrupting him. You are the one who actually realized the idea. And so it stands, I have no need for fame or fortune. You may treat it as your own. It wasn't at all rare for teachers to take credit for their disciples' creations. I wondered aloud whether Hersha was doing this herself, but she didn't seem to have a particular desire for fame either. All she desired to do was seek new knowledge and make new things. Hersha has even been known to ask her disciples for funding and ingredients when she deems it necessary for her research, Ferdinand noted. Also that they become strong-willed enough to refuse others. That said, Raymond, there is no need for you to worry. She would doubtless come to leech off of me rather than someone as poor as yourself. I chuckled. It was easy to imagine Hersha doing that. Your next task is to modify sound recording magic tools to be smaller, Ferdinand said. Here is a blueprint. I would like them to be finished before Ferdinand leaves for Ahrensbach. Is that feasible, I asked, and started explaining all that I wanted the magic tool to be capable of. It will ideally be openable by a switch, and fully capable of delivering my chastising remarks. Raymond and even Hartmut peered at the blueprint with interest. If you intend to record long messages, then I will need face stones and magic tools to match. Raymond said, if you only want a single sentence, then it shouldn't be too hard. Remember that it must be capable of playing the recording an infinite number of times, Ferdinand warned. One that will only last so many uses is not good enough. Raymond and again Hartmut frowned at this news. For something to replay the same recording an infinite number of times, a magic circle will need to be added just for preservation. In turn, this limits how small we can make the tool. You may learn from the protective circles on Schwartz and Weiss, Ferdinand said offhandedly while looking at the blueprints. Raymond and Hartmut stared at him. So, to summarize, you want us to isolate the preservation magic circles used for the two stew meals and attach one to a phrase, all while using only a single face stone to keep the size and mana cost to a minimum. They both asked. I could tell from the looks on their faces that they understood exactly what he wanted, though I couldn't even begin to imagine how they worked that out from what was essentially a hint. Okay, I'm not sure I'll manage to come first in class for the scholar course after all. I was starting to get nervous, but Ferdinand set down a book in front of me and said, That will do, you may read now. All of my concerns vanished in an instant, and after asking Roderick to open the heavy cover for me, I started to read. Once immersed in the text, the sounds around me began to fade into the distance. Rosemine, it is time. I was brought back to reality by Ferdinand's deep voice, and the book in front of me was promptly shut. The hairpin order had long since concluded, and both Detlinde and the Gilberta Company had already left. If you do not return soon, you will miss dinner and receive a scolding from Riarda, Ferdinand warned. My attendants made all the necessary preparations for my return to the castle, then we hurried into our carriages. Once we were inside, Ferdinand looked at us all and said, Wilfried, Charlotte, Rosamond, you and your retainers hosted Lady Detlinde today with the utmost skill. You have shown much growth, and seeing this has brought me some relief. Continue to strive for great heights. Wilfrid and Charlotte smiled in response as they waved at Ferdinand as our carriages began moving toward the castle. To our surprise, our hairpin meeting ended up being our only personal encounter with Detlinde. She had intended to stay in Ehrenfest for longer, but an urgent message had arrived from Ahrensbach, forcing her and Georgine to hurry back. I pray that you live well with the divine protection of the gods until Dragon or the goddess of time weaves the threads of our fates together once again. Indeed, I pray that her weaving is smooth and swift. But those of us from Ehrenfest have given the traditional and innocuous farewell, meaning we hope that we one day meet again. Georgine's crimson lips had curled into a grin at this, and she had chosen a response that meant we shall meet again soon enough. The epilogue. Oh. Okay, this is what I think this is. I'm guessing this is Detlinde's point of view or something, or it's following them back. I mean, several joint carriages drove away from Ehrenfest's lower city and along a road through trees and fields, heading towards Ahrensbach in the south. Magic tools were being used to reduce the shaking, but there was no stopping it once they had moved beyond the smooth stone paving of the city. The carriages were adorned with Arensbach's crest. They belonged to Georgine, Detlinde, and their group, who were returning home after receiving urgent news of the Archduke's collapse. Oh, great! Actually, Justice's information was right. Huh. After confirming that the scenery was bland and repetitive, Detlinde returned her attention to the inside of her carriage. Sitting alongside her were Martina, her apprentice attendant, Georgine, her mother, and Seltier, her mother's attendant. Excuse me. How unfortunate, Detlinde said, to think we have to return so soon. Upon her return to Arensbach, Detlinde would need to endure having lots of work forced on her, and countless retainers who were irritatingly insistent on her studying. She was under watch at all times, meaning she couldn't relax. Only when she was at the Royal Academy did things go her way, since there was nobody above her there. Is that not a very cold remark, milady? Seltier asked. Ob Arensbach, your own father, has collapsed with illness. Detlinde fell silent at this criticism. The news had certainly come as a surprise to her, but she barely had any memories of seeing her father, let alone being doted on by him. On the few occasions they had met, he had done nothing but chastise her with a look of resentment before ordering her to leave. If she was being cold, then it clearly ran in the family. Yeah, Detlinde's home life isn't very good, but that still doesn't excuse how she acts. I was having ever so much fun in Ehrenfest. Could he not have collapsed at some other time? Detlinde groaned. Everyone in Ehrenfest did as she said, and it felt good to command so much respect. Mother was enjoying herself as well. Perhaps she feels the same I do? Probably. Georgine was staring out the window, making no attempt to stop Seltier's lecture. Father collapsed due to the Sovereign Knight's order, no? Detlinde asked. They had been coming non-stop since spring. I would rather they put an end to antagonizing Arensbach with false charges. Knights from the Sovereignty had appeared again and again to investigate Arensbach's potential involvement in the Traditionbefallen terrorist attack, since Arensbach managed old workstock. I mean, what do you think they're gonna assume? If you guys are the ones that are managing that dormitory, of course they're gonna assume that. You mustn't say such things, Lady Detlinde. The Sovereign Knight's order is simply doing its job. My oh my, but we was dealing with them not exceptionally inconvenient while the ships from the Lanzanov were here for summer trade. Mother and father were so busy that I was sent to deal with the knights despite being underage. Detlinde made it clear she believed the Sovereign Knight's order were to blame for her father's sudden collapse. He had supported the king during the Civil War and continued to serve faithfully even after losing his second wife and successors. Yet he was now being accused of aiding a rebel attack. His pride as an archduke had consequently been wounded, which must have placed a heavy burden on his heart. How dare the king doubt Arensbach, Detlinde continued. It is so irritating that I find myself disgusted. Don't you agree, Mother? Georgine slightly narrowed her dark green eyes in response, her crimson lips painting an arch. Given that Fabies from old workstock were involved in the attack, the king has no choice but to investigate us. She's not wrong. It certainly has put a strain on us, but now we are closer with the sovereignty, and the Knights Commander has said that their suspicions were clear, to know. It was well worth providing our assistance. Personally, I consider all this to signify the fulfilling of Forcente's basket. What the heck is Forcente's basket? Don't ask me. To Georgine, their incident with the Sovereign Knight's order was beneficial enough to be considered a blessing from the goddess of harvest. Okay, that's what that was. Detlinde vehemently disagreed. She had only suffered from it. After all, I'm going to be the next Ob Arensbach. Arensbach had two Archduke candidates, Detlinde and Letzia, but the latter was so young that she hadn't even entered the Royal Academy. One had to be of age to become an Ob, so the current Archduke's illness will most likely result in Detlinde taking the Archducal seat. And under my circumstances, an Archnike from the Sovereignty certainly wouldn't make a suitable partner for me. Archduchess absolutely needed to marry someone who had graduated from the Royal Academy as an Archduke candidate, as such men were expected to take on the duties of an Ob, while the Archduchess was pregnant. In other words, no matter how wonderful the man who fell for her were, she could not respond to their feelings. She recalled the young sovereign knight who had so passionately approached her and sighed. So essentially, she had gotten the attention of a sovereign knight, and because of all this going on with her possibly becoming the next Archduchess of Arensbach, she can't even respond to it, which sucks. She could have found someone good. But no! Because of the stupid rules, she couldn't do it. It had been springtime after the Royal Academy term had come to an end, but before the Archduke Conference. Arensbach had received a visit from the Sovereign Knight's order, whereupon Detlinde had formed a romantic relationship with one of the knights. They had met practically every day, and she had enjoyed the feeling as they slowly grew closer and closer, but that love had met its end in the blink of an eye. Detlinde's engagement had abruptly been decided during the Archduke conference, meaning she had needed to break up with the knight. And then there's the person they engaged me to. The man selected to be Detlinde's partner was much older than she and from a duchy ranked below Arensbach. He also continued to visit the temple despite having returned to noble society. And although he was a member of the Ehrenfest Archducal family, he had no mother. His lineage and circumstances are rife with problems, but oh well. He was rather attractive. His smile was so kind as his demeanor was soft, and everyone described him as being exceedingly competent. Such an intelligent man surely understood the situation he was in. He would no doubt admire Detlinde for saving him from the temple, offer his heartfelt affection. That's a big fat booty lie right there. And strive to support her as she rose to become the next Archduchess. After her experiences with her father, who always barked orders with the sourest expression, Detlinde was glad to have a man who could act according to her will. Oh, shut it. You are not the main character here, girl. Not to mention the Ehrenfest nobles had said that Ferdinand was pulling Rosemine's strings from the shadows and using her to spread various trends. Trends that would rightly belong to Arensbach once he married into the duchy. That is not true right there. You're going to find that out pretty darn quick, that those trends are not his. Detlinde felt a very satisfied smile creep onto her lips as she thought about all the praise Ehrenfest was receiving at the Royal Academy being redirected to her. Plus, I shall soon have a hairpin of my very own. This made her even more pleased. The Ehrenfest hairpin she had wanted would soon be hers. She wished to stand in front of Adolphine, who had shamed her in the Royal Academy last year, and show her the ultimate hairpin she had designed herself. It was a shame that the young woman had since graduated. Still, perhaps she will do as Lady Eglantine did and come to the Interduchy tournament as Prince Sigiswald's betrothed. That possibility was displeasing in its own way, though. Adolphine was engaged to the first prince, while Detlinde was engaged to an Archducal family member from Ehrenfest, neither a greater duchy nor a top-ranking one. She felt as though she had somehow lost as a woman. Oh, pooh-hoo-hoo. Putting all that aside, what manner of hairpin has been ordered, Georgina asked, looking not at Detlinde but at her apprentice, Martina. We were operating separately that day. Right, Martina said, eyeing her lady carefully. Lord Ferdinand's estate is close to the castle, and only the minimum number of attendants are kept there. It was bare of decoration, and it seemed that he does not have any regular female visitors. If any at all. Well, of course he wouldn't. It felt as though Lady Rosamund and the others had received invitations only to host Lady Detlinde. She went on to describe how Ferdinand had joined them for tea only briefly, electing to bring Raymond, Rosamund, and the scholars to the book room where the hairpin craftspeople arrived. Now, Martina, did Mother not ask specifically about my hairpin? Detlinde said, pointing out that her apprentice's answer hadn't at all matched the question. She then spoke at length about the hairpin she had ordered, explaining that she had deliberately ensured that it would be much fancier and more beautiful than the one Adolphine had worn. Georgine paused for a moment and then said, You ordered it according to your own specifications, Detlinde? Indeed I did. I know far more about what suits me than Lord Ferdinand does. Well, yeah, would assume, especially since he don't care. Detlinde replied, puffing out her chest. In her eyes, it was only natural that she couldn't trust her fiancé's tastes and sensibilities so soon after their engagement. I have to agree on that one, especially since it's Ferdinand. Nothing against Ferdinand, he just doesn't care. Well, at least about Detlinde, anyway. Lady Detlinde did order it according to her own specifications, Martina added, her focus devoted entirely to Georgine. But as Lady Rosamund's retainers and Lady Charlotte were there to give advice, there was nothing to worry about. Pray tell, what reason might she have to worry in the first place? Detlinde asked. Georgine merely waved a hand in response, seeming to have lost all interest in the matter. That is enough, she said, returning her attention to the bland scenery outside the window. The carriage rumbled along until it arrived outside an inn located in the plaza of a nearby city where Georgina Detlinde intended to stay the night. Half a day had passed since their hurried departure from Ehrenfest. Detlinde was aware that the inn they were patronizing accommodated nobles as well as regular citizens, but the food served there was nothing like the fashionable meals they usually ate at the castle. It was a disappointing truth, and one that brought with it a stark realization. No matter how much Ehrenfest dressed itself up at the Royal Academy, it was still a backwater duchy through and through. She couldn't help but give a derisive sniff. Bitch. Just because it's not like it is at the Royal Academy or at the Ehrenfest Castle does not mean that all these trends is not spread out through the city yet. Or what is a duchy? Because it seems like Jürgen Smith's the country, all the other all the duchies, Dunkelfelder, Drwonko, Ehrenfest, Ahrensbach, are all cities. So, what does that make the like Groschel, Holdensale. What is all that? Is that like a... What is... I don't get it. Can somebody explain it to me, please? Or actually, now that I think about it, it seems like it's more of a country and all the... Now that I think about it, I might have figured it out. Arensbach, Ehrenfest, and all that are like states, whereas Holdensale, Groschel, and everything are like cities. Like in the U.S. That's what I'm thinking of anyway. If I'm wrong, let me know. Given the urgency of the situation, we will travel by high beast from tomorrow onward, Georgine said. The carriages with our belongings may travel more leisurely, and we shall teleport the belongings we will need on the road. That sounds reasonable enough, Seltzer replied. I expect there to be word from the border gate if something happens. They hadn't mounted their high beast from the very beginning of their return journey because of the barrier that surrounded cities within Archduke's castle. Traveling by carriage was the only option for nobles from a foreign duchy such as Detlinde and the others. Furthermore, as they had worn formal clothing when saying their farewells, departing by high beast would have required them to change into riding attire. Do we not have too few guard knights for that? It would greatly inconvenience the Geeb we are staying with if we brought too many guests to his mansion. This is all very sudden, you know. Georgine and the others were discussing their plans for tomorrow, but Detlinde ignored them, focusing instead on her cup of tea. She knew that her mother would make all the decisions, and that there was no point in attempting to contribute. Not once had anything Detlinde suggested ever been respected or attempted. It seemed foolish to pay any mind to the conversation when she knew that her input would immediately be disregarded. I cannot talk right. Lady Detlinde, if you would... Seltzer refreshed Detlinde's tea. This normally would have been a task for Martina, but she was busy preparing bath water. Their being on a trip meant they had fewer attendants than usual. Can't they stop talking already? Detlinde was exhausted from the incessant rattling of the carriage. She wanted nothing more than to retire to her room and rest. The next morning, Detlinde awoke feeling no less weary than before she had gone to sleep. This didn't surprise her. As an archducal family member raised in a regal environment, it was only natural that she wouldn't take well to the hard beds of the backwater duchy's inns. After breakfast, Detlinde recalled their plans for the day while sipping the tea Seltzer had prepared for her. She lamented that they could have reached the border gate within the day if they had only taken their high beast, which would have allowed them to stay in a noble mansion in Arensbach. Still, she decided that her complaints could wait until after Ehrenfest was behind them. And it was with this mindset that she put on her riding clothes and prepared to leave without so much as a single negative word to her attendant. The two parties departed from the inn separately, flying their high beasts for about a bell before stopping to rest. They were traveling much faster than usual, so everyone but the knights, already well accustomed to high beast travel, were made to drink rejuvenation potions often. Detlinde appreciated the brief respite. She had thought that she could endure until they reached the border gate, but she was feeling sicker by the moment. Her breathing was quite labored, perhaps due to their hastened travel, and it felt as hot as the height of summer. Lady Detlinde, you seem quite poorly. I must say, Martina exclaimed, having come to see why Detlinde wasn't drinking her rejuvenation potions. Perhaps we should rest. All eyes immediately fell on Detlinde, but she couldn't accede to the idea. Her suffering would only be prolonged if she spent another night in a cheap backwater inn. I am rather delicate, so I imagine the hard beds of the country's inn did me no good, she said, fixing Martina with a glare. A noble estate is just what I need, so let us cross the border gate as soon as we can. How can you make such a suggestion when you look so sickly, Seltzer cried, stopping Detlinde in her tracks. You wish for noble accommodations, do you? The mansion of a Geeb from my family is nearby. Let us go there. As it turned out, Seltzer was from Ehrenfest. She had served Georgine before the latter was married into Arensbach, which was probably why Georgine valued her so much. It was with these thoughts in mind that Detlinde agreed to visit the noble mansion. That is, if you are fine with this, mother. My, is there a reason I would not be? Your health is far more important than any schedule. Seltzer, send an ordonnance to Grossum at once. As you wish, Lady Georgine. Detlinde was moved. Georgine never usually showed any concern for her health, and it was unprecedented for her to change her plans so suddenly. Detlinde could count on one hand the number of times Georgine had shown any consideration for her well-being, and not forced her to continue working through illness. As she considered whether it was in her best interest to fall sick more often from now on, a reply arrived. This is Grossum, came an apologetic male voice from the Ivory Bird. As much as I desire to accommodate any wish you may have... Lady Georgina happened to have visitors today. I can prepare rooms for you and Lady Detlinde, but not all of your entourage. My sincerest apologies, but could you limit your retainers to one attendant and one guard knight each? I'll prepare any other staff you might need for the duration of your stay, and recommend an inn for the others in your party. Georgina agreed to this proposal without so much as batting an eye. I suppose we don't have our own circumstances. Or both have our own circumstances, she said. Detlinde and I shall oblige you, but I suggest we send the others to rest in Arensbach as planned. We cannot demand so much from a Geeb of another duchy. It will also be rude to the Geeb in Arensbach, who is so graciously planning to host us tonight. But only one attendant and one guard knight is much too dangerous, came a protest from those gathered. It was unthinkable for members of an archducal family to surrender so much protection in another duchy, but Georgine fixed all those who spoke up with a firm glare. We are staying with Stelter's family, with whom I am already acquainted. We can trust their attendants and guard knights out, and I will not hear anything to the contrary. Detlinde's health comes first. After looking over the group, Georgine ordered everyone to move at once. Detlinde's body was starting to feel exceedingly heavy, to the point that she struggled to even move her high beast. Georgine instructed her to ride with a female guard knight, and off they went. Welcome, Lady Georgine. We have long awaited your arrival. I shall take you to your rooms at once. Yours is this way. Everyone is ready. Oh? Detlinde looked at Grossum. Despite the fuzziness that was beginning to blanket her mind and cloud her thoughts, she realized that she had seen this man quite recently. He had been among those who had stuck closely to Georgine and Ehrenfest. Why was he here when he had just been in the nobles' quarter? Something about this whole situation felt strangely artificial, but perhaps her uneasiness was simply due to her poor health? She struggled to say for sure, disoriented as she was. We shall stay until Detlinde has recovered, Georgine said. I am glad to have this opportunity to strengthen old bonds with you all. The other side worked unexpectedly hard at the nobles' quarter. It is a pleasant surprise that we may meet like this without any interference, Lady Georgine, Grossum replied, welcoming her politely. Detlinde couldn't help but think that he was looking at Georgine as one might look at one's master. Is he named sworn to her? Huh. If that's the case, that would make sense. You are annoying. Okay, how long have I been recording for? 38 minutes. Okay. Clearing regrets from 10 years ago. Hi, shits, what's all this fuss about? We were discussing our first dinner game with Lord Ferdinand in almost 10 years, I replied. This earned me a glare from the Knight Commander, but he was the one who had interrupted our impassioned exchange of praise from my opponent. Change of guard. It was the middle of the Archduke Conference, and a discussion between Dunkelfelger and Arensbach was being held in Dunkelfelger's tea party room. We guard knights not yet on duty were all packed into a waiting room. Has the discussion about old workstock concluded, I asked, sitting up straight? The biggest concern of this year's Archduke Conference was the rebel attack that had occurred during the Interduchy tournament, with workstock being at the center of it all. Dunkelfelger was managing the old duchy alongside Arensbach, so the Sovereign Knights Order had opened an inquiry into what we knew about the Turnish Befallens before investigating the provinces where the rebels had once lived. The Order's findings had already been reported at the conference, so discussion was now focused on adjusting their countermeasures based on the thoughts and reactions of other duchies. Even so, the atmosphere in the waiting room was calmer now than it had been when those talks first started. I had gotten a bit carried away myself, but I hadn't forgotten my role here. Old workstock has been covered, but there are many other things to discuss, the Knight Commander said with a hard stare. After all, Prince Hildebrand's engagement to Lady Letzia was announced so soon after his debut. Stay alert. After heeding this warning from the commander, we exited the meeting room. Outside, we met up with the cart-pushing attendants, who were similarly changing places with their co-workers. Prince Hildebrand's formal debut had taken place during this year's Archduke Conference. He was closer to Dunkelfelger than his siblings, owing to the fact that his mother was our own Lady Magdalena, the king's third wife. Henceforth, our duchy would serve as a crucial pillar of support for Prince Hildebrand and negotiate with Arensbach while keeping in line with the sovereignty. This is going to take a while, a knight muttered, looking like he'd rather be doing anything else. I gave a small nod of agreement. It was exhausting beyond words having to remain completely on guard and aware of one's surroundings for extended periods of time. About a decade had passed since the Civil War, and each year more knights blind to this world of surprise attacks and abrupt betrayals joined the Order. Many expressed their wishes to be like the other knights and stand around without a care in the world, but we had no need for statues. especially those who were so eager to embarrass themselves. "Excuse me, please allow me to refresh the tea." Allow us to refresh the tea. I entered the tea party room with the attendants and gazed around, asking myself question after question. How many from Ahrensbach were here? How many people had mana capacities close to my own? Had any dangerous magic tools been brought in during our switch? We measured up the Ahrensbach guard knights, and they did the same with us. It was something of a standard procedure for both sides. After scanning the room for enemies, I turned my attention to Ahrensbach's archducal couple. There was a significant age gap between Ob Ahrensbach and his first wife, Lady Georgine. This had blown me away when they first attended the Archduke conference together, but I was very much used to it by now. Now, as we know, the engagement between Prince Hildebrand and Lady Letzia was announced began Lady Siglinde, the first wife of Dunkelfogger. As the Knight Commander had expected, the topic of the engagement was broached as soon as everyone had settled down with their tea. This was a matter of great importance for both of our duchies, so I made sure to listen as well while performing my duties as a guard knight. Lady Letzia was the granddaughter of the Archduke's previous first wife, and she had apparently moved from Drwonkel to become the next Ob. Prince Hildebrand moving to Ahrensbach as her groom was recompensed for the series of punishments followed the Civil War, forcing the duchy to reduce its successors to archnobles. I was already aware from the circumstances surrounding Lady Magdalena's marriage, among other things, but Prince Hildebrand was being raised as a vassal, but I didn't expect the engagement to be settled this soon. The agreement was that Lady Letzia, who had both Ahrensbach and Drwonkel blood, would marry a prince with Dunkelfogger blood. This made it clear to all that Lady Letzia would become the next Ob. The royal family must have benefited greatly from unifying Ahrensbach and Dunkelfogger, the two duchies that managed Old Workstock. "This shall bring peace and stability to the next generation," Ob Ahrensbach said, stroking his beard with visible relief. "I feel as though a great burden has been lifted from my shoulders." 10 years had passed since he lost his successors in the Civil War. I can only imagine the panic he had endured as the Archduke. All had seemed well on the outside. Our archducal family was populous, and our duchy had suffered few casualties in the war, but he had wrestled with problems that nobody in Dunkelfogger could even imagine. "However, this makes it that much harder to select a husband for my daughter Detlinde," Georgine said, her brow deeply furrowed. "We would need to be someone who could serve as a temporary Ob in a dire situation." She had a daughter approaching her 6th year in the Royal Academy who could not secure a groom, while Lady Letzia's position was not yet solidified. It seemed that Ahrensbach had so few archducal family members that they wanted her to marry as well, broadening the family and providing support for Lady Letzia. To think that during this uncertain time, Lady Georgine must worry about the future of both her daughter and her duchy. I respected her attitude as the first wife of a greater duchy, but few would want to marry in the family of a female archduke candidate who stood absolutely no chance of becoming the next archduchess. It was possible that she might find someone within Ahrensbach, but she would be hard put to find an archducal family member from another duchy who could actually carry out the duties of an archduchess's husband. Most older students in the Royal Academy had already decided on a partner, and while women could simply enter into other duchies as a second or third wife, married men were completely removed from the equation. For a male archduke candidate to marry into the family of a woman not due to be the next archduchess, he would need to be either completely in love with her or mired by some circumstances that prevent him from having a normal marriage. Although I appreciated their struggles, I wasn't too concerned about them. This matter was none of my business. That is, not until Ob Ahrensbach named a potential candidate. Personally, I would welcome Lord Ferdinand of Ehrenfest as her groom. Do you know of him? Lord Ferdinand? I stared at Ob Ahrensbach in a daze, feeling the blood rush to my head. Never had a more genius idea been put forward. I had shared classes with Lord Ferdinand in the Royal Academy, and there was no denying his talent. He had come first in class almost every single year he attended. He was an exceptional scholar and unrivaled at dinner. His harpsichord playing was literally music to the ears, and he was by no means unsightly. That the Archduke had considered him for this position was truly commendable. That said, Lord Ferdinand was also a man of great misfortune. He had no mother, and thus no support among the nobility, which the first wife of the previous Ob Ehrenfest had used to ostracize him. It was safe to say that his father had been his only blood relative, and after his death, those who envied Lord Ferdinand for his overflowing talents had forced him into the temple. Our encounter at the most recent interduchy tournament had marked my first time seeing him in public in a decade, and given that the engagements of archducal family members were announced at the Archduke Conference, it was clear to see that he was still without a wife. Is this not a tremendous opportunity to save him? We could free him from his mistreatment by getting him to Ahrensbach. Who said... Does he really look like he's been mistreated? Really? Just as I was clenching my fists in excitement, however, Ob Ahrensbach slumped his shoulders. He has everything we need, and my hope was to save him from his unfortunate abuse in the temple and have him see the light of day once more. The problem is they were not particularly open to the suggestion. Ob Ahrensbach has sought to free Lord Ferdinand from the temple and give him an opportunity to fully use his talents, but Ob Ahrensfest had declined on his behalf. But of course, Lady Georgine replied, I sincerely doubt he could speak his mind before the Ob. We suggested that Ob Ahrensfest leave his seat so that Lord Ferdinand could offer his true thoughts on the matter. But even that was refused. Lord Ferdinand ended up leaving after saying only a few words himself. It seemed that Ahrensfest intended to keep Lord Ferdinand chained up, to prolong his suffering. The very idea infuriated me. Dude, all you gotta do is talk to Ferdinand about this. You should have talked to him. If he was really like that, he really would have... never mind. I have been attempting to contact Lord Ferdinand ever since he came to my attention at the wedding between my niece and an Ahrensfest noble, Ob Ahrensbach explained. We learned that he was visiting for the Interduchy tournament and strove to speak with him personally, but he trailed off and shot Ob Dunkelfurger a look, the meaning of which I understood at once. Before those from Ahrensbach had managed to discuss things with Lord Ferdinand, we of Dunkelfurger had whisked him away to play dinner. This can't be. I'm responsible for Lord Ferdinand missing out on such a bright future. Oh my god, dude, talk to the guy! It had never been my intention, but it seemed that my actions had put Lord Ferdinand into a very unfortunate position. I wanted to shirk my guard duty and bemoan my foolishness, but then Lady Georgine's voice reached my ears. Dunkelfelder still communes with him, no? Could you perhaps introduce him to us? If you have any personal connections, I feel so terribly bad for the man. Indeed, Ob Ahrensbach said, I intend to ask the king to get involved in return for us embracing the sovereignty's investigation. If possible, I would appreciate Dunkelfelder's input as well. I was moved that Lady Georgine would try so hard to save Lord Ferdinand from his troubles, and I was grateful beyond words for Ob Ahrensbach's willingness to petition the king himself. This was a chance to bring some much-needed good fortune to Lord Ferdinand that I wasn't going to miss. I could hardly contain my excitement. Lady Segonde, I must ask that you assist Ahrensbach, I declared. This is our second chance to save Lord Ferdinand. It would also make amends for Lady Magdalena dishonoring him all those years ago. Excuse me? What? Who's Lady Magdalena? Wasn't she the... Didn't they say that she was the Prince Hildebrand's mother? Lady Sieglinde glared at me with her red eyes. You were the one who dishonored him back then, she barked. You acted on your emotions without thinking ahead. First troubling Lord Ferdinand and then many others. Have you already forgotten how furious Lady Magdalena was? I don't know what to say. Back in our Royal Academy days, I had planned to rescue Lord Ferdinand from Ehrenfest by having him marry Lady Magdalena, an Archduke candidate from our duchy. The two had been both friend and foe when it came to forming dinner strategies. But they had not at all been in love. Ferdinand had simply wished to leave Ehrenfest. Still, Lord Ferdinand's living conditions had simply been too cruel to bear, and many of us Dunkelfolker knights had fervently wished to have such a strong dinner player in our duchy. In the end, we had asked the previous Archduke to have him marry Lady Magdalena. We pushed and pushed and pushed, and eventually the Ob accepted, praising the idea as an opportunity to both rescue someone from misfortune and show the duchy's respect for good dinner players. And that's when things got bad. We had convinced the Ob, but not Lady Magdalena, who had erupted with anger when the previous Ob spoke to her about the marriage. She had then exploited the situation to her advantage, initiating a secret plot she had come up with to marry the man she loved, the fifth prince at the time, now the ruling king. Why should I throw my whole life away to save an Archduke candidate from a backwater duchy, she had asked. There is someone else I wish to save. If, as you say, Lord Ferdinand is unhappy with this situation, then he need only use that intelligent head on his shoulders to eliminate the first wife of Ehrenfest. That he has not done so is his own choice. Do not wrap me up in the drama of a bottom-ranking duchy. She's not wrong. If he really wanted to get rid of that stuff, he should have gotten rid of Veronica, but obviously he was not going to, because that would have gotten him essentially killed. Because I'm sure that Veronica was just looking for any chance that he could make an attempt on her life and use it to get rid of him for good. So, yeah, best not to try that. Lady Magdalena's bonding to royalty had marked the end of the Civil War, and ultimately Dunkelfolker had benefited far more far more from this than it would have from her marrying a single Archduke candidate from Ehrenfest. Lord Ferdinand had not been formally engaged despite all the probing into the matter, so that ordeal was concluded with a simple letter to Ob Ehrenfest. It was the natural decision to make as far as the duchy was concerned, but personally I had always regretted not being able to save Lord Ferdinand. This is why I wished to use the second chance to save Lord Ferdinand from Ehrenfest, I explained. Who says that he's not happy now? Hello, did you not know that Veronica is, locked up? Hello? That was his main tormentor. Well, then again, there were other nobles who were backing her, so of course he would still have enemies, but still, at least the main tormentor that was keeping him from, being at the castle and stuff was, gone. But, yeah, this whole thing is just fucked up. Lady Magdalena's marriage to King Trarquil prevented Lord Ferdinand from leaving his duchy and is the reason he has spent the past 10 years in the temple. It will ease your guilt, but that is all, Lady Segonde said. Tell me, what do we gain from helping him? I racked my brain for an answer, then desperately grasped the final straw I could find. Lord Redmond. His daughter Clarissa intends to marry an Ehrenfest archnoble, so he wishes for Ehrenfest to establish more connections with the duchies surrounding it. If we can accomplish this by having Lord Ferdinand wed into a greater duchy... Again, Dunkelfelder has no interest in aiding individuals. The needs of the duchy outweigh such personal concerns, Lady Sigelnade stressed, shaking her head at my appeal. No matter how much I wanted to save Lord Ferdinand, I needed to retreat for now and seek out justifications she would agree with. I saluted, then promptly turned around. And that's how it is, I concluded, having brought all the other knights together in our duchess dining hall to discuss my situation with Lady Sigelnade. Sieglinde. Whatever. It was beyond me to do this alone, but with everyone putting their heads together, a good idea would surely come. Despite it all, the benefit of the duchy still matters less to me than using the second chance to save Lord Ferdinand, I continued, then held up a cup of wine and declared, This time for sure we will free Lord Ferdinand. Our mission is to support Arensbach and ask that the king free him from Ehrenfest. So they're the ones responsible for also saying, oh, we need to save Lord Ferdinand. Blah, 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 blah. The knights raised their cups in a resounding cheer, then we all downed our drinks together. The burning sensation of the alcohol in our throats roused our spirits at once. Seeing as Prince Hildebrand will be marrying into Arensbach, we could argue that we'll want Lady Detlinde to marry someone we have influence over. One of my knight buddies said, also thinking about how to convince Lady Segonde. The recent dinner game against Lord Ferdinand had no doubt revitalized them. Right, Lord Ferdinand is not one to concern himself with power and status. He wouldn't so much as consider opposing Lady Letzia or Prince Hildebrand after marrying into Arensbach. He is educating Lady Rosemine as her guardian, so he should be able to serve as Lady Letzia's educator as well. Could we not get Drawonkel on our side if we focus on that? It would be more reassuring to have not just Dunkelfelder but other duchies on this quest as well. I decided to follow up on his idea. We needed to spur Drawonkel into action too. Given that the borders can't be redrawn, we share a fate with Arensbach and must strengthen the bond between our duchies, my friend noted. Lady Siglunde surely understands this. Arensbach says it cannot devote the necessary resources to hunting Fabies, but perhaps having Lord Ferdinand on hand would change this. In the other words, we could slay Fabies together. We could even play Ditter. Calm down, Highshits. That would benefit you, not the duchy, remember? My argument needed to be grounded entirely in how this marriage would assist Arensbach and facilitate a closer relationship between our duchies. I nodded along with this explanation, all the while imagining myself slaying Fabies alongside Lord Ferdinand. Excitement stirred within me. It would be like being transported back to our golden years at the Royal Academy. If we can have Arensbach in our debt, then we will have secured the upper hand in negotiations for priority trade access to Lanzanov commodities. Ferdinand and Arensbach, we can get Ehrenfest trendy goods without having to rely on their underdeveloped trade routes. Oh my god!
Grab my bucket.
Get out.
Grab my bucket.
I said get out!
Grab my bucket.
Get out!
Grab my bucket.
I'm getting it, now get out! Go in the other room with it. Fine, Lady Rosemine's various inventions, you know. Yeah, we'll see about that. They ain't getting those. Really? That's our Lord Ferdinand for you. It was the peak of stupidity to constrain a man of such genius to the temple, which was why we had a resolve to fight for his freedom. Our collaboration had given life to ideas that I would never have come up with on my own, and our next course of action was now clear. If we could get support from Juanco, then even Lady Segonde would agree to our proposition. Let's go, everyone. This time we will rescue Lord Ferdinand from the temple. He'll suffer in Ehrenfest no longer. Aye, aye, sir. Together we swore a solemn oath, and soon after our efforts were rewarded. At the end of the Archduke Conference, a united effort from several powerful duchies secured a royal order for Lord Ferdinand to be wedded to Arensbach. I'm gonna smack these guys. I know they mean well. I know they do, but still. Let's see, 21 pages. 10 years of change. Eckhart, Justice, I have been abruptly summoned to a meeting with Arensbach, Lord Ferdinand announced. My apologies, but you must prepare to accompany me at once. It was a strange development, considering that he had deliberately not attended the Archduke Conference. Understood. We soon joined him on the teleportation circle, I as his guard knight and Justice well dressed as an attendant, and together we moved to the Ehrenfest dormitory in the Royal Academy. There we found Karstedt and a number of the Archduke retainers waiting for us. I have arrived at the order of Ob Ehrenfest, Ferdinand said. Karstedt, what in the world is going on? Arensbach wishes for you to marry into their duchy, and they won't budge no matter how many times we turn them down. Apparently they want an answer straight from the horse's mouth. It seemed that Arensbach's desire to assimilate Lord Ferdinand to their duchy had first blossomed when they saw him at Lampert's wedding. They had indirectly criticized Ehrenfest to no end, saying it was beyond cruel for us to have sent someone who had shown such tremendous promise at the Royal Academy to the temple right after his graduation. Utterly ridiculous, Lord Ferdinand muttered, frustrated to no end. Have they forgotten that they attacked Rosemine? I would rather not wed into a duchy that would do something so despicable to another archducal family. Do they not see the tragic irony in their cries of supposed cruelty? He briskly headed into the tea party room, offered the usual greetings, refused the marriage, and then left as swiftly as he had arrived. It seemed that he had never intended to discuss the matter with Arensbach. To think you would turn down such a generous marriage proposal. Would tightening our bonds with Arensbach not be massively advantageous? Lady Veronica is no longer here, so why not accept? Nobles of the former Veronica faction who knew about the proposal offered their highly absurd thoughts and opinions. Marry into Arensbach, now of all times? Fools. We would have welcomed the idea 10 years ago, sure. Back then, it would have served as an escape from Veronica while simultaneously serving to slight her. She had always been so openly proud of the rich Arensbach blood coursing through her veins, so it would have wounded her greatly to see Lord Ferdinand move there instead of enduring the humiliation of the temple. Now, however, the idea held much less appeal. Veronica was already detained in the Ivory Tower, having been stuck there since her plot to destroy Lord Ferdinand and Rosemine completely backfired. Rosemine had also taken over as the High Bishop, and the temple had since become a far more comfortable place. The nobles who had persistently attempted to eliminate Lord Ferdinand were no longer in their high government posts, and my lord was treasured as a valuable pillar of support for the Archduke. His relations with others were becoming more tranquil, and the duchy was more or less at ease. And they wished for him to throw away this peace he's finally obtained for a miserable duchy like Arensbach? He has nothing to gain from this marriage. Who would dare push for it to begin with? My lord is satisfied with things as they are, and above all else, we have no reason to appease the former Veronica faction, no matter how much they want cooperation with Arensbach. You lot killed Hildemarie, whatever. Now it's your turn to die. I spat internally, then returned to Ehrenfest for Lord Ferdinand. So, what happened with that? How did his wife die? That's what I want to know. I want more information on that. I was sure that Lord Ferdinand refusing Arensbach himself would settle the matter, but that was not the case. He was soon summoned to the Royal Academy again to speak with the royal family. On paper, they intended to question him further about the rebel attack. Not even his guard knights were permitted to accompany him, much like when Rosemine had been interrogated after killing a Trinish fallen in the Royal Academy. So we retainers had to wait outside. The actual contents of their discussion remained unknown to us, but it ended with the king decreeing that Lord Ferdinand would marry into Arensbach, all without so much as a word of permission from our Archduke Sylvester. It made absolutely no sense. I didn't know what deal they had struck with Arensbach, but several duchies had apparently come together and pressured the king about using this engagement to free Lord Ferdinand from the temple. You fools, what have you done? Seeing how extremely displeased Lord Ferdinand was infuriated me to no end. He personally refused Arensbach's archducal couple, and your response is to take matters even higher? Ridiculous. That stupid duchy can clean up its own mess. They're the ones who lost their successors in the Civil War. Why should we be mixed up in their garbage? I have to agree with Eckhart. Eckert on this one. However, no matter how foolish these responses were, or those responsible were, the king's word was absolute. Lord Ferdinand could only obey. It seemed that he did not wish to bring misfortune to Ehrenfest. Lord Ferdinand, could we perhaps kill the king and sweep all this under the rug? Do not state something so dangerous, Eckert. You are as short-sighted as always. I personally thought it was a good idea, but Lord Ferdinand turned it down. Of course it's not a good idea, dude! You want another civil war to attack Ehrenfest and kill everybody you care about? No! It was the same as when I had suggested that we assassinate Veronica, or as I remember saying to him at the time, that we send that waste to space after your father and avoid this banishment to the temple. Wow, Eckert, dude. I know you wanted to help him with dealing with Veronica, but that was not a smart idea. That would have gotten everybody up your asses because they would have known that Ferdinand was most likely responsible considering how she treats him. Dude, that would not have been a good idea in the long run. My only consideration was for my lord. As far as I was concerned, all those who opposed him were better off eliminated. The response I received was always that the ripple effect would catch too many other people in its wake, which was understandable enough, although I didn't much care about those consequences myself. Eckert, Justice, this is something of great importance we must discuss, Lord Ferdinand said, summoning us the night we returned. Come to my mansion. Upon our arrival at his estate, we were welcomed inside by Losfam, the lay noble tasked with managing it. His dark green, almost black hair was tied behind his head, and his green eyes were crinkled with a kind smile as he started pouring our tea. His presence meant that Justice rarely needed to do attendant work here. I am told that you were summoned to the Royal Academy, Losfam said, addressing Lord Ferdinand. You do not come bearing good news, I gather. I intend to explain as I drink. Understood. Please sit as well, Eckert, Justice, he continued, regarding us each with a troubled smile. Losfam was a retainer whom Veronica had assigned to Lord Ferdinand specifically to trouble him. Lay nobles had such paltry mana that they sometimes struggled even to use the magic tools necessary for attendant work. It was even harder during one's younger years, particularly when one first started the Royal Academy. Lay nobles already had to put up with their competency as retainers being called into question due to their smaller mana capacities. But on top of that, Losfam's very existence had served as fuel for those who would mock Lord Ferdinand. They would say, his retainers are incompetent failures, but that only means he's an incompetent member of the Archducal family for failing to train them properly. Losfam was in a cruel position himself, which was why Lord Ferdinand had come to him with a request. For your own protection, engage in the abuse that Lady Veronica seeks. Prove to the world that you are by no means associated with me. To Lord Ferdinand, having another troublesome person around would not change much. Losfam was far from the only retainer assigned to him for the purpose of abuse, and the others among them would act cruelly toward my lord to earn the cursed woman's favor. Losfam declined his suggestion, however, saying that this would only confirm the notion that he was a failure of a retainer. But those words only made Lord Ferdinand suspicious. He considered Losfam a spy sent by the cursed woman, and said that he wouldn't trust him unless he gave his name. And he did. Yes, this is the other person that Lord Ferdinand has his name sworn. So we got 3 right here for him. He's got Eckert, Justice, and Losfam. And so, Losfam had agreed to do just that, establishing that he was now to be trusted. He had overseen the estate when Lord Ferdinand entered the temple, and had served as his workplace ever since Lord Ferdinand came of age, and moved out of the northern building. As opposed to someone like Justice who had mastered scholar work, there was nothing Losfam could do in the castle. Eckert, Justice, Losfam, Lord Ferdinand said upon finishing his tea. He took out 3 objects, each in what looked like to be a white cocoon, and clinked them down to the table one by one. He had lined up our names, swearing stones just like this, on the day he had resolved to enter the temple. A shiver ran down my spine as his light golden eyes focused on each of us in order. I was racked with fear that my future was about to become so very tragically bleak. Is he trying to return them again? Yeah, he tried that when apparently he went to the temple. Because, he couldn't take them with him, so why have them name sworn to him, you know? And that was kind of dangerous anyway. Despite my heated exclamation on the inside, I said nothing. My lip was quivering and my teeth chattering so violently that I couldn't even speak. I couldn't help feeling as though my life were being carelessly tossed aside. But then the veil of Lord Ferdinand's mana that surrounded me suddenly intensified. The mana that bound me, which I usually didn't notice at all, was growing stronger. Eckert, Justice, I order you thus, come with me. So essentially, yeah, this is an absolute order that you cannot refuse. It was an absolute order from the Lord we had given our names to. If we agreed, the mana binding us would continue to be easily ignorable, but if we refused, we would die on the spot. Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole point of being name sworn, because if they give you an order and you refuse to do it, no matter what it was, you would die. And that was the danger of being name sworn. Despite my direct refusal of the engagement, Lord Ferdinand continued, it will go ahead because of the king's decree. This outcome is the result of the combined forces of many duchies. The circumstances seem anything but normal. All of our lives would doubtless be in danger, but even so, I ask that you serve as my arms and ears. I took a knee at once. His order was exactly what I had been waiting for. Understood, I shall accompany you wherever you go, always. Justice similarly accepted the order. Lostrom, however, had not been addressed. Lord Ferdinand, Please bring me as well, he said, staring at his stone with a ghostly white expression. I cannot bring someone without the strength to protect themselves in Arnsbach. Upon hearing this, Lostrom took in a sharp breath and started to tremble. This was the opposite of what had happened when Lord Ferdinand had gone to the temple. Back then, he had told only Lostrom to remain as his attendant, since he could not live in the castle but couldn't manage his estate. He had then said that Justice and I should seek out other paths in life, as we were archnobles. Lostrom, my order to you is as follows. Manage this estate and my remaining luggage until my engagement period ends and I no longer have need to stay in an Arnsbach guest room. I thought I would be the only one to have my name returned, Lostrom whispered, his voice oozing relief. I understood how he felt painfully well. I suppose I will need to organize your luggage into what needs to be brought and what will remain for now then. I intend to leave the bulk of my brewing ingredients with Rosamine, Lord Ferdinand said. There are many ingredients that her retainers would struggle to prepare themselves. I will need to teach them to make rejuvenation potions, and have her dissolve the rest of her mana clumps in a jareve. He immediately started putting these plans into paper. It seemed that for some reason he was preparing Rosamine's matters rather than his own. There is no need to be soft on Cornelius, I said. What kind of gardener cannot even prepare the ingredients their lord or lady needs? He would struggle if we were to cast him aside, now, after providing him with ingredients for so long, no? Perhaps you could teach Cornelius and the others to gather the ingredients themselves. It will be done without fail. It was my duty to eliminate anything that concerned my lord, and to that end, I needed to train Cornelius and the others such that they could gather their ingredients on their own. I saw Ferdinand off as he went to his room to work, then began planning a schedule to train the guard knights myself. Eckert, we need to get our things ready too, Justice said. Lord Ferdinand leaving Lostrom here means he expects Arnsbach to be seriously dangerous. Might not want to bring anything you care too much about. I've yet to leave home, so I intended to keep my things with Mother, but you have your own estate. You'll need to clean that place up too. He was right that I still owned the estate I had moved into when marrying Heidmarie, whatever. And if we were moving to Arnsbach, I would need to start clearing it out. Returning it would require some paperwork too. But the estate was filled with memories of Heidmarie, and the thought of losing them made me deeply uncomfortable. What if you gave the estate to Cornelius, who's marrying in 2 years or so, and get him to leave a room for you to use as storage? The weight of my shoulders lifted on the spot. Lenore was still underage, so their marriage wouldn't be for another couple of years at the very earliest. By then, I would no doubt have a home in Arnsbach that I could move my things to. I appreciated that I could break this down into stages and clean things up slowly over time. I still wasn't ready to face it all at once. 1 or 2 years to settle into your new lives. That sounds like a long time. I wonder when I'll be able to rejoin Lord Ferdinand's side, Lostrom said, wearing a dry smile. Justice crossed his arms with a sigh and stared out the window. There's no helping it. So many wills and objections are mixed together when it comes to this engagement that it's impossible to tell who's after what. The more cautious we are, the better. What do you mean, I asked. Do they want Lord Ferdinand in Arnsbach specifically, or do they simply want him out of Arnsvest? The situation changes drastically depending on the answer. We don't even have the intelligence necessary to figure it out. Justice said, clearly frustrated. He was wearing the same expression he had always worn back when Veronica was still around. I vowed to steer my resolve. No doubt we were being swallowed up in a massive current too large for any one person to sway. Eckert, your affairs are going to take longer to get in order than mine, right? Justice asked, changing the subject entirely. Better hurry up. I'm giving my estate to Cornelius, so I'm not in a rush. No, that's not what I mean. I'm divorced, so I'm free in that regard, but you're engaged. If you'll be bringing Angelica as your wife, then you'll need to get married this summer, and if you're canceling the engagement, then you need to speak with her about what happens next. Right, that's a pain. I really should get that sorted. I thought for a moment about bringing Angelica. Based on how she acted and trained at the temple, she wouldn't do anything except what she was ordered, and she would instinctively follow orders without questioning them whatsoever. She would be useful to Lord Ferdinand if we brought her. Angelica could prove fairly useful depending on how she's used, I noted. Oh ho, it's rare for you to consider other people useful, Eckert. We want as many people as we can trust there as possible, especially those who are good fighters. How about you marry her and bring her with us? I will have to ask her whether she has the resolve to go into enemy territory, I replied, nodding. No matter how skilled Angelica was, she needed to have enough determination. I decided to probe her about going to Arnsbach at the next opportunity. Lord Ferdinand and Rosamond were busy talking in the hidden room, and Angelica had glued herself to the door. I called out to her. It was the perfect chance for me to pose my question. Angelica, as a loyal guard knight, I must accompany Lord Ferdinand to Arensbach without question. What will you do? What do you mean? She asked. You need to decide whether you'll marry me and come with me, or end our engagement and stay here. Your strength would be a valuable asset to us, but I intend to respect your choice. No matter how strong someone is, they won't be of any help if they don't want to be there. Angelica blinked at me several times in silence as if chewing over my words. Her expression didn't change at all, but Cornelius and Lenore both paled in contrast. Eckert, Angelica needs to get married as soon as possible, Lenore said. Given her age, canceling your engagement will be socially disastrous for her. Lenore's right, you shouldn't even be talking about— Shut up, Cornelius, I said, waving him off. No matter what Angelica decides here, Grandfather will make sure it doesn't impact her negatively in the slightest. He was the one who pushed for this engagement in the first place. It's not for us to worry about. But rather than drop the matter there, Cornelius tried to press further. He really was a bothersome little brother, and it was obvious that he didn't care about Angelica's reputation. His real concern was that Grandfather might order him to take her as a second wife. This isn't going to impact you at all, I assured him. Here, let me give you an excuse. You're already engaged to Lenore, so you're not in a good position to take an older woman like Angelica as your second wife. As expected, that shut him up. I turned back to Angelica. Made your decision? Yes, she replied. I am Lady Rosamond's guard knight, so I will cancel our engagement and stay here in Ehrenfest. Her flat-out rejection took me by surprise for some reason, but I could tell that it was final. There wasn't even a trace of indecision in her deep blue eyes. I serve Lady Rosamond, not Lord Ferdinand. I see, that makes sense. You're completely right. You're Rosamond's guard knight. More important than marriage or reputation was the person you served and your loyalty to them. We may not have followed the same person, but we were exactly the same in what we treasured. I found Angelica's purity of spirit to be highly appealing. Rosamond has for good retainers, I see. I will do everything in my power to protect Lady Rosamond while she fights for Lord Ferdinand, Angelica said, looking toward the hidden room. Rosamond was no doubt compassionately ripping into Lord Ferdinand as we speak. I only ever followed orders, but my little sister always spoke up when there was something she didn't agree with. She had even fought to reduce Lord Ferdinand's workload out of concern for his health, taking on even the Archduke himself, so I was confident that she would continue to help him even after he departed for Arensbach. Oh, I see. Angelica's declaration had made me realize something. This wasn't the same as when Lord Ferdinand had entered the temple after all. We weren't the only ones worried about his engagement and frustrated with the situation. Unlike before, there were many people here trying to support him. It wasn't dangerous for him to show emotion, nor was it forbidden. Ehrenfest has changed. It actually managed to change. I truly believe that from the bottom of my heart. It was unfortunate that we couldn't stay here, but at the same time, I was hopeful. We would change this new land as well, ensuring that Lord Ferdinand could live there in peace, and I would eliminate all obstacles that tried to get in our way. Okay, Okay. The fish prep. Oh boy. Oh boy, this is so nuts. Okay, I'll get to work on everything, I'll edit everything, and I'll see y'all next time.